In the winter of 1984, in Jiqing, within the confines of a mechanical factory's residential compound, Lin Jingwen was diligently preparing lunch when her husband, Li Anping, returned home, beckoning her to come into the bedroom to discuss something. "What is it?" Lin Jingwen followed him into the bedroom, her irritation palpable. For several days, she had been plagued by unsettling nightmares, leaving her in a state of agitation. Zhou Xinping has returned from Gangqing with her child. Her husband has passed away, and they are struggling as a widow and orphan. I thought once the school assigns us a new house, we could let Xinping and her child stay with us. Lin Jingwen was taken aback, her mind buzzing at her husband's words. Just the night before, in a similarly distressing nightmare, he had uttered the exact same phrase. She reached out, gripping Li Anping tightly, demanding clarity, but he merely raised his arm, shaking her off with greater force. Stumbling, Lin Jingwen fell onto the bed, feeling the world spin around her, and she fainted. Li Anping, startled, hurried to check on her, concluding that she had merely fainted from anger and did not require a hospital visit. "Useless," he muttered, leaving without even offering her a blanket. As Lin Jingwen lay unconscious, she found herself in an extraordinarily vivid nightmare, one devoid of fragmented images. In this dream, once again, her husband returned to inform her that his first love, Zhou Xinping, had come back with her child, and he intended to offer their nearly assigned new house to her. She vehemently opposed this, leading to a quarrel. Then, her mother-in-law barged in, berating her for being selfish and insisting she relinquish the house. Her stepson, returning from school, added to her woes by demanding candy. When she replied she had none, he accused her of being a wicked stepmother, further infuriating her. In a fit of rage, she retreated to her parental home, but her parents urged her to endure, suggesting she allow the house to be given to Xinping, advising against letting a mere property dispute disrupt their family or tarnish Anping's reputation at school. Both her natal and marital families condemned her for her perceived selfishness, while neighbors whispered derisively. Ultimately, she capitulated, conceding the house to Zhou Xinping. However, 6 months later, she overheard a conversation between her husband and mother-in-law revealing that the child Zhou Xinping had brought back was, in fact, Li Anping's biological son. He had known all along, yet had chosen to conceal it from her, fearing her outburst would jeopardize their housing allocation and his chances of being recognized as an outstanding teacher by year's end, as well as his bid for a professorship. Once the house was secured, and the accolades had been awarded, Li Anping was unafraid to seek a divorce. Upon learning this shocking truth in her dream, Lin Jingwen felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her mind unraveling with rage. She adamantly refused to consent to a divorce. It wasn't that she still held affection for Li Anping. Although she had once liked him, his indifference over the years had extinguished her feelings. She simply could not bear the thought of allowing him and Zhou Xinping to triumph so easily. She would not divorce them, she would outlast them. Yet, her protests only seemed to strengthen their bond. Initially, they had discreetly met behind her back, but eventually, they flaunted their affection openly. Meanwhile, her mother-in-law, Zhang Lanxiang, constantly made her life difficult, assigning her endless chores that left her utterly exhausted. Lin Jingwen felt her anguish deepen in the dream, watching helplessly as she transformed from a quiet, unassuming woman into a figure akin to Xianglin's wife, despised and shunned by all. In the end, she became not only vocal in her grievances, but also lashed out at anyone within reach, resulting in others labeling her a madwoman. At first, some sympathized with her plight, but as time passed, public sentiment shifted to pity for Li Anping, lamenting that a university professor had married a mere kitchen hand who was now perceived as unhinged. Thus, she was driven to the brink of insanity by the daily torment and insomnia, losing her job and facing scorn from all around, ultimately succumbing to breast cancer. The meager savings she had managed to gather for treatment were taken by her stepson, Li Dongle, leaving her in despair, prompting her to leap into the river in an act of suicide. The icy waters of the river jolted Lin Jingwen awake. Sitting up in bed, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath, her eyes wide with terror. Everything in her dream felt hauntingly familiar, as if she had lived through it all. Was it merely a nightmare? No, it was all too painfully real. The agony of betrayal by her husband and his family, the humiliation of being scorned and blamed by everyone, pierced her to the core, leaving her trembling with fear. After what felt like an eternity in a daze, Lin Jingwen gradually regained her composure. Whether this was a nightmare or a rebirth of her spirit, she could no longer continue living as she had before. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her mind. Divorce. The notion of divorce was not new. It had lingered in her heart, suppressed time and again by her own will. She wanted to divorce, to escape from those who drained her life. She refused to become the madwoman of her dreams, nor did she wish to be slowly consumed by them. She yearned to live fully. Whether or not anyone loved her or cared for her was inconsequential. She resolved to learn to love herself. Lin Jingwen glanced at the clock on her nightstand. It was 5:30 p.m. She had slept the entire afternoon, ignored by everyone. She felt no surprise, nor did she harbor any further resentment or sadness. Harboring anger towards her scoundrel of a husband was merely self-punishment, a way to inflict harm upon her own body. Even the doctor in her dream had warned her that her chronic anger had heightened her risk of breast cancer. She needed to divorce and leave this place immediately. Lingering any longer felt like an invitation to illness. Lin Jingwen touched her forehead, sensing a slight fever, but she felt no significant pain or discomfort. It was nothing alarming, and there was no need for medication. Regret washed over her for not awakening sooner from this nightmare. Yet relief followed as she realized she was 34, not 44 or 54. She still possessed a healthy body. Lin Jingwen opened the wardrobe and retrieved a large green military duffel bag, beginning to pack her belongings. At that moment, the door swung open with a loud bang, and Zhang Lanxiang stormed in, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Now that you're awake, get cooking. Can't you see what time it is? If you don't start cooking soon, are you trying to starve us? Not only are you barren, but you're also selfish. Lacking any filial piety, you're downright wicked. And wicked, you, old hag, are the real villain. All you do is berate your daughter-in-law. Do you have any idea how people talk about you behind your back? They call you an old wretch, the most troublesome mother-in-law in our neighborhood. This time, Lin Jingwen did not hold back, but unleashed years of pent-up frustration. Have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to me like that? Zhang Lanxiang's eyes widened in fury, and she raised her hand to strike Lin Jingwen. Lin Jingwen seized her wrist, twisting it painfully, causing Zhang Lanxiang to yelp in agony. Yes, your son has driven me mad. Dare to hit me again, and I will retaliate tenfold. Lin Jingwen shoved her back with a fierce disdain. Yet, in truth, Lin Jingwen was reluctant to risk any repercussions that could lead to imprisonment for this old crone. If she truly harmed her, it would negate the purpose of her rebirth in this dream. Thus, she had no intention of actually striking Zhang Lanxiang, nor did she wish to be falsely accused, leaving her with no means of escape. You, Zhang Lanxiang stammered, rendered speechless by her fury. I want a divorce. Lin Jingwen declared once more. What? You want a divorce? Over some trivial housing issue? If this gets out, people will mock you mercilessly. Are you out of your mind? Where do you think you can go after a divorce? You'll be left to fend for yourself in the wild. Zhang Lanxiang laughed, incredulous, seeing Lin Jingwen's declaration of divorce as utterly absurd, a sign of madness. In this day and age, how could a woman even entertain the thought of divorce? A woman should endure to her last breath in her husband's household, unless her husband cast her aside. Having declared her intent, Lin Jingwen dismissed Zhang Lanxiang's tirade as mere nonsense, ignoring her completely. With someone as obstinate and malicious as Zhang Lanxiang, reason fell on deaf ears. She could not comprehend human decency. Lin Jingwen continued to pack, stuffing everything she could into the bag. As she gathered her belongings, she realized that despite spending 8 years in this home, her possessions were woefully few. Her seasonal clothing, shoes, and daily necessities barely filled one bag. Finally, Lin Jingwen wrapped a quilt in a bedsheet, slung it over her shoulder, and without uttering a word, pushed past her mother-in-law, who remained at the door, reveling in the spectacle, and walked out. Hey, are you blind? Zhang Lanxiang stumbled back, nearly falling as Lin Jingwen's luggage collided with her, igniting her fury. Zhang Lanxiang pointed at Lin Jingwen, yelling, "Who leaves their in-law's house with bedding? Put that down. The Li family cannot afford to lose face over you." Bang! The only response was the sound of Lin Jingwen slamming the door behind her. Zhang Lanxiang, startled, stood frozen, seething with rage, her breath coming in heavy gasps. "Oh dear, Ma. The third daughter-in-law has gone back to her parents? With such a temper, I wager she'll be gone for at least half a month." Eldest sister-in-law Huang Wan emerged, relishing the drama unfolding before her. "Shall we go after her? It doesn't look good for the third brother's wife to carry her bedding like this," said the second sister-in-law, Gao Qin, frowning as she stepped out of the house. "What are we chasing for? Recently, because of the housing issue, we have given her face, allowing her to believe that it was her own service to Director Yang that secured her housing allocation. In the end, wasn't it still reliant on Anping's reputation? Anping said to let Xinping live in the house, and over such a trivial matter, she went back to her family. Just a moment ago, she even mentioned divorce. It's laughable." Zhang Lanxiang retorted irritably, then added emphatically, "Just wait and see. Within 3 days, she will come back eagerly. You all know her well. She is utterly dependent on Anping." Huang Wan and Gao Qin exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disdain. They had never encountered anyone more obedient than the third brother's wife. Unlike them, who would argue with their husbands when dissatisfied with life, Lin Jingwen had never done so. Thus, they were quite astonished by Lin Jingwen's sudden outburst. It's quite absurd that the third brother's wife can utter the word divorce. Indeed, it seems she has truly lost her mind. The third brother hasn't even mentioned divorce, yet she is the one calling for it. "All right, hurry up and prepare dinner. With the third brother's wife gone, you two will be in charge of cooking these days." Zhang Lanxiang instructed her two daughters-in-law. Upon hearing this, Huang Wan and Jakin's faces fell, and they regretted not having stopped Lin Jingwen from leaving. If Lin Jingwen were home, they wouldn't have to do the laundry, cook, or wash the dishes. Lin Jingwen stepped out with her bag and bedding, securing them to the back of her bicycle. This bicycle was a second-hand one she had purchased with her own money, a convenient means for commuting to work, and it was one of her more valuable possessions. On her way, whenever she encountered neighbors who inquired about her destination, Lin Jingwen would simply respond, "I'm getting a divorce and moving out." The neighbors were left astonished. "What? Divorce?" Lin Jingwen actually declared she was getting a divorce. This news was monumental. However, when pressed for details, Lin Jingwen merely stated that she was in a hurry and pedaled away. The neighbors were left in disbelief. "Wait, don't go. Please tell us more." With a multitude of questions bubbling in their minds, the neighbors rushed back to the Li family to inquire about the situation. Upon hearing that Lin Jingwen was telling everyone she was getting a divorce, Zhang Lanxiang was utterly infuriated. She cursed Lin Jingwen in her heart over 100 times and impatiently told the neighbors, "She's merely having a spat with Anping. It's nothing serious. In a couple of days, she'll return on her own. A matter as grave as divorce can't possibly be true." After sending away wave after wave of curious neighbors, Zhang Lanxiang angrily declared, "When she comes back, just watch how I deal with her." Lin Jingwen arrived at the state-run restaurant where she worked and spoke to manager Fong about her situation, requesting to temporarily stay in the employee dormitory. "Oh, so you think you can leverage your divorce against your husband? Huh? But the dormitory is fully occupied. There's no space available." Manager Fong automatically filtered her words, not believing she genuinely intended to divorce, but rather thinking she just wanted a place to hide for a few days. Disappointed upon hearing there was no room available, Lin Jingwen stated, "I truly intend to get a divorce. I'm not trying to manipulate a scoundrel." Manager Fong scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Seeing that he didn't understand her predicament, Lin Jingwen chose not to elaborate. It was still 1984. Not many years later, divorces were quite rare. Even women who suffered domestic violence were often advised to endure and believe that their husbands would change, rather than encouraged to seek divorce. Moreover, Li Anping neither struck nor scolded her. He was a university lecturer. And since she couldn't bear children, Li Anping would not divorce her. She felt that her previous life's merits had afforded her a good man and a good life. No one who knew her would believe she was serious about a divorce. If you only need a place for a few days, you might consider staying in the restaurant storage room. But it's quite cold in winter, Manager Fong suggested, glancing at the bedding on her bicycle. "Those 2 blankets you brought won't suffice." Lin Jingwen hesitated for a moment before shaking her head in refusal. Having just received her salary the day before, along with some savings, she had over 100 yuan, sufficient to rent a place. A room with heating would cost around 15 yuan a month, while a house without heating could be rented for less than 10. She would no longer have to support Li Dongle or spend money on the scoundrel and his family. Her salary of 65 yuan a month would easily cover the rent. Her momentary hesitation stemmed from her ingrained frugality and tendency to sacrifice herself. Had she not awakened from her dream, she might have simply been angry over the housing issue and run away, opting to stay in a cold storage room just to save a few yuan. But now, she chose to spend money on renting a place, even one with heating, treating herself with a little more kindness. At that moment, Lin Jingwen genuinely felt that leaving the scoundrel and not having to care for a child was absolutely wonderful. Her salary was finally entirely her own. She could spend it all on herself. It was mealtime, the busiest hour at the restaurant, and after a brief conversation, Manager Fong suggested she help in the kitchen with chopping vegetables. Manager Fong, I'm off today. I need to find a place to stay, otherwise I won't have anywhere to sleep tonight. So I won't be helping out, Lin Jingwen said, offering a somewhat apologetic smile, but firmly refusing. She no longer wished to be the obliging person from now on. She would not take on tasks that weren't her responsibility. Helping in the kitchen would be exhausting and wouldn't earn her a single extra penny. The only benefit might be some leftover food. Manager Fong stared at her in disbelief, unable to comprehend her refusal. The previous Lin Jingwen would never have rejected such a request. She would have eagerly agreed, always willing to help, as dutiful as a workhorse. Manager Fong, I'm leaving now, Lin Jingwen said as she pushed her bicycle and turned to depart. Manager Fong watched her retreating figure, feeling a sense of disarray in the cold wind. Chapter 3. Eager to earn money, Lin Jingwen pushed her bicycle down the street, momentarily lost in thought, unsure of where to find a rental property. Considering her early work schedule, it was imperative that she locate something nearby. Having endured her fair share of silent suffering and relentless nightmares, Lin Jingwen had transformed considerably. She was no longer willing to remain a mute bystander. Since she was uncertain about her surroundings, she decided to ask someone for assistance. As she strolled along the street, Lin Jingwen scanned her surroundings in search of a suitable person to approach. After some time, she spotted a well-dressed elderly lady. Her hair meticulously styled, wearing glasses, and exuding a warm demeanor. The lady had just exited a grocery store, carrying a gift box. Observing her dignified appearance, Lin Jingwen quickly felt that this woman hailed from a comfortable background. With a spark of hope, Lin Jingwen approached her. "Excuse me, ma'am. I apologize for the interruption, but do you happen to know if there are any rental properties available nearby? Are you looking to rent a place?" The lady inquired, a smile gracing her face. "I have a property available for rent." "That's wonderful. I genuinely wish to rent, and I'm flexible with the rent. I urgently need a place to stay tonight. Would it be possible to view the property right away?" Lin Jingwen exclaimed, excitement illuminating her face. "Certainly, it's just around the corner." "Follow me," the lady replied, glancing at Lin Jingwen and then at the luggage on her bicycle. With kindness, she added, "I see you have some belongings. I hope that's not an inconvenience." Lin Jingwen expressed her heartfelt gratitude, feeling immensely appreciative. The lady, whose surname was Li, was a retired civil servant, and her husband was a retired military doctor. Indicating a well-off household, "My son is going abroad for work for a year, and the new house has been left vacant. If you move in, you could help keep it tidy, and it might bring some life back to the place." Li explained as she guided Lin Jingwen to a newly constructed apartment complex nearby, providing her with background information along the way. "This is a property we purchased earlier this year for my son's wedding. But since his fiancée left for overseas 6 months ago, they broke up, and now my son is also leaving. Thus, the house remains unoccupied," she continued. Lin Jingwen was not surprised. It was a common trend for people to seek opportunities abroad, with many even selling their homes to do so. The allure of foreign lands was indeed captivating. Families like Mrs. Lee's, who could afford new homes, made such departures less surprising. After all, a newly built apartment could cost upwards of 20 or 30,000 yuan. While the average salary barely exceeded 100, saving up for years without spending was a formidable feat, and with current loan restrictions, it was virtually impossible for ordinary families to afford such expenses up front. "This building has central heating, but we haven't paid the heating fee as we didn't plan to live here. You can settle that once you move in. Rest assured, there are people living above and below. So the apartment is warm," Mrs. Lee said as she opened the door to the unit. Upon entering, Lin Jingwen was enveloped by a comforting warmth and taken aback by the pristine 2-bedroom apartment. Could she truly be living in her dream home, complete with heating? Although it was a rental at 18 yuan per month, It was a new place with new furniture, and even a television. Why don't you live here yourself? Are you truly willing to rent it to me for a year? Lin Jingwen inquired, unable to suppress her astonishment. We prefer single-story homes and find it difficult to navigate stairs at our age. MRS.Li replied with a smile. You mentioned you work at a state-run hotel, which is nearby. Renting to you seems like a perfect match. Yes, it's just me. Lin Jingwen candidly shared her situation regarding her impending divorce. I know that many look down on divorced women, believing it to be their fault. My ex-husband has a new family and children, and I refuse to continue living that way. I want a divorce. But I haven't finalized the paperwork yet. There's a chance my ex and his family might come looking for trouble, so if this concerns you, I completely understand if you choose not to rent to me. MRSLI looked at her, initially in surprise, before responding kindly, Dear, just from the way you speak, I can tell you have good character. Your hands show that you are accustomed to hard work. I admire your courage to seek a divorce. It is not something one sees often. Divorced women face challenges, and I would feel guilty if I turned you away. Thank you, ma'am. You are truly understanding and cultured. Hearing your words is a rare blessing. Lin Jingwen said, her heart swelling with emotion. The kindness from a stranger reinforced her belief in her decision. After a few more exchanges, Mrs. Li even reduced the rent to 15 yuan per month. Thank you so much. You are my benefactor. Rest assured, I will cherish this home and keep it clean, Lin Jingwen promised earnestly. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she proposed, perhaps next Saturday, when I'm off work, I could prepare a meal and invite you and your husband to enjoy my cooking. Seeing her sincerity, Mrs. Li agreed, wanting to learn more about Lin Jingwen to ensure she was renting to a reliable person. They drafted a simple rental agreement, which MRS.Li approved, and Lin Jingwen handed her the 15 yuan. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Li, Lin Jingwen began organizing her belongings, placing her items in the cupboards or on the table. As she tidied up, her spirits soared, and she even started humming a tune. With a temporary warm haven, she felt a sense of security. Having not eaten since noon, her stomach began to rumble. She ventured downstairs to purchase some noodles, rice, flour, eggs, vegetables, and seasonings. Nowadays, one needed ration coupons to buy such staples. While places like Shenzhen had already abolished them, she believed that in a few years, they would also be eliminated here, leading to an abundance of goods. Fortunately, her salary came with some coupons she hadn't yet spent. After spending 20 yuan on essentials, including rent, Lin Jingwen felt a tinge of anxiety. Her past experiences and nightmares reminded her that having money was crucial. Beyond her job at the state-run hotel, she needed to devise a plan to earn additional income swiftly. Passing by a yarn store, Lin Jingwen hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. Half an hour later, she emerged with a large assortment of colorful yarn. Having spent nearly 60 yuan, which accounted for nearly a month's wages. With only 10 yuan left in her pocket, she planned to knit scarves, gloves, and socks to sell, as the winter season provided ample opportunity for sales. Confident in her knitting skills, especially after learning new techniques in her dreams, she felt emboldened to make such a purchase. Returning home, she prepared herself a bowl of vegetable noodles, this time adding 2 fried eggs. In her previous life, whether at her family home or her ex-husband's, she would never have been allowed such a luxury. After finishing her meal, Lin Jingwen smiled contentedly, gently patting her stomach before cleaning her dishes. With only her own dishes to clean, it took her just a few minutes. Unlike the grueling experience of washing pots and pans with cold water for over half an hour at her ex-husband's place during winter, Lin Jingwen dismissed those painful memories. Her foremost principle was to avoid anything that could harm her well-being. Once the dishes were clean, she sank into the sofa, turned on the television, and began sorting her yarn. Embarking on her quest to earn money. In her warm, tidy home, seated comfortably on the soft couch while knitting and watching TV, Lin Jingwen's smile never faded. Life felt incredibly pleasant. Chapter 4. Chaos without Lin Jingwen. Meanwhile, at the mechanical factory's staff quarters, the atmosphere was tensed. Sister-in-law, don't think you can slack off while I'm left here to wash all these dishes alone. If you want help, then neither will I. Gao Qin exclaimed, glaring at the pile of dishes after the family meal. What is the meaning of this? Are you taking advantage of my husband's absence? In the early part of the year, Gao Qin's husband, Li Ai Hua, resigned from his position at the soy sauce factory and ventured south for work. Gao Qin and Li Ai Hua have a son who is already 8 years old. However, due to the cramped living conditions, the two of them still share a bed. Gao now hopes that when Li Ai Hua returns from the south at the end of the year, he will bring back 2 or 3,000 yuan. With their savings and some borrowed funds from relatives and friends, they could purchase a modest house and finally move out. Who bullied you? And stop using the excuse of the second child not being home to complain. My husband is just as useless. Huang Wan exclaimed, emerging from the room, clearly agitated. As she stated, her husband, Li Jiangua, is the kind of man who wouldn't lift a finger even if an oil bottle fell over. He shows no interest in any household chores. After returning from the factory each day, he seeks out his co-workers to play cards, often wagering money. Sometimes he even loses a few yuan, although there are occasions when he wins. Yet, at the end of the month, he still incurs losses. Sometimes throwing away 10 yuan just to play cards. Li Jiangua's monthly salary is only 80 yuan. This situation is not the only source of Huang Wan's frustration. When he drinks, his temper worsens, and he becomes violent, kicking and hitting people. He drink every day, but it happens at least once a month, almost as reliably as her approaching menopause, with so little space at home. She has 3 children to care for. In truth, she bore 4, but the youngest, Li Donglu, was given to Lin Jingwen and the third child to raise when he was just a few months old. They all live under the same roof, but not in the same room. The other 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, are 12, 10, and 8 years old, respectively. The eldest sleeps on a single bed specifically set up in their room, while the youngest shares the large bed with them, and the second child sleeps with the grandmother. The grandfather passed away a few years ago, and the large bed can comfortably accommodate 1 adult and a child. However, in a few years, the girl will become a young woman, and she will need her own bed. Huang Wan now longs for the second and third families to move out, which would free up 2 rooms and alleviate their housing predicament. However, it seems that the third child's school housing is about to be allocated, allowing their family to move out first. Yet, suddenly, a woman named Zhou Xianping emerged, causing the third child's wife to storm back to her parental home in a fit of anger. The room that was about to become available seemed to slip away, prompting Huang Wan to angrily berate her third child in her mind. What a nuisance. She is even worse than her husband. At least her husband is seeking out other women. Huang Wan crouched down in the courtyard, her fingers brushing against the cold water in the basin. The icy temperature made her exclaim, "Oh dear, why is this water so cold? Hurry, pour some hot water into the basin. How can I possibly wash with such cold water? Hot water. We don't have any left at home. Didn't the third child's wife use cold water before? Why are you so delicate?" Her mother-in-law, Zhang Lanxiang, immediately retorted. Gao Qin and Huang Wan chimed in unison, "That's because the third child's wife is foolish. We certainly won't be like her." Zhang Lanxiang grumbled about the lack of hot water for washing feet, which meant more coal expenses. She filled an iron kettle with water to heat up in the kitchen, only to find that the stove had gone out and the door was sealed shut. Infuriated, she shouted, "Who sealed the stove door so tightly? The fire's gone out. How am I supposed to heat water?" Upon hearing the scolding, Huang Wan felt a pang of anxiety, shrinking her neck and mumbling, "That stove is utterly useless. It's not my fault." As Zhang Lanxiang struggled to rekindle the fire, smoke filled the room, causing her to cough and tear up, her frustration only growing. Ever since the third child's wife had entered the household, she hadn't touched the stove, leaving that duty to Lin Jingwen. Coughing and choking, Zhang Lanxiang felt the anger rise within her. 9:30 in the evening, Lian Ping finally returned home. A smile graced his lips, and he exuded a certain post-encounter zest. Indeed, he had just been with Zhou Xianping, reminiscing about the past, both deeply affected by the regrets stemming from her sudden departure that had prevented them from marrying and being together. As they talked, they embraced, and Lian Ping felt as if he had fallen in love again, reigniting his passion. Moreover, Zhou Xianping, having shed her youthful naivety, now exuded a mature charm, grace, and elegance, her hands remaining as soft as a young girl's. In the bedroom, she was uninhibited, and Lian Ping adored her immensely. In comparison, Lin Jingwen seemed utterly lackluster, akin to rotten fish and shrimp. Even the street cleaning aunties surpassed her in appeal. Especially her hands, marred by frostbite, swollen, rough, and cracked, made him feel nauseated every time he glanced at them. He never allowed Lin Jingwen to touch his skin. He found her hands repulsive. In fact, during the first 6 months of their marriage, he would only engage with her out of obligation, soon confirming that she was unable to bear children, and thus ceased any physical intimacy. after they adopted Li Donglu, who required constant care. He felt justified in ignoring her altogether. Over the years, although he publicly maintained a sexless marriage, he had dallied with other women, female classmates from college, and students after becoming a teacher. However, out of concern for his reputation, he kept these encounters superficial, well aware of his limits. Zhou Xianping, on the other hand, was different. She was his first love, and they had a child together. Once he divorced Lin Jingwen, they would be able to live happily as a family in a new home. "Mom, where's Lin Jingwen?" Lian Ping entered the house and, not seeing her, inquired with curiosity. "She's gone mad with fury. Not only did she dare to insult me, but she also packed her things and returned to her parents' home, claiming to everyone that she intends to divorce you. This time, let us not go looking for her. Let us see how long she can stay at her parents' place." Zhang Lanxiang shouted angrily. "An old hen that can't lay eggs is still strutting around, thinking she's got some power. Mom, why didn't you stop her? Her outburst is making everyone aware that we're getting a divorce, which could jeopardize my chance for a separate house and year-end evaluations," Lian Ping said in alarm, venting his frustrations towards Zhang Lanxiang. "Well, how about I visit the in-laws tomorrow and bring her back? We can pacify her first," Zhang Lanxiang suggested nervously. In truth, she was reluctant to go. Doing so would mean yielding to the third child's wife and granting her a sense of victory. She was waiting eagerly to see the third child's wife return, chastised and humiliated by her father. Zhang Lanxiang had already envisioned that when she returned, she would have to kneel and wash her feet, begging for forgiveness from her mother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Huang Wan and Gao Qin quickly urged their mother-in-law to bring Lin Jingwen back from her parents' home. Without Lin Jingwen, they would be burdened with an excessive amount of household chores. And if they failed to perform well, they would face scorn. They needed Lin Jingwen back as her contributions were essential to the household. "Yes, Mom, I'll accompany you tomorrow to make sure she returns quickly," Lian Ping concluded decisively. "Let us pacify her for a month, and once the house is sorted and the evaluations are completed, we can proceed with the divorce." "Very well," Zhang Lanxiang reluctantly agreed, adding, "I can go by myself. You don't need to come out if both of us go. It may give her the impression that her tantrum is effective. Even if she does come back, she might still be in a foul mood." Lian Ping concurred, realizing that he didn't need to grant Lin Jingwen any semblance of dignity. As long as his mother went, along with his father-in-law's words, Lin Jingwen would undoubtedly return obediently. Chapter 5. First, give the scoundrel a beating. The next day, Lin Jingwen arose at 4:40, for she had an early shift to attend at the restaurant by 5 o'clock. She needed to prepare breakfast, which required her to rise at such an early hour. After she finished her tasks, she could leave by 4 in the afternoon. If she had an evening shift, it would run from 10 in the morning to 9 at night. Previously, while living with her in-laws, she had risen at 4 to prepare breakfast, simmering soup on the stove and chopping pickles. She would seal the stove before leaving, ensuring that her mother-in-law and others could enjoy soup and steamed buns with pickles upon waking at 6. Reflecting on her current, more leisurely life, she avoided dwelling on her past as a workhorse, as it would only stir up her frustrations. Lin Jingwen had apprenticed under Chef Kai, learning not only daily cooking but also honing her skills in making various pastries. She became quite adept at crafting flour rolls and buns, particularly excelling in making Su-style snacks that were both beautiful and delicious. After finishing breakfast alongside her mentor, Lin Jingwen stretched her aching arms, finally allowing herself a moment to eat and drink water. However, she couldn't rest for long. She still needed to prepare ingredients for lunch, which was the main focus of her work. As Chef Kai handed her a large meat bun, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, master." Taking a hearty bite, she savored the meat, smiling at her mentor. "This meat bun is truly delicious." Such large meat buns were not an everyday luxury. Chef Kai had reserved this one for her. As manager Fong dared not offend the chef and turned a blind eye. Previously, Lin Jingwen had refrained from eating such treats, saving them for her adopted son, Li Donglu, since she could not conceive. Her mother-in-law insisted they adopt her sister-in-law's youngest son, claiming he would be like a son to them. In reality, it was because her sister-in-law could not care for the child and wanted Lin Jingwen to assist in raising him. Li Donglu was a premature baby, frail and sickly, prone to crying and waking up frequently, making him particularly challenging to care for. Once he was adopted, the responsibility fell entirely on her shoulders. If the child cried or fussed, it was deemed her fault. She had to buy formula and nutritional supplements for him, all while juggling her job, chopping vegetables and preparing food, as her mother-in-law refused to help. Moreover, due to the child's health issues, she frequently had to take him to the hospital, while Li Ping remained indifferent and uninvolved. Her salary has been completely spent on the children, leaving her with no money. When she asked Li Ping for financial assistance, not only did he refuse, but he also reproached her for being extravagant. Despite her unwavering devotion, the child remains closer to his biological mother. This is due to the fact that her sister-in-law and mother-in-law often use sweet words to charm the child, telling him that his aunt is his real mother and she is merely the stepmother. Consequently, when the child is upset, he calls her stepmother and tells her to leave. Living in close quarters, she cannot prevent her mother-in-law and sister-in-law from interacting with the child. It's he only 6.5 years old. How can he discern right from wrong? To him, affection is simply a matter of who flatters him most. Lin Jingwen hopes that as the child grows older, he will become more understanding and recognize her sacrifices, developing a bond with her. However, her dreams reveal a harsh reality. Li Dongle is nothing but an ungrateful ingrate. Raising such a heartless stepson is less rewarding than nurturing a dog. She feeds the dog daily, and it wags its tail in recognition of her as its owner, knowing to protect her and even bite the bad guys. Yet, the ingrate only bites back, taking away her money needed for medical treatment. Oh, what has changed? Has realization dawned? Chef Kai, upon seeing her, immediately devoured his meal while deriding her from the side. Lin Jingwen first smiled ingratiatingly at her master, then earnestly replied, "Master, I was foolish in the past, but I now recognize my mistakes." Upon hearing this, Chef Kai promptly pulled up a stool beside her, craning his neck with curiosity and concern, asking, "What is going on? I heard rumors yesterday that you plan to divorce and have moved out. Have you found a place to stay? If not, you are welcome to stay at my house for a while." He knows his apprentice all too well. She is as stubborn as a mule. Unless something monumental has occurred, she would never utter the words divorce. Seeing her master's concern, Lin Jingwen felt a lump in her throat. The harsh words from the scoundrel's family no longer affected her. However, facing his caring words, she found herself unable to hold back. Moreover, in that dream, both her in-laws and her own family, along with various relatives and friends, condemned her, even labeling her as insane. Only her master consistently showed her compassion, ultimately offering her shelter when she had nowhere to go after the divorce. "Master, I truly intend to divorce." Lin Jingwen suppressed her sorrow and calmly recounted the situation involving Zhou Xinping and Li Onping's reluctance to divorce her. Aware that Li Onping would never agree to divorce at present due to their shared property, Lin Jingwen decided to move out as a gesture of her intent. Furthermore, she took out their marriage certificate and household registration to prevent the scoundrel from using them against her during the divorce proceedings. Once she has stirred up the situation regarding the house, as for the teaching assistant position, there is no need for her to create a fuss. Although the scoundrel initially secured the position, he would soon be dismissed by the professor due to his incompetence. The scoundrel would end up with neither the house nor the teaching assistant role, and regardless of his anger, he would only proceed with the divorce. After all, Zhou Xinping was waiting on the sidelines to marry him, and they even had a biological son together. For the sake of legitimacy, the scoundrel would not linger in a marriage with her. What a despicable fellow, a university professor nonetheless. He is hardly human, Chef Kai immediately exclaimed. Lin Jingwen nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is worse than a beast. Shall I find a couple of people to beat him up? Regardless of whether the divorce happens or not, let us at least vent your frustration, Chef Kai whispered conspiratorially. He believes that divorce is a grave matter. Although Li Onping has someone else, he is still a university professor. As long as he can return to his family, it is acceptable. After all, men are prone to infidelity. Moreover, divorced women face difficulties. They will be the subject of gossip, and any minor incident will attract scrutiny. Chef Kai fears that Lin Jingwen may not withstand this. Lin Jingwen, too, harbors a desire to give him a good beating, but she quietly inquired, "Will there be any repercussions? Will the police come after us? They have been cracking down lately, and it is not worth risking ourselves for that scoundrel. No worries. Under cover of darkness, we will use a sack, kick a few times, and just run away. Where would they find us?" Chef Kai confidently stated with a practiced air. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingwen's eyes brightened, and she whispered, "Then I will trouble you, master. Safety is paramount. We must not get caught because of that scoundrel." Chef Kai thumped his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, it is impossible. After work, Lin Jingwen returned to her rented room, took a short half-hour nap to recharge, and then devoted herself to knitting. After some time, she prepared a bowl of noodles for herself. After her meal, she donned the freshly knitted gloves, scarf, and a pair of woolen socks before heading out. Lin Jingwen made her way to the staff housing of the school, locating the home of Director Yang and gently knocking on the door. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Director Yang's wife, Qi Fong. "Ah, it's Jingwen. Come in quickly. Just a moment ago, the old lady was mentioning you, saying she missed you." Qi Fong warmly invited her in. "I miss her too." "I came to see her," Lin Jingwen replied with a smile, presenting the scarf and gloves she had knitted, wrapped in newspaper as a gift for Qi Fong. "Oh, thank you. Come in and warm up. It's quite chilly outside," Qi Fong said with a smile as she accepted the gift. Upon unwrapping it, her eyes sparkled with delight, and her invitation grew even more enthusiastic. "Jingwen, your hands are truly skillful. This scarf is far prettier than the ones I knit myself." "I'm glad you like it," Lin Jingwen responded with a smile. "I love it. The pattern is so unique and exquisite. How did you create it?" Qi Fong marveled at the scarf, thoroughly impressed. "If you're interested, I can teach you how to make one," Lin Jingwen offered with a smile. "Absolutely," Qi Fong eagerly agreed. "Little Lin has come. Sit down and have some tea." Director Yang emerged from the study, also smiling at her. "Thank you, Director, and Qi Fong. We can enjoy tea later." "I want to check on the old lady first," Lin Jingwen said with a smile as she headed to the old lady's room. Director Yang's mother had broken her leg 6 months prior and required bed rest. Both Director Yang and Qi Fong had jobs, so they hired a caregiver. However, the old lady was dissatisfied with their care. Having dismissed 3 caregivers in a row, she even caused a ruckus at home, insisting that her daughter-in-law should take leave to attend to her, nearly causing a divorce between Qi Fong and Director Yang. The old lady was notorious for being a difficult mother-in-law in the staff housing. Director Yang, being filial, wanted his wife to relent, but Qi Fong was not one to tolerate disrespect, refusing to yield. As tensions escalated, Lin Jingwen, having heard of the situation, volunteered to help out to secure her eligibility for housing allocation. On the restaurant side, she arranged for someone to cover her shift, thanks to her master's assistance. She was resolute in her desire to win over the old lady and secure the housing opportunity. However, upon her arrival, Lin Jingwen discovered that while the old lady was demanding and sharp-tongued, she was not nearly as difficult as the rumors suggested. Compared to Zhang Lanxiang, she found the old lady to be quite amiable. Although her words could sting, they were not as harsh as Zhang Lanxiang's insults. While the old lady often complained about the temperature of her water, she was far less demanding than Zhang Lanxiang. In fact, Lin Jingwen believed the old lady had a kind heart, often saving her the best treats and encouraging her to stand up for herself against bullying. The pay she received for being the caregiver was substantial, 80 yuan a month, which was 15 yuan more than her earnings at the restaurant. Ultimately, if it hadn't been for the old lady speaking up for her, ensuring that Director Yang would allocate her the housing spot, she might not have secured it at all. Thus, Lin Jingwen felt immense gratitude toward the old lady. "Jingwen, you've come. Sit down and chat with me. Since you stopped by, I felt quite lonely," the old lady exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with joy as she welcomed Lin Jingwen. Lin Jingwen took a seat beside her and inquired about her health. "I am doing well, able to move a bit, but living in an apartment makes it difficult to go downstairs. I feel cooped up at home, with no one to talk to," the old lady complained. Frowning. Even with several people at home, they don't say much, just the same few phrases. "Mom, are you up? Mom, it's time to eat. Mom, are you done eating? Mom, it's time for bed." Chapter 6. Ensuring the scoundrel cannot secure the house. Lin Jingwen listened, unable to contain her laughter, quickly stifling it to avoid being overheard by Director Yang and Qi Fong. Qi Fong, having heard it, rolled her eyes and quietly remarked to Director Yang, "Listen to her. She's mocking us again." Thankfully, Jingwen is an a big mouth who spills everything. Director Yang swallowed his frustration and remained silent. Though he held authority at the school regarding housing allocations, at home, he was caught between the demands of his mother and wife. After all, his wife was formidable, coming from a well-off family, with a stable job and a strong temperament, never bowing down to him. His mother constantly sought to curb his wife's assertiveness, attempting to manipulate her, but in the end, it was always Director Yang who found himself manipulated. Lin Jingwen took out the woolen socks she had knitted for the old lady and said with a smile, "Here, these are the woolen socks I made for you.
You can wear them at home. Even though there is heating, your feet should stay warmed. I'm not deaf, you know? I just heard you in there. You gave my daughter-in-law a scarf and gloves, and all I get is a pair of socks, the old lady remarked, dissatisfied with the disparity in treatment. That certainly cannot stand. I have also knitted you a sweater. However, I've just started. I'll finish it before the new year. All right, Lin Jingwen said with a smile. While you are here, you will always receive the best treatment. Madame Yang was instantly filled with joy. She turned around and took 2 large bills from the drawer to give to her, saying, "You've had your share of hardships. It wouldn't be right to accept your kindness without reciprocation." Madame Yang was quite generous, offering 2 large bills at once. For hand-knit sweaters like these, 1 bill would have sufficed. "Auntie, accepting your money feels like an insult to me. This is merely a token of my gratitude. I wanted to send a scarf and gloves to Sister Fong, hoping she would wear them well and help spread the word about my work, if her colleagues are interested in purchasing. I have some for sale. I'm currently thinking of knitting some scarves to sell and see if I can earn a little money." Lin Jingwen smiled and pushed her hand back, revealing one of her intentions for visiting. "You've become quite clever compared to before," Madame Yang remarked with surprise. Previously, Lin Jingwen would come to care for her, laboring in silence with minimal conversation, merely responding with or ah, lacking her own opinions. Especially with those beautifully double-lidded eyes of hers, they bore no sparkle, lacking vitality. It was a pity to waste such lovely eyes, however. Now, Madame Yang perceived a glimmer of spirit and liveliness in Lin Jingwen's gaze that had never been there before. Feeling a newfound confidence radiating from her, free from the previous timid demeanor, of course, due to her rather outdated appearance, it was easy to overlook this transformation unless one looked closely. "I must thank you, Auntie, for always encouraging me to treat myself better and be more assertive. I truly believe you were right. After pondering it, I've come to terms with it." Lin Jingwen sincerely declared, "You are my benefactor." "Thank you, Auntie." Upon hearing this, Madame Yang exclaimed in delight, feeling immensely pleased. People often labeled her difficult and criticized her harsh words, but this was the first time someone praised her, calling her a benefactor. Lin Jingwen then offered to wash Madame Yang's hair, primarily because it had become quite oily, and one could smell it even from a distance. Wouldn't be right to continue their conversation without refreshing her. "Oh, Jingwen, thank you. Honestly, I really dislike burdening my daughter-in-law with tasks like this. Asking her to wash my hair would disgust her." Madame Yang feigned a haughty posture, calling out loudly to ensure her son and daughter-in-law outside could hear. Otherwise, they would just call her a difficult old lady. Look at the trouble she caused. It was no wonder her daughter-in-law would be annoyed with her. Only Lin Jingwen had managed to win over Madame Yang, making her genuinely fond of her and able to converse without barbed remarks. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's teasing words, Chi Fong rolled her eyes in frustration and kicked Director Yang, saying, "Your mother is finally going to wash her hair. Hurry up and get some hot water." There was no need for Chi Fong to urge him. Director Yang quickly sprang into action, a wave of gratitude for Lin Jingwen flooding his heart. Their family had been in turmoil over this matter in recent days. He had asked his wife to wash his mother's hair, but she had flatly refused, insisting he do it himself, claiming that whoever's mother it was should take care of her. This morning, when he brought it up with his mother, she was equally displeased, insisting that his wife do it. He found himself caught between 2 irate parties. Now, with Lin Jingwen's arrival, he felt as if this issue had been resolved, and he was immensely grateful to her. Director Yang began to contemplate whether he should invite Lin Jingwen weekly to wash his mother's hair, considering how to show his appreciation, whether through money or gifts. "Xiao Lin, thank you. Please don't rush off after this. Stay for dinner at my home," Director Yang said cheerfully as he carried the hot water into his mother's room. Smiling at Lin Jingwen, "Thank you, Director, but no need. I came over after having dinner." Lin Jingwen gently declined with a smile. After washing her hair, Madame Yang was in even better spirits, engaging Lin Jingwen in lively conversation. In the faculty housing, there was no one Madame Yang wasn't familiar with, especially since Director Yang managed the allocation of housing, leading many to ingratiate themselves with him. Lin Jingwen gathered a wealth of first-hand gossip, hearing about various marital disputes, and she couldn't help but smile wryly, seizing the opportunity to express her own plight. "Auntie, forgive me for sharing this, but I'm also considering divorce. With the new housing allocation at the school. Sigh, it seems I want to have a place to live. Oh dear. Why are you considering divorce? Isn't your relationship with your husband quite good?" The teachers at the school all envy you. Madame Yang's eyes lit up at this revelation, excitement coursing through her as she quickly inquired further. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingwen felt a pang of irony. Everyone believed her marriage was harmonious, a facade carefully crafted by Lianping. In truth, they lacked any marital intimacy. She was merely a servant to him and his family. Sighing heavily, Lin Jingwen recounted how Lianping's first love had returned with his son, explaining that he was dragging his feet on divorce for the sake of property and accolades. In her dreams, Lin Jingwen vividly remembered how Madame Yang had initially urged her to leave, to escape the scoundrel and his wicked mother-in-law. Yet in her dreams, she couldn't comprehend the situation. Feeling that divorcing would only benefit Lianping and his ilk, unwilling to let them off the hook, in reality, it was she who was being drained dry. Madame Yang, upon hearing this, became furious, launching into a tirade against Lianping. Cursing his entire lineage, Lin Jingwen listened to her words, feeling a sense of relief. Well said. He wants the house too? Bah, that house should never belong to him. Madame Yang immediately declared, My dear girl, you are absolutely right. Divorce him at once. Do not allow him to take your rightful possessions for the sake of some outside temptress. I've suffered greatly in this regard. Lin Jingwen nodded vigorously, then listened as Madame Yang recounted her own past struggles. In her youth, a man had absconded with the family's wealth to run off with another woman, nearly starving her and her son. Thus, Madame Yang held zero tolerance for men who kept mistresses, determined to chastise every last one of them. She firmly believed that women need not suffer under the whims of men. Without a man, they could still support their children and live well. This perspective set Madame Yang apart from many other elderly women. Auntie, you are absolutely correct. The housing is allocated to school teachers, and I want to be able to reside there anyway. I'm contemplating relinquishing my allocation to another teacher. Perhaps I could receive a little something in return. Finally, Lin Jingwen revealed her ultimate intention for visiting. People say you are foolish and stubborn, but I see you as quite clever, Madame Yang remarked. Lin Jingwen shyly smiled, reflecting on how she had once let herself be bullied by Lianping and his family without resistance, which could indeed be considered foolish. Who do you have in mind for this housing allocation? Madame Yang inquired. Well, it's teacher He Shangjin from the chemical engineering department. Do you know him? Lin Jingwen asked. Of course. He is currently crammed in his mother-in-law's home with his wife. If he were to acquire that house, he would be overjoyed. He would at least give you $100 red envelope, Madame Yang responded immediately, well versed in the circumstances of various teachers at the school. Lin Jingwen felt a bit embarrassed. Smiling shyly, Auntie, it would be a hassle for Director Yang to help with this. I feel uncomfortable with the idea of using special privileges. Oh, what is the trouble? The list hasn't been published yet. No one knows who it is anyway, and he hasn't submitted it yet, Madame Yang reassured her, running her fingers through her freshly washed, fluffy hair. Just for the lovely hair you washed for me today, my son will certainly help you. Thank you, Auntie. You are truly wonderful. Lin Jingwen felt warmth in her heart, flooded with gratitude. In her past life, due to her refusal to divorce, Madame Yang had scolded her twice. And when she saw her stubbornness, she stopped engaging with her. Not only had she squandered Madame Yang's good intentions, but she had also lost a mentor willing to lend a hand in difficult times, thereby blocking her own path. By the time Lin Jingwen left Director Yang's home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. She hopped on her bicycle, hurrying back to her rental, shivering as the cold wind whipped around her. Her cotton coat, worn for many years, had lost its warmth. Before winter, she had spent money on new cotton coats for Lianping, Li Dongle, and Zhang Lanxiang, but had not been able to justify getting one for herself. As Lin Jingwen braved the cold wind, she couldn't help but wish for Zhou Xinping to return sooner, pondering why her nightmare hadn't come to an end. He would have saved her a significant amount of money and spared her a few more years of hardship. Now, she was freezing. Nonetheless, she resolved to ask He Shangjin and his wife for some compensation tomorrow, though they might not believe her and would likely wait until the housing allocation list was announced. That was of little concern, as the list would be released within the next few days. Once she received the compensation, she would promptly buy herself a new cotton coat. No, if she was going to buy one, it would be a down jacket. These past 2 years, down jackets had just started to become popular. Passing by a mall, she noticed some on sale for around 80 yuan, which was more than her monthly salary. However, down jackets were lightweight, stylish, and warm. Since her marriage, She hadn't purchased new clothing for herself or taken care of her appearance. Now, Lin Jingwen longed to buy herself the finest coat she could find. Moreover, since the compensation was essentially windfall income, it should be spent quickly rather than hoarded. Chapter 7. To secure the house, first coax Lin Jingwen back. Meanwhile, Zhang Lanxiang had prepared dinner for herself, eating a few bites before heading to Lin Jingwen's family home. Lin Jingwen's family was not nearby. It took an hour by bus, as one lived in the north of the city and the other in the south. Zhang Lanxiang, typically stingy, initially hesitated to bring a gift but ultimately begrudgingly bought 2 jars of canned oranges, carrying them with her as she visited. Alas, the in-laws have arrived. Please come in. Have you eaten? The meal at home has just been prepared. Let us dine together. Lin Jingwen's mother, Ma Xiaozue, opened the door and, upon seeing Zhang Lanxiang standing outside, paused momentarily before greeting her with a smile. Where is Jingwen? Has she returned from work? Zhang Lanxiang stepped inside and replied cheerfully, the young couple seems to have had a misunderstanding. I came today to fetch Jingwen home. What? Jingwen hasn't returned? Ma Xiaozue exclaimed in surprise. What? Jingwen hasn't come back? Zhang Lanxiang was even more taken aback, her voice rising sharply. She left home yesterday with her bag. Taking her bedding as well, if she hasn't returned to her parents' home, where could she possibly go? Oh dear in-law, do not be anxious. Let us clarify the situation first, Ma Xiaozue hastily interjected. While the two were conversing, Lin Dongliang, hearing the commotion, emerged from the room and coldly inquired, What is going on? Has Jingwen run away? Indeed. In-law, here is the matter. An old friend of Anping's returned from the port city, a solitary woman with no relatives here. Anping intended to provide her temporary accommodation in the house allocated by the school. However, Jingwen disagreed, claiming the housing quota was rightfully hers and insisted it should not be lent out. They quarreled over this trivial matter. And in a fit of anger, Jingwen ran away, even stating her intention to divorce. I truly believe she has lost her senses. Zhang Lanxiang recounted the situation, half in jest, ultimately placing the blame squarely on Lin Jingwen. Oh dear, she hasn't returned at all. Ma Xiaozue exclaimed. Where could she be? Tomorrow, you should look for her at the state-run hotel. She is likely residing in the staff dormitory. Urge her to return home quickly, lest she embarrass herself out there. Lin Dongliang immediately directed his words towards his wife, Ma Xiaozue. Lin Dongliang, a retired elementary school teacher, was quite concerned about appearances, held traditional views favoring sons over daughters, valued family lineage, and often indulged in lecturing, exuding a paternalistic demeanor. Due to Lin Jingwen's inability to bear children, he had personally visited the in-laws to apologize, compelling Lin Jingwen to kneel and admit her faults before Zhang Lanxiang. Acknowledging his unworthiness as a father-in-law and expressing gratitude for Zhang Lanxiang's tolerance, which had prevented Li Anping from divorcing her. Lin Jingwen had toiled for 8 years in her in-laws' home, enduring hardships and oppression, subjected to the verbal control and pressure from both the scoundrel and Zhang Lanxiang, not to mention the significant role Lin Dongliang played in her plight. Years prior, when Lin Jingwen was reluctant to adopt Li Dongle, it was Lin Dongliang who intervened with severe reprimands, forcing her to acquiesce. Zhang Lanxiang particularly enjoyed dealing with such a reasonable figure as Lin Dongliang. After all, this was the kind of in-law one could truly get along with. Very well, I shall go to the state-run hotel tomorrow to look for her, Ma Xiaozue agreed, always deferring to her husband. There is no need to trouble the in-laws. I will make the trip myself tomorrow. Zhang Lanxiang asserted, her frustration simmering. I am Jingwen's mother-in-law. My call for her to come home will carry more weight than the in-laws. I apologize, Jingwen, that troublesome girl has caused you all distress. Ma Xiaozue grasped Zhang Lanxiang's hand, expressing her sincere apologies. Lin Dongliang also extended his apologies to Zhang Lanxiang, assuring her that he would ensure a stern reprimand for Jingwen, urging her to behave and not create chaos for the in-laws. Upon hearing the in-law apologize and enumerate Jingwen's faults, Zhang Lanxiang's ire dwindled slightly. In-law, please take this jar of orange preserves and this basket of eggs, which I just harvested from the countryside. Take them home to enjoy. When Zhang Lanxiang was about to leave, in an effort to atone, Ma Xiaozue not only insisted Zhang Lanxiang take the orange preserves, but also added a basket of eggs as a gift. This gesture brought Zhang Lanxiang a measure of comfort. However, the fact that Lin Jingwen had not returned to her parental home and was staying in the hotel staff dormitory, making her divorce intentions widely known, still left her quite upset. The thought of having to fetch her from the hotel the next day only intensified Zhang Lanxiang's anger, and a mere basket of eggs could not quell her fury. Zhang Lanxiang returned home, seething with frustration. "Mother, where is the third daughter-in-law? Did she not come back with you?" Huang Wan asked, surprised to see her return alone. "Oh dear, the third daughter-in-law has truly risen in status. Did her father not chase her out?" Gao Qin exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Lanxiang's expression darkened further, and she unleashed her wrath upon the two daughters-in-law. "She hasn't returned to her parental home at all. She is truly insufferable. It infuriates me. When she comes back tomorrow, I'll teach her a lesson." Accompanied by a torrent of foul language, laden with various crude expressions, she continued her tirade. Huang Wan and Gao Qin exchanged bewildered glances. Suddenly sensing that the third daughter-in-law's declaration of divorce was not merely idle talk. If she had not returned to her parental home, where could she, as a woman, possibly reside? Lin Jingwen had no friends. Zhang Lanxiang stormed into her room, shouting, "Bring me a basin of hot water. I need to warm my feet. I am freezing. Mother, there is no hot water left. Please wait a moment, I'll boil some." Huang Wan called out. Zhang Lanxiang's irritation flared again. For the past few days, the thermos at home had never been filled. Last night, she had to wait until past 10 to heat water for soaking her feet and filling the thermos to warm her bed, which was utterly ridiculous. When the third daughter-in-law was around, it never felt this chaotic. Suddenly, an exclamation rang out from outside. "Oh dear, third brother, have you been beaten?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Lanxiang quickly donned her shoes and rushed outside, only to see her son's bruised face, prompting her to cry out in shock, "Oh no! Who did this? Mother, please lower your voice." Li Onping replied tersely, "I fell off my bike. It wasn't a beating. That cannot possibly be from a fall." Huang Wan scoffed. "Shut your mouth and fetch the antiseptic." Zhang Lanxiang snapped at her eldest daughter-in-law. Reluctantly, Huang Wan went to find the medicine, inwardly seething. As the eldest sister-in-law, she was now tending to her younger brother. Her own husband had gone off to play cards, returning home only to collapse into bed, leaving her to handle everything, including the demands of Li Dongle. She was utterly exhausted. This cannot continue. The third daughter-in-law must return. "Third brother, tell me the truth. Have you offended someone recently? Is it because of the housing allocation that someone is jealous?" Zhang Lanxiang quietly inquired. "That cannot be. The list for housing allocation hasn't been announced yet. Outsiders are unaware of it." Li Onping shook his head, continuing with indignation. "Perhaps someone is trying to sabotage my candidacy for the assistant professor position." "How insidious! What assistant professor?" Zhang Lanxiang immediately asked. "Today, our department suddenly announced that a young professor named Qiu Zhe has joined, apparently only 31 years old. He just returned from studying in America and comes from an impressive background, specializing in fluid dynamics. Specifically, missile research. The school is looking to hire an assistant professor for him, and if selected, working on projects with this professor would yield a monthly stipend of 200 yuan, along with various benefits, not to mention the promising career prospects. Now, the teachers in the department are all envious of this assistant position, eager to vie for it, regardless of whether they are seasoned or novice educators. Oh my, an additional stipend of 200 a month. That is certainly worth competing for. Zhang Lanxiang exclaimed, excitement radiating from her. "Son, you are simply too outstanding. It is no wonder others are envious and resort to such underhanded tactics. You must go to the department head tomorrow and report this situation." None could have imagined it would be Lin Jingwen who would be blamed. Even if someone claimed she was behind Li Onping's beating, they would merely laugh it off, saying, "Ha!" With Lin Jingwen's timid demeanor, she could never have the audacity. "Mother, this is merely conjecture. There is no evidence. How can I report this to the authorities?" Li Onping urged his mother not to meddle in this affair. And only then did he realize to ask, "Where is Jingwen? Mother, hasn't she returned with you?" Zhang Lanxiang could not bear to hear Lin Jingwen's name and immediately began her tirade, recounting the events once more, berating Lin Jingwen anew. "Mother, this is a sensitive time. You must temper your anger. Even if it requires coaxing and sweet talk, we must bring her back. Tomorrow, you should go to the state-run hotel to find her. But do not confront her or utter harsh words, do you understand? If we argue or scold, it will only reflect poorly on us." Li Onping adopted a serious demeanor, lecturing Zhang Lanxiang. regarding the housing issue. We can yield to her for now. There is no rush to give it to Xinping. We absolutely cannot allow the divorce to proceed at this time. We must not let anyone think there are issues with my personal life. If so, the housing and assistant professor position will undoubtedly be out of reach. Hearing her son's reasoning, Zhang Lanxiang realized the gravity of the situation, suppressing her discontent as she replied, "Very well. I will definitely coax her back tomorrow." The word coax left her lips with a clenched jaw, her hands twisting in frustration. Chapter 8. She struck gold today. With an evening shift, Lin Jingwen was afforded the luxury of sleeping in until 7:30. Having developed an early rising habit, even when she wished to indulge in a slumber, her body awoke at that hour and she could no longer remain in bed. After freshening up, she took advantage of the ample time to prepare some millet porridge and mixed a bit of flour. Intending to make scallion pancakes to enjoy, after all, one cannot subsist solely on noodles and fried eggs each day. While kneading the dough, Lin Jingwen overheard a commotion outside. It seemed that new neighbors were moving in across the hall. In this day and age, it is often said that distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors. Living in proximity, if any household encounters a bit of trouble, the others will invariably lend a helping hand. Of course, should any scandal arise, such as a couple quarreling, many would eagerly gather to witness. Upon hearing the noise, Lin Jingwen hesitated briefly, then decided to add more flour, preparing to make extra scallion pancakes. Once they were ready, she intended to deliver some to her new neighbors, hoping to learn about the kind of family residing there and whether they could get along. This decision marks a new transformation for Lin Jingwen. She has never been an assertive individual, often shying away from initiating conversations with strangers or discussing matters with others, preferring to keep her thoughts to herself. In the past, when she sought assistance from others, she would feel a sense of shame, hesitating to voice her needs. After marrying, her life became even more centered around Li Anping, Li Dongle, and other members of her in-laws. She found herself without a single confidant. However, after awakening from a nightmare, Lin Jingwen felt as though she had endured it all and had nothing left to fear. She now possesses a newfound openness and clarity about life, coupled with a fierce determination to embrace her circumstances without trepidation. She yearns for a more comfortable existence, one that is vibrant and full of experiences, and she wishes to forge new friendships. For instance, she plans to rent a nice apartment to ensure her living conditions are pleasant. She will also decline her manager's request for overtime. She has even taken the initiative to visit Elder Yang again, bearing gifts to strengthen their relationship and seek her assistance with her plans. In essence, Lin Jingwen is determined to better herself, to pave a broader path for her future. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. With kindness, she believes she will not be turned away. If her neighbors are amiable, there may be opportunities for future interaction. As a divorced woman, she might one day find herself in need of a helping hand. Moreover, should they settle in, they might even greet her. If she does not present herself openly, upon learning of her divorce, they might perceive her as someone who is hiding in shame, leading to gossip behind her back. It is far better for her to take the initiative. Should any interaction reveal a lack of compatibility, she can always create some distance. Ultimately, it is more prudent to cultivate goodwill than to harbor enmity with others. After more than half an hour, Lin Jingwen finished making the scallion pancakes, cutting them into triangular pieces and placing them on a plate. She opened the door, carrying the plate outside, only to find that the workers' moving items had departed and her neighbor's door was closed. Knocking gently, Lin Jingwen anticipated that it would be an older sister or an aunt who would answer. As she heard the door creak open, she quickly adorned her face with a warm smile. But to her surprise, a young gentleman stood before her. She quickly appraised him, tall and slender, with fair skin, wearing glasses and a watch, clad in a white shirt over a blue sweater that looked far from cheap. He was quite handsome, exuding an air of refinement and scholarly elegance, unmistakably an intellectual. Though taken aback by the youth of her visitor, Lin Jingwen smiled graciously and introduced herself. "Hello, I live across the hall. My surname is Lin. I heard you just moved in, and I made some scallion pancakes, so I thought I would bring some over and say hello." "Thank you," he replied, glancing at the warm, golden pancakes emanating an enticing aroma. "My name is Zhe, Ms. Lin. Please hold on a moment." With that, he took the plate and retreated into his apartment. Lin Jingwen was momentarily startled by his formal address, then smiled broadly, pleased by the title of Ms. She was typically referred to as Lin Dajia, Lin Saozi, Lin Tongji, Dongle's mother. or even Lin Dama by mischievous children, but never had anyone called her Ms. Lin. This title carried a unique charm. Chiuze soon returned, handing her back the plate along with an exquisite gift box, stating earnestly, "Thank you, the scallion pancakes are delightful." Seeing his lips glisten with oil, she realized he had indeed tasted the pancakes, and his compliment felt genuine rather than mere politeness. Lifting her spirits, "A few pancakes are nothing. That gift box is too extravagant. Please take it back," she insisted, eyeing the luxurious box that likely contained high-end chocolates, worth dozens or even hundreds. She felt that accepting the gift would make her appear greedy, as she was merely exchanging a few pancakes for an extravagant present. Chiuze, puzzled by her refusal, remarked, "Your scallion pancakes are far more delicious than this chocolate. I prefer them, so I consider myself fortunate and you at a loss." Can one truly quantify such exchanges? Lin Jingwen thought to herself and decided to inquire, "If I may ask, Mr. Chiu, how many people are in your household? Is your wife at home?" "It's just me. I am not married and have no wife." Chiuze replied coolly, "Is there anything else, Ms. Lin?" Lin Jingwen could only shake her head. "Very well, I must get back to work now. Let us chat another time. Goodbye." With that, he closed the door, leaving the gift box at the threshold. Lin Jingwen looked down at the luxurious chocolate gift box and reluctantly picked it up, returning to her own home. Once inside, she placed the box aside and sat down, munching on the scallion pancakes while pondering. Chiuze? The name struck a chord of familiarity. After a moment of reflection, her eyes brightened as she recalled in her dreams. The scoundrel Li Anping had mentioned a genius from their school, a young professor specializing in missile research. Named Chiuze. Teachers were vying to become his assistant, and she had no idea how Li Anping had managed to secure the position, but he had indeed become Chiuze's assistant, prompting a celebratory banquet from Li Anping. Later, when Li Anping sought a divorce, he had blamed her for ruining his reputation, claiming it was her antics that led to his dismissal by Chiuze. In reality, Chiuze had dismissed him for being intellectually inadequate to keep pace with his research. Could it be that the Chiuze living across from her was that brilliant young professor? Lin Jingwen found the possibility intriguing and somewhat wondrous. Just the thought that Chiuze had dismissed the scoundrel for his lack of capability made her regard him as a truly good person. Just and fair. She felt a surge of pride in being neighbors with a young genius, as if she had somehow absorbed a touch of scholarly charm. After all, the saying goes, Meng Mu's 3 migrations was all about seeking better neighbors for the sake of personal growth. In that moment, Lin Jingwen resolved that once she saved a little money, she would consider enrolling in evening classes to enhance her education. Acquiring knowledge could only serve her well. She decided that from now on, while knitting in the evenings, she would tune into educational programs on television, believing that she could learn something valuable. Having made this decision, her mood lifted considerably. Indeed, being close to exceptional individuals naturally inspires one to better oneself, while associating with the unworthy only leads to deterioration. After finishing her scallion pancakes and washing her hands, Lin Jingwen opened the chocolate gift box and popped a piece into her mouth. Savoring it in comparison to the scallion pancakes, she mused that, yes, the chocolate was indeed more delectable. She had come out ahead. Chapter 9. Confronting the malevolent mother-in-law. "Master, please enjoy this," Lin Jingwen said as she arrived at the restaurant. Presenting 2 chocolates to the chef. "I'm not fond of these," Chef Kai replied, glancing at the chocolates with a dismissive expression. Yet, he pocketed them, saying, "I'll take them home for my grandsons." Lin Jingwen chuckled at this. The chef often teased her, yet he, too, thought of his children first when presented with something nice. He frequently brought home the restaurant's delicacies for his precious twin grandsons, showing no less affection than she did for her own child. Even if her son merely called her the wicked stepmother. Noticing her amusement, Chef Kai shot a glare her way and lowered his voice. "I've taken care of that matter. I gave him a good thrashing." Lin Jingwen's eyes sparkled as she grinned and thanked him. "Thank you, master. I'll buy you a nice bottle of wine next time. And no need for anything fancy. A bottle of erguotu will suffice." Chef Kai replied with a hearty laugh. As the two shared a light moment, a loud voice called out, "Lin Jingwen, someone is looking for you outside." Responding, Lin Jingwen walked to the back of the restaurant, where she spotted Zhang Lanxiang approaching her. Zhang Lanxiang immediately recognized her, her expression darkening as she marched over with an air of menace, as if ready to twist her ear. "If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll shout about Li Anping's infidelities and how he fathered a child outside of our marriage, making it public knowledge and ruining his career and reputation." Lin Jingwen, unfazed by Zhang Lanxiang's approach, maintained a blank expression and spoke calmly. She was all too aware of her malevolent mother-in-law's vile nature. If she had acted out from the start, Zhang Lanxiang would have only retaliated recklessly, leading to mutual destruction. By keeping her silence, she could leverage this information to keep Zhang Lanxiang and the scoundrel at bay, preventing them from disturbing her further. Encountering a rabid dog was truly frightening. Lin Jingwen preferred to bide her time, preparing to divorce the scoundrel neatly, severing all ties without provoking his family into a frenzy. She had experienced madness in her dreams and understood the destructive impulse to ruin another. Unfortunately, in her dreams, her reputation was too tarnished for anyone to believe her, leaving her powerless to harm others while only exhausting herself. Zhang Lanxiang's complexion suddenly changed, leaving her in a state of shock, completely forgetting the purpose of her visit. No, that's not right. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Lanxiang glared fiercely at Lin Jingwen and yelled, "You'd better go home today. If you dare to tarnish Anping's reputation, I won't let you off easily." Provoked by Lin Jingwen's words, Zhang Lanxiang completely disregarded her son's admonitions, resorting to threats instead of any semblance of persuasion. How will you manage that? Will you hit me with a shoe sole like before? Or do you think you can kill me? Lin Jingwen retorted with a cold laugh, stepping closer and pressing her. I have nothing left to lose. The worst that can happen is losing this job. But what about you? Will Li Anping risk losing his job? Will he bear the shame of being called out for infidelity? Will he endure the whispers and stares behind his back? Zhang Lanxiang found herself retreating step by step under Lin Jingwen's relentless questioning, her earlier bravado dissipating, replaced by confusion and a hint of fear. How had the wife of the third son transformed into this? It felt as though she were possessed by a vengeful spirit. Taking a few deep breaths to regain her composure, Zhang Lanxiang finally remembered the reason for her visit. Wife of the third son, I know you harbor resentment. Anping said that if you do not agree to give the house to Xinping, you can refuse to. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingwen couldn't help but smile sarcastically, utterly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. However, she had prepared an even greater surprise for them. In a few days, when the list of housing allocations was announced, she hoped they wouldn't be too enraged to curse her. While they might not curse their mother, they would undoubtedly vent their fury upon her. Lin Jingwen felt no fear, for she was no longer concerned about losing her job. Apart from herself, she had nothing left to lose. With that thought, Lin Jingwen turned to leave, uninterested in hearing any more of Zhang Lanxiang's insincere words that would only waste her time. Instead, she could better utilize this time to discreetly knit some yarn. Zhang Lanxiang, seeing Lin Jingwen walk away without even finishing her sentence, felt her blood pressure surge, her head buzzing with anger. Gritting her teeth and clenching her fists, she muttered a few curses under her breath before turning to leave. Back in the kitchen, Chef Kai expressed his concern for Lin Jingwen. She briefly explained the situation, and Chef Kai sighed, not entirely supporting her decision to divorce, but suggesting, our restaurant is planning to open a branch near Liberation Bridge and needs a pastry chef. You previously thought it was too far to commute, but now perhaps you should reconsider. The salary is significantly higher than what you earn as a kitchen assistant, 110 a month, nearly half more than your current wage. Chef Kai believed that regardless of whether the marriage could be salvaged, it was beneficial for a woman to earn more and not rely on others for financial support, thus empowering herself. Isn't there still a hiring need? This isn't news from over a month ago. Lin Jingwen felt tempted by his words. Previously, she had hesitated to pursue such opportunities, largely due to feelings of inadequacy and the need to care for her family, which made it impossible for her to travel far. And her in-laws would never agree. But now, her residence was not far from Liberation Bridge, just a 20-minute bike ride, allowing her to distance herself further from her unfaithful husband. You can inquire about it with the restaurant's management? Chef Kai suggested. All right, I'll ask after the lunch rush, Lin Jingwen nodded. Working in the restaurant was a stable job, and Lin Jingwen was reluctant to lose it, especially since she had no savings in her dreams. She envisioned herself at 50, jumping into a river, yet she understood that in the coming years, the market would become increasingly open. With courage, one could earn a significant income as a self-employed individual. Lin Jingwen had entertained similar thoughts during her recent nights of sleep. However, for now, she preferred stability, focusing on her restaurant job while also pursuing a side hustle and knitting to save some money before exploring small business ventures in the future. like selling breakfast or even opening a small restaurant, but those were matters for another day. After finishing her lunch shift, Lin Jingwen had some time to rest and decided to approach her supervisor about the pastry chef position. "Do your family members approve?" Her supervisor directly asked. "I'm getting a divorce. I can make my own decisions," Lin Jingwen replied. "I will no longer have to care for children and elders, allowing me to dedicate myself more to my work." The supervisor looked at her in astonishment, as if he had just heard that America intended to deploy nuclear weapons in other countries. "Are you serious? This isn't just a tantrum or a stunt, is it?" he asked, still incredulous. Lin Jingwen shook her head. "I am serious." The supervisor furrowed his brow, not immediately responding, but finally said, "All right, I understand your situation. Your pastry skills under Chef Kai have improved considerably, and I recognize your capabilities. However, your personal circumstances are somewhat unique. I will think it over." "Thank you, sir." Lin Jingwen expressed her gratitude before leaving. That evening, Lin Jingwen left work half an hour early to discuss the housing situation with He Shangjin and Cui Dongmei, explicitly seeking a bribe. This was her first time openly asking for such a favor, and she felt nervous, rehearsing her words in her mind for how to request a red envelope. "This is what I deserve." Lin Jingwen reminded herself repeatedly to appear assertive. She no longer wished to be the easygoing person who sacrificed her interests for the sake of appearances and hollow expressions of gratitude. Not wanting to enter the house, she called the couple outside, finding a corner to quietly explain the situation. He Shangjin and Cui Dongmei were astonished. Such good fortune. Was this a trick? They couldn't believe it yet wanted to. "Sister, you can't be deceiving me," Cui Dongmei exclaimed, shaking Lin Jingwen's arm excitedly, nearly losing her composure. "Shh! Keep your voice down. Before the list is announced, you mustn't tell anyone. Not even your family, understand?" Lin Jingwen hurriedly covered her mouth and warned in a hushed tone. He Shangjin had already clamped his mouth shut, nodding excitedly. "You know how hard it is to get housing allocations. I'm still in the process of getting a divorce and must bear the wrath of my in-laws." "Do you think you could give me?" Lin Jingwen hesitated, aiming for a 200 red envelope, starting high to allow room for negotiation. Her psychological target was actually 100.300. Cui Dongmei insisted quietly, holding up 3 fingers. "If we really get the house, we'll give you 300 big ones." "All right." Lin Jingwen nodded emphatically, suppressing her excitement. "Then it's settled. You both should head home and rest. I'll take my leave." As she rode her bicycle away, she pedaled swiftly, fearing that if she delayed, they might reconsider and offer only 100.300 was significant, nearly equivalent to 5 months' salary for Lin Jingwen, who was elated. Pedaling furiously, He Shangjin and Cui Dongmei exchanged glances, wincing at the impact of their earlier excitement. "Ouch! You're trying to murder your husband." They both yelled, then simultaneously exclaimed, "That wasn't he a dream? Are we really getting a house?" Cui Dongmei's eyes sparkled as she whispered excitedly, "Don't get too excited. Stay calm. We want to know the results for 4 more days." He Shangjin clenched his fists, his voice trembling with anticipation. "This wait is unbearable. I'll probably lose sleep tonight from all this excitement." "Me too. Just imagine if we really do get the house." "Stop. Don't say anything more. Keep it a secret," with a smile. Lin Jingwen returned to her rented room in high spirits, humming a tune as she opened the door. After changing her shoes, she comfortably sank into the sofa. However, after less than a minute, she got back up, deciding to prepare a midnight snack as a reward for herself. After eating, she planned to knit a bit more, as she was scheduled for the evening shift and could afford to sleep in. She started by frying an egg, then used the leftover oil to saute some scallions before adding savory noodles. Once the noodles were cooked, Lin Jingwen served herself a bowl, inhaling the delicious aroma. Just as she was about to dig in, a knock at the door interrupted her. Who could it be at this hour? Lin Jingwen felt a jolt of apprehension and called out, "Who is it?" Her current rental had both an outer door and a security door, so she hesitated to open it right away. "Sorry to disturb you. It's me, Chiu Zhe." Upon hearing his voice, Lin Jingwen breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door just a crack to peek outside. There stood Chiu Zhe, disheveled with a poor complexion, wearing his pajamas with the buttons misaligned. "Mr. Chiu, are you unwell?" Lin Jingwen asked, frowning as she opened the door wider. Chiu Zhe twitched his nose, drawn in by the enticing scent wafting from her room. His stomach growling with an insatiable hunger. "I'm sorry, but I'm really hungry. Could I buy a serving of the snack you made?" he asked earnestly. Lin Jingwen was taken aback. 5 minutes later, Lin Jingwen observed him, seemingly refined, yet voraciously devouring the bowl of noodles and fried egg before him. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, "Mr. Chiu, are you satisfied? Would you care for another bowl?" "No, thank you," Chiu Zhe replied, retrieving a prepared 10 yuan note from his pocket. His tone was calm yet earnest as he remarked, "It was exceptionally delicious. Your culinary skills are remarkable. This is for the meal." Having consumed her scallion pancake that morning, he had been engrossed in his writing, neglecting any other sustenance throughout the day. He had intended to quickly prepare a bowl of oatmeal to take to bed, but the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen had directly led him to reject that notion. Opting instead to knock on Lin Jingwen's door to it turned out to be a fortuitous decision. This bowl of noodles would only cost 30 cents at our state-run restaurant, and it could come with 2 slices of beef. 10 yuan is far too generous, Lin Jingwen remarked, eyeing the 10 yuan note with 3 fingers raised for emphasis. This bowl only contains a fried egg and lacks meat. It hardly merits 30 cents. The financial perspectives of Professor Chiu and herself were evidently quite divergent. Was he truly so unconcerned about money? To me, this bowl of noodles is immensely delectable, highly valuable, and I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. I ought to provide an additional gratuity. Chiu Zhe nodded in acknowledgement of her apology and stood to take his leave, expressing gratitude for her hospitality. Lin Jingwen, she understood the concept of a tip. She had heard that foreigners typically leave tips after dining. Truly, a commendable habit from someone who had returned from studying abroad. Nodding in agreement, she refrained from further discussing the 10 yuan. However, she did not rise to escort him out. Instead, she sat and watched him exit before gently closing her door. The events of the evening had left a significant impression on her. Lin Jingwen tucked the 10 yuan away and began to clean up the dishes, deciding against a late-night snack. While the situation, and Chiu Zhe himself, left her somewhat perplexed, she could not pinpoint a precise critique. Nevertheless, she had indeed earned 10 yuan. If such occurrences were to happen 7 times, it would surpass her monthly salary. Quickly, she suppressed the delight of having taken advantage of him. Even if Professor Chiu was affluent, it was not right to exploit him. If word got out and reached her landlord, Mrs. Li, or the other residents in the building, she would be burdened with the ignoble reputation of having deceived Professor Chiu. The costs would far outweigh the benefits. Meanwhile, Zhang Lanxiang returned home and collapsed onto her bed, simmering with frustration until it rendered her incapable of rising. She neglected to prepare dinner. The charcoal in the stove had burned out without being replaced, extinguishing the fire. When Huang Wan and the others returned from work, they were met with the sight of a cold stove, prompting immediate discontent. "Mom, what time is it? Why haven't you started the soup?" they exclaimed. "The fire in the stove is out. When will we be able to eat dinner?" "How many times must I say it? We should switch to gas. It ignites instantly and burns brightly. Cooking would take just 10 minutes. Look at this wretched stove, dirty and slow," Gao Qin complained, exasperated over the futile attempt to save a few coins. "Hey, something's off. Why hasn't the third son's wife returned yet?" Huang Wan suddenly questioned. If she were here, dinner would certainly be ready, and she would have whipped up a couple of delicious dishes. Indeed, didn't our mother go to fetch her today? Why hasn't she brought her back? Gao Qin added promptly. Zhang Lanxiang lay in her room, listening to the 2 daughters-in-law, her irritation bubbling to the surface. "Mom, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Why are you lying in bed?" Gao Qin and Huang Wan entered her room and asked, "Why hasn't the third son's wife returned? Don't bring her up. She infuriates me." Zhang Lanxiang exploded, cursing Lin Jingwen for her madness and her declaration of wanting a divorce, though she refrained from mentioning the threats Lin Jingwen had made. "Mom, we need the third son to intervene. It seems others cannot handle this. Let him go and coax her back," Gao Qin urged. "This household cannot function without Lin Jingwen's help. Right? Have Omping take Dongle along. As a man and her son, she would never turn them away. If they go, the third son's wife will definitely return." Huang Wan was truly fed up. She had no desire to look after Li Dongle any longer. Moreover, these past few days, as they cooked their own meals, they found them utterly unpalatable, merely a means to stave off hunger. The children at home also complained incessantly about the food, grumbling about how Aunt San had yet to return. Just as they were thinking this, the children returned from school, immediately clamoring about their hunger. What are you yelling about? The stove has no fire. Just wait. Huang Wan snapped. Mom, where's my stepmother? Why hasn't she returned? Li Dongle chimed in. You foolish child. That is your biological mother. You are not to call her stepmother again. Huang Wan admonished Li Dongle with a glare. You were the one who called her stepmother. Li Dongle pouted in grievance. You said I should call her that when I'm upset. Then she'll buy me nice things to appease me. Sister-in-law, the child has already been adopted by the third family. You should exercise some decency. You contribute nothing yet expect to reap the rewards, relying on someone else to raise your son. I, as the third son's wife, also have no desire to return, Gao Qin interjected. Huang Wan felt the sting of those words, her face burning with embarrassment. Zhang Lanxiang, upon hearing this, recognized the truth in it and felt that Lin Jingwen's reluctance to return was indeed justified. Consequently, Zhang Lanxiang berated Huang Wan once more, along with Li Dongle, chastising him for not recognizing the one who cared for him. Yet, typically, Zhang Lanxiang would side with Huang Wan and often encourage Li Dongle to call Lin Jingwen's stepmother. However, Zhang Lanxiang could never admit her own faults. She believed all wrongs lay with her daughter's law. Li Dongle, overwhelmed by her scolding, ran back to Lin Jingwen's former room and cried on the bed. Yet Lin Jingwen did not come to console him, deepening his sorrow. Where is my stepmother? I haven't had anything good to eat in days. At tea night, I have to sleep next to my biological mother. And with my biological father snoring, I can't sleep well. Lianping had just returned from school when Zhang Lanxiang dragged him into the room, unleashing a tirade of anger and complaints, instructing him to personally summon Lin Jingwen back the following day. Already burdened by the ridicule he faced at school due to his injuries, returning home only to confront the chaos was infuriating. Fine, fine. I'll go myself tomorrow, Lianping replied, exasperated. By the way, how did Lin Jingwen find out that Xinping's son is actually your biological son? Did you tell her? Zhang Lanxiang inquired further. Chapter 11. Infuriated, I didn't say anything. Lianping frowned, sensing a twinge of panic as he realized he might be losing control of the situation. Mom, just let it be. As the evening wore on, Li Dongle refused to share a room with his biological mother any longer, insisting on sleeping in the same bed as Lianping. Usually, it was Lin Jingwen who accompanied Li Dongle to sleep, ensuring he used the restroom before bed and monitoring his water intake to prevent bedwetting. As long as those two conditions were met, Li Dongle typically managed to avoid nighttime accidents. However, Lianping had never taken such precautions, being largely uninvolved in Li Dongle's care. Consequently, he neglected to ensure Li Dongle used the restroom before bed or monitored his water consumption. In the dead of night, as Li Dongle drowsily awoke needing to urinate, Lianping remained sound asleep, oblivious. Thus, Li Dongle successfully wet the bed. In the middle of winter, it was a significant mess, soaking the mattress and blankets, and the discomfort was unbearable. Lianping was driven to fury. Why did you wet the bed? I might as well just beat you to death. Are you stupid? Can't you just get up and use a urinal when you need to go? Lianping yelled. Shaking Li Dongle as he scolded him, Li Dongle cried out loudly, his wails echoing, That's it. No one in this house is going to sleep. Zhang Lanxiang hastily rose, calling for the eldest daughter-in-law to attend to her own son. Huang Wan, irritable and unable to sleep, angrily shouted, Dongle has already been adopted by the third family. He is no longer my son. Just this once, I won't take responsibility again. What nonsense is that? Just because he has been adopted by the third family doesn't mean he is not your child. Until the third son's wife returns, you are responsible for Dongle. Your second child still sleeps with me. Zhang Lanxiang scolded her again. Regrettably, I find myself without a home, devoid of a place to reside. If I were to possess a house, I would certainly not permit my second child to sleep alongside you. Presently, both the eldest and the youngest are without beds to rest upon. Li Dongle shares my bed, while Zhang Wo must seek refuge in the workers' dormitory. Otherwise, it would be impossible for 2 children and 2 adults to squeeze onto a single bed. Huang Wan, too, expressed her frustration to her mother-in-law, exclaiming, What is there to say? Once the youngest has his own room, he can move out, and then there will be space. Huang Wan curled her lip, contemplating that, according to the youngest's perspective, moving out would merely mean he was gallivanting with Zhou Xinping. Lin Jingwen and Dongle would still have to squeeze into this cramped space. What difference would it make? Not to mention, Lianping and the others have hardly managed to sleep well, and the neighbors have also been disturbed by their late-night clamor. When Li Onping left for work in the morning, Mr. Wang, the neighbor, remarked, "Onping, you must swiftly summon Jingwen back from her family. Your household is utterly chaotic without her." Mr. Wang's words rang true. She would be returning in a couple of days. Li Onping forced a strained smile, uttered no more, and hurriedly mounted his bicycle to depart. How embarrassing! It simply would not do. Lin Jingwen must return. Upon rising in the morning, Lin Jingwen commenced preparing breakfast. Crafting a delightful egg pancake and simmering a porridge. She made enough for two, intending to deliver a portion to Professor Chiu, who resided across the hall. The previous night, just before sleep claimed her. She had pondered the matter. She charged 10 yuan for a bowl of noodles, a sum that felt burdensome in her hands. Thus, she devised a plan. As long as she did not have an early shift, she would prepare 2 servings of breakfast whenever she cooked for herself, delivering one to Professor Chiu without any inconvenience. After all, it was a fair exchange for the 10 yuan he had spent on a month's worth of breakfast. By the time breakfast was ready, it was already 8 o'clock. For those with regular jobs, they would have departed by now. However, Lin Jingwen had been attentive to the sounds of the door from across the hall and had yet to hear it, concluding that Professor Chiu had not yet left. University professors need not adhere to a rigid schedule of 8 o'clock, and she deemed this entirely reasonable. Holding the breakfast, she knocked on the door, and after a brief wait, a slightly drowsy Chiu Zhe answered. "I apologize for disturbing you, Professor Chiu," Lin Jingwen said, feeling somewhat embarrassed at having awakened him. "It's quite all right. I should be getting up now," he replied, his gaze falling upon the breakfast in her hands, his eyes brightening slightly. "It smells delightful. Thank you for bringing it, Ms. Lin. Please wait a moment while I fetch your payment." He reached for the plate, turning to retrieve his wallet. "Wait, Mr. Chiu, there is truly no need for payment," Lin Jingwen quickly interjected, explaining her intentions and inquiring if this arrangement was convenient for him. If he had an early morning commitment, it would be no trouble to forego it. She mentioned that on her early shifts, she also went without breakfast. Her plan was merely to make an extra serving when preparing her own meal, offering it to him if the timing aligned. "All right, thank you. Fortunately, I don't leave for school until 9, so I generally rise around 8, Chiu Zhe considered, recognizing the advantage of having a ready-made breakfast delivered to him, especially one that was delicious. Lin Jingwen nodded in understanding, realizing that he indeed was Professor Chiu, confirming her earlier speculation. After taking the plate back to his apartment and transferring the food onto his own dishes, he returned with a gift box for Lin Jingwen. She pondered, what significance did this gesture hold? Was it merely to extract more from Professor Chiu? Was there a treasure trove in his abode, filled not just with gift boxes but with substantial rewards? It seemed that accepting his meals would lead her to either 10 yuan or a gift box. Lin Jingwen mused that if she were a bit less concerned about her pride and conscience, she could swiftly accumulate a year's worth of salary from him. "You must need skincare products, but I do not require them. Keeping them would be pointless," Chiu Zhe observed, noticing her helpless expression. Lin Jingwen glanced at her frostbitten, unattractive hands and chuckled softly, accepting the gift with grace. "You are absolutely right, Mr. Chiu. Such high-quality skincare products are unattainable for me even with money at the mall. I truly do need it, so I shall graciously accept. However, considering its value, I cannot take it without offering something in return. Let us say this covers 2 months of breakfasts, and please refrain from bringing me gift boxes next time, as they are quite burdensome." Chiu Zhe found her candidness refreshing and appreciated the ease of their exchange, smiling slightly as he responded, "All right, I will keep that in mind. Thank you for the treat. Your culinary skills are exceptional. Naturally, I work in the kitchen of a state-owned restaurant," Lin Jingwen replied playfully. "If there is anything specific you wish to eat, please feel free to mention it. Your generous payment could warrant a better experience." "How about soup dumplings?" Chiu Zhe genuinely requested. However, Lin Jingwen promptly declined, stating that making soup dumplings at home was overly complicated and suggested he visit the restaurant for them instead. With that, Lin Jingwen departed. Holding the plate and the skincare gift box, she placed the gift box on the table and sat down. She scrutinized her hands, which were marred with frostbite, calluses, and cracks, the fingertips rough to the touch. In the past, Li Onping detested her hands, forbidding her from touching him, finding them ugly, filthy, and coarse. Her stepson, Li Dongle, also expressed disdain for her hands, wailing during bath time that her hands hurt him, claiming they were too unsightly. Consequently, she felt self-conscious and ashamed of them. Yet, how did her hands come to bear such scars? Due to the family's preference for sons over daughters, Lin Jingwen had worked alongside her mother, older sister, and younger sister from the time she could remember. Her father and younger brother were exempt from household chores, never needing to wash clothes in the frigid winter or perform any other laborious tasks. Clad in warm, thick cotton coats, untouched by frostbite or the agony of cracked skin. Her responsibilities were handed to her younger brother, and she was forced to the countryside for 8 years, laboring in the fields, collecting manure and constructing walls. Every heavy, dirty, and exhausting task fell to her, leaving her hands calloused. Upon returning to the city, she married Li Anping, and for 8 years, managing the household was solely her duty. When her father-in-law fell ill and passed away, she was the one who cared for him. Coupled with her work at the restaurant, her hands had never known a moment of respite. Each time Lin Jingwen reflected on her past 3 decades, she found it laughable and ironic, feeling a deep sense of pity for herself. Those she considered family and loved ones had inflicted profound harm upon her, disregarding her entirely while insisting she undertake the dirtiest and most laborious tasks, all the while living comfortably and disparaging her hand's appearance. Lin Jingwen shook her head, reluctant to dwell on the painful memories of the past, though she found herself momentarily triggered. Resolutely, she opened the gift box and retrieved the skincare products. She would use them immediately. It was time to love herself, to earn money, and to enhance her beauty. Since she was scheduled for an evening shift today, Lin Jingwen tidied up at home and spent some time knitting before leaving at 9:45. Just in time. She cycled for 10 minutes to the state-owned restaurant, arriving a mere 5 minutes before her shift began, thus avoiding tardiness. However, upon reaching the restaurant's entrance, she spotted Li Anping waiting for her. Since awakening from her nightmare, she had yet to see him, and now, the sight made her feel nauseated. Nevertheless, his injuries did lend him a certain appeal. "Why are you only arriving now?" Li Anping rushed toward her, exclaiming, "Who starts work this late? I've been waiting here for over an hour. I'm freezing." Lin Jingwen regarded him as if he were deranged. "I'm on an evening shift." Li Anping's expression stiffened, suppressing the anger that had brewed from waiting in the cold for over an hour, as he retorted, "Regarding the housing situation, if you refuse to allow Zhou Xinping to stay, then I want to let her live here. Calm down. Come home with me first, and I will accommodate any request you have. All right?" This was the most conciliatory and gentle tone Li Anping had ever used with Lin Jingwen. "My sole request is that you accompany me to finalize our divorce." Lin Jingwen stated firmly. Have you lost your mind? What benefit could you possibly gain from divorcing me?" Li Anping, unable to suppress his anger, shouted. "The greatest benefit is distancing myself from you scoundrels," Lin Jingwen replied coldly. "Now, leave. If you wish to discuss divorce, seek me out then. Otherwise, I have no desire to see you." With that, Lin Jingwen pushed her bicycle and headed toward the restaurant's rear entrance. "Lin Jingwen, stop right there." Li Anping grasped the rear seat of her bicycle, his face darkening. "How can you possibly calm down? First, slap yourself 20 times, berate yourself 100 times for being a scoundrel, then kneel and apologize to me." Lin Jingwen shot him a chilling smile. "That would calm me down, but it won't lead to my forgiveness. I still intend to divorce you." Li Anping felt as if he might faint from rage. He had never anticipated that the usually reticent Lin Jingwen could be so infuriating. Yet, as a cultured and respectable university professor, he could not afford to lose face by shouting in public. Li Anping glared at Lin Jingwen's retreating figure, his nostrils flaring as he caught a whiff of her fragrance. Yes, the moment Lin Jingwen approached, he had noticed this delightful scent. What had she applied? She actually still has the mood to apply perfume? Truly, an ugly person often stirs up trouble. One need only glance at her matronly appearance. With her frostbitten cheeks, darkened skin, rough and unsightly hands, and her outdated red cotton coat, to call her a yellow-faced woman is to elevate her status. Li Anping's face was filled with disdain. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he could only leave on his bicycle for now. At Hongxing Primary School, Li Dongle, 6.5 years old, is already in first grade. Last night, he wet the bed and was beaten by Li Anping, resulting in a sleepless night, and during class, he dozed off on his desk. As teacher Wang Lan was delivering her lesson, she noticed him asleep and, in a fit of anger, summoned him to stand at the back of the classroom as punishment. Exhausted, Li Dongle began to cry upon being punished. Teacher Wang took a deep breath, suppressing her irritation, and patiently urged him to stop crying, asking why he had fallen asleep during class after Mom left. The adults at home were arguing and scolding me why Dad hit me last night, and I didn't sleep well. Eli Dongle understood that wetting the bed was shameful and feared ridicule, so he refrained from mentioning it, only speaking of his mother leaving and his father's abuse. Despite being just 6.5 years old, he was perceptive enough to read adults' emotions and possessed a basic sense of shame. Thus, instinctively, he would only half reveal his grievances while concealing his own faults. Upon hearing of the family conflict, Teacher Wang realized how severe the situation was. Li Dongle's mother had left home. No wonder his homework had been a chaotic mess lately. With unsharpened pencils and forgotten textbooks, it was clear his mother was absent. If this continued, she would have to conduct a home visit to speak with Li Dongle's parents. Adults may argue and have conflicts, but they should never involve the children. Understanding this, Teacher Wang chose not to be too harsh with him, allowing him to sit back down, even suggesting that if he was too sleepy, he could rest his head on the desk for a while. However, Li Dongle could not sleep. Ever since his stepmother had left home, he had been going to bed hungry, suffering sleepless nights, enduring constant scolding, and even being beaten by his father. He felt utterly miserable. It had been several days since he had eaten candy or meat buns. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, and tears began to silently stream down his cheeks. Finally, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. The students jumped from their seats and rushed outside to play. Eli Dongle remained motionless at his desk, only to hear Kai Huan and her brother Kai Kong boasting about the delicious chocolates they had eaten. You wouldn't believe it. Chocolate is so tasty. The wrappers are beautiful too. Look, we didn't throw them away. If you don't believe us, just smell it. It smells divine. Kai Huan pulled out a chocolate wrapper from her pocket, inhaling its scent blissfully before passing it around for others to smell. Everyone clamored to take a whiff of the chocolate wrapper, marveling at how delightful it smelled. Some even inquired about where they could buy some to ask their parents for. This is from my grandpa. He brought it back for us, and we each got a piece. Kai Kong pointed at Li Dongle, who was lying on the desk, and said, Li Dongle must have eaten more chocolate. His mother is so good to him. She saves all the delicious treats for him, not wanting to eat them herself. The classmates surrounding Kai Kong soon shifted their attention to Li Dongle, exclaiming in awe and envy, Wow, Li Dongle, your mother is so wonderful. She's amazing, able to get such fine chocolate. Yes, chocolate is really expensive. Once, I asked my mom to buy it for me, but she refused because it was too pricey. Li Dongle, is the chocolate delicious? You've eaten so much. You didn't throw away the wrappers, did you? Can you give them to me? I want to collect them. Surrounded by envious peers praising his stepmother's prowess and the delightful taste of chocolate, Li Dongle felt only confusion, sadness, and even anger. What chocolate? He had never tasted any. Not even a piece had crossed his lips. His stepmother had given the chocolate to Kai Huan and Kai Kong instead of saving it for him. This infuriated him. They had eaten what rightfully belonged to him, and he wanted it back. They owed him. With that thought, Li Dongle sprang to his feet, raising his fist and charging toward Kai Huan. Half an hour later, as the homeroom teacher, Wang Lan had to address the fight. First, she examined Kai Kong and Huan, confirming that their bruises were not severe, although there were a couple of painful scratches from fingernails. Then she turned her attention to Li Dongle, who, having fought 2 against 1, bore his own marks. However, as he had instigated the fight, his injuries did not elicit sympathy. He needed to be reprimanded. Wang Lan instructed Kai Kong and Huan to return to the classroom, then fixed a stern gaze upon Li Dongle. You will write a reflection on your actions, deeply contemplating the error of your violence today. Moreover, you must bring your parents in tomorrow. I have no parents. My stepmother left, and my dad hits me. They don't want me, Li Dongle shouted defiantly, his hair a tangled mess. Wang Lan glared at him, frustrated, yet she knew she could not hold a 6-year-old accountable for everything. This matter needed parental intervention, as they must educate their child. You will stand here as punishment until school is over. Hearing the final bell for the last class, Wang Lan stood to teach again, warning Li Dongle not to wander or touch anything on the desk. Just stay here. Li Dongle pouted, begrudgingly leaning against the wall. When noon came, and Kai Kong and Huan's mother, Qin Shuame, arrived to pick them up, she immediately noticed the bruises on their faces and shouted in anger, What happened? Who hit you? Where's the teacher? Does the teacher know? Wang Lan quickly stepped forward with Li Dongle to explain the situation to Qin Shumei. Urging Li Dongle to apologize, I did nothing wrong. They ate the chocolate my stepmother gave me. It's mine, and I didn't get to eat any. They should compensate me. Qin Shumei furrowed her brows at Li Dongle, struggling to contain her anger, wanting to slap him. She had occasionally heard her father-in-law mention Lin Jingwen, knowing how devoted she was to this child. Her children sat behind Li Dongle in class, and she had heard them mention how he referred to Lin Jingwen as a stepmother. Initially, she thought it was just childish nonsense, but after hearing about Lin Jingwen's situation, how her partner had been unfaithful and she was considering divorce, having moved out and abandoned the child, she found it shocking. Hearing Li Dongle refer to Lin Jingwen as a stepmother in such a derogatory manner, and now discovering he had hit her children, she perceived him as a troublesome child, ungrateful and deserving of a lesson. Perhaps it was Lin Jingwen's indulgence in showering him with treats that had spoiled him, making him unbearable. Fuming, Qin Shumei snapped at Li Dongle. Your mother doesn't want you anymore. She won't give you any treats, and that chocolate isn't yours. We don't owe you anything. Would it you're lying. My grandma and my real mother said my stepmother begged me to be her son because she can't have children. She would never abandon me. Whenever I cry, she buys me something nice. Li Dongle began to cry out loud. Everything my stepmother owns is mine. You owe me chocolate. Both Teacher Wang and Qin Shumei were taken aback, their blood pressure rising and angered. Oh dear, listen to this child. He has been taught by his grandmother and mother to be so insufferable. His stepmother, bah! Lin Jingwen is known to care for him deeply. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so brazen and unruly. Wang Lan's face hardened as she listed several idioms in quick succession. Indeed, as expected of a language teacher. Qin Shumei nodded, giving a thumbs up to Wang Lan. Well, we can't manage this unruly child. I will take my children home now, and you must keep an eye on Li Dongle. It's best if his father comes in to discipline him properly. Wang Lan nodded, fixing a stern gaze on Li Dongle for a moment before saying, You may go home now, but don't come back this afternoon. I will visit your home tonight. Wang Lan sensed the gravity of Li Dongle's family issues. The child showed no gratitude, and a mother would surely feel heartbroken to hear such words from her child. No wonder she had moved out and sought a divorce. Why are you causing trouble at school again? Why does the teacher need to come to our home? Zhang Lanxiang exclaimed, pointing a finger at Li Dongle's forehead. Li Dongle remained silent, pursing his lips. Grandma, I know. He hit Kai Kongkong and Huan Huan, claiming they ate his chocolate. Li Chunqing interjected. Li Chunqing was Huang Wan's third daughter, making her Li Dongle's sister, 88 years old. She had just completed her first year of school and was now in the second grade. Since the incident had escalated, she had heard about it and was mimicking the story. What chocolate? When did we ever have chocolate at home? Zhang Lanxiang asked, puzzled. Aunt Sam possesses some exceedingly expensive chocolates. It is said that she gifted them to Kai Kongkong, which incited Li Dongle's discontent, leading him to physically assault the boy and demand compensation. As Li Chunqing recounted this, she swallowed hard, yearning to experience the taste of chocolate herself, and could not resist inquiring, Grandmother, when will Aunt San return home? Her cooking is delightful, and she buys sweets and chocolates. I miss her. Though Aunt San tends to bestow the majority of her delectable treats upon Li Dongle, she occasionally shares some with her as well. At tea times, Li Chunqing observes the affection Aunt San showers upon her brother, Li Dongle, and wonders why she could not be a boy herself, so that she might be regarded as a son by Aunt San. If she were a son, she would certainly behave obediently. Ensuring that Aunt San would not be angered or depart, Li Dongle is truly incorrigible, unaware of the kindness Aunt San extends towards him. Zhang Lanxiang, overhearing her granddaughter's words, immediately furrowed her brow, feeling a surge of anger within. What a wasteful woman, buying chocolates for others instead of her own family, she thought, exasperated. When the third daughter-in-law returns, I shall give her a stern reprimand. No, I shall slap her several times to ensure she learns her lesson and behaves herself. Grandmother, when will my stepmother return? Li Dongle also inquired. She will be back tonight. Your father has gone to fetch her, surely bringing her home, Zhang Lanxiang replied. From now on, you are to call her mother and not stepmother. If I hear you refer to her as such again, I shall spank you. Li Dongle pouted but acquiesced. That evening, Li Onping returned. Onping, where is your wife? Did she not accompany you? Zhang Lanxiang immediately asked. Is she working the night shift? Shouldn't you go pick her up? It would be a gracious gesture, Gao Qin chimed in. The past few days had been unbearable for her. She missed Lin Jingwen, her sister-in-law, terribly. Enough already. She acts as if she is a newlywed, Huang Wan muttered. Rolling her eyes. You should refrain from speaking so much, Li Jianguo admonished her. Huang Wan, stifling her anger after being scolded by her husband, sensed the scent of alcohol on him and dared not retort. When Li Jianguo drank, he could become aggressive, and she feared he might lash out at her in a fit of rage. Li Onping surveyed the family gathered in the room, recognizing the eager expressions on their faces as they awaited Lin Jingwen's return. He sighed in frustration and stubbornly declared, She said she just needs to cool off and will return on her own in a couple of days. A couple of days? I believe she will be back shortly. She is simply too embarrassed to admit it, Zhang Lanxiang interjected. The others readily agreed, pleased at the prospect of Lin Jingwen's return, as it meant they would not have to shoulder the household chores. Seeing their enthusiasm, Li Onping felt a surge of pressure. If Lin Jingwen did not return in a couple of days, it would be a personal embarrassment for him. Previously, he had not noticed their fondness for her. But now they seemed to be anticipating her return as if they could not live without her. Third uncle, the class teacher for Dongle will be visiting us shortly, Li Chunqing announced. Li Onping's expression darkened as he shot her a questioning look. And without needing Li Dongle to speak, Li Chunqing began to explain. Upon hearing this, Li Onping recognized the serious moral issues surrounding Li Dongle's behavior and, in a fit of anger, kicked him in the backside. Mom, protect me, he hit me. I don't want to be his son anymore, Li Dongle cried, clutching his rear and scurrying behind Huang Wan for refuge. Fine, if you do not wish to be my son, I no longer want you either, Li Onping retorted. Brother and sister-in-law, Li Dongle is your biological son, and he belongs with you, he continued. He is old enough now. There is no need for constant care. You can manage him yourselves. Li Onping had already fathered a biological son and thus no longer desired Li Dongle. This notion had taken root upon learning that Zhou Xinping was bringing his son back. Previously, Li Dongle had been a minor annoyance, but with Lin Jingwen absent and Li Dongle wetting the bed the previous night, his desire to be rid of Li Dongle intensified. Today's incident further solidified his resolve. Li Dongle was undeniably selfish and ungrateful, and he truly wished to be rid of him as the chaos erupted in the household. Children crying, adults shouting. Teacher Wang arrived for the home visit, and to everyone's surprise, Lin Jingwen accompanied her. Wang had summoned Lin Jingwen while she was delivering children to school that afternoon, having learned about Li Dongle's situation. Wang was diligent and responsible, and since the chocolate incident had arisen from Lin Jingwen's actions, she had invited her along. Lin Jingwen was utterly astonished that her simple act of giving chocolate to the chef could lead to such turmoil, resulting in the chef's twin grandsons being harmed. Deeply troubled by Li Dongle's violent behavior, Lin Jingwen felt a surge of anger, though she was not surprised by his actions. Under her indulgence, combined with the misguided notions instilled in him by his biological mother and Zhang Lanxiang, Li Dongle had become a selfish little tyrant, believing that everyone should cater to his whims and that all good things were rightfully his. Even in her nightmares, despite having divorced Li Tianping, she found it challenging to sever her ties with Li Dongle. After all, she had raised him for so many years and held deep affection for him, though she occasionally contemplated abandoning him due to the pain he caused her. She would soften when he called her mama, or when he promised to treat her kindly. However, as soon as she welcomed him back and lavished him with affection, he would soon reveal his true nature. Lashing out with harsh words. In the end, when she developed breast cancer and had finally saved enough money for treatment, Li Dongle stole her life savings. When she confronted him, he not only admitted to taking the money but also spat at her, urging her to die and leave the money for him. Haunted by the memories of her dreams, Lin Jingwen felt a growing disdain, even loathing, towards Li Dongle, realizing that she had devoted her heart to an ungrateful child. With this recent incident weighing heavily on her mind, Lin Jingwen resolved to accompany teacher Wang back, seeking to dissolve their mother-son relationship. She no longer wished to be Li Dongle's mother, fearing that he would ultimately drain her spirit. With the intent to sever ties and the comforting presence of teacher Wang, Lin Jingwen returned home. Upon seeing her, Zhang Lanxiang's eyes brightened. Just moments ago, she had claimed it would be a few days before her return. Yet here she was, back already. It seemed her son had found a way to manage Lin Jingwen. Feeling a sense of relief, Zhang Lanxiang immediately adopted the demeanor of a wicked mother-in-law, berating Lin Jingwen. I told you so. You are incorrigible. You would be back in no time. Now that you're here, hurry up and wash the filthy laundry in my room. It's been piling up for days, Lin Jingwen scoffed. Choosing not to engage in a quarrel, feeling it was utterly ridiculous, Li Onping, upon seeing Lin Jingwen's return, felt more joy than anyone else, grateful that his previous statements would not be exposed. Hearing his mother's harsh words, he quickly interjected, Mom, what are you saying? Jingwen just got back. Why must you speak so harshly? Can't you offer some kind words? Li Onping's face turned pale as he urged his mother to be quiet, shooting her a reproachful glance. Do you even know how to communicate? Lin Jingwen clearly came back for Li Dongle. We don't even know if she will stay. Moreover, it was not just Lin Jingwen. There was another person present. Zhang Lanxiang, chastised by her son, felt a twinge of discomfort, but chose to remain silent in front of Dongle's teacher. Teacher Wang, taken aback by Zhang Lanxiang's remarks, hesitated, unsure whether to respond, silently grateful that her own mother-in-law was not as difficult. Hello, I am Li Dongle's class teacher. My surname is Wang. You must have heard about the incident today where Li Dongle hit someone at school. In order to gain a better understanding of the situation, I specifically summoned Li Dongle's mother back from the state-run restaurant. Teacher Wang, observing Li Onping, Zhang Lanxiang, and the others, briefly articulated his purpose for visiting. Welcome, welcome, Li Onping promptly replied, extending his courtesy. Please, take a seat. I truly appreciate your effort in coming all this way. Jingwen, why are you standing there? Hurry and pour tea for Teacher Wang. Lin Jingwen shot him a disdainful glance, aggravating Li Onping's already grim expression. With outsiders present, how could she be so inconsiderate, failing to spare him a modicum of dignity? It was infuriating. No need, Teacher Wang interjected, waving his hand and remaining standing. I shall speak a few words and then take my leave. Your family matters are for you to resolve on your own. As Dongle's homeroom teacher, I merely wish to offer a piece of advice. Regardless of the disputes among adults, we must strive to shield the child from the fallout. Furthermore, you ought to pay attention to the child's moral and ethical education. Li Onping nodded vigorously in response to Teacher Wang's words, repeatedly affirming with yes, yes. However, Li Dongle was busy undermining the conversation from the other side, racing to Lin Jingwen and demanding, give me chocolate. I want chocolate. There isn't any, Lin Jingwen replied with a stoic expression. Upon hearing this, Li Dongle's mood exploded. At merely 6 years old, his self-centeredness shone through, and in moments of anger, he could not disguise his emotions. Consequently, he began to scream, How can you have no chocolate? You gave it to others but not to me. I don't want you as my stepmother anymore. You're vicious, you're bad. You deserve to have no son. Li Dongle. Teacher Wang could no longer tolerate the outburst and shouted back. How can you yell at your mother like that and say such hurtful things? It is exceedingly rude and infuriating. Indeed. Teacher Wang was right, Li Onping echoed, his frustration directed at Li Dongle. Apologize to your mother immediately. Say you're sorry. One after another, they left him feeling utterly humiliated. No need. Lin Jingwen coolly interrupted Li Onping. I came today out of respect for Teacher Wang, wishing to avoid causing any trouble and to clarify the complexities of our relationship. She turned to Teacher Wang and stated, Li Dongle is the biological son of Li Onping's elder brother and sister-in-law. Yet he was entrusted to me and Li Onping, whom I have raised myself. However, as you can see, the child still seeks his biological mother, having lived with her every day. I am merely the nanny who pays the bills and bears the title of a wicked stepmother. The dynamics of this family are indeed chaotic. The child, not understanding, calls me stepmother and Li Onping father, while addressing his aunt as mother. Those unaware of the circumstances would be utterly perplexed by these relationships. Chapter 15. Letting the scoundrel's family suffer. Lin Jingwen's words scolded every member of the Li family. Yet she did so without uttering a single curse, leaving much to the imagination. Zhang Lanxiang and Huang Wan's expressions turned sour, particularly Li Onping, who appeared as if he wished to vanish into the ground. Teacher Wang's lips twitched, forcing a strained smile. Yes, it is indeed quite complicated. After all, you are all living under the same roof after the adoption. It is no wonder the child is confused about these intimate relationships, making it difficult for you as parents to discipline him. Setting aside the matter of my marriage to Li Onping, I believe we should annul the adoption and tear up the previous agreement, Lin Jingwen continued. This would be beneficial for Li Dongle as well. He has never liked me, often expressing discomfort and wanting me to leave to be with his biological mother, sister-in-law. You must not be so heartless. Huang Wan exclaimed, suddenly agitated. How can you just abandon him? He has called you and your husband mom and dad for 5 or 6 years. Does that count for nothing? Oh, count for nothing? Lin Jingwen retorted coldly, beginning to tally the years of sacrifice. When you were pregnant with Dongle, you slipped and caused him to be born prematurely. He was frail, and with your limited milk supply, he had to rely on formula. How expensive is formula? You couldn't afford it and didn't want to see him suffer. So you insisted on entrusting him to me, with the entire family pressuring me to agree. Li Dongle was entrusted to me, and Li Onping has never spent a single cent on him or cared for him. I exhausted my savings and salary on his formula, buying him the best medicine when he fell ill. My monthly salary was 65 yuan, and I spent 60 of it on Li Dongle. Saving not a penny, ask around. Which family has such an expensive title of mother? Li Onping had never calculated these expenses, as raising Li Dongle was solely Lin Jingwen's responsibility, and he had indeed never spent any of his money on him. Now, upon hearing Lin Jingwen's words, he began to feel a pang of regret for the money spent over the years. Lin Jingwen's earnings were, after all, his too. Saving them for himself would have been preferable. Truly, Lin Jingwen had been very devoted, considering he was not even her biological child. Li Onping thought to himself and couldn't help but glare at her, disapproving of her willingness to spend money on Li Dongle. Huang Wan was also rendered speechless by Lin Jingwen's argument, her face flushed with embarrassment, and no matter how shameless she was, she could not deny how costly that title of mother was. If word got out, she would have no justification. Everyone knew that it was the third daughter-in-law who had raised the child. However, with his biological mother present, it felt as though the child had never been entrusted at all. Indeed, the benefits had all been hers. Teacher Wang, having listened to all of this, regarded Lin Jingwen with a sympathetic gaze. Sister, you have truly suffered. This family is terribly oppressive. Mother, sister-in-law, I believe Jingwen is right. When I had no children, and mother saw how difficult it was for Dongle to survive, with my elder brother and sister-in-law burdened, he was entrusted to me. Now that Dongle has grown and requires little, with his biological parents present, calling us mom and dad only adds to the confusion. While he is still young and lacks understanding, it would be best to annul the adoption and act as if it never happened, Li Onping suggested. Speaking in a tone that brooked no refusal. Oh dear, what nonsense are you spouting? If you all move out, it will not be chaotic. You have raised Dongle this far. In another 10 years, he will be able to earn money for you. Since you have no children, he could support you in your old age, Huang Wan exclaimed, pulling Li Dongle up from the ground, exasperated. You should quickly call them mom and dad, promising to support them in the future, or else they won't want you any longer. Li Dongle, having just been scolded and kicked by Li Onping, was feeling miserable and was reluctant to comply. Moreover, Lin Jingwen had denied him chocolate and had been stern with him, offering not a single smile, and had even suggested he might not be wanted anymore. It was truly infuriating. Therefore, Li Dongle's stubbornness flared, and he shouted back, if they don't want me, then I don't want them as my parents either. Mom, you always tell me that you are my real mother, urging me to take money from my stepmother to spend on you, and to share the good food with you in the future. When I earn money, I want to give them anything. I will give it all to you. I will stay with you. As he cried out, Li Dongle clung to Huang Wan's leg. Huang Wan's face flushed with indignation, especially under the scornful glances from Lin Jingwen and the others. Her scant conscience wished to find a hole to hide in. I cannot listen to this any longer. Dongle's biological mother, you are being utterly unreasonable. Lin Jingwen has devoted herself to raising Dongle. You should not only fail to teach him to respect her and bond with her, but you are also undermining her behind her back. Teacher Wang felt her composure shatter, as if her worldview had been severely challenged. Unable to contain herself, she launched into a tirade against Huang Wan. You are teaching the child poorly, turning him into an ungrateful wretch. This version of Dongle is indeed a product of your upbringing, sister-in-law. How can you that you are truly crossing the line? Li Onping interjected, criticizing Huang Wan. No wonder Dongle shouts stepmother at Jingwen, driving her to the point of not wanting to return home. Li Onping, ever the opportunist, had turned the blame for Dongle's actions squarely onto Lin Jingwen, exonerating himself. Smack! Li Jianguo, filled with rage and humiliation, slapped Huang Wan, berating her, "You wicked woman, scheming behind the scenes. Look at what kind of bad character you have instilled in the child." "Oh dear, Dongle's father, you must not resort to violence," Teacher Wang quickly interjected, feeling overwhelmed, desperately wanting to escape. This family, apart from Lin Jingwen, seemed a collective of lunatics. "Sister-in-law, after all these years, you have taken enough advantage. You cannot just push the child away. Regardless, you must raise him. That child shares your blood, and he is on your side," Zhang Lanxiang added. What ought now you all come to scold me? Why didn't you speak up when I said these things at home?" Huang Wan wept, overwhelmed by the collective reproach, realizing she had acted unjustly. Yet, the others were not innocent either. Now, it appeared that all blame had fallen upon her. Mother-in-law Zhang Lanxiang had not hesitated to speak ill of Lin Jingwen to Li Dongle, even instructing him on how to create trouble for the third daughter-in-law, teaching him to call her stepmother. "Stop your crying. Shut your mouth," Huang Wan retorted. When no one was speaking up, that was because the third daughter-in-law had no objections. Now that both she and the third are dissatisfied, it only proves you have done wrong. Zhang Lanxiang immediately sprayed Yellow Wan's face, and the logic was quite clear. She forcibly extricated herself from the situation, ultimately declaring, "All right, enough of this commotion. Let us consider the adoption as if it never occurred. A little later, we shall retrieve the contract and tear it up. Oldest brother and sister-in-law, from now on, Dongle shall remain your son. Living with you. As for Dongle's affairs, do not involve the third brother and his family." Huang Wan still hesitated, eager to argue, but Li Jianguo had already acquiesced, stating, "Fine, then we shall not proceed with the adoption." If this continued, he would truly lose face. The others had resolutely decided against the adoption. No amount of fuss would alter that. Seeing her husband had spoken, Huang Wan could only grit her teeth in reluctant agreement. Teacher Wang also felt that it was better to cancel the adoption. She felt a sense of injustice for Lin Jingwen. Without Lin Jingwen as a mother, there would likely be fewer complications. "Now, about that contract, let us bring it forth. I am Lin Dongle's homeroom teacher and will serve as a witness," Teacher Wang suggested. Zhang Lanxiang searched for it, but after rummaging for quite some time, she could not locate it and was unsure where it had been discarded, having initially not taken it seriously enough to keep it safe. Huang Wan, witnessing the absence of the contract, felt a flicker of joy, as this seemed to imply that the adoption could not be annulled. Lin Jingwen frowned, suspecting that Zhang Lanxiang had deliberately hidden it. It was inconsequential that the previous contract was missing. A new one could be drafted to formally dissolve the adoption from this day forward, rendering the previous agreement null and void. Teacher Wang promptly stated, "Please bring me some paper and a pen. I will draft 3 copies right now. You can sign your names, and if you lack a seal at home, I can return tomorrow to provide one for you." "Thank you so much, Teacher Wang. We do have a seal. Please wait a moment while I fetch it," Lin Jingwen immediately replied. Upon entering her former room, Lin Jingwen's brows furrowed tightly. The once orderly space had become chaotic, clothes strewn everywhere, the bed unmade, and a foul odor of urine pervading the it was evident to her that Li Dongle had wet the bed last night. And the thought of Li Onping's previous distress made her unable to suppress a smile. In a wonder, they were so eager to get rid of Li Dongle. It turned out they could not manage him. After merely 2 days, Li Onping could no longer tolerate it, while she had endured such circumstances for 6 long years, especially during the first year of Li Dongle's adoption, when Li Onping was still in school. She had single-handedly cared for Li Dongle in this very room, dealing with all his needs, barely managing 2 hours of sleep each night, and she had no idea how she had survived. Realizing she was again dwelling on these unpleasant memories, Lin Jingwen quickly shook her head and retrieved the seal from the drawer before hastily exiting. The stench-ridden room felt like a prison to her. Suffocating and oppressive, she could not bear to remain inside for a moment longer. Chapter 16. The wicked mother-in-law seeks to confine Lin Jingwen. All right, these 3 agreements have been drafted. You may review them. I shall retain one as a witness, while Lin Jingwen and Dongle's mother will each receive a copy, Teacher Wang stated after completing the documents, handing them over to Lin Jingwen and Huang Wan. "Thank you, Teacher Wang, for your immense help." Lin Jingwen expressed her heartfelt gratitude after reviewing the documents. As she signed her name and pressed her handprint on the 3 agreements, she felt as though she had severed a chain that had bound her. What a relief! A complete liberation. Once everyone had signed, Lin Jingwen carefully tucked her copy of the agreement into her pocket. Teacher Wang, let us depart together, she said with a smile. Third brother's wife, you have returned home, and now Dongle will no longer be under your care. Where do you think you are going? Zhang Lanxiang exclaimed, stopping her in her tracks, her voice filled with urgency. I have stated my intention to divorce Li Anping. I am not merely throwing a tantrum. I am utterly serious, Lin Jingwen retorted coldly, addressing Zhang Lanxiang and Li Anping alike. Aside from accompanying me to finalize the divorce, do not seek me out again. It's truly tiresome to have each of you plead for my return. I absolutely refuse to serve you any longer. I only wish to drive you away. Lin Jingwen. You da— Li Anping seethed, ready to scold her. Silence. I do not wish to hear your voice, Lin Jingwen pointed at Li Anping, then immediately turned to grasp Teacher Wang's arm, urging, Teacher Wang, let us hurry. It is getting late, and your family must be worried. All right, let us depart, Teacher Wang, still in awe of Lin Jingwen's commanding presence and fierce demeanor, quickly nodded and followed her outside. Without a second thought, Zhang Lanxiang pursued them. Her mind was solely focused on confining Lin Jingwen, locking her away to prevent any divorce discussions or negative remarks about Anping. A daily meal would suffice. As long as she did not starve, it would be manageable. Once Anping's housing and teaching title were secured, she would proceed with the divorce, casting Lin Jingwen aside. What do you intend to do? Do you truly wish to imprison me? Lin Jingwen, noticing Zhang Lanxiang trailing behind, turned and shouted defiantly, I dare you. Teacher Wang is here, Lin Jingwen's voice carried, attracting the attention of the neighbors, and Mr. Wang from next door emerged, calling out, What is happening? What is all this commotion? I doubt Zhang Lanxiang's intentions had been exposed, and she was taken aback by Lin Jingwen's fierce reaction, her face paling. Oh dear, what era is this, ma'am? You cannot commit a crime. Even in family matters, it is wrong to confine someone, Teacher Wang interjected, stepping in front of Lin Jingwen in a protective gesture. Lin Jingwen, do not speak nonsense. How could your mother wish to confine you? She merely came out to see you off. Li Anping rushed out, attempting to clarify. Your own dirty thoughts lead you to suspect others of wrongdoing. Criticizing Lin Jingwen came as second nature to Li Anping. Teacher Wang, we must go. Lin Jingwen refused to engage in an argument, casting Li Anping a cold glance before pulling Teacher Wang away. Their bicycles were parked outside, and they swiftly rode away from the compound. Oh my goodness, I find today's home visit quite thrilling. Once outside the gates and riding a distance away, Teacher Wang could not help but exclaim. Thank you so much for your help tonight, Teacher Wang. Lin Jingwen expressed her genuine gratitude. Without Teacher Wang's support, the adoption would not have been so easily annulled that in the eyes of outsiders, she still appeared as Li Dongle's mother, responsible for all his needs and studies. Any misdeeds on Dongle's part would reflect poorly on her, inviting blame from everyone around. It has not been easy for you. Your resolve to divorce is indeed commendable, Teacher Wang remarked, who was 2 years older than Lin Jingwen, also juggling her own family responsibilities. She could empathize with Lin Jingwen. If she faced a similar situation with a troublesome in-law and stepson, she too would find life unbearable. Now that Li Dongle is back with his biological parents, you need not worry about him anymore. Li Anping is a university teacher and seems quite reasonable. Once you secure a place of your own, why is divorce necessary? Teacher Wang inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Li Anping has been pining for his first love, who has now returned with their biological child. Continuing to endure this life is pointless. He will inevitably seek a divorce. I might as well take the initiative, Lin Jingwen explained calmly. Teacher Wang fell silent for a moment, then sighed, acknowledging, it is true. They are a complete family now, filled with love. In that case, enduring the situation is indeed less appealing than parting ways. It is reassuring that you can understand, Lin Jingwen smiled. You witnessed their attempts to keep me tethered, expecting me to serve them like a maid. Had you not been here today, I would have feared returning alone, worried I might be locked away in a room, unable to escape. That certainly will not happen. Teacher Wang recalled Zhang Lanxiang's fierce demeanor, feeling guilty for even suggesting such a possibility. Lin Jingwen smiled, choosing not to pursue the topic further. As the two prepared to part ways, Lin Jingwen inquired about Teacher Wang's home address. Wishing to pay a visit in gratitude in a few days, and no need for such formality. I did not do much. Teacher Wang quickly waved off the gesture. Oh, right? I packed some chocolates this morning but forgot to eat them after a busy day. Lin Jingwen exclaimed, retrieving the slightly softened and misshapen chocolates from her pocket. Please do not mind their condition. Take them home to share with your children, and let them taste the chocolates that caused all this trouble. This is merely a way to bring closure and ensure a thorough investigation. Lin Jingwen pressed 4 pieces of chocolate into Teacher Wang's hands with a smile. Haha, all right, I shall accept them without hesitation. Teacher Wang laughed, gratefully accepting the chocolates. Chapter 17. Your mother no longer wants you. After Lin Jingwen and her companions departed, Li Anping and Zhang Lanxiang bore grim expressions, remaining silent as they processed the events. Anping, Lin Jingwen has clearly become unruly. If you do not administer a stern lesson, she will never behave obediently again. Zhang Lanxiang is still quite furious. She should have deceived Lin Jingwen into staying, allowing Teacher Wang to return home first. Once Teacher Wang left, she could have silenced Lin Jingwen, given her a good beating, and confined her to her room if she dared to shout and scream. She would be punished again, until she was thoroughly terrified and compliant, thus ceasing her disturbances. Many rural men employ such methods to discipline their disobedient wives. They beat those women into submission, leaving them no choice but to behave and sleep quietly. Mother, we live in a different era now. It is impossible to confine someone and beat them. If this were discovered, I could be reported, and I might lose my job. Li Anping's expression turned serious, urging his mother to abandon this line of thought. Then what do you suggest we do? Everything you propose is unfeasible. You mentioned that her causing a divorce would impact your job and even affect the division of property. Zhang Lanxiang shouted back angrily. Even if a divorce were to occur, how could it be so severe? Achieving work accolades and property division is due to Anping's own merits. It has nothing to do with Lin Jingwen. Li Jiangguo interjected. Due to the situation with Li Dongle, Li Jiangguo felt a tinge of guilt towards his younger brother, but not towards Lin Jingwen. He only felt anger towards her. Had she not insisted on causing a divorce and disregarding Li Dongle, they would not have been burdened with him. Indeed, what the eldest brother said makes sense. Zhang Lanxiang readily agreed. Hearing his brother's words, Li Anping felt a wave of relief, realizing he had placed too much importance on Lin Jingwen and had been overly concerned about appearances. Fine, let us ignore her for a few days and not attend to her needs, so she does not grow too self-important, Li Anping declared. Zhang Lanxiang nodded repeatedly, stating that people are inherently stubborn. The more you indulge them, the more they act out. If you ignore them, they will return of their own accord. All right, mother, brother, it is getting late. Let us retire for the night. Li Anping, feeling exhausted, rose to leave. Upon returning to his room, he was met with a disheveled bed, still damp and reeking of urine, causing him to frown deeply. Li Anping clenched his fists, vowing to endure a few more days. Once the property division was completed, he would immediately move into a new house. Meanwhile, Li Dongle was crammed in bed with his biological parents and Li Chunqing, finding it uncomfortable to sleep. You are truly foolish. Aunt San would make a wonderful mother for you. Li Chunqing whispered to Li Dongle before sleeping, if I were you, I would not cry and fuss. You are worthless. They do not want you. Li Dongle, feeling insulted, retorted angrily. They do not want you either. We still have 2 older brothers. You are no longer valuable. Li Chunqing snapped back, turning away to ignore him. Li Dongle could not comprehend her words. Still fuming over not having had chocolate as for Lin Jingwen abandoning him, Li Dongle dismissed that notion. In the past, with a stepmother, he could simply call her mother, and even his biological mother had once claimed she did not want him. Yet, whenever he cried and called her good mother, she would reward him with treats. The next day, Li Anping awoke, feeling just as filthy with the stench of urine. He realized that the bedding could not be used without being washed. He opened the wardrobe, intending to change into clean clothes, only to discover there were none left. On the floor lay several pieces of dirty clothing. The previously tidy wardrobe had devolved into chaos. He used to change clothes almost daily, with Lin Jingwen washing and neatly hanging or folding them. But now Li Anping had no choice but to endure and continue wearing the soiled garment. He picked up the dirty clothes from the floor, exited the room, and called out to Zhang Lanxiang, Mother, could you please wash these clothes for me? I have nothing clean to wear today. Zhang Lanxiang, herself burdened with a pile of unwashed clothes, was waiting for Lin Jingwen to return and do the laundry for her. She had no desire to wash, not even a little. T60, having to wash her son's clothes in cold water during winter. What kind of life was this? However, Would Onping's dirty clothes be washed by the wives of the elder or younger brother? Mother, if you do not wish to wash, let sister-in-law or second sister-in-law do it. Lin Jingwen has washed for them before. So why should they not wash for me? Li Onping observed his mother's reluctance to wash and spoke up. We all live under the same roof. The house is small and lacks soundproofing. Li Onping's words were immediately overheard by Huang Wan and Gao Qin. They were not like Lin Jingwen, who used to suffer in silence. Upon hearing Li Onping, they immediately began to scold him. Oh, this life is unbearable. Everyone asked around. No sister-in-law should be expected to wash her married younger brother's clothes and undergarments. Your family is too oppressive. If this continues, we will return to our parental homes. Li Onping's face flushed crimson, humiliation making him wish to sink into the ground. Everyone, quiet down. Why are you arguing? If you have the ability, go back to your parental homes. Zhang Lanxiang also angrily retorted. Li Onping genuinely feared that if both sisters-in-law returned to their parental homes, the household chores would fall solely on his mother, who could not manage alone. It would then be up to him and his elder brother. With Lin Jingwen gone, the house was already in disarray. If both sisters-in-law left, it would truly descend into chaos. He hurriedly attempted to calm his mother's anger and apologized to both sisters-in-law, finally bringing peace to the situation. But who would wash these dirty clothes? Li Onping would wash them himself. In the biting cold of winter, he squatted in the yard, scrubbing the clothes with cold water, gritting his teeth in discomfort, but remaining silent as he washed. Jiqing University, after finishing his laundry, feeling utterly miserable and as if his hands were frozen, Li Onping rode his bicycle to school. Filled with frustration, he entered the office building of his department. He encountered Zhang Aigua, with whom he usually clashed at Teacher Li, I heard your wife is causing a ruckus over a divorce. That injury on your face I sent from her. Is it? Zhang Aigua said with a gleeful smirk. Of course not. Where did you hear such rumors? Just the other day, I mentioned that the injury on my face was from a biking accident. And there is absolutely no issue of divorce, Li Onping replied, frowning and irritated. Enough already. Your wife has moved out, the whole school and the neighbors know about it. So of course, we've all heard the news. You needn't try to hide it. Zhang Aigua sneered, every couple has their quarrels. I must say, letting your wife run off like that shows you lack the ability. Teacher Li Onping cursed Lin Jingwen in his heart for causing trouble, but maintained a serious demeanor as he said, Teacher Zhang, we are in a school setting, and you should mind your language. Furthermore, matters of marriage are my personal affairs and should not be discussed here. Zhang Aigua clicked his tongue in reluctance and fell silent. Just then, another teacher arrived and, upon seeing Li Onping, remarked, Teacher Li, I believe I saw you at the Shilla Hotel 3 days ago. What brought you there? A friend came to visit. I just went to check in on them. Li Onping's heart sank. Fortunately, he had not sought out Xinping again in recent days. If someone had seen them together, combined with the divorce rumors, everyone would surely suspect he had an affair. As they spoke, they entered the office to, He Shangjin. What brings you here? Is your Chemical Engineering Institute planning a joint event with us? Zhang Aigua asked jovially. No joint event. I simply came to borrow some documents from your side. He Shangjin, glancing at Li Onping, noted his injured face and gloomy expression, feeling reassured that Lin Jingwen's words were likely true. His own position felt more secure. He Shangjin had been holding in his frustration for 2 days, eager to announce the list of property divisions, yet he had to wait a bit longer. The anticipation was excruciating. Today, he aimed to discreetly assess the situation and verify Lin Jingwen's claims. After confirming Li Onping's dismal state, He Shangjin quickly made his exit, avoiding conversation with Li Onping to prevent him from suspecting that He Shangjin was responsible for snatching the property from him when the list was announced. Just as He Shangjin departed, several leaders from the institute arrived, accompanied by a young, refined, and handsome man. Li Onping glanced over and deduced that this must be the new Professor Qiu Zhe. The department head, typically stern-faced, was smiling broadly at the young man. It seemed that only an exceptionally talented professor could elicit such warmth from the department head. Indeed, the head immediately announced with a smile, Everyone, please pause your tasks. I would like to introduce Professor Qiu Zhe. Not be deceived by his youth. His academic achievements are truly remarkable. As Li Onping listened to the illustrious accomplishments of Professor Qiu, observing his distinguished attire and elegant demeanor, he could not help but feel a sense of inadequacy. In the presence of someone so outstanding, One could only look up in admiration, devoid of any jealousy, knowing that one could never reach such heights. When the department head officially announced the selection of 2 teaching assistants for Professor Chiu, Li Anping clenched his fists in determination. The others felt similarly, their eyes gleaming with ambition to compete for the assistant positions, as the benefits and treatment were exceedingly favorable. After the department head finished his introduction, everyone's gaze inevitably fell upon Chiu Zhe, eagerly awaiting him to share a few words. I have but one requirement for my assistant: the ability for autonomous learning and the capability to accomplish the research and development tasks I assign. Chiu Zhe spoke up, stating, I am not one for beating around the bush. I prefer a straightforward approach. I value efficiency and place great importance on merit. In our future collaborations, should I critique your shortcomings, know that it pertains to the task at hand, not to you personally. I hope for mutual understanding. The crowd immediately erupted in applause, their expressions warm and the atmosphere lively. Yet, many silently murmured to themselves, finding Chiu Zhe's demeanor to be stern and unyielding, making him a difficult person to work with. After all, we live in a society that values interpersonal relationships, who would truly believe in a sole emphasis on efficiency. Treating matters objectively rather than personally, Li Anping furrowed his brow. He believed in his own capabilities, yet there were 2 other instructors in their department whose research skills undoubtedly surpassed his. They simply lacked eloquence, often remaining silent and marginalized during discussions about achievements. If the selection of an assistant was based purely on ability, he knew he stood no chance. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, Li Anping began to prepare his lessons. Approaching noon, he was summoned to the department head's office. Chapter 18. Did the scoundrel become an assistant through Lin Jingwen? Mr. Li has arrived. Please take a seat, greeted the department head, Hu Junping, with a smile as Li Anping entered. Hello, director. You called me in. Is there a teaching task to discuss? Li Anping asked, feeling somewhat anxious, though managing to maintain a smile. He wondered if the director had learned about Lin Jingwen's marital troubles and wanted to have a talk. Have you considered vying for the position of Professor Chiu's assistant? Hu Junping inquired cheerfully. Of course. If given the opportunity to work on projects alongside Professor Chiu, it would significantly enhance my skills. Such a precious chance is one I cannot afford to miss, Li Anping responded, barely containing his excitement. Director, what application materials do I need to submit? What are my chances? Hu Junping was not surprised by his enthusiasm. He smiled and replied, your abilities may be slightly lacking, but that's all right. You can put in more effort. Recently, delve into relevant literature to bolster your professional knowledge. Professor Chiu does not mind who becomes his assistant. If you acquire the necessary expertise and demonstrate diligence, I will advocate for you, which is only reasonable. Upon hearing this, Li Anping realized his chances of securing the assistant position were solidified. He immediately stood, bowed deeply in gratitude, and declared his determination. Thank you for your trust, Director. I will certainly work hard to meet Professor Chiu's expectations and ensure you are not embarrassed. Very well, Hu Junping responded, clearly pleased with his attitude. He then asked, do you know why I am inclined to offer this opportunity to you? Li Anping's mind raced with numerous thoughts, yet he was hesitant to voice any, simply shaking his head and requesting clarification. Earlier this year, my father had an unfortunate fall outside, and it was your wife who happened upon him, took him to the hospital, and stayed to assist for half a day. Hu Junping expressed with gratitude, at that time, your wife did not leave her name, and we were unaware of her identity until recently when my father fortuitously encountered her again. I had intended to bring a gift to express my thanks. But now, with this wonderful assistant opportunity available, I thought it fitting to recommend you. After all, you are a couple, and it benefits both of you. Li Anping's face stiffened upon hearing this. He managed to force a smile, attempting to defuse the situation. If it weren't for your mention, I would have remained unaware of this. Lin Jingwen has been at odds with me recently over the children, so I hadn't heard her mention it. She is simply kind-hearted, enjoying helping others. It was indeed serendipitous that she could assist your father. I am grateful, Director, for this opportunity, and I will certainly perform well. Hu Junping was pleased with his eloquence and brushed aside the mention of their marital discord with a light-hearted comment. What couple does not argue? We live in a modern society. Men must also put aside pride and make amends. A harmonious home fosters prosperity. Indeed, Director, Li Anping hastily replied, not daring to linger any longer. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my studies. He took the books that Hu Junping had prepared for him, realizing the director's genuine consideration. he expressed his gratitude once more. By the way, I intend to visit you on Friday evening to personally thank your wife for her assistance with my father. The department head added with a smile that it is a request from my father, and I must fulfill it. Upon hearing this, Li Anping could hardly refuse, forcing a smile as he nodded, though internally he felt a heavy weight. Although he had secured the assistant position, he could not feel joy, only an overwhelming sense of worry. He never anticipated that his opportunity as an assistant would stem from Lin Jingwen's actions. Under normal circumstances, he would have felt indifferent, as her achievements were intrinsically his. However, now that Lin Jingwen seemed to have lost her senses, adamantly pursuing divorce and treating him with disdain, he felt utterly despondent. He sighed heavily. After their altercation the previous night, he even contemplated leaving her alone for over a month, employing a cold treatment until he secured the house and the accolades of being an advanced instructor, then smoothly proceeding with the divorce. Yet, after witnessing the department head's attitude today, it was clear he held Lin Jingwen in high regard. If he were to divorce her in the near future, it was highly probable that he would lose the assistant position. Moreover, with the director planning to visit in 2 days to express his gratitude, if Lin Jingwen remained unwilling to return, it could lead to an awkward situation. The more Li Anping pondered, the more distressed he became. He needed to coax Lin Jingwen back home, ensuring she remained calm and did not create further disturbances. It was undeniably frustrating. Lin Jingwen had an early shift today and returned home before 4:30. Upon arriving, she promptly began knitting gloves. However, after a short while, fatigue overtook her, and her eyelids grew heavy. Rather than forcing herself to stay awake, she set down the yarn and efficiently took a half-hour nap. Sometimes, a brief rest when exhaustion strikes can be remarkably revitalizing, allowing one to maintain energy and accomplish tasks with greater ease afterward. Far superior to pushing through without rest, upon waking, she noticed it was already 5:30 and decided to prepare rice for dinner. Tonight, she planned to cook 2 dishes rather than opt for the simpler noodles. As she was rinsing the rice, she heard the door close next door. Pausing, she opened her door and knocked on the neighboring door. When it opened, she saw Chiozei still in his coat, indicating he had just returned from outside. Mr. Chio, I was just about to prepare dinner. Would you like me to prepare a portion for you as well? She asked with a smile. Yes, thank you, Chiozei replied, nodding and adding his preferences. I enjoy spicy and savory flavors, with a penchant for stronger seasoning. I don't have specific favorite dishes or meats. I am open to anything. That's wonderful. I also enjoy spicy and savory dishes, so cooking for you will be much simpler. How about spicy stir-fried radish strips and chili scrambled eggs for dinner? Lin Jingwen suggested, feeling pleased. If he had preferred milder flavors, she would have only invited him this once, thereafter only being responsible for breakfast. The Li family favored lighter meals, and she had not had a chance to enjoy her beloved spicy dishes while accommodating their tastes. She was thoroughly fed up with such arrangements, yearning to prepare what she truly desired. With Mr. Chio sharing her taste, it made things easier. This way, she could prepare 2 dishes, enjoy one herself, avoid leftovers, and also collect a share of the meal cost. Quite satisfactory indeed. No meat? Chiozei frowned upon hearing this. I didn't buy any today, but if you're home for dinner tomorrow around 6, I can prepare some braised meat then, Lin Jingwen responded. By the way, I have an early shift again tomorrow, so there won't be breakfast. All right. Tomorrow's dinner can count as my share, Chiozei nodded, pulling out his wallet. How will we settle the meal costs? You still owe me for the skincare products you sent me. There's no need for payment right now, Lin Jingwen waved her hand. Just wait a moment, and I'll bring the food over once it's ready. Chiozei thanked her again and then asked, My room is a bit messy. Do you have someone in mind who could help tidy it up, Ms. Lin? Without hesitation, Lin Jingwen volunteered herself, stating she could do it. However, she clarified that tidying up would require a separate fee. How exhausting could it be to clean a room, especially if it meant earning a little extra money? Lin Jingwen was determined to seize every opportunity to earn money from Mr. Chio as she aimed to save for a house, ensuring she remained within reasonable limits. Chiozei was pleased to hear she could help with the cleaning, appreciating that familiarity made communication easier. He had found his interactions with her quite agreeable. You'll be responsible for keeping my room tidy, including clothes and bedding, which can be done using the washing machine, so no hand washing is necessary. Chiozei explained as he led Lin Jingwen into his room, detailing his cleaning expectations. I will manage my study myself. It contains various materials I use, so please refrain from touching anything. I fear I might misplace them. Lin Jingwen nodded repeatedly, thinking this cleaning job seemed far too simple. Concerning the tidying of the bedroom and living room, there is no need to attend to the study. The laundry can be managed by the washing machine. Since this is a new house, it is not particularly dirty and is quite easy to clean. In such a room, daily cleaning takes no more than half an hour to achieve a neat and tidy space. I will pay you 200 a month. Is that too little? Qiu Zhe inquired. Not at all. Lin Jingwen shook her head. After wavering between conscience and the temptation of easy profit, Lin Jingwen ultimately chose the latter. For Mr. Qiu truly has no shortage of funds. Why should she spare him, Mr. Qiu? May we schedule the cleaning for after dinner today? If I work the morning shift in the future, I will be free around this time for household chores. If I am on the evening shift, I can clean up after breakfast. It will be quick, taking less than half an hour, and you can work in the study without it affecting you. Lin Jingwen confirmed the cleaning time with him once more. Qiu Zhe had no objections and appreciated her proactive communication and arrangement. Then I shall return to prepare dinner, Lin Jingwen said. I will serve the meal in about an hour. Will you join me at my home, or shall I deliver a separate portion to you? Before Qiu Zhe could respond, Lin Jingwen continued, I think I shall bring you a portion, as a divorced woman. And you being a single man, while I can play the role of a housekeeper, having you dine at my home daily could tarnish Mr. Qiu's reputation, and I would likely bear unnecessary blame. I apologize for disturbing you late the other night and for any inconvenience caused, Qiu Zhe said, offering an apology for his behavior 2 nights prior. Lin Jingwen laughed instantly, waving her hand to indicate it was not a problem. You are now my employer, so our relationship is one of employment. Occasional interactions are acceptable, but too frequent would be inappropriate. Perhaps Mr. Qiu could draft a written contract for us to sign as proof. It is better to have something in writing than mere verbal assurances. This way, should any issues arise, we would have a basis for discussion, which serves as a form of protection for her. Agreed. Qiu Zhe thought a written agreement would indeed be better. He drafted a contract with a 1-year term, specifying not only the monthly cleaning fee of 200, but also a monthly meal allowance of 200. Gifts, such as gift boxes, would be considered gestures of courtesy and not included in the wages. Lin Jingwen glanced at the compensation on the contract, regarding Qiu Zhe with an expression of incredulity. If Mrs. Lin is dissatisfied with the salary, we can negotiate further, Qiu Zhe offered. No. I am quite satisfied, Lin Jingwen asserted emphatically. She decided not to broach the topic of high wages with an employer who was not financially constrained. Instead, she would ensure that her cleaning quality matched her compensation. After both parties signed the contract, Qiu Zhe promptly paid her the first month's meal allowance, emphasizing, I enjoy meat. Very well, arrangements for tomorrow will be made. Lin Jingwen replied, nodding upon receiving the money. Currently, pork still requires ration coupons. However, the supply has greatly improved compared to before, eliminating the long queues for a mere half kilo of meat. Pork coupons have also become less scarce, making them easy to acquire. Recently, she read in the newspaper that the southern regions have abolished such grain and meat coupons. Moreover, it is not necessary to limit meals to pork. Chicken, duck, goose, and fish can also be arranged. As long as the money is sufficient, there are no issues. In fact, she could even ask the purchasing manager in the kitchen to help her procure half a kilo of meat for a fee. Elated after receiving Qiu Zhe's advance payment for meals, Lin Jingwen hurried home to prepare dinner. Out of consideration for the 200 yuan, she quickly dashed to the nearby grocery store to see if any meat was available. Ultimately, she purchased half a chicken, chopped it into small pieces, and promptly began stewing it. Then, she cooked rice, fortunate to have 2 stovetops to manage the workload. She also washed and chopped radishes and beat eggs in preparation, as both the chicken and the radishes would cook quickly. After more than an hour of bustling about, she had completed 3 dishes and rice. The aroma wafting from the dishes made Lin Jingwen's mouth water. Spicy stir-fried chicken, spicy stir-fried radish cubes, and spicy scrambled eggs, all prepared to her taste. This meal would undoubtedly be delightful. Lin Jingwen felt she could eat 2 large bowls of rice. She plated the meal for her employer, Mr. Qiu, and thought it was time to invest in a tray. Today's meal consisted entirely of spicy dishes. However, this red chili wasn't overly hot, considering the potential for excessive spice to cause discomfort. Starting tomorrow, she would limit the number of spicy dishes to 1 per meal or opt for non-spicy options to balance her diet. When serving Qiu Zhe, she also provided a brief explanation of her modifications. Qiu Zhe, savoring the delightful aroma, had no objections to her suggestions. Cooking should indeed be entrusted to a professional. Mrs. Lin's culinary skills far surpassed those of his previous housekeeper. Chiu Zhe felt extremely fortunate to have encountered such an excellent neighbor upon arriving at this place. Alleviating one of his significant worries, "Mr. Chiu, please sample each dish and provide your feedback. I will adjust the flavors accordingly," Lin Jingwen said, treating Chiu Zhe as an esteemed guest. Chiu Zhe nodded, tasted each dish, and generously expressed his praise. "Mrs. Lin, your culinary skills are exceptional. I truly enjoy them. Your level of expertise is so impressive that any restaurant would be fortunate to have you as their chef." Lin Jingwen, "Mr. Chiu, you are too flattering. I am merely a kitchen assistant. Is it truly that delicious?" Lin Jingwen felt nearly overwhelmed by his compliments, responding candidly, "I am just a vegetable cutter in the kitchen, not a chef." Upon hearing her words, Chiu Zhe displayed his astonishment for the first time. Shaking his head, "The domestic talent market is deeply disappointing. Capable individuals are unable to showcase their talents. Mrs. Lin, you should strive for greater opportunities." Lin Jingwen, equally taken aback, had never before received such affirmation from anyone. It was a refreshing experience. "Perhaps my cooking particularly aligns with your preferences." Being so praised and recognized brought Lin Jingwen immense joy, and she smiled, saying, "I excel more in making pastries. I don't often fry dishes. Might I have the honor of tasting your soup dumplings?" Chiu Zhe asked, his gaze sincere. Lin Jingwen, with such flattery and given the generous payment, "Are you truly requesting just soup dumplings? I shall arrange that for you during my next day off." After returning home, Lin Jingwen sat down to enjoy her meal. She felt that the dishes she prepared today were exceptionally delicious, showcasing her culinary prowess, which likely explained Mr. Chiu's high praise. In a delightful mood, Lin Jingwen devoured 2 large bowls of rice, feeling uncomfortably full. Rubbing her belly, she quickly got up to move around, first cleaning the dishes and then tidying her own home. Subsequently, she proceeded to Chiu Zhe's residence to commence her cleaning duties. While Chiu Zhe worked in his study, Lin Jingwen tidied up the other rooms, both remaining undisturbed and comfortable in their tasks. She began by washing the dishes, tossing the dirty laundry into the washing machine, making the beds, and organizing the wardrobe, neatly folding the clothes inside. Finally, she swept and mopped the floors, as this was her first cleaning session. It took a bit longer, however. Lin Jingwen worked with remarkable efficiency, completing a thorough cleaning in just 1 hour. Once finished, she hung the washed clothes on the balcony and knocked on Chiu Zhe's study door to request his inspection of her work. After observing the tidied rooms, Chiu Zhe expressed high praise for Lin Jingwen's efforts, stating earnestly and academically, "Mrs. Lin, your housekeeping skills are professional level, just as your culinary skills are. I am very pleased and fortunate to be your neighbor and to have become your employer. May our collaboration be fruitful." With that, Chiu Zhe extended his hand for a handshake. Lin Jingwen, the woman who had been belittled her entire life, was once again taken aback by his compliments. She had merely tidied up the room, yet in Mr. Chiu's words, it had transformed into something professional. Can cleaning truly be regarded as a profession? For the past 8 years, she had performed such tasks daily in her in-laws' home. Yet no one had ever praised or recognized her contributions. "Mr. Chiu, you are far too agreeable and easy to get along with." Lin Jingwen smiled as she shook his hand. "To you, I am merely a cleaning worker. Yet you elevate me to such heights." This was the first time Chiu Zhe had been praised for being easygoing and approachable. Due to his high standards for others' work, he was often labeled as nitpicky, with a cold demeanor that made him seem difficult to interact with. There are many cleaners, but not everyone can organize a room so neatly and fold clothes with such precision. I have employed professional housekeepers from the UK, and your clothing organization matches their excellence," Chiu Zhe stated with seriousness, not perceiving his remarks as flattery but merely stating facts. Lin Jingwen. Another bowl of flattery was served, leaving her dazed. It was difficult to comprehend, yet she found it gratifying. With an employer like Chiu Zhe, who pays generously and praises her work, she would be willing to work for him for a lifetime if given the opportunity. Upon returning from Mr. Chiu's residence, Lin Jingwen did not come back empty-handed. She carried a bag of fruits, including oranges and apples. "These are gifts from others. I cannot finish them all," Chiu Zhe explained as he handed them to Lin Jingwen. She graciously accepted the fruits, now thoroughly familiar with the situation in Mr. Chiu's home, aside from the study. There was indeed an abundance of fruits and gift boxes, all received from others. Lin Jingwen peeled an orange for herself, its sourness causing her to grimace and shudder. Her teeth could not tolerate any acidity. This sweet and sour orange was beyond her reach, so she decided to bring it for her master tomorrow. After finishing the orange and washing her hands, Lin Jingwen turned on the television and swiftly began knitting. Due to the presence of Mr. Chiu, a significant figure, her side business has inevitably been somewhat hindered. However, it matters not, for this endeavor pales in comparison to the wealth amassed by Mr. Chiu. Chapter 19. Lin Jingwen. I've struck it rich. After finishing his classes, Li Onping bought a multitude of items and headed to his father-in-law's house, Ma Xiaocui and Lin Dongliang. Upon seeing their son-in-law, a university student, greeted him with bright smiles and warmly ushered him inside. You've come, and yet you've brought so much, exclaimed Ma Xiaocui, her eyes narrowing into slits of joy as she beheld the laden bags in his hands. It has been quite a while since I last visited you all. With the new year approaching, no matter how much you adore your son-in-law, I cannot arrive empty-handed, lest I become the subject of ridicule. Li Onping chuckled, instantly winning over Ma Xiaocui and Lin Dongliang, who beamed with delight. Look at that, it's the cultured folks who know how to speak. Our Jingwen is certainly fortunate to have you as a husband. With a university student like you, we have much to be proud of. Everyone says our Jingwen has made a splendid match. Ma Xiaocui began to extol Li Onping's virtues. Lin Dongliang, smiling, then inquired, where is Jingwen? Is she still throwing tantrums? If she remains unreasonable, I shall have a word with her. Li Onping's smile faltered slightly as he replied, Jingwen is not only upset with me but also with Dongle. She returned home yesterday, severed our adoptive relationship and left, insisting on a divorce. Oh dear, that girl. She even cast Dongle aside. How has she grown so audacious? I shall go find her tomorrow and give her a good thrashing. Ma Xiaocui exclaimed angrily. Li Onping felt a sense of relief at her words. Jingwen, if I cannot deal with you, surely your parents can? Lin Dongliang furrowed his brow but interrupted Ma Xiaocui's tirade by saying, Onping must not have eaten yet. Go downstairs and buy a bottle of wine, along with some peanuts and marinated meat. We shall enjoy a drink together. Xiaocui ceased her complaints, her expression brightening as she replied, Yes, I will go buy wine and snacks right away. Taozi will be back from work soon. You can all enjoy some drinks together. Taozi refers to Lin Jingwen's younger brother, Lin Xuetao, who, despite being over 30, remains the family's cherished gem as he is the sole male heir of the Lin family's next 2 generations. Since Lin Xuetao's wife has borne him 3 daughters without a son, Ma Xiaocui often finds fault with her daughter-in-law. Before heading out, she called out to her daughter-in-law, Song Xiangqin, who was busy in the kitchen, make a couple of extra dishes for dinner tonight. Song Xiangqin responded while cradling her large pregnant belly. Continuing to wash vegetables 8 months along, she eagerly hoped for a son this time. With increasingly stringent family planning policies, she had remained hidden at home for several months, afraid to venture out and face the world. Of course, Li Onping, being family, would never report her. However, due to her temperament, similar to Lin Jingwen's, she remained somewhat withdrawn and did not come out of the kitchen to greet Li Onping. When Ma Xiaocui returned from purchasing wine, marinated meat, and peanuts, Lin Xuetao had just come home from work. Brother-in-law has arrived. Where is my sister? Didn't she come back with you? Lin Xuetao inquired while removing his thick winter coat. Don't ask so many questions. Go wash your hands and face first. You smell of engine oil, Ma Xiaocui replied, then called out to Song Xiangqin, Taozi is back. Quickly bring out some hot water. Song Xiangqin complied, soon appearing with a basin of hot water for Lin Xuetao to wash up. Grandma, I want to eat meat, chimed in the youngest daughter, Zhao Dai, who had caught a whiff of something delicious. You little rascal, go away. What do you know about meat? Ma Xiaocui snapped, pulling her aside. Zhao Dai immediately burst into tears, prompting Song Xiangqin to rush in to console her. Amidst the commotion, Lin Dongliang and Li Onping continued their conversation and drinking, barely paying attention to the chaos around them. Tomorrow, have your mother go to the state-run restaurant to find her. She'll surely return home, Lin Dongliang suggested. With those words, Li Onping felt reassured. What is the matter? Has my sister not returned home yet? Lin Xuetao, having finished washing up, approached the dining table and asked. Li Onping shook his head with a wry smile that, oh dear, it seems my sister has truly become prosperous. This only indicates she has money in her hands. Once we deplete her funds, she won't have anywhere to eat or stay. And she will undoubtedly return. Lin Xuetao declared with a knowing. Li Onping's mind raced. as he considered the logic behind his brother-in-law's words. If Lin Jingwen lacked money, she wouldn't be able to buy chocolate or skincare products, let alone indulge in luxuries. The key to keeping Lin Jingwen at home was to ensure she had no job or financial independence. He promptly raised his glass to toast his brother-in-law, formulating a plan in his mind. The following day, Lin Jingwen brought a small bag of oranges to work and promptly gifted them to her chef. Oh dear, I can hardly accept such a tribute. Save it for my grandson. I wouldn't want any trouble to arise. Chef Kai chuckled. Don't say it's from me. Just tell them you bought it, Lin Jingwen replied with a smile, adding, these oranges are sweet with a hint of sourness. They're not to my taste. You seem to be more willing to spend on yourself lately with all the chocolate and oranges. But remember to save some money. It's wise to have a little stash for peace of mind, Chef Kai advised while kneading dough. Neither the chocolate nor the oranges were purchased by me. They were given by my employer, Lin Jingwen confided quietly, sharing her joy of having found a good boss. This was a sentiment she could only share with her chef, who had been discreet and supportive, having helped her deal with her former partner. What employer? Chef Kai asked in surprise. The genius professor from Jiqing University, my neighbor across the street, is quite well off that I assist him with cooking and cleaning, and he pays me this much each month. Lin Jingwen explained, holding up 4 fingers. 40? Chef Kai queried, perplexed. Only 40. Why would I boast about that? Lin Jingwen replied, rolling her eyes. 400. Chef Kai exclaimed, astonished, scanning the room to ensure no one else had overheard. Lin Jingwen grinned broadly and nodded repeatedly. My goodness! Chef Kai marveled, unable to contain his excitement for her. You truly should have left that scoundrel's family much sooner. Look, just a few days after your departure, and you've stumbled upon great fortune. You see, when a tree is moved, it thrives. The same applies to people. Lin Jingwen nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with this sentiment. Women who fail to find a supportive family must seek to escape. Without any resistance, they risk being drained of their vitality. Once breakfast was over and it was around 8 o'clock, Lin Jingwen found some leisure time and began to enjoy the breakfast provided for the staff, a boiled egg, a vegetarian bun, and a bowl of millet porridge, a rather decent meal. Not long after finishing her breakfast, she heard someone say that someone was looking for her outside. Lin Jingwen frowned, wondering if it was Li Anping and his family insisting she return home. How ironic. In her nightmares, she was adamant about not wanting a divorce, but now, when she sought it, the scoundrel was unwilling to part ways, clinging to her for the sake of property and status. Yet, beneath it all, it was merely for his own selfish interests, hoping to have her return as a financially supportive housekeeper. When Lin Jingwen stepped outside, she was greeted by her mother, Ma Xiaotsue, not Li Anping's family, which did not surprise her. Upon seeing her, Ma Xiaotsue's expression turned fierce as she pulled Lin Jingwen aside, pressing her against the wall and scolding her vehemently. A few days ago, your mother-in-law came to our home, saying you had moved out. Your father and I could hardly believe you would engage in such disgraceful behavior. Over a mere house, you've caused such a ruckus. What has Anping done to wrong you? You must endure. He hasn't even mentioned divorce after your inability to bear children. He is merely seeking a woman to bear him a son outside, and you must accept that. We thought you would have returned to your in-laws by now. But yesterday Anping came to our house again, claiming you not only refused to return but also severed your adoptive ties. Are you out of your mind? To abandon the son you raised with such effort? Just like that? How do you plan to reclaim the money you've spent over the past 6 years? You finish work today and return home immediately, do you understand? You must take Dongle back and raise him. When he grows up, he can support you. Lin Jingwen anticipated these words. After all, they had been the same old refrain for years. Because she was unable to bear children, not only Li Anping and Zhang Lanxiang, but also her parents had nailed her to the pillar of shame, beating her down and instilling a sense of gratitude towards her in-laws, forcing her into servitude. These words no longer stirred her, but the idea of reclaiming Li Dongle, with the hope that he would provide for her in old age, truly pushed Lin Jingwen to her breaking point. Rely on Li Dongle for support? Ha! I would be drained of all vitality, only to be kicked aside when I grow old. You and Dad should be wary. With Lin Xuetao's lazy disposition, when you two can no longer move in your old age, don't expect him to care for you, feed you, or even clean up after you. He'll just let you soil yourselves. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Your brother is dutiful, after all. Ma Xiaotsue widened her eyes, looking at her with a mixture of anger and disbelief, unable to fathom how such words could escape her lips. Lin Jingwen let out a cold laugh. Ha, dutiful? After working for over a decade, has he ever given you a single penny? Instead of asking your son for money, come year-end, you turn to me and my elder sister, claiming that we must provide you with your retirement funds, only to then funnel that money to Lin Xuetao. Your hearts have strayed so far off course. I doubt you, little wretch, say that again. I truly have been too lenient with you. Ma Xiaotsue raised her hand, ready to strike Lin Jingwen across the face. Chapter 20. Was Lin Jingwen dismissed due to her divorce? Lin Jingwen seized her wrist with a firm grip, rendering her immobile. Her gaze icy, her voice equally frigid. Do not think of striking me again. Ma Xiaotsue glared at her, her slightly hunched frame trembling with rage, unable to suppress her torrent of curses any longer. This time, she did not hold back her voice, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Lin Jingwen released Ma Xiaotsue's hand, stepping back to create distance, and coldly stated, "Do not act like a child here. If you continue to make a scene, I will go to Lin Xuetao's factory and cause a ruckus, ensuring he loses his job. As a woman seeking divorce, I have nothing left to fear." Her son Lin Xuetao was Ma Xiaotsue's Achilles heel. Upon hearing Lin Jingwen's words, her tirade ceased, and with a fierce glare, she pointed at her, declaring, "I dare you. If you dare to make a fuss again, you can forget about ever returning to your family. Your father and I will no longer recognize you as our daughter." At this, Lin Jingwen laughed heartily. "Well then, I have no intention of returning to my family nor acknowledging you as my parents. Let us sever this familial bond. We shall live our lives in silence henceforth. If you desire it to be more official, I could even pay for a public announcement to sever ties." Truth be told, upon hearing Ma Xiaotsue's words, she felt like applauding. Let them sever ties. Apart from her in-laws, she yearned to escape her own family. All the harm she had suffered came from these so-called relatives, who drained her life force and inflicted pain upon her. In stark contrast, the warmth, acceptance, and assistance she had received came from outsiders. I see you have gone mad." Ma Xiaotsue trembled with rage, but upon meeting Lin Jingwen's frigid gaze, her words faltered, reducing her to merely calling her insane. Lin Jingwen turned on her heel, unwilling to utter another word. She had long exhausted her feelings of kinship towards her parents. She knew they would only berate her for bringing shame, scolding her for being unworthy, never offering an ounce of affection. After graduating from junior high, she had been fortunate enough to pass a recruitment exam and avoid being sent to the countryside. Yet, after just a year of work, as her younger brother graduated, the policy dictated that those without jobs must go to the countryside, and her parents forced her to relinquish her position to him, compelling her to suffer in the rural areas. She spent 8 years there, having gone at 17, nearly dying from exhaustion before returning to the city at 25. Once back, as her brother had married and had children, her parents promptly arranged a match for her, marrying her off. Later, when the college entrance examination system was restored, Li Anping was accepted into university, prompting her parents to revel in what they deemed a good match for her. They believed she should be grateful and forget the 8 years in the countryside, convinced they had wronged her in no way. Even if they had, this good marriage was supposed to erase all grievances. Yet they were blind to the lectures and indifference Li Anping directed towards her. No, they were aware but deemed it natural, as it should be, because she bore no children. Her father personally forced her to kneel and apologize to the scoundrel and her mother-in-law, trampling her dignity into dust. Lin Jingwen reflected on these past events. A pang of pain surged within her chest. She resented them and blamed herself for being too timid to see clearly and for not escaping her parasitic family sooner. Moreover, when she was expelled from her in-laws' home in her dreams with nowhere to go, her parents had also told her to leave. When she was diagnosed with breast cancer and sought a loan for treatment, they told her to hurry and die. Lin Jingwen realized she could not change her parents, nor could she compel them to love her. What good was her hatred towards them? Would she resort to revenge? To murder them? Thus, she wished only to reconcile with herself, to no longer harbor anger due to them, to forgive her own breast, and to care for her health. Xiaotsue's earlier tirade had attracted the attention of many in the restaurant, and Lin Jingwen had also been reprimanded by manager Fong, who admonished, "Lin Jingwen, your personal issues must not disturb the restaurant's operations. Please be mindful in the future." Manager Fong had been dissatisfied with her lately. Feeling that she was no longer obedient, her previous enthusiasm for work diminished, and sometimes she even dared to retort, causing him to lose face. Seeing Lin Jingwen's divorce drama spill over into the workplace multiple times had cast a negative light on her. And Manager Fong seized this opportunity to reprimand her sharply, hoping to suppress her. Manager, it is not I who is shouting. I cannot control others' words, just as I cannot restrain a mad dog from barking. Lin Jingwen retorted, I must return to work now. If I continue to engage with the manager, I shall be reprimanded and hinder my duties, she added, turning to head to the kitchen. Manager Fong glared at her retreating figure, furious enough to want to stomp his feet, muttering under his breath about the madwoman, wondering why she was getting a divorce. After the lunch rush, Lin Jingwen found herself entirely free, simply waiting for the clock to strike 4 to end her shift. Today, she would finish early, allowing her to visit a farther market, where she could purchase more groceries and some pork belly to stew for dinner. She was craving that dish in the past, even if she had spent her own money on meat. Having stewed pork belly, she would never have tasted even a piece, only able to dip bread into the meat broth to savor its flavor. As for Mr. Chio's thoughts, Lin Jingwen believed he would be fine. Lin Jingwen, Supervisor Qin is calling for you, Manager Fong announced, his expression betraying a hint of schadenfreude. Surely it was due to Lin Jingwen's disturbances affecting work that Supervisor Qin wished to reprimand her. He was tired of her attitude. Oh, understood, Lin Jingwen replied flatly, not regarding Manager Fong. There was no need to argue with a petty person like him. Simply ignoring him would suffice, focusing on her own responsibilities. If he made unreasonable work demands, she would refuse outright. Apart from his anger, he could do nothing to her. After all, he had no control over her salary and would not fire her, since he initiated conflict. She owed him no extra courtesy. Manager Fong sensed Lin Jingwen's disdain for him, which only fueled his irritation, eagerly anticipating her exit from Supervisor Qin's office in tears. Xiao Lin has arrived. Please sit. Supervisor Qin greeted as Lin Jingwen took her seat, putting down his enamel mug. Leader, are you calling regarding the pastry chef position? Lin Jingwen inquired. Indeed, it is about that matter, Supervisor Qin confirmed, seeing her directness. He continued, the restaurant over at Jiefeng Bridge is indeed in need of a pastry chef. I can put in a good word to recommend you. However, whether you secure the position will depend on your abilities. As you will still need to pass their assessment, I would be immensely grateful for the opportunity to be recommended by you. Leader, if I do not succeed, that is solely my own failing. Lin Jingwen expressed her gratitude immediately. I noticed you mentioned your desire for a divorce last time. I saw your husband and in-laws seeking you out recently. Was it your mother-in-law who was shouting earlier? Supervisor Qin inquired further. No, it was my mother, Lin Jingwen replied. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I apologize for causing trouble for the unit. Whether you divorce is your personal matter, and I shall not pry further. However, if you are determined to separate, and your in-laws and family are unwilling, this domestic dispute will not be resolved quickly. It is impossible to predict how long it may continue, and their daily disturbances at work create an unfavorable environment. Supervisor Qin added, his expression turning serious. Supervisor Qin had his own agenda. He could offer Lin Jingwen this opportunity, but was planning to assign the kitchen position to a relative of his. Lin Jingwen understood the implications behind his words, grasping that to seize the opportunity of the pastry chef recommendation, she would need to resign from her current kitchen assistant position. This was not a safety net. If she failed to secure the pastry chef role, she would not be able to return to her current job. Realizing the leader's intentions, she proactively stated, you are correct. Their daily disturbances indeed create a poor atmosphere. In that case, I shall resign from here outright, publicly stating that I am no longer employed, and please do not mention my opportunity for the pastry chef position, as it remains uncertain. The Jiefeng Bridge opportunity is both a chance and a challenge for me. If I succeed, it will be splendid, and if I do not, it will be due to my own limitations, and I cannot blame others. With the new policies allowing individuals to start their own businesses, I could always set up a stall selling breakfast. With diligence, I can still earn a living. Supervisor Qin, listening to her insightful and spirited words, could not help but cast an admiring glance her way. Smiling, Xiao Lin, your clarity of thought and fearless determination to try new things is truly commendable. Hearing your words just now, I distinctly sensed your positive transformation. You have truly impressed me. Leader, you flatter me too much. I possess no exceptional intellect or courage. I merely harbor a determination to not be looked down upon due to my divorce, Lin Jingwen humbly replied. Lin Jingwen could not help but chuckle as she remarked, "However, it is the first time the leadership has recognized my abilities. I am so elated that I feel as if I might faint from joy and lose my way." Supervisor Chin was also amused by her words. Laughing heartily, "Indeed, you are doing splendidly well now. You possess both eloquence and diligence, and wherever you go, you shall not falter." Lin Jingwen let out a silly laugh and continued, "I would also like to trouble the leadership for a recommendation letter, so that I can present it during interviews. It would lend credibility, otherwise, without proof, I fear they might dismiss me. Such matters render a recommendation letter indispensable. To forego it would be the gravest oversight." Lin Jingwen had previously suffered considerable losses in this regard, having endured a significant setback in a nightmare that left an indelible mark on her memory. In all endeavors, one must leave a trace. Supervisor Chin regarded her with newfound respect and promptly agreed, complimenting her on her improved wit. Once the recommendation letter was prepared, Supervisor Chin instructed Lin Jingwen to collect a month's salary from the accounting department. Noting that even though it was only mid-month and she was technically entitled to only half a month's pay, he took it upon himself to grant her a full month's wage as a gesture of goodwill. Naturally, Lin Jingwen expressed her gratitude to Supervisor Chin, bowing deeply before she exited. The news of Lin Jingwen collecting her salary spread swiftly among the restaurant staff. Many whispered that her divorce had caused her to lose her job. Consequently, those who had previously doubted her decision to divorce began to ridicule her for what they perceived as irrational behavior, lamenting that she had squandered a good life and brought misfortune upon herself. Now, without a man or a job, and with rumors that even her family might disown her, how could she possibly survive? Chapter 21. Confronting the little leaders at work, Manager Fong was the first to approach her, exclaiming, "What did I say? With your poor attitude and the divorce causing a negative impact on the workplace, your job might be at stake. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly." Lin Jingwen shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Manager Fong, what benefit do you gain from kicking me while I'm down? Have a little decency." Manager Fong narrowed his eyes, indignantly responding, "Oh, so you think you can lecture me now? You really have no idea of your own worth. 98 pounds. I just weighed myself 2 days ago." Lin Jingwen replied coolly, "Who asked about your weight? Are you out of your mind, unable to understand plain speech?" Manager Fong snapped back. Chef Kai intervened, pulling Lin Jingwen away, casting a glare at Manager Fong as he said, "Jingwen is right. You should mind your words, lest you invite karma." "Hey Kai, why are you cursing me?" Manager Fong shouted, displeased. Ignoring him, Lin Jingwen and Chef Kai stepped outside, where Chef Kai expressed his concern. "What's going on, master? It's nothing. I volunteered to leave." Lin Jingwen briefly explained the situation, adding, "Please keep this confidential and do not mention it to your family. Now that I've resigned, they want to find me right away, and I could use a few days of peace. Tomorrow is Friday. It seems the list for apartment allocations will be announced in the afternoon. And when Li Onping sees that he hasn't received an apartment, he will certainly come looking for me in a frenzy. Though I am not afraid of him, facing a mad dog barking at me can be quite bothersome. A few days of quietude will be a blessing." "All right, as long as you know what you're doing," Chef Kai replied, reassured. "They might come to you asking about me. Just say you don't know." Lin Jingwen added, "If Li Onping comes looking for me, I'll give him a kick. I didn't get to vent my frustration last time," Chef Kai whispered. Lin Jingwen burst into laughter, reminding him not to act recklessly and to avoid being swindled by the scoundrel. Because while Li Onping may lack many qualities, passing the buck and laying blame on others is undoubtedly his forte. Leaving an hour early, Lin Jingwen decided to visit the market, thinking she had ample time and purchasing a larger quantity of pork belly to prepare dumplings. In addition, she bought several heads of cabbage, radishes, potatoes, and green onions, as winter's offerings were rather scarce. Upon returning home, Lin Jingwen immediately began chopping the meat, setting aside a substantial portion for braised pork while preparing enough filling for roughly 50 dumplings, sufficient for a meal with her employer, Professor Chiu. The remaining 2 dishes consisted of sautéed cabbage and shredded potatoes. By the time she finished preparing the dumpling filling, it was already 5 o'clock, and Lin Jingwen commenced making the dough to wrap the dumplings. Once the dough was ready, she started braising the pork. Chiu arrived home around 6 o'clock. As he ascended to the 4th floor, he was greeted by the rich aroma of meat wafting through the air. Unable to suppress a swallow, he felt his hunger intensify. The cafeteria food at school paled in comparison to what Lin Jingwen prepared. He had hardly eaten at noon and skipped breakfast since Lin Jingwen had taken the early shift. Now, he was ravenous and could scarcely bear the scent of food. Instead of heading straight home, Chiozei knocked on Lin Jingwen's door. Upon opening it, Lin Jingwen beamed at him and asked, "Mr. Chiu, you're home. The braised pork is ready. I just need to cook the dumplings and stir-fry a couple of vegetable dishes before we can eat." "Great." Chiozei nodded vigorously, glancing at his watch. "How long do I need to wait?" "At most 10 minutes, Lin Jingwen replied, noticing his impatience. "Are you very hungry, Mr. Chiu?" she inquired, somewhat perplexed. It was hard to fathom that someone of his means would be starving. "The cafeteria's food is quite unpalatable," Chiozei replied flatly. "I didn't eat much, and I skipped breakfast." Lin Jingwen remarked, "Without my cooking, you'd have to endure hunger, I suppose." Lin Jingwen instructed Chiozei to return home to change his clothes and wash his hands while she dished out the braised pork, leaving some for herself and serving him first to tide him over until the dumplings were ready. Afterward, she returned to her side to prepare the dumplings while simultaneously stir-frying the potato and cabbage dishes. Although she was juggling multiple tasks, Lin Jingwen remained calm and collected, managing everything with grace and efficiency. Once the dumplings were ready, she brought them along with the 2 vegetable dishes to the table, noticing that he had already devoured half of the braised pork. "You might want to try the sour and spicy potato strips or the cabbage to cleanse your palate," Lin Jingwen suggested. Fearing he might grow weary of the rich dish, "Thank you," Chiozei said, picking up a pair of chopsticks to sample the potato strips. His face lit up with delight as he praised her. "This is the best potato strips I have ever tasted. That's only because you desperately need it to balance the richness, making it particularly enjoyable," Lin Jingwen explained with a laugh at his compliment. While Chiozei acknowledged that this was partly true, he still believed her culinary skills were exceptional. "Now, let us try the dumplings," Lin Jingwen encouraged. "Feel free to share any critiques. I'm eager to improve." Chiozei promptly ate a dumpling and declared, "Absolutely delicious. I cannot find the words to praise it further. I love it as it is, no improvements needed." Lin Jingwen mused to herself that having such an enthusiastic supporter like Mr. Chiu made cooking for him an absolute delight. "Well then, please enjoy your meal. I shall return to my own," she advised Mr. Chiu. "You've already consumed quite a bit of meat. Don't overindulge on the dumplings. Any leftovers can be pan-fried for a midnight snack," she added. "All right, thank you," Chiozei nodded. Ultimately, he had overindulged. After finishing his meal, he paced around the room to aid digestion. Observing his surroundings, he considered procuring a treadmill and a punching bag from abroad for home workouts. With Lin Jingwen's exceptional cooking, he found it hard to resist overeating. Without regular exercise, he feared he might soon join the ranks of the overweight. Lacking a treadmill, he resolved to go for a run outside. When Lin Jingwen returned after her meal, she found Chiozei dressing and inquired, "Mr. Chiu, are you heading out?" "I overate and need to run it off," he explained. Lin Jingwen thought to herself that clearly her cooking resonated well with Mr. Chiu's palate. She had to admit that her willingness to accept Supervisor Chin's arrangement so readily was significantly influenced by Mr. Chiu's unfaltering praise of her culinary skills. It bolstered her confidence immensely. Of course, the generous salary Mr. Chiu provided played a substantial role as well. Without Mr. Chiu, who was not short on funds, she would not have so readily relinquished her secure job. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaozue returned home from the state-run restaurant and confronted Lin Dongliang, exclaiming, "Oh, I am so furious. I told that stubborn girl Jingwen to return to her in-laws, and guess what she said? She insisted she wouldn't go back and was determined to divorce, even threatening to sever ties with us if we meddled in her affairs." Lin Dongliang, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief. Has she lost her mind? Is this something Jingwen would say? I too called her crazy. I was so enraged that I wanted to hit her, but she seized my hand fiercely, looking as if she might devour me whole. Oh, she truly infuriated me. Ma Xiaozue vented, her words laced with frustration. Lin Dongliang furrowed his brows even tighter and angrily remarked, "She is disobedient. You ought to scold her until she has no choice but to listen, rendering her incapable of working and forcing her to return to her in-laws' home with you. If you cannot manage such a trivial matter, how will you explain it to your son-in-law?" Ma Xiaozue fell silent under the reprimand, hesitating for a moment before responding. "Then I shall go find her tomorrow. Even if I have to drag her away and ruin her job, I will ensure she returns to her in-laws." Upon hearing this, Lin Dongliang nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Yes, go to the restaurant tomorrow and terminate her employment directly, so she has no choice but to accompany you back to your in-laws." All right, Ma Xiaozue replied repeatedly. "I will step outside to call my son-in-law and inform him, so he won't worry about this matter," Lin Dongliang stated. "You may go," Ma Xiaozue waved her hand dismissively. Once Lin Dongliang left the house, Ma Xiaozue went to the courtyard to use the restroom and noticed a pile of clothes, immediately expressing her dissatisfaction. "Why are these clothes still piled here? I have never seen such a lazy daughter-in-law. What does she mean by leaving them here for me to wash?" Song Xiangqian, who had been resting in bed due to a slight stomach ache, upon hearing her mother-in-law's words, could only get up and say, "Mom, I was just lying down because my stomach hurt. You've already given birth to 3. How could you be so precious? Just because your stomach hurts, you think you can avoid work? You are carrying my precious grandson? And that grants you the right to rest. If it were a girl, I would ensure she doesn't survive," Ma Xiaozue scolded. "What is the point of raising so many worthless children who only bring me trouble?" Song Xiangqian's eyes turned red from the scolding as she replied, "Mom, I will wash them now." Only after Ma Xiaozue saw her begin to wash did she return to the house. Soon, 2-year-old Zhao Di ran out of the room, exclaiming, "Mommy, I will wash." Zhao Di wanted to help her mother with the laundry. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Song Xiangqian could no longer hold back her tears. "Zhao Di, you don't have to wash. The water is too cold. Go back inside. It's chilly out here. No." Zhao Di turned her head, frightened of her grandparents, who would only scold her. She wanted to stay close to her mother. Song Xiangqian understood her daughter's fear of her in-laws and, thinking of this, felt a wave of sadness wash over her. It was all her stubborn stomach's fault. If only she could give birth to a boy, she and her daughters would not be constantly berated at home. In the machinery factory's family compound, Li Onping received a call from his father-in-law and learned that his mother-in-law had intervened but had not summoned Lin Jingwen back, leading him to believe that Lin Jingwen's tantrum was not trivial. As he contemplated the visit from the department head the following evening, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, rendering him incapable of focusing on his professional textbooks. His mind was consumed with how to handle this situation. Upon returning home, Li Onping noticed the table and cabinets were cluttered and disorganized, with the floor dirty as well, heightening his dissatisfaction. With the department head visiting tomorrow, the house needed to be immaculate. Otherwise, he would lose face. When Lin Jingwen was home, everything was orderly. How could the household devolve into chaos in her absence? Lin Jingwen managed everything well. Why could his elder and second sisters-in-law not do the same? "Mom, the department head is coming over tomorrow evening. You and my elder and second sisters-in-law need to do a thorough cleaning of the house," Li Onping instructed Zhang Lanxiang. "Huh? Why is your leader coming over?" Zhang Lanxiang asked with some alarmed eye in her mind. A visit from a superior was never a good omen, akin to a home visit from Li Dongle's teacher, Li Onping, feeling uneasy, explained how Lin Jingwen had saved the department head's elderly father, which earned him a teaching assistant position, and the department head wanted to personally thank Lin Jingwen. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lanxiang remarked, "Hemph, your wife finally did something right. It somewhat helps you. Your department head is quite something. Thanking you directly would suffice. Why bother with Lin Jingwen? She's insignificant." "Mom, please refrain from such comments. We must pretend to care for Lin Jingwen, especially with the department head coming tomorrow," Li Onping said with a displeased expression. All right, I understand that we will clean up after dinner tonight," Zhang Lanxiang replied, but then felt something was amiss. "Where's your wife? When will she be back? Didn't you say you sent a lot of good things to your mother-in-law yesterday and asked her to call people to the restaurant today?" "Mom, Jingwen will definitely return tomorrow." Li Onping recalled his father-in-law's emphatic words on the phone and felt he could trust it once more. Yes, having lost her job, she will have no choice but to return obediently. Today, Lin Jingwen was a tad nervous about interviewing for the pastry chef position near Jiefeng Bridge. Apprehensive about not passing IT wasn't that she feared being unemployed or without income. It was more about her desire for her abilities to be acknowledged, validated, and even respected. Just as she had experienced under Mr. Chiu, where not only was her salary substantial, but her culinary skills were also highly esteemed and praised. Although she told Supervisor Qin yesterday that failing to pass the interview wouldn't be catastrophic, as she could set up a stall to sell breakfast, in reality, even if she didn't pass, she wouldn't resort to selling food in the freezing winter with the salary Mr. Chiu provided. Furthermore, even without Mr. Chiu's salary, she would prefer to stay home knitting and then attempt to sell her creations. Even if she only earned 30 in a month, it would suffice for her rent and sustenance. She would never subject herself to the hardship of selling breakfast on the streets in winter. The mere thought of it was exhausting. Having endured such a life for years in her nightmares, pushing a tricycle laden with goods, no safety net, constantly chased away, even having her stall smashed, especially in the biting cold of winter, where the temperatures plummeted and the winds howled, as long as she was busy with the stove. It was bearable, but if customers stopped coming, she would be left freezing. Once she set up a stall, she could forget about maintaining smooth, beautiful skin or nurturing her hands. In summary, her foremost principle in making choices was to prioritize her comfort and health. And on that foundation, earn a decent living and project an image of success to others. She resolutely rejected unnecessary hardships and suffering. After all, she had no obligation to save money for a child, nor did she need to consider any man as family. Although she aspired to buy a house and have her own little nest, she believed that happiness and security could not solely derive from owning property. As long as she felt content internally and relished her daily life, renting a place was perfectly fine for now. She wanted to enjoy life without sacrificing her winter coat, skincare products, or delicious food. Otherwise, she would merely transition from escaping a toxic relationship to becoming a slave to the pursuit of homeownership. Life would be devoid of any enjoyment, and she would neglect to prioritize herself and love herself properly. Lin Jingwen pondered various thoughts and found herself less anxious, realizing that individuals like Mr. Chiu, who could recognize talent, were indeed rare. Furthermore, the position in a state-run restaurant was highly sought after. If she didn't pass, it likely wouldn't be due to her lack of ability but rather insufficient connections compared to others. Lin Jingwen composed herself, prepared breakfast, and sent a portion to Mr. Chiu while tidying his room. Once she finished her chores, she set out. Riding her bike took 20 minutes to reach the restaurant at Jiefeng Bridge. The journey left Lin Jingwen thoroughly chilled. Her wool gloves provided no protection against the wind, and her hands felt numb. She realized she not only needed a down jacket but also a pair of lined leather gloves. Should she pass the interview today, she would promptly procure them. If she didn't pass, she planned to hibernate at home, knitting, rendering any purchase unnecessary. Upon entering the upscale state-run restaurant, where the lobby was heated, she took a moment to warm up before seeking out the leadership. Presenting her letter of recommendation and introducing herself, first and foremost, she needed to be transparent about her marital status. When Liaoping and the others inevitably caused a stir, the leadership would be unprepared and could become furious, especially if they discovered she had concealed such vital information. Rest assured, leader, my ex-husband is a university professor who cares deeply about his reputation. If he dares to come here and make a scene, I will retaliate in kind, creating a commotion at his university so that he can no longer work there. He will only come once. He certainly won't return, thus not disturbing my work here. You, young lady, have quite a fiery spirit. Supervisor Zhao chuckled upon hearing her words. It's all a result of being forced into it. I am always polite and amiable to outsiders and never instigate trouble. Lin Jingwen smiled confidently, stating, Leader, I assure you that my foundational skills in pastry making are impeccable. Additionally, I can create Western-style pastries, cookies, cakes, and a variety of shaped pastries that are sure to attract attention. Supervisor Zhao laughed. I have never met such a confident young lady like you before. Very well, follow me. I hope you are not just boasting. Let the leader down. Lin Jingwen responded with a calm and assured smile. Supervisor Zhao cast a glance at her, genuinely hoping she possessed some real skills. Lin Jingwen followed Supervisor Zhao into the kitchen. Aside from a few chefs and assistants busy with stir-frying, 5 male pastry chefs were present. Among them, 2 appeared to be in their 40s, robust and hearty. One had a fierce countenance while the other appeared more amiable. Through Supervisor Zhao's introduction, Lin Jingwen learned that one was surnamed Bao and the other Qian, both holding higher positions. The stern-looking one was called Master Bao, while the kind one was named Master Qian. There were also 2 younger apprentices in their 20s, one surnamed Wu and the other Jiang, whom they referred to as Xiao Wu and Xiao Jiang. There was also a Master Zhong in his 30s, roughly her age. Upon hearing that Lin Jingwen was here to assess the pastry chefs, the men looked at her with a mixture of surprise and skepticism. They wondered why she, instead of tending to the elderly or children at home, sought to become a pastry chef, a profession increasingly regarded by women as a serious endeavor. Master Bao bluntly remarked, Women these days think too highly of themselves. Lin Jingwen shot him a glance and retorted, Master Bao, mind your words, if you doubt my abilities, don't generalize all women. Our restaurant has female leaders too. If they hear you, you won't have a good time. Her straightforwardness and sharp wit immediately conveyed that she was not to be trifled with. Supervisor Zhao couldn't help but admire Lin Jingwen. Appreciating her effective rebuttal, women can hold their own. This sentiment has been advocated for years, Master Bao, yet you remain an antiquated mindset, he added with a chuckle. Master Bao's expression darkened, but he chose not to respond. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, had he encountered someone more timid, he might have gotten away with it, or someone brash and thoughtless could have retaliated. Lin Jingwen was assertive, yet her approach was far more sophisticated. Skillfully bringing up the topic of female leadership. Master Qian, as the most experienced pastry chef in our establishment, please oversee Lin's evaluation, Supervisor Zhao instructed. Master Qian agreed and smiled kindly at Lin Jingwen, saying, our evaluation isn't particularly formal, just showcase your pastry skills. A pastry chef's abilities are evident through their hands. Your true talents will shine when you start kneading the dough. All right, no problem, Lin Jingwen replied. Appreciating Master Qian's straightforwardness, she rolled up her sleeves, washed her hands, and began her work. The dough needs time to rise. You can use this bowl of prepared dough for your pastries, Master Qian indicated, pointing to a large basin. Lin Jingwen smiled in acknowledgement as she approached the basin, realizing the dough was indeed ready, and any further fermentation would ruin its flavor. She took the dough out and placed it on the countertop, dusting it with flour as she began to knead. Master Qian and the others observed her for a while. Seeing her adept technique, they felt assured of her fundamental skills and turned their attention to preparing lunch. Moreover, Lin Jingwen's proficiency would be even more convincing through the finished products. Just half an hour later, Master Qian and the others were captivated by the unique shapes of the pastries Lin Jingwen crafted. The designs were refreshingly novel, unlike the mundane offerings found in the market. Her creations, flowers, grasses, fish, and rabbits, were not only aesthetically pleasing but also endearing. Excellent, excellent. Master Lin possesses both skill and creativity, Master Qian remarked with a nod. Clearly impressed. With this level of craftsmanship, you have certainly passed the assessment. Chapter 23. There is no need to praise so fervently. Master Bao's expression grew increasingly sour as he realized that Lin Jingwen's designs were beyond his capabilities. Wow, Sister Lin, your skills are remarkable. Those little fish and rabbits are adorable and so whimsical. Children will surely love them, Xiao Wu exclaimed, addressing her more intimately as Sister Lin instead of Master Lin. Eager to learn from her, if I pass the assessment and work here, I can teach you, Lin Jingwen responded with a smile. Oh, thank you, Sister Lin, Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly, with your talent, passing the assessment is a certainty. He then glanced at Master Qian. I'm not the one in charge. I can't make that decision, Master Qian laughed, before praising Lin Jingwen's skill and ingenuity. Lin Jingwen graciously thanked Master Qian, preparing to place her crafted pastries into the steamer. Xiao Jiang, less articulate than Xiao Wu, admired her skills and also wished to learn. Seeing her reach for the steamer, he hurried to assist, stammering, Sister Lin, let me help you. Thank you, Xiao Jiang, Lin Jingwen replied, recognizing a bit of her past self in him, and smiled warmly. Once steamed, the pastries expanded beautifully, the plump little rabbits adorned with 2 red bean eyes, appearing lively and charming. Remarkable. These pastries look more appealing than those made by others, Supervisor Zhao remarked upon seeing the shapes. Offering praise. After tasting the pastries, he noted their delightful texture and flavor. Master Lin's foundational skills in pastry making are exceptionally solid. Her kneading and shaping techniques rival those of seasoned chefs with decades of experience. Master Qian added, expressing high regard for Lin Jingwen. Sister Lin is impressively swift. I watched her work and it seemed like she completed the shapes in the blink of an eye, Xiao Wu chimed in, supporting her. Master Bao remained silent, while Master Zhong smiled and remarked, she surpasses me in skill. Sister Lin is amazing, Xiao Jiang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Supervisor Zhao was thoroughly pleased with Lin Jingwen's performance and promptly decided to hire her, stating, you can start working right away, continue crafting more charming shapes, and let's see how the customers respond. Upon hearing she was hired, Lin Jingwen smiled in agreement. Noting Supervisor Zhao's intention for her to produce more designs while still assessing her, she resolved to put in extra effort, If she performed well, it would provide an opportunity to discuss her salary and benefits after the lunch rush. The role of a pastry chef evidently held different levels. Higher ranks naturally commanded better pay. Lin Jingwen, once timid and reluctant to advocate for herself, now felt emboldened. She had the skills to earn a fair compensation and was determined to pursue it. For the next 2 hours, Lin Jingwen tirelessly crafted an array of pastries in various sizes and shapes, including an assortment of floral buns and animal figures. It seemed as though she could effortlessly conjure delightful designs with a mere pinch of her fingers. Leaving Xiaowu in awe, "Wow, Sister Lin, you're incredible. How do you know so much?" he exclaimed. "Goodness, Sister Lin, your creativity is on another level," Lin Jingwen humbly replied. "There's no need for such fervent praise." The various shapes of buns she produced received unanimous acclaim. After all, few possessed such talent today. Thanks to her vivid dreams and innate creativity, she was able to craft unique designs. Numerous patrons marveled at the charming animal buns, some even reluctant to eat them, preferring to take them home for their children. Upon learning that these designs were limited, customers eagerly requested more to be made. AS supervisor Zhao heard the positive feedback from patrons. He cheerfully made his way to the kitchen, addressing Lin Jingwen, "Master Lin, customers are thrilled with the pastries you've created, especially the exquisite little animal buns. Guests dining here are certainly willing to pay for an appealing bun. The more attractive your creations, the more they will draw them in. Your whimsical little buns have provided me with fresh inspiration. We could create a special line of children's pastries at our esteemed restaurant, which should sell quite well." Lin Jingwen listened with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, there are no restaurants specializing in children's buns. Introducing such offerings would be unparalleled." Supervisor Zhao chuckled, appreciating Lin Jingwen's sharpness. She was articulate and exceptionally skilled, and despite her current marital issues, her merits shone through, making her a valuable asset. "Very well, you will take charge of the children's buns. If you find yourself overwhelmed, you can delegate tasks to Master Qian and the others," Supervisor Zhao instructed. Lin Jingwen smiled in agreement, unperturbed by the thought of them learning from her, as she could continuously innovate. "By the way, Master Lin, do you have any experience with Western pastries?" Supervisor Zhao inquired. "I can make some, though I'm not as familiar with them as I am with Chinese pastries," Lin Jingwen replied. "I'll bake some bread and cookies, and whip up a few cream cakes for you to sample." "Sounds good," Supervisor Zhao responded with a smile. An hour later, after tasting her bread and admiring the beautiful designs of her cream cakes, he exclaimed, "Master Lin, you're a true find. Your skills are absolutely delightful." Supervisor Zhao grinned. After Master Qian and the others sampled the bread and observed the intricate details of her cream cakes, they could only express their admiration. "Impressive. Given our time constraints, this is truly remarkable." Lin Jingwen smiled faintly. "What I excel at are traditional Chinese pastries and desserts, and I have yet to showcase various types of pies. There's no rush to start today." Supervisor Zhao chuckled and said to her, "Please accompany me to my office for a moment." Upon arriving at the office, Supervisor Zhao directly stated, "Master Lin, would it be possible for you to officially commence work starting tomorrow? I apologize, but I have prior commitments tomorrow." "Would it be acceptable for me to begin the day after?" Lin Jingwen replied. She noted that tomorrow was Saturday, and she had planned to treat her landlord, Mrs. Li, and others to a meal, as Saturday was originally her day off. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, her day off had turned into a resignation, and now she was being re-employed. "Very well, then it shall be the day after," Supervisor Zhao nodded, demonstrating a tolerant attitude toward capable individuals. Subsequently, he informed her of the restaurant's regulations, her salary level, and the potential performance bonuses. In the current state-owned restaurants, the job security was quite stable, with no need to sign labor contracts, as they operated on a fixed employment system. Supervisor Zhao informed Lin Jingwen that due to her outstanding performance, she had been classified as a mid-level pastry chef, with higher classifications available. The salary for a junior pastry chef was 110 yuan per month, while the mid-level pastry chef's salary was an additional 25 yuan, totaling 135. Having made up her mind to secure the best treatment for herself, Lin Jingwen boldly stated, "Supervisor, am I not qualified for the senior pastry chef position given my capabilities? In truth, you possess the necessary skills, but you are still young and a woman, and having just joined the restaurant, designating you as a mid-level pastry chef rather than a junior one already exceeds the norm. I have made this decision out of admiration for your talent. However, should I classify you as a senior pastry chef, I fear it may not sit well with others, leading to discontent. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingwen furrowed her brow and spoke earnestly. Supervisor, you acknowledged my abilities, thus I believe I deserve the senior pastry chef status. If you do not accord me this position, others, including Bao and his colleagues, will undoubtedly perceive me as unworthy, further diminishing my standing because I am a woman. Since you wish for me to take charge of the children's pastries, you must grant me the appropriate status and authority. Otherwise, I will not be able to fulfill this role effectively, and I can only regretfully say that you should seek someone else. Supervisor Zhao was taken aback by her words, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had never encountered a woman, let alone a man, who so assertively advocated for a position and benefits. She had even challenged him, stating that without the appropriate compensation, she would refuse the job offer. Supervisor Zhao stared at her for a moment, noting the clarity and determination in her eyes, filled with confidence and fearlessness. Very well. I shall grant you the senior pastry chef designation. You are quite remarkable. He composed himself, his gaze toward Lin Jingwen filled with appreciation, and he nodded in agreement. Thank you, Supervisor. You truly have an eye for talent. I will work diligently and not disappoint you. Lin Jingwen responded with a bright smile. The salary for a senior pastry chef was 170 yuan per month, which was 35 yuan more than that of a mid-level pastry chef. Previously, her wage as a kitchen assistant was 65 yuan. And now her salary would be nearly triple that. Naturally, Lin Jingwen felt a surge of joy at this unexpected outcome. Indeed, one must strive to advocate for oneself. Are you praising me, or yourself? Supervisor Zhao mused, amused yet impressed by her spiritedness. Regarding the small buns you crafted earlier, would you be able to consistently innovate and introduce new designs periodically? With the new year approaching, could you create some visually appealing and unique buns in the shape of the 12 zodiac animals? Additionally, your cakes are already delightful, sweet yet not overly so, with a commendable balance of sugar, eggs, and milk. Might you also explore diverse and novel presentations? The request posed by the supervisor posed no challenges for Lin Jingwen, who nodded confidently. Absolutely, Supervisor Zhao responded enthusiastically. If you can boost the sales of pastries during the Spring Festival, you shall also be rewarded with year-end bonuses and benefits. Our restaurant's regulations are undergoing reform, focusing on performance and ability. Understand this. If you excel, the rewards will be significant. While Lin Jingwen feigned excitement at the prospect of various benefits, she remained cautious, knowing that until those rewards materialized, it was merely talk. Chapter 24. Room allocation. No scoundrels. On another front. What? Jingwen has been dismissed. She is no longer working here. Ma Xiaozue exclaimed in shock upon hearing the news. Madam, as you mentioned, that was yesterday. Let me clarify. The management let Lin Jingwen go due to the negative implications stemming from her divorce situation. You see, you caused quite a stir yesterday, and with your continued presence today, it was inevitable that Lin Jingwen would be dismissed. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to conduct business. Manager Fong remarked with a sarcastic tone. Madam, it would be best for you to leave and not return. Manager Fong believed his words would anger Ma Xiaozue, but to his surprise, she clapped her hands in delight. Indeed, you are correct. She should have returned home. I never anticipated that after my visit yesterday, the management would promptly dismiss her. Your management is quite accommodating. You've saved me a great deal of trouble. Manager Fong, left bewildered, questioned his own hearing. The mother had caused her daughter's job loss and was now applauding as if celebrating a victory. This was undeniably a case of a stepmother's indifference. In comparison to Ma Xiaozue, Manager Fong felt his own moral integrity was elevated. And no matter the circumstances, he had never cheered at Lin Jingwen's dismissal. He would only murmur a few sardonic remarks. Thus, he took it upon himself to impart a moral lesson to Ma Xiaozue. Madam, at your age, you ought to cultivate some virtue. I've heard that lacking virtue can lead to dire consequences in the next life. Even if you are a stepmother, there are times when you ought to feign concern. How dare you insult me? You are the one lacking virtue. I am her biological mother, not a stepmother. I will confront your superior. I will not let this insult stand. Ma Xiaozue retorted angrily, pointing at Manager Fong before storming off to lodge a complaint with the management, leaving him helplessly trailing behind. In the end, Supervisor Qin, with a stern expression, ordered Manager Fong to apologize to Ma Xiaozue. However, for Ma Xiaozue, an apology was of little consequence. She demanded compensation. If she did not receive it, she would sit at the restaurant entrance. crying dramatically for 3 hours. Reluctantly, Manager Fong compensated her with 2 yuan to expedite her departure. With that mouth of yours, you only stir up trouble. You are suspended without pay for half a month. Take that time to reflect. If you repeat this behavior, prepare to be dismissed, Supervisor Chin scolded Manager Fong angrily. This was not the first day of Manager Fong's loose tongue, which had made him unpopular. Supervisor Chin seized this opportunity to impose a severe penalty to instill fear in him, hoping he would refrain from further missteps. This time, Manager Fong genuinely cried, softly slapping his own face while lamenting. Woe is me, for my loose tongue. Why do I keep being so careless? Chef Kai, upon hearing of the incident, was momentarily taken aback before chuckling, evil begets evil. Ma Xiaotsue returned home, elated with her 2 yuan and boasted to her husband, Lin Dongliang, about her triumph, even displaying the money. Lin Dongliang, unimpressed by the 2 yuan, simply inquired, Are you certain Jingwen has returned to her in-laws? She no longer has a job. Where else could she go? Ma Xiaotsue exclaimed. Just to be sure, I'll make a call to check, Lin Dongliang replied as he stepped out. Miss Xiaotsue found his caution unnecessary, believing it was obvious she had returned to her in-laws after losing her job, especially after their recent argument where she declared her intent to sever ties. There was no way she would come back to her parents' home. Furthermore, she dismissed the notion of severing ties as insincere. Only parents could expel their child, not the child themselves. Her parents had raised her. Could she simply disregard their wishes? Such reasoning was absurd. Not only was it unreasonable, but Ma Xiaotsue also intended to discipline her daughter, confining her at home for a while to soften her rebellious spirit and restore her obedience. At Jiqing University, Li Anping was preoccupied with thoughts of whether Lin Jingwen would return home today. His mind agitated much like the previous day. He found it difficult to concentrate on the professional literature his department head had given him. Suddenly, the office phone rang, startling him to it was a call for him. Realizing it was from his father-in-law, he refrained from speaking too much, aware that the office phone had multiple lines, and others could overhear. Dad, I will hang up now and find a payphone to call you back. Please wait a moment, Li Anping concluded, hanging up the phone and hurriedly exiting. At that moment, Zhang Igua hung up the phone, dissatisfied with a huff. Such secrecy only indicated there was something unsavory afoot. He hoped it wouldn't come to light, huffing in annoyance. What? She has already been dismissed? She hasn't returned home. Last night, there was no response, and this morning was no different. After Li Anping redialed, he was momentarily stunned by his father-in-law's words. Nearly losing control of his impulse to roar in anger, Lin Dongliang, upon hearing the response from his son-in-law, furrowed his brow in surprise as well. She hasn't returned to her in-laws, nor to her own family. And now that she is unemployed, where could she possibly go? Li Anping rubbed his forehead, feeling frustrated and tempted to curse. He too wanted to know where Lin Jingwen had disappeared to. Anping, don't fret just yet. Your mother and I will search for her and inquire with your elder sisters, Lin Dongliang reassured him. Just focus on your work for now. All right, Dad, I leave it to you, and MOM.IT would be best if you could. Never mind, let's find her first, Li Anping replied. He still had to teach his students shortly and couldn't afford to be absent. Li Anping had initially intended to insist that Lin Jingwen return by nightfall, but then he reconsidered. If she returned seething with anger and said something inappropriate to the department head, it would be better if she didn't come back at all with her absence. He would have to fabricate a reason for it. After enduring 2 classes, he finally reached noon, but while eating, he was distracted, preoccupied with thoughts of the department head's impending visit. At that moment, the excited conversation of 2 teachers at the adjacent table caught his attention. The list for the housing distribution will be announced this afternoon. I wonder if my name will be on it. I hope to see my name as well. I've been at the school for 7 or 8 years. And last time I missed out. This time, surely my name must be included. Not necessarily. There aren't many housing spots. Everyone is vying for them. Upon hearing this, Li Anping's expression brightened. He had completely forgotten that today was the day the housing list would be revealed. The prospect of a new home lifted his spirits considerably, but the thought that this very house had become a point of contention for Lin Jingwen and him made him uneasy. His emotions had been tumultuous these past few days, all due to Lin Jingwen. Previously, Li Anping had always felt that Lin Jingwen was unworthy of him, harboring a deep-seated disdain for her and neglecting her. However, Lin Jingwen had managed to keep their home impeccably organized, requiring him to worry only about his work, which was quite comforting now. However, Li Onping found no desire to recall the chaotic state of their home over the past few days. He had even stopped changing his clothes daily, as there was no one to wash them for him, and doing so himself was unbearable. Li Onping picked at his food, losing his appetite, both due to disinterest and the unpalatable meal. He had never thought Lin Jingwen's cooking was particularly exceptional, but after dining in the cafeteria for lunch and enduring his sister-in-law's even less appetizing fare for dinner, the contrast was stark. Lin Jingwen's culinary skills were indeed commendable, one of the few talents she possessed. When she was around, he had taken these things for granted. Yet, once Lin Jingwen was gone, those previously inconsequential matters became rather bothersome. Upon finishing his meal in the cafeteria, Li Onping made his way to the school's bulletin board, where many teachers were already gathered, primarily younger staff. What time will the housing distribution list be posted? Why is it still not on the bulletin board? Just wait a bit. I inquired earlier, and it will be up at 2, it's already 1:30. Why not just post it now instead of waiting until 2? Everyone was growing increasingly anxious, undeterred by the biting cold wind, particularly those like He Shangjin, whose eagerness made them oblivious to the chilled Li Onping, with nothing pressing to attend to, decided to wait alongside them. A familiar teacher struck up a conversation, whispering, Li Laosher, everyone says your housing spot is secure. Your wife took care of Director Yang's elderly mother for 3 months, and we all know about it. How enviable! Your wife is truly capable. Not everyone can take on such a task, though, not at all. It was merely a gesture of goodwill, Li Onping humbly replied. Regardless of his inner thoughts, I'm still young. Whether I get the house is uncertain. Such humility, Li Laosher. After what felt like an excruciating half hour, 2 staff members from the housing department arrived with a large red list. Everyone, please don't crowd. Let us post the list first. Hey, don't push me. If you do, the glue will come off. After a chaotic scuffle, the list was finally affixed. Everyone surged forward, and those shorter in stature struggled to catch a glimpse, jumping and craning their necks to see the names. Can someone check for me? Is my name on there? He Shangjin, and mine. Zhang I mean. Hey, don't shout. There are only 20-something names. Just listen. I'll read them aloud. The crowd gradually quieted down, attentive to the names being called. Upon hearing his name, He Shangjin leaped for joy, pumping his fist in the air several times, nearly shouting in celebration. The other successful candidates displayed similar exuberance, their excitement bordering on madness. Those still awaiting their names urged the crowd to hush, as they could no longer hear the reading. The 20-something names were quickly recited, and while Li Onping initially felt at ease, he grew increasingly anxious when he realized his name was still absent. How could it not be there? This was wrong, oh dear, Li Laosher. Why didn't I hear your name? Lu Laosher, who had spoken with him earlier, inquired with confusion. Li Onping forced a smile. It's not surprising. I had my doubts about this. Indeed, there is truly no name for you. Lu Laosher paused, then quietly asked, I heard that your wife has been causing a ruckus about divorce lately. Could it be that this has affected your housing allocation? There's been no talk of divorce. It's merely a spat between us. I must take my leave. The smile on Li Onping's face faltered as he hastily departed, nearly fleeing the scene. There truly was no name for Li Laosher. His wife was indeed causing a stir about divorce, which meant he would certainly not receive a home, especially since any allocation would have been due to her efforts. What was going on? This was news to us, He Shangjin, upon overhearing the gossip about Li Onping, bit his lip, suppressing the urge to divulge any further details, and quickly left. He needed to call his wife and share this good news. He could already envision her ecstatic shrieks upon hearing it. After leaving the bulletin board, Li Onping found a secluded grove and, in a fit of rage, slammed his fist against a tree. Lin Jingwen. You wretched woman! Thud! He struck again, envisioning the tree as Lin Jingwen, wishing he could obliterate her on the spot. How dare she? This housing issue was surely her doing, if it were merely her running away and threatening divorce. Even if Director Yang heard about it, he wouldn't withhold the housing from him. Li Onping understood well that, from an outsider's perspective, no matter how temperamental Lin Jingwen was, divorce was not a possibility. Just as the department head believed, Lin Jingwen had assisted his father. As a gesture of gratitude, the department head would offer him the teaching assistant position. Because Lin Jingwen was his wife, they were one entity. All she possessed belonged to him, and the same applied to the house. Li Onping had always held this belief, confident that Lin Jingwen would eventually return home. However, This housing matter had dealt him a heavy blow. For the first time, he realized Lin Jingwen's ruthlessness and her determination to divorce him. She had forsaken Li Dongle, and now she was willing to abandon the house as well. Her attitude towards him was utterly loathsome. Li Anping, wincing in pain, contemplated his next steps. Now that he had lost the house, what was the point of striving for the assistant position? With Lin Jingwen's current demeanor, it would be better to truly end the marriage and be with Xinping. Without the school-provided housing, he and Xinping could simply rent a place. The disarray at home would surely displease Xinping. She and her son would suffer in that environment. However, renting a place would significantly increase expenses, especially since Xinping was currently unemployed and depended solely on his income. Yet, it was not impossible. His monthly salary was around 100, with additional benefits amounting to approximately 1,400 annually. He had maintained a habit of writing articles for magazines and newspapers, earning an extra 40 to 50 a month. Over the past 2 years, he had not incurred significant expenses, with Lin Jingwen managing daily life, allowing him to save nearly 4,000. He did have some savings. But then he thought about Xinping's clothing and grooming. It would likely require considerable expenditure. He was certain he could not save enough. In fact, it might not even cover the expenses of Xinping and her son. If he did not divorce Lin Jingwen, he would avoid renting, spare her any financial burdens, and only need to check in on them occasionally, providing some money as needed. Plus, there was the assistance 200, along with potentially more benefits and bonuses. Once divorced from Lin Jingwen, the assistant position would likely vanish, and his losses would extend beyond just money. It would also impact his future career prospects. Upon comparison, the disparity is staggering. Li Anping, increasingly pained by his thoughts, struck the tree trunk with considerable force, only to wince in pain and shake his hand in response, his mind clearing somewhat as he approached middle age. He realized that he could not solely dwell on matters of love. He must also contemplate more pragmatic concerns. Beyond financial issues, there were matters of employment and the responsibility of providing for his mother in her old age. Should she fall ill in the future, who would care for her? With Xinping's delicate demeanor, how could she possibly manage? It had to be Lin Jingwen. No, he could not proceed with the divorce. At least not for now. He had to bring Lin Jingwen back home. With a somber expression, Li Anping departed from the desolate grove. Meanwhile, Lin Jingwen had intended to conclude her discussion regarding salary with Supervisor Zhao and leave work early. However, Supervisor Zhao informed her that he would be off the following day and requested her assistance with dinner preparations. Lin Jingwen had already been firm on several occasions, yet when the supervisor insisted she work an extra day, she acquiesced. Her evening duties involved not only working but also instructing Master Qian and the others in their craft. Being seasoned professionals, a few tips and a couple of demonstrations were all they needed to grasp the techniques. Though her dumplings were quite popular, the cute animal-shaped buns were the most beloved. Regardless of age, no one could resist their charming allure. Lin Jingwen worked tirelessly until 8:30 before finally finishing her shift. As she left, she took a few animal-shaped buns and a slice of her plum cake to share with her other employer, Mr. Chiu. However, she did not head home directly. Instead, she took a slight detour to find He Shangjin and Cui Dongmei. She recalled that today was the day the school would announce the housing allocation list. After waiting for several days, she was here to collect the 300 yuan red envelope she was owed. Lin Jingwen did not enter. Instead, she called the couple out from outside. Jingwen, thank you, thank you. The house is truly ours, Cui Dongmei exclaimed, embracing her tightly, overwhelmed with excitement. Thankfully, she managed to contain her exuberance enough to keep her voice down. Lin Jingwen felt her joy and smiled in return, saying, "It's wonderful to have secured the house. I was honestly worried about potential changes until it was confirmed." "Indeed, no changes. It's really ours," Cui Dongmei responded, pulling out a red envelope from her pocket and pressing it into Lin Jingwen's hand, whispering, "This afternoon, we came to find you at your restaurant and learned about your dismissal. With your divorce and no job, it must be tough for you. So, although we initially agreed on 300, we discussed it and decided to add a little more since we owe this house entirely to you. We rounded it up to 388 for good fortune. Also, if you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to reach out to us. We will do our utmost to assist you." "Thank you," Lin Jingwen remarked, feeling the weight of the thick stack of cash, smiling as she replied, "Actually, I've found a new job." "That's splendid. Then you should keep this money," Cui Dongmei said cheerfully. Compared to owning a house, this amount is trivial. Then I shall accept it graciously. Lin Jingwen smiled. I must take my leave now. Please do not let anyone know about our interactions. I wouldn't want Li Onping causing you any trouble. Of course, He Shangjian readily agreed, relaying information to Lin Jingwen. When the housing list was announced this afternoon, everyone noted that Li Onping's name was absent and speculated that it was due to your divorce, which led to his loss of housing. Everyone understands what truly transpired. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingwen merely smiled, thinking, I can only imagine how much he will scold me. That is entirely his own doing. Cui Dongmei interjected sharply. Indeed, it's quite late now, so I won't keep you any longer. I shall head back. Lin Jingwen stated. All right, do hurry home. Cui Dongmei urged her husband. You ride your bicycle and escort Jingwen. It's unsafe for a single woman to be out with money. Lin Jingwen did not decline, expressing her gratitude. Chapter 26. Lin Jingwen experiences an unexpected windfall. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the foot of Lin Jingwen's building. Mr. He, you should head back now. My rented apartment is just here. Lin Jingwen halted the bicycle, smiling at He Shangjin. Linjia, how much is your rent here? This newly built apartment complex charges 300 yuan per square meter, which is exorbitant. A 100 square meter apartment would cost 30,000, He Shangjin remarked, surveying the area. My rent is 15 yuan per month. Since I'm living alone now, I thought it wise to choose a better place. The neighbors are cultured and affluent, ensuring I won't be bullied as a divorced woman. Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. Linjia is quite considerate. That makes sense. 15 yuan a month, although pricey, is worth it. He Shangjin commended. Look, there's someone driving a car upstairs, clearly a sign of the resident's affluence. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingwen turned in the direction he indicated, coincidentally spotting her employer, Mr. Chiu, exiting a car. It was no surprise. Had Mr. Chiu been cycling to work, she would have felt it out of place given their contrasting statuses. The fact that he paid her salary without concern for money made driving a car seem only natural. Although she could not fathom how a professor could possess such wealth, it was evident they belonged to entirely different worlds. Mr. Chiu, you're back? Lin Jingwen greeted him cheerfully. Indeed, Ms. Lin has returned from work as well. Will there be a midnight snack tonight? Chiu Zhe inquired, eyeing her with hunger. How about a bowl of egg noodles? I could add some cured meat. Lin Jingwen suggested. Sounds perfect, thank you. Chiu Zhe nodded, acknowledging He Shangjin with a wave before heading upstairs. He Shangjin stood dumbfounded, glancing between the departing Chiu Zhe and Lin Jingwen, nearly short-circuiting from the revelation. What just happened? Is that Mr. Chiu, the genius professor from our school? Though he belonged to the chemical engineering department. They all worked in the same office building, and the department head had been lamenting the absence of a leading figure in their department while envying the physics department's new star. He had even made a point to see what this genius professor looked like, truly a remarkable individual, unforgettable at first sight. Linjia, was that the genius professor from our school? He Shangjin asked in a hushed tone. Indeed, we live across from each other now. He is also my employer. I prepare his meals and clean his apartment in exchange for my salary. Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. Mr. Chiu is quite affluent to be driving a car. How much does he pay you per month? He Shangjin inquired, his curiosity piqued. Just for curiosity's sake, he added, unable to hide his intrigue. Lin Jingwen chuckled, holding up 2 fingers to obscure half the amount. 400. They'll be envious. Wow, 200 a month. Goodness, I suddenly feel that my salary as a university teacher is far too meager. He Shangjin lamented upon hearing the figure. He is fortunate that Mr. Chiu is a good person and not lacking in funds. It was sheer luck that I encountered him upon moving here. Lin Jingwen remarked with a smile. All these coincidences converge to yield such a high salary. Yet it must also be due to Lin Jia's exceptional culinary skills and meticulous work ethic. You even managed to impress Director Yang's elderly mother. We were all envious of Teacher Li. He didn't appreciate you, and now he deserves to be without a home. As He Shangjin spoke, he couldn't help but laugh heartily, recalling that the house was now his own. Lin Jingwen found his words rather curious. Why was she now receiving so many compliments when she hadn't before? Reflecting on her previously sullen demeanor, she realized it was no wonder, as she had rarely engaged with others, limiting herself to nods and brief greetings. Previously, she had lived under the cold scrutiny of Li Onping's indifference and Zhang Lanxiang's scorn, leading her to believe she was utterly wretched. Even if someone praised her, she would probably have doubted the sincerity of their words. Mr. He, please keep my residence a secret. I do not wish for Liangping to seek me out. He would certainly cause a scene. Lin Jingwen cautioned as he prepared to leave. Rest assured, I will keep it confidential. He Shangji nodded earnestly. Thank you. Lin Jingwen waved him off, watching him depart. Once He Shangji had left, Lin Jingwen returned to her apartment, setting down her belongings to check the substantial red envelope she had received. Counting it to be 388 yuan. How delightful! Lin Jingwen spun joyfully in her living room with the envelope in hand, deciding to indulge in a shopping spree the following day. She envisioned a down jacket, pants, thermal clothing, fleece-lined gloves, and even a pair of fleece-lined leather shoes, along with high-quality yarn to knit herself a sweater and woolen pants. With 2 jobs and decent pay, Lin Jingwen felt more inclined to treat herself. After reveling in her daydreams, she carefully stored the red envelope before preparing Mr. Chio's midnight snack. Egg noodles with cured meat. She also heated 2 of the animal-shaped buns and a slice of plum cake she had brought back for her own late-night treat. She was brimming with excitement and joy, knowing she would likely not sleep early that night. It was time for a little extra nourishment before tackling her work. She planned to finish the knitting for Elder Yang's sweater to bring along when she visited her the following evening. The matter concerning the house has been resolved, and she has received her red envelope. She intends to express her gratitude to old Lady Yang again, even if it were not for the house. She plans to visit once a week. It is said that interpersonal relationships must be nurtured, for neglect leads to fading connections. Old Lady Yang has treated her well and has offered her considerable assistance. She feels deeply grateful and hopes to maintain this relationship. Lin Jingwen ladled the noodles onto the table and then knocked on Chiu Zhe's door. Mr. Chiu, your late-night snack is ready. Upon opening the door, Chiu Zhe noted that she was empty-handed and glanced at the open door of her room. Please wait a moment. I will bring it over now, Lin Jingwen replied, turning back into her room. Chiu Zhe followed behind her, insisting, let me do it. Once inside, Chiu Zhe discovered not only a bowl of noodles for himself, but also a small plate of cured meat, alongside a platter of exquisite pastries. Are these buns? Did Mrs. Lin make them? Chiu Zhe inquired. Indeed, there are no fillings. They are simply plain steamed buns crafted into charming animal shapes, Lin Jingwen responded with a smile. These are my late-night snacks. Mrs. Lin's culinary skills are truly remarkable. Such delightful little buns will surely be a hit. Would it be possible for you to prepare some for me to freeze by the end of the year? I would like to take them home, Chiu Zhe complimented. Of course, that's no problem. Lin Jingwen nodded with a grin. As my esteemed employer, feel free to request any particular shapes you desire. I can customize them for you. And we can even add some red bean paste or black sesame filling. Leave it to you. I trust Mrs. Lin's expertise. I will bring them back for the younger generation at home, Chiu Zhe stated. Lin Jingwen nodded in agreement. Just let me know a day in advance when you plan to return, so I can prepare. Mrs. Lin, you seem in exceptionally good spirits today. Has something joyful occurred? Chiu Zhe asked. Ha ha, is it that obvious? Lin Jingwen touched her cheek and laughed. I have secured a new job as a pastry chef, with a significantly higher salary, and I no longer have to endure the tedious washing and scrubbing. Moreover, I unexpectedly came into some money today and plan to indulge in a shopping spree tomorrow. Congratulations, Chiu Zhe chuckled. Given your skills in pastry making, I have no doubt you will be an outstanding chef. Thank you, Mr. Chiu. Please enjoy your meal here. I will wash the dishes afterward, so you need not worry about tidying up, Lin Jingwen said with a smile. Chiu Zhe nodded and settled down to savor his late-night snack. Lin Jingwen closed the door behind her and quickly finished her little buns. Ignoring Chiu Zhe, who was still dining, she turned on the television and began to knit on the sofa. Mr. Chiu, just place the dishes on the table when you're done. I will clean up shortly, Lin Jingwen called out while crossing her legs and continuing her knitting. Hearing her, Chiu Zhe glanced up, observing her relaxed demeanor, a smile gracing her lips as she watched television. Her deft hands skillfully worked the yarn, emanating warmth and gentleness. The term virtuous wife and good mother seemed to take on a tangible form for Chiu Zhe, thanks to Lin Jingwen. Such a wonderful woman like her must have faced issues with her ex-husband. After a while, once Chiu Zhe finished his noodles, he stood to take his leave. Lin Jingwen bid him farewell, remaining seated and not rising to see him off. Chapter 27. Where has Lin Jingwen gone? Meanwhile, Ma Xiaotsue and Lin Dongliang had been searching for Lin Jingwen all day without success. The elderly couple had visited several places, growing weary and cold, their frustration mounting. I am utterly exasperated. Where could that stubborn girl have gone? They lamented. They had inquired with their two daughters, who were completely unaware of Lin Jingwen's intentions to divorce and had not seen her. They had even asked anyone they thought might have a good relationship with Lin Jingwen, such as Chef Kai, but no one had any information on her whereabouts. Although they had not found her, news of the impending divorce had spread among relatives and friends. The elderly couple speculated that Lin Jingwen was throwing a tantrum over the house situation, choosing to disrupt her otherwise good life. Others believed Lin Jingwen was merely creating trouble. Her husband is a university professor, and she cannot even bear children. He neither beats nor scolds her, and she has such favorable conditions. Why cause a fuss? Consequently, the relatives unanimously opposed Lin Jingwen's decision to divorce. However, their opposition bore little weight, as Lin Jingwen was indifferent to their opinions, and they remained unable to locate her. Mom, Dad, I cannot find my sister. Should we report her missing? Lin Shuatao suggested, relishing the chaos. What a foolish idea. If we report it, everyone will learn about your sister's divorce, and her husband's job will surely be affected, Ma Xiaozue immediately countered. Lin Dongliang echoed this sentiment, insisting it was a family matter, and involving the police would only turn it into a public spectacle, resulting in a farcical situation. In a way, are we reporting? Lin Shuatao scoffed. So what shall we do? Tomorrow is Saturday. You do not have work. You should accompany us to your sister's husband's house to see what they have to say, Lin Dongliang proposed. Lin Shuatao shrugged. Feigning indifference, viewing it merely as a spectacle. Song Xiangqin listened to their conversation, feeling out of place, lacking the authority to interject. Even though she was shocked by the news of her sister's divorce, she remained silent. Observing her in-laws and husband's discussion, she sensed Lin Jingwen's resolve to end her marriage. Was it truly worth it to divorce over her sister's husband's first love and the house issue? Where did she find the courage and confidence? Song Xiangqin could not comprehend. She always believed she and her sister were similar, both enduring hardships in their maternal and marital families. In fact, she considered herself superior. Having given birth to 3 daughters and currently expecting another child, possibly a son. Thus, she felt a sense of superiority over Lin Jingwen, enjoying conversations with her and even learning to cook and manage household tasks from her. She had envisioned that once she bore a son, her status in her marital family would elevate, allowing her to support her sister when her in-laws chastised her. However, as she listened to the unfolding situation, she suddenly realized that her sister seemed entirely self-sufficient, rendering her assistance unnecessary. Even if she were to have a son, it appeared she no longer held any advantage over Lin Jingwen. A sense of emptiness enveloped Song Xiangqin. She could not pinpoint the source of her discontent, yet it weighed heavily upon her. Li Onping was also having a rough time. After reviewing the list of housing allocations, he left school early since he had no classes that afternoon. He personally visited the restaurant where Lin Jingwen worked, hoping to glean information from Chef Kai. However, Chef Kai promptly punched him squarely in the nose, causing it to bleed. Ouch! Li Onping cried out in pain, clutching his bleeding nose. Unlike his mother-in-law Ma Xiaozue, he valued his dignity. Even though he was furious about being assaulted, he dared not utter a word. Lin Jingwen has suffered immensely because of you. That scoundrel, she's lost her job and cannot return to her family, with nowhere to live. You're truly something. Chef Kai thought to himself, relishing the satisfaction of openly striking him, as covert methods like using a sack or a club would only yield hidden pleasure. Li Onping quickly pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, pressing it against his nose to stem the flow of blood while suppressing his mounting rage. Chef Kai, you've hit me and scolded me. I acknowledge my mistakes. Now, all I want is to bring her home. It's not easy for a woman like Jingwen to survive outside. Enduring hardships and suffering, in her anger, she has lost her reason. As her mentor, you cannot support her decision to divorce. You are not helping her. You are harming her. Ha! You have quite the gift for twisting the truth, Chef Kai scoffed, immediately dismissing him. Get lost. I have no idea where Jingwen is. If you don't leave, I will call for help to show everyone your sorry state. Chef Kai, please allow me to explain. Will you leave or not? If you don't, I will really shout. Chef Kai declared, stretching his neck to call out for assistance. Fine. I'm going. I'm leaving to spare Jingwen some dignity. After stubbornly uttering those words, Li Onping scurried away in defeat. Chef Kai watched his retreating figure and spat in contempt. Still suffering outside? His apprentice was likely living a life of luxury now. Although Li Onping found a place to wash his hands and face, upon returning home, his nose remained swollen and red. Unmistakably injured. I don't know, Onping. What happened to your nose? Zhang Lanxiang exclaimed with concern upon seeing him. It's nothing. I accidentally bumped into a tree while walking, Li Onping replied, surveying the still messy home and irritably questioning. Mom, didn't I tell you to clean and organize the house before I left? Why is it still such a mess? I did clean. Everything is arranged. What more do you want? Zhang Lanxiang retorted. Equally incensed by her son's complaints, is this what you call arranged? The table is a disaster. The lid of this can isn't even on, Li Onping shouted, pointing at an open can on the table. Then why don't you tell your wife to come home? Without her around to help, the place is filthy and chaotic. I can hardly stand it. Where's your wife? Didn't your mother-in-law say she would definitely be back today? Where is she? Was the stuff you sent over just a waste? Zhang Lanxiang furrowed her aged brow and shouted fiercely, her voice far surpassing that of Li Onping, resonating through the neighborhood for all to hear. Mother, I beg you, please stop yelling. Do you not think our household has been tumultuous enough lately? It's utterly embarrassing. Li Onping suddenly sat on the bench, his head drooping in despair as he spoke. Zhang Lanxiang had always shown favoritism towards Li Onping, and seeing him in such a state stirred her own discomfort, diffusing her anger by half. Old 3, do not be so disheartened. If Lin Jingwen has left, then so be it. I refuse to believe that without her, you will lose everything. The house, your position as assistant professor. You are exceptional. The leadership recognizes that. Lin Jingwen is inconsequential. Initially, Li Onping found solace in her words, believing them to be true. However, today's developments regarding the house delivered a harsh slap to his face, revealing the painful truth. Without Lin Jingwen, he truly was at a loss. The house was gone, and so too would be his position and assistant role. Thus, hearing his mother speak in such a manner now only filled him with overwhelming shame. It felt as though she was praising him while actually humiliating him. Mother, please, no more, Li Onping yelled, covering his ears, resembling a madman in his distress. Zhang Lanxiang was taken aback, her body trembling, nearly stumbling backward. Chapter 28. The scoundrel driven mad by household chores. Li Onping quickly realized he had lost control. He took a deep breath and addressed his mother. Mother, I apologize. I should not have raised my voice like that and frightened you. No, it's fine. Zhang Lanxiang waved her hand dismissively, cautiously inquiring, Old 3, what's the matter? Are you hiding something from me? There's nothing hidden. I'm just troubled about the divorce with Lin Jingwen, Li Onping lied. He did not wish to divulge the matter of the house, knowing it would only infuriate his mother further, prompting her to unleash a torrent of curses upon Lin Jingwen. Moreover, tonight, the department head was coming over to express gratitude to Lin Jingwen, and given his mother's disposition, it was all too much to bear. Li Onping felt suffocated just thinking about it. He even contemplated suggesting to his mother that she hide away until the department head departed. Mother, this evening the department head is coming. Perhaps you could spend some time at Aunt San's house watching television, Li Onping tentatively proposed. Old 3, what do you mean? Do you think I cannot face people? Zhang Lanxiang retorted, her displeasure evident. Mother, that's not what I meant. It's just that the department head is coming specifically for Lin Jingwen, and I fear you might lose your composure and say something inappropriate, Li Onping explained with a grimace. Zhang Lanxiang understood his meaning all too well. To avoid being thrown out, she promptly assured her son that she would say nothing but praise about Lin Jingwen, highlighting her diligence and filial piety. Li Onping, left with no other option, could only trust her promise. As evening fell, the children returned home from school. Li Dongtian entered quietly, surveying each room, and upon discovering Lin Jingwen was still absent, his expression soured. He bit his lip and couldn't help but ask, When will my mother be back? Why are you asking? Your mother will return soon, Zhang Lanxiang replied curtly. I meant, my stepmother. Li Dongle's voice trailed off. Dongle, she is not your stepmother. She is your Aunt San. Stop calling her that. I am no longer your father. I am your Uncle San. Remember that, Li Onping interjected with a frown. Li Dongle pouted, fighting back tears, knowing that if he cried, no one would comfort him, only scold him. His biological father would even strike him. Li Dongle felt deeply distressed, yearning for Lin Jingwen's return. Yet each day he came home, he was met with disappointment. In recent days, he hadn't had any sweets, pastries, or meat buns. All the treats had vanished. When he told his biological mother he wanted candy, she merely dismissed him, telling him to leave her be, which was not how she used to respond. Before long, Li Jiangguo, Huang Wan, and Gao Qin returned home, and they all sat down to a noisy meal filled with complaints over poorly cooked food. Each person's mood soured. When my superior arrives. Regarding Jiang Wen's situation, do not speak out of turn. Just say she is working the night shift and hasn't he returned yet, Li Yonping instructed seriously. All right, old three, you've repeated that several times. We understand, Huang Wan replied. By the way, when will the housing allocation from the school be finalized? In a few days, Li Yonping quickly deflected, and when Huang Wan pressed further, he changed the subject. Why don't we tidy up the dining table? At SMS, Li Yonping genuinely could not bear the sight of the disarray. When Lin Jingwen was present, everything was spotless and comforting. If it looks messy, you clean it up yourself, Gao Qin retorted. We are your sisters-in-law. Who do you think you're ordering around? Huang Wan chimed in, suggesting that if they wanted a comfortable life, they should bring back their wife and treat her well so she wouldn't leave again. Li Yonping inhaled deeply. Left with no choice, he began tidying up himself, but despite his efforts, the chaos seemed insurmountable, inciting his rage to the point where he contemplated throwing everything away. Huang Wan and Gao Qin not only refused to help but also sat munching on sunflower seeds. Discarding the shells onto the freshly swept floor. What are you doing? That floor was just cleaned. Li Yonping shouted in anger. He had never realized that such trivial household chores could drive a person to madness. He genuinely felt like losing his mind, wanting to scream, to roar, even to strike his sisters-in-law. Why did they not value his hard work? He had cleaned that floor. Why did they not take his words seriously? What is all this ruckus about? It's just a visit from a superior. It's not like it's the central leadership coming for an inspection. Gao Qin, too, grew angry and began to retaliate verbally. At that moment, the department head, Hu Zhenping, stood awkwardly at the entrance, holding a gift box, feeling as if he should simply turn around and leave. Teacher Li, Hu Zhenping called out hastily. The director is here. Quickly, please come in. Li Yonping, upon hearing the call, took a deep breath to suppress his myriad emotions and greeted the guest with a forced smile, saying, It's a large family living together, so it's a bit chaotic. I hope the director doesn't mind. No, it's perfectly fine. Hu Zhenping waved his hand and stepped inside, crunching on the sunflower seed shells littered on the floor, his smile somewhat strained. Li Yonping responded with an awkward grin, inwardly seething with frustration at his sisters-in-law for putting him in such an embarrassing position before his superior. Huang Wan and Gao Qin, realizing they had crossed a line, quickly retreated to another room as the leadership arrived. Welcome, please have a seat. Zhang Lanxiang warmly invited. Li Yonping busied himself pouring tea and no need to fuss. Where is Comrade Lin? Hu Zhenping placed the gift box down, smiling as he explained his purpose. Comrade Lin saved my father's life. I have come specifically to express my gratitude. Director, I apologize. Lin is working at the restaurant and is on the night shift today, so she truly cannot switch with anyone else. Li Yonping offered an explanation with sincere regret. No problem, I completely understand, Hu Zhenping replied, smiling. Well then, I want to impose further. Please convey my thanks to Lin when she returns. Regarding your housing situation, it's quite normal given the current shortage. Do not take it too much to heart. As long as you continue to assist Professor Chiu and perform well in your research, the chances of securing a house will greatly increase. Hu Zhenping's comments were well-intentioned. He had heard about the absence of Li Yonping's name on the housing list and sought to offer some consolation, subtly hinting that he would help in the future. However, upon hearing these words, Li Yonping felt a wave of despair wash over him. He glanced desperately at his mother, signaling her fervently to remain silent. What are you saying? There's no way we don't have a house. Zhang Lanxiang, despite catching her son's warning glance, feigned ignorance and boldly declared to Hu Zhenping, Mother, please, don't say any more. It's quite normal not to have a house. Li Yonping hurriedly interjected to halt her. Is it really true we don't have a house? The list has been published this afternoon. You told me it hadn't been announced. Why would you lie to me? Zhang Lanxiang, infuriated, struck Li Yonping's back with her hand, her demeanor explosive. Is it not because your wife is causing a ruckus that the house has vanished? That shameless woman is to blame. When she returns, I will ensure she pays for this. Ugh. What is the point of her coming back now that the house is gone? Yonping, divorce her, cast her out. Let us see how she fares as a divorced woman. Hu Jinping watched in dismay as Zhang Lanxiang unleashed a torrent of curses, feeling utterly at a loss for words. Mother, please, stop, Li Onping shouted in exasperation. Instead of heeding his plea, Zhang Lanxiang clutched Hu Jinping's sleeve, lamenting, Director, you must seek justice for us regarding the housing situation. That house was promised to us. It cannot be taken away just because old 3's wife is causing a scene. There is no logic in this world. Who does Lin Jingwen think she is, Director? She can't even bear children. What kind of woman is she? If my son doesn't divorce her, she ought to be grateful. Chapter 29. Divorce, divorce. Old sister-in-law, let me go. Director Hu, visibly angered, waved his hand dismissively and sternly instructed her to silence herself. With a serious tone, he reprimanded her. Lin Jingwen is your daughter-in-law. How dare you insult her in my presence? If you treat her this way in front of me, one can only imagine the abuse she endures from you daily. It is not without reason that she has resolutely decided to divorce your son. The availability of housing at the school is extremely limited, and allocations must be made with careful consideration. You mistreat your daughter-in-law and foster family discord, causing incessant quarrels that disturb the neighbors. Naturally, we cannot grant you a residence. When faced with problems, one must reflect on one's own actions rather than blame others. It is never oneself at fault. Oh, Director Hu, you cannot hold that against Lin Jingwen because she saved you. Zhang Lanxiang, displeased by this statement, felt unjustly accused and was prepared to argue with Director Hu. Enough, mother. Please do not continue. Li Onping immediately pulled his mother back to their room, then hurriedly escorted Director Hu out. Director, I apologize profusely for the spectacle. My mother is not usually like this. Once outside, Li Onping bent slightly, repeatedly apologizing to Director Hu and attempting to explain. That will suffice. You need not offer further explanations. Director Hu, feeling exhausted, looked as if he wished to say something more but ultimately sealed his lips, shook his head, and departed. Disappointment engulfed him. He felt a twinge of sorrow for the unfamiliar Lin Jingwen. With a mother-in-law like hers, life must be exceedingly difficult. Observing the retreating figure of the department head, Li Onping sensed that his teaching assistant had slipped further from his grasp, furiously clenching his fists. He turned back inside at that moment. Gao Qin and Huang Wan emerged from their rooms, having overheard the earlier quarrel. They were shocked to learn that the housing situation had deteriorated, particularly due to the uproar surrounding the divorce. Old Third, is it true that we lost the house because of Jingwen's divorce? Gao Qin inquired. How could a divorce cause such a serious consequence? Huang Wan expressed her confusion. Zhang Lanxiang burst out from the room. Still fuming, Old Third, you must confront Director Yang tomorrow. We need to understand how this happened and why we lost the house. Huh? How else could it have happened? Clearly, Lin Jingwen orchestrated this. Li Onping suppressed his anger with a cold laugh. You still fail to see that Lin Jingwen is determined to divorce me. Never mind. The reasons no longer matter. The house is gone, and I initially had some hope for my assistantship, but with the commotion caused by you today, that chance has vanished. With this constant bickering, it would be better to expedite the divorce. Once I locate Lin Jingwen, I shall proceed with the dissolution. Is it truly necessary to divorce? Gao Qin immediately interjected, urging Li Onping against such a decision. If you divorce, you won't find another daughter-in-law who is as capable as Lin Jingwen, who keeps the household in order. Besides, you won't have anyone else to share the domestic responsibilities with. Huang Wan echoed the sentiment, asking if he intended to marry Zhou Xinping afterwards and where they would reside. After marrying Xinping, I certainly won't live with my family. I will rent a place elsewhere. Li Onping revealed his previous thoughts. Zhang Lanxiang, who had remained silent since her son mentioned the divorce, immediately voiced her disapproval upon hearing Li Onping's plans to rent. No, I cannot agree. Even if you marry Xinping, you must live at home. How can we possibly accommodate everyone in this cramped space? Li Onping frowned. Why is it that you could live with Lin Jingwen but not with Zhou Xinping? As Zhang Lanxiang spoke, she vented her frustrations. Had it not been for Zhou Xinping's untimely return, we would have secured a house from the school. Your assistantship would have been obtained, and we would not face these complications. After venting her ire at Lin Jingwen, Zhang Lanxiang swiftly redirected her frustrations towards Zhou Xinping upon hearing her son's intentions to marry her. Recognizing that the conversation had reached an impasse, Li Onping chose not to argue further, knowing that it would only lead to more conflict. He turned and exited. Where are you going at this late hour? Zhang Lanqiang called after him, ignoring her. The only response she received was the sound of the door closing. Where else could he be going but to find Zhou Xinping? Huangwan remarked, rolling her eyes. Mother, you were absolutely correct. Had it not been for Zhou Xinping, old third's wife would not be seeking a divorce, and we would not have lost the house. Mother, consider this. Having spent so many years in Hong Kong, how capable could she be at household chores? She likely spends money extravagantly. If old third marries her, he will end up pouring all his finances into her, Gao Qin added. Their words only deepened the frown on Zhang Lanqiang's face. Lin Jingwen may be unable to bear children, but she is industrious and obedient, never frivolously spending. Zhou Xinping, from what her son has mentioned, is clearly not a woman who knows how to manage a household. Marrying such a woman would mean they would have to cater to her whims. And old third's money would all go to her. She would gain nothing from their union. No, this cannot end in divorce. On this Saturday, although Lin Jingwen was not required to work, her schedule was fully packed. After preparing breakfast for Mr. Chiu and finishing her meal, she set about cleaning his living quarters. Once she completed her tasks and was about to leave, Chiu Zhe called out to her, presenting her with a modestly sized gift box. Ms. Lin, this is a congratulatory gift for you. May it bring you joy in your new job. Lin Jingwen paused momentarily, then smiled as she accepted the box. Mr. Chiu, thank you. This is my first time receiving such a gift. It brings me great joy that I plan to treat my landlord, Aunt Li, to lunch. Shall I prepare your meal in advance? No need. I will be at school and won't be home for lunch, Chiu Zhe replied. Shaking his head, Lin Jingwen acknowledged this, bidding him farewell as she returned to her room. Once home, she placed the gift box on the table, noticing the English inscription on it, which made her acutely aware of her inadequate education. Having graduated from middle school, she worked for a year in a factory before going to the countryside, leaving her English skills limited to basic greetings and having forgotten most words. Yet, while the words eluded her, she recognized the image on the box. It depicted a watch. Upon opening it, she found a beautiful lady's watch inside. Instantly captivated, she thought, isn't this gift rather extravagant? Such a watch must cost several hundred. How wealthy must her employer, Mr. Chiu, be to bestow such a lavish gift? Lin Jingwen couldn't help but marvel at her employer's affluence. Adjusting the watch to the correct time, she put it on her wrist, as she admired it. She couldn't help but click her tongue. The watch was indeed lovely, but her hands appeared somewhat unattractive. It was as though a beautiful and noble lady had been forced to marry a rough and unsightly peasant. Leaving her feeling quite disgruntled. Amused by her own thoughts, Lin Jingwen broke into a wide smile. She realized she must take better care of her hands. Earlier, after washing up, she had forgotten to apply hand cream. Quickly, Lin Jingwen slathered her hands with cream, thinking that with this beautiful watch, she would not only be able to check the time at any moment, but also be reminded to care for her hands. Indeed, a splendid arrangement. Once she was ready, Lin Jingwen headed to a nearby mall to purchase a down jacket and leather shoes. With the new year approaching, the mall was quite crowded. She made her way directly to the section selling down jackets, which was in a posh area with fewer customers. Two young saleswomen, made up and dressed in matching uniforms, greeted her. Hello, are you here to buy a down jacket? This one is brand new this year, warm, lightweight, and stylish. Would you like to see this black one? It's been selling quite well. One of the saleswomen cheerfully approached Lin Jingwen as she browsed. Thank you, but I prefer this bright red one. Could you please fetch me a size 175 to try on? Lin Jingwen confidently replied, disregarding the saleswoman's suggestion. To be fair, the saleswoman had been exceptionally courteous, not looking down on her despite her appearance, and warmly introducing the garments. Sure, just a moment please. The size you requested isn't on display, but I'll go get it for you, the saleswoman responded, noting Lin Jingwen's height and rushing off to retrieve the item. The other saleswoman, glancing at Lin Jingwen's attire, disdainfully turned up her nose, showing no intention of assisting her. This lady doesn't look like someone who can afford a down jacket. After all, these jackets cost as much as an average person's monthly salary. She thought. Why bother serving someone who probably won't buy anything? After a brief wait, the saleswoman returned with the down jacket. Lin Jingwen shed her old, worn-out cotton coat and donned the new down jacket. Looking in the mirror, she felt an instant transformation. She appeared significantly more attractive. Indeed, one's appearance is greatly influenced by their attire. Dressing well can prevent one from being called Aunt Lin while out and about. Oh my, you look wonderful in that bright red. It really enhances your vitality. It's beautiful. The saleswoman, pleasantly surprised by how well the jacket suited Lin Jingwen, sincerely complimented her multiple times. Standing at 172 meters tall, Lin Jingwen was slender and had well-defined shoulders, making her an excellent fit for clothing. However, her previous lack of confidence often had her slouching, with her head down and posture unsteady, which gave off an impression of self-doubt and meekness. However, at present, her entire demeanor has undergone a complete transformation. Adorned in a beautifully tailored outfit, her aura instantly elevates. Quite splendid. How much does this attire cost? Lin Jingwen, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, nods in satisfaction, resolved to don this ensemble. Her tattered cotton coat is now officially retired. Chapter 30. Lin Jingwen's transformation into Beauty 85, the sales associate remarked. Lin Jingwen retrieved a red envelope from her bag, counted out 9 bills, and handed them to the sales clerk to settle the payment, also requesting the removal of the tag. Certainly. One moment, please. The sales associate's face lit up with joy as she accepted the money. Her smile radiating even more brightly than before, her voice elevated with excitement. How delightful it is to encounter a customer who is so decisive in her purchases. This transaction took less than 5 minutes. Unlike the usual half-hour struggle where customers merely browsed without buying, leaving her feeling empathetic for their indecision. If only all customers were as straightforward as this lady, her sales figures would soar. And she could expect a substantial year-end bonus. Another sales associate, witnessing her colleague's swift sale, couldn't help but feel envious, reprimanding herself for her own slow pace. Next time, she vowed to seize the opportunity to sell. The new performance metrics meant that every sale counted towards her commission. Lin Jingwen, clad in her down jacket and carrying her discarded cotton coat, proceeded to shop for trousers. After some deliberation, she ultimately decided on a pair of jeans. It had been over 30 years since she had worn jeans, even accounting for the 10 years in her dreams. She had always opted for loose, baggy trousers with little style. Many had remarked that jeans were troublesome. And for her previous self, such tight-fitting and attention-grabbing attire would have been out of the question. Yet now, she yearned to try on jeans and see how they would look on her. Although bell-bottom jeans were currently in vogue, she found them unappealing and chose instead a simple, straight-cut pair that was less ostentatious. The sales associate fetched her size, and Lin Jingwen entered the fitting room to try them on. Although her legs were slender, wearing loose thermal leggings beneath the jeans rendered them unwearable. She had to remove the thermal leggings and slipped into the jeans with just her autumn leggings, which fit perfectly. Looking down, Lin Jingwen was struck by the realization of how slender and straight her legs appeared, quite attractive indeed. Exiting the fitting room, she was immediately met with the sales associate's enthusiastic compliment. "Oh my, sister, those jeans look fantastic on you. They make your legs appear long and straight, and paired with your down jacket, you look incredibly chic." As Lin Jingwen regarded her reflection, she felt a mix of familiarity and novelty. As if she had never looked so beautiful before. She truly did look good in the jeans, though her legs felt a tad chilly. After some contemplation, she decided to purchase them, reasoning that she could simply knit herself a snug pair of leggings, and the old ones could be discarded. Lin Jingwen had grown quite disdainful of her previous tattered trousers, feeling that one new pair of jeans was insufficient, so she decided to buy a straight-cut dress pant as well for variety. "Oh dear, sister, you look so good in those jeans that you shouldn't even think about changing. Your old trousers clash terribly with that stylish down jacket," the sales associate remarked, noticing Lin Jingwen's inclination to swap pants. The disdainful tone amused Lin Jingwen rather than humiliating her, as she too shared the sentiment. Torn between the allure of looking glamorous and the comfort of warmth, she ultimately chose the former. Swayed by the sales associate's persuasion. "All right, I won't change," she acquiesced. The 2 pairs of trousers cost Lin Jingwen 60 yuan, a significant dent in her monthly salary, but she felt no regret, having prepared herself mentally for the expenditure, and her finances were quite sufficient. After purchasing the trousers, she moved on to buy a pair of leather shoes to replace her canvas ones. Opting for a pair lined with warm material and of good quality, she spent another 30 yuan, knowing she could have found a cheaper pair for 10 yuan, though they would likely fall apart and lead to unpleasant odors. Having transformed her entire outfit, Lin Jingwen felt she had become notably more fashionable. As she strolled through the mall, she noticed an increased number of admiring glances. Initially, she felt somewhat uncomfortable, her body tense and defensive, wanting to confront those staring with the "what are you looking at?" However, once she discerned that the gazes were not filled with disdain or contempt, her tension eased, though she still felt a hint of awkwardness. Unaccustomed to such attention, she sensed it carried an air of admiration or envy. As she walked, a young woman in her 20s approached her, saying, "Excuse me, I couldn't help but notice your jeans. Where did you purchase them? They look fantastic, and I would love to get a pair." Lin Jingwen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, "They are available on the second floor of the mall." "Thank you so much," the young woman graciously replied, complimenting Lin Jingwen on her attire and appearance as she departed. Lin Jingwen, slightly bewildered, touched her face, feeling the smoothness that had improved after a week of skincare. "Am I truly beautiful?" She couldn't recall the last time anyone had complimented her appearance, perhaps not since her youth. When she was merely a 15 or 16-year-old girl, now, she was receiving compliments on her beauty. A smile crept across Lin Jingwen's face, filling her with joy. With her spirits lifted, she found herself more inclined to indulge in purchasing beautiful things. By the time she left the mall, she had bought several items beyond her budget, yet she felt elated. This was the first time she had enjoyed shopping so freely, and it was exhilarating. Meanwhile, Li Onping had departed from his home the previous day to seek out Zhou Xinping. Zhou Xinping had opted not to stay in a hotel any longer, as it was too expensive. Instead, she had rented a rather nice place to stay with her son. Li Onping had not contacted her in recent days, mistakenly believing she was still at the hotel, only to discover upon arrival that she had checked out. A surge of panic gripped him, fearing he had lost all contact with Zhou Xinping once more, but then the front desk staff handed him a note left by her. After reading the note, he followed the address to find Zhou Xinping's new residence. Her apartment was located not far from Lin Jingwen's, in a different building within the same complex. Given that this was the only new residential development in the vicinity, it was hardly coincidental that they lived so close to each other. That evening, Zhou Xinping was both surprised and delighted to see Li Onping at her door, though a hint of melancholy lingered as she remarked, "You haven't visited me in days. I thought you had forgotten about us." "How could that be?" Li Onping replied with a gentle smile, eager to soothe her. "I've been thinking about you both constantly. Where is our son, Song Song?" "Of course, he has gone to bed at this late hour. Please come in. It's quite chilly outside." Zhou Xinping stepped aside to let him in. As soon as Li Onping closed the door, he embraced her passionately, overwhelmed with desire. The saying goes that a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a secret affair. The thrill of infidelity often brings a different excitement to romantic relationships. When two people engage in an affair, they typically crave each other's closeness, wishing to meld into one, seizing every moment together, scarcely exchanging more than a few words. After their fervent embrace, they gradually calmed down and began to converse more meaningfully. Li Onping recounted the tumultuous events surrounding Lin Jingwen's insistence on a divorce, the loss of the apartment, the teaching position, and the assistant opportunity. Zhou Xinping immediately pulled away from his embrace, her brow furrowed in dismay as she chided. "How could this happen? You always said that Lin Jingwen was amenable. There should have been no issues regarding the apartment. This was supposed to be a sure thing." Li Onping felt a flicker of irritation at her reproach. Responding tersely, "How was I to know she would suddenly go mad and insist on a divorce? No amount of persuasion would sway her." "Onping, please don't be angry," Zhou Xinping said, softening her tone upon sensing his frustration. "What do we do now? I intended to divorce her anyway. If she wants to leave, that simplifies matters for me. Once I locate her, we'll finalize the paperwork. After the new year, I will marry you and move in with you and your son. I will take care of the rent and expenses," Li Onping declared, taking her hand, believing his words would touch her heart. However, Zhou Xinping did not appear particularly pleased. She was still preoccupied with the loss of the school apartment and the assistant position he had mentioned. Working with a brilliant professor on research would yield benefits far beyond the meager stipend of 200 yuan, significantly aiding future promotions and projects, an opportunity too valuable to forsake. If Li Onping lost his apartment and his future prospects, what was the point of marrying him? To tie herself to an ordinary university lecturer with no ambition? That seemed utterly unappealing. "Onping, this concerns your future. I cannot allow you to make such a significant sacrifice for me. I believe this divorce should not proceed." With her words, Zhou Xinping exuded a sense of concern for him. "Though I have borne you a child, I have been married before, and I do not wish to pressure you into an immediate marriage. I am willing to endure some hardship for the time being. If your family breaks apart, it will affect your future. I would rather you remain married to Lin Jingwen. Upon hearing Zhou Xinping's sentiments, Li Anping was deeply moved and embraced her once more. However, it is not my desire to divorce. Rather, it pertains to the issues surrounding Lin Jingwen. You have yet to witness her. Her resolve is unwavering. Zhou Xinping remains indifferent, asserting that a woman who cannot conceive, lacking in education and merely working as a kitchen aide, is essentially a middle-aged woman devoid of possessions. What grounds does she have to adopt such a steadfast demeanor? It is likely that she is merely holding on to her pride, perhaps even waiting for an opportunity to publicly declare her stance. Of course, she could make some empty assurances, uttering a few soothing words to placate the foolish woman, as she has nothing to lose. Once she has garnered the benefits she seeks, she may well be cast aside without a second thought. Chapter 31. The regretful ex-husband Li Anping ended up staying overnight. The following morning, as he emerged from his room, 10-year-old Song Wonsong's eyes widened in fury as he demanded, "What are you doing in my house? Get out immediately. I am your biological father, so naturally I would be here," Li Anping retorted, his displeasure palpable. "You're lying. You're not my real father. My real father is dead. You're a bad man. If you don't leave, I will call the police to arrest you." Song Wonsong shouted, his anger escalating. Li Anping, incensed by the boy's hostility, thought about reprimanding him, but Zhou Xinping rushed out to pull her son back inside, offering words of persuasion. After calming her son, she turned to Li Anping, advising him not to stoop to a child's level. Despite being the child's biological father, he must allow the boy time to gradually accept him. Li Anping understood this logic. It was natural for a child not to feel close to a father who had not been present in his life. Yet, burdened by the chaos created by Lin Jingwen, he was too frazzled and irritable to engage with his son, lacking the patience to soothe him. Hearing the boy's harsh words directed at him ignited Li Anping's ire, and he even entertained the notion of physically reprimanding him. He was acutely aware that had it not been for the current turmoil, if the property division had gone smoothly, if the teaching assistant position had been secured, and if Lin Jingwen had obediently played the role of a homemaker, his life would have been significantly more fortunate, and he would have been able to dote on his biological son. However, life is devoid of such what-ifs. Ever since Lin Jingwen departed, nothing had gone according to plan. It was all a series of disheartening events. Li Anping and Song Wonsong exchanged no words, each ignoring the other. They managed to have a relatively peaceful breakfast, after which Zhou Xinping urged her son to return to his studies. Subsequently, she gently grasped Li Anping's hand, her voice laced with a hint of coaxing. "Anping, let us visit the mall and buy a couple of outfits for Tsongtsong. Children need to be won over with gifts. If you buy him something, he will understand your kindness and gradually grow closer to you." Li Anping, swayed by her reasoning and with no plans for the weekend, acquiesced. However, upon reaching the mall, he could not help but frown at the rapid pace at which Zhou Xinping spent money. Feeling a pang of concern for his wallet, purchasing 2 outfits for Tsongtsong cost him 80 yuan. Nearly a month's salary vanished. He protested against such extravagant spending, but Zhou Xinping insisted that cheaper options were unattractive and that the clothing available in the mainland paled in comparison to those from Hong Kong. She argued that only the pricier brands would suffice to please their son, as opting for inexpensive clothing might lead to disdain from Tsongtsong, resulting in unintended consequences. Li Anping, bombarded by her persuasion and mindful of his pride, reluctantly paid the bill, thinking that once he had settled the payment and acquired the clothes, they could leave. Yet, Zhou Xinping then dragged him to the women's clothing section. Upon reaching the area selling down jackets, the saleswoman who had previously ignored Lin Jingwen immediately greeted them with enthusiasm. She extolled the virtues of the down jackets, praising Zhou Xinping's elegance and extolling Li Anping's fortune in having such a beautiful wife. Zhou Xinping was naturally tempted, her eyes falling upon a red jacket that she wished to purchase for the festive season. When Li Anping inquired about the price, he was taken aback to find it was 85 yuan. His expression falling instantly, he pulled Zhou Xinping aside, murmuring that there was no way he could justify such an expense. It was far too costly and impractical. With a monthly salary, along with his freelance writing, he barely earned 150 yuan. How could he afford to spend it all in one shopping trip? No, it was absolutely out of the question. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Zhou Xinping suppressed her frustration and feigned understanding. "Anping, you are right. This down jacket is indeed not worth the price. Let us not buy it and move on. Upon hearing her concede, Li Onping smiled, exchanged a few pleasantries, and they began to leave. The saleswoman exclaimed, "Wait, why are you leaving? You look so affluent and well-dressed. How could you not make a purchase? That lady earlier was so quick to spend." The saleswoman who had previously attended to Lin Jingwen chuckled at her colleague's discontent, remarking, "This is a classic case of not judging a book by its cover. Some people just love to put on a facade of wealth while being miserly." Zhou Xinping, feeling disheartened by the lack of a down jacket, took Li Onping's arm as they walked back home. As they neared their residence, she spotted a woman wearing the very down jacket she had coveted, emerging from a nearby building, which only deepened her discontent. Upon closer inspection, the woman was tall and elegantly clad in a vibrant red puffy jacket, paired with fitted jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs. Although the distance prevented Zhou Xinping from seeing her face clearly, it was evident that a woman able to afford such a stylish outfit and residing in such a fine dwelling must have a prosperous partner. It was inconceivable that someone with such poise and style could be lacking in fortune. Li Onping noticed her fixation on the woman and turned to look as well, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her legs, briefly mesmerized. Zhou Xinping, noticing Li Onping's expression, playfully chided, "Are you staring?" "I merely glanced." Li Onping averted his gaze but, before doing so, noticed the woman's profile, which bore a slight resemblance to Lin Jingwen. He found the notion amusing, realizing that it was absurd to be so affected by Lin Jingwen that he would entertain such illusions. The woman, impeccably dressed and exuding confidence, could never be Lin Jingwen. Lin Jingwen had initially believed that not wearing leggings beneath her jeans would leave her legs unbearably cold. However, it turned out to be tolerable. With her upper body warm and her constant movement, the chill was manageable, well within her comfort zone. She mused that if she donned an additional pair of thermal leggings, she could withstand the winter without worry. Perhaps making herself a warm knee pad for riding her bicycle, thus safeguarding her knees from the cold. After returning from the mall, she first stopped by her home to drop off her purchases before heading out again to buy groceries for lunch. As she exited her building, she sensed someone watching her. Glancing northward, she immediately recognized Li Onping and Zhou Xinping. Maintaining her composure, she averted her gaze and continued walking. After a short distance without hearing Li Onping's angry voice, she was convinced he had not recognized her. Surveying her appearance, puffy jacket, jeans, leather shoes, and stylish scarf and gloves, she felt confident that she bore no trace of her former self. It was entirely normal that Li Onping would not recognize her. Even if they were to cross paths directly, he would likely not dare to acknowledge her. Having this thought, Lin Jingwen smiled sarcastically and dismissed it from her mind. Dwelling on the misdeeds of a scoundrel was merely a waste of her emotions and time. After completing her grocery shopping, Lin Jingwen returned home and began preparing lunch, chopping vegetables and frying ingredients. She meticulously adhered to the standards of festive dining, as if hosting esteemed guests. Grateful for the discounted rent offered by Aunt Li, Lin Jingwen was determined to extend her utmost hospitality. By midday, she heard a knock at the door and quickly opened it with a welcoming smile. Standing outside were Aunt Li and a well-dressed elderly gentleman. Likely Aunt Li's husband. "Aunt Li, uncle, you're here. Please, come in," she greeted warmly. "Shaolin, what delicious aromas are wafting from your kitchen. We could smell it all the way from the third floor," Aunt Li exclaimed upon entering. "Oh, it's nothing special. I fried some crispy meat, made a chicken stew, and prepared some cabbage with pork, radish with vermicelli, and stir-fried potato strips. Winter vegetables are scarce, so I can't whip up anything fancy." Lin Jingwen replied, "My goodness, this is too much. There are only 3 of us. We can't possibly eat all of this," Aunt Li insisted. "Not to worry. If there are leftovers, I'll have them for dinner tonight." Saving me the trouble of cooking again, Lin Jingwen reassured them. "Aunt Li, uncle, please have a seat. Would you prefer plain water or tea?" "Plain water will be fine," Aunt Li responded with a smile. Noticing that the elderly gentleman had not yet spoken, Lin Jingwen refrained from forcing conversation, instead smiling as she headed to the kitchen to pour water. "How about it? Isn't Shaolin wonderful? Since she moved in, our home has not only remained intact but has also become more beautiful and tidy. Thanks to her efforts in organizing everything," Aunt Li remarked. Aunt Li carefully surveyed the living room, a satisfied and slightly smug expression crossing her face as she turned to her husband. She had indeed chosen wisely. Finding an excellent tenant, Mr. Sun nodded in agreement. He had refrained from speaking earlier, as he was both assessing the house and observing Lin Jingwen. He was quite pleased with the state of the home, which not only felt livelier than before, but also exuded a warm, familial atmosphere. It was evident that Lin Jingwen was a woman of taste and skill in maintaining her surroundings. Furthermore, her poised demeanor left a favorable impression on Mr. Sun. Auntie, uncle, please have a bit of water to warm your stomach. Dinner will be ready shortly, Lin Jingwen said with a smile as she placed 2 glasses of water before them. Thank you very much, Aunt Li replied with a grin. Not at all, it's no trouble. Cooking is quite simple for me, Lin Jingwen responded cheerfully. Before long, she presented 5 carefully prepared dishes and a large bowl of egg drop soup. Having simply reheated the buns she had brought back the previous day as the main course, the spread was truly sumptuous and fragrant. Before even tasting the food, Aunt Li gave Lin Jingwen a thumbs up. Lin Jingwen chuckled, settling down to invite them to begin eating. The aroma is delightful, and the taste is even better, Aunt Li exclaimed, unable to contain her delight. Quite good, Mr. Sun added, taking a bite and also expressing his admiration. I'm unsure of your tastes, so I just made a few things at random. If you have any particular favorites, let me know, and I'll prepare them next time, Lin Jingwen offered with a smile. Oh, we couldn't possibly impose on you, Aunt Li immediately replied. It wouldn't be an imposition at all. I live alone, and during my days off, dining alone can feel quite lonely. Although preparing a feast is a bit of work, having you both over to share a meal and converse is truly enjoyable, Lin Jingwen said sincerely. Heard from Auntie that your son is abroad, and you have no children nearby. It's perfect that we can gather together regularly and be companions in dining. She continued. Living alone is indeed comfortable and leisurely, but at times, it can feel overwhelmingly solitary. Thus, she cherished her interactions with kind-hearted elders like Aunt Li and Grandma Yang, nurturing their bond. Oh, you truly know how to charm people. If my son were half as considerate as you, I would be thoroughly content, Aunt Li remarked, warmth flooding her heart as her fondness for Lin Jingwen deepened. Xiao Lin, you are such a gem. Your ex-husband must be regretting his decision. Whether he regrets it or not is of no concern to me, Lin Jingwen replied with a faint smile. Mr. Sun, overhearing this, turned to glance at her, noting her clarity of mind. Chapter 32. The scoundrel becomes honest. After the meal, Lin Jingwen encouraged the elderly couple to linger a while longer, not rushing them to leave. She tidied up the dishes while simultaneously knitting and chatting with Aunt Li, while Mr. Sun watched television nearby. The 3 of them sat on the sofa, resembling a harmonious family of 3. I noticed a shoe rack across the hall. It seems someone has moved in? Aunt Li inquired while assisting Lin Jingwen with the yarn. Yes, a Mr. Chiu has moved in. He works at Jiqing University as a young professor. He is quite impressive, Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. He is also my employer now. I serve as his housekeeper, providing meals and keeping the place tidy. Aunt Li chuckled at this, pleased that Lin Jingwen was earning more. Mr. Sun glanced at her but said nothing. Thanks to Annie for renting me the place. I was fortunate enough to meet Mr. Chiu and earn a bit more as a housekeeper, Lin Jingwen added with a smile. You are my benefactors. Aunt Li laughed before asking, what are you knitting all these scarves and gloves for? Planning to sell them? I figured I might as well keep busy while watching television. I'm just trying to see if I can sell some, Lin Jingwen replied. Your work is beautiful. I'll buy a set from you. Aunt Li immediately declared. These designs are quite fancied. If you want a set, I can knit you another pair, Lin Jingwen offered. No need. I'll take this one for my niece. How much do you want? Don't say it's free, as I would feel embarrassed to accept it. Aunt Li insisted. 0.4 yuan will suffice, Lin Jingwen stated, offering her the lowest price, slightly above cost. Oh, that's far too cheap. The designs are lovely, and the yarn quality is excellent. A pair like this would sell for at least 5 to 7 yuan in a store, Aunt Li remarked with a frown. Yes, I checked the prices at the market today, and they are indeed that high. But I thought of selling them cheaply since they are street vendor goods. I plan to sell a set for 14 yuan as a trial, Lin Jingwen explained, revealing her pricing strategy to provide customers with a sense of value while still allowing herself a profit. The price for you, Auntie, is a familial discount, of course, Lin Jingwen added with a smile. Aunt Li was amused by the notion of a familial discount. Then I shall offer you a senior discount. After all, one must not refuse the gifts of elders, she said, producing a handkerchief containing money. Handing Lin Jingwen 5 yuan, insisting she accept it. This gesture also expressed her gratitude for the meal. Lin Jingwen, unable to refuse, accepted the money. After a while, Aunt Lee and Mr. Sun prepared to leave, as they both had a habit of napping in the afternoon. Before departing, Aunt Lee arranged to visit Lin Jingwen again during her next time off, suggesting a bi-weekly frequency. Once they were downstairs, Aunt Lee smiled at Mr. Sun, saying, "I haven't felt this happy in a long time. When we come next time, let us consider Lin as our goddaughter. I truly like her and feel a strong connection with her." Mr. Sun had no objections. Sometimes, relationships are built on instinct and temperament rather than duration of acquaintance. He also admired Lin Jingwen, recognizing her as a remarkable young woman, living independently and confidently through her own skills. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Dongliang, Ma Xiaozue, and Lin Xuetao boarded the bus early in the morning, making their way to the mechanical factory compound. "Dear in-laws, you've arrived. Please, come in." Zhang Lanxiang greeted them with a bright smile, keen on preventing her son's divorce, realizing she needed her in-law support. "Has Jingwen returned last night?" Ma Xiaozue asked upon entering. Zhang Lanxiang sighed deeply, shaking her head, her previous harshness fading. "Alas, I cannot comprehend her sudden temper. She hasn't returned home after losing her job, and we can't seem to find her. I've asked everyone I could." "This wretched girl Daname," Xiaozue muttered angrily. After they sat down, Zhang Lanxiang explained the situation regarding Lin Jingwen's divorce, revealing that the school housing had not been divided. Hearing this, Ma Xiaozue felt as if the world had collapsed, grasping Zhang Lanxiang's hand and repeatedly apologizing. "Oh, my wretched daughter. You let Onping divorce her. She deserves it. But we truly cannot bear to lose such a wonderful son-in-law. In-laws, please give my daughter another chance. Once we find her, we will make sure to discipline her properly," Xiaozue pleaded, showering Zhang Lanxiang with promises, which brought her comfort and joy. "I will also talk to Onping. He must not let anger drive him to divorce. Let us give Lin Jingwen another chance. Wait, let us not speak so enthusiastically. She has lost her job, and my sister hasn't even shown up. It looks like she is resolute about the divorce," Lin Xuetao interjected with a chuckle, enjoying the spectacle. His comment was not to support Lin Jingwen, but rather to mock his mother and Zhang Lanxiang. Ma Xiaozue shook her head in denial. "That's impossible." Zhang Lanxiang remained silent. Even without a brain, she sensed that Lin Jingwen might genuinely be intent on divorce, if Lin Jingwen was determined to leave. There was little they could do to stop her. "No. It won't happen," Zhang Lanxiang insisted, shaking her head, rejecting the thought from her heart. Due to the discord with her own son, Li Onping could no longer stay. After lunch and a brief nap, he prepared to depart. Zhou Xinping, considerate and gentle, accompanied him downstairs, walking a short distance while continuing to remind him, "Onping, please don't let thoughts of divorce consume you. Let us first coax Lin Jingwen back, and then we can deal with the teaching assistant situation. Our matters can wait." Li Onping nodded, remaining silent on any contrary opinions. After visiting the market today and witnessing Zhou Xinping's extravagant spending, he had already become more grounded. In his heart, the scales once again tipped in favor of Lin Jingwen. Even if he harbored feelings of dislike, or even disdain, for her, Li Onping had to concede that only a woman like Lin Jingwen was truly suitable for a life partner. Someone like Zhou Xinping was simply not a match. A fleeting romance was sufficient, and far more comfortable. "Onping, look, goodness, it's a Santana. This neighborhood boasts car owners. How affluent. Do you have any idea how much that car is worth?" At that moment, Zhou Xinping's eyes sparkled with envy as she spotted the car entering the compound. Grabbing Li Onping's arm excitedly, she whispered urgently, "How much?" Li Onping, somewhat out of touch with the world of automobiles, couldn't provide an answer. However, he recognized the vehicle as familiar, suspecting it belonged to Professor Chiu from their college. 20,000. Zhou Xinping continued in a hushed tone, "A house here costs around 30,000. And that car is worth more than 6 houses. Li Onping was left speechless, his face betraying his envy. That is astounding wealth. After a couple of glances, he confirmed that it was indeed Professor Chiu's car. It was quite a coincidence that Professor Chiu resided in this neighborhood. Should he attempt to cultivate a closer relationship with him? Li Onping hesitated. Just then, the car came to a halt, and he saw Professor Chiu stepping out. Lowering his voice, he exclaimed to Zhou Xinping, "That's Professor Chiu. The teaching assistant I mentioned is working with him on research." Zhou Xinping, taken aback, initially stared in disbelief before becoming animated and somewhat inarticulate. Goodness, the professor you spoke of is so wealthy. What does that imply? Does it mean he is truly remarkable?" Li Onping remained somewhat bewildered. Zhou Xinping rolled her eyes at him. It indicates that his family background is exceptionally impressive. At her words, Li Onping nodded in agreement. Even if Qiu Zhe were a genius professor dedicated to academia, it was unlikely that he would possess such wealth. Onping, you must secure that assistant position with Professor Qiu. Zhou Xinping suddenly grasped his hand firmly. Establishing a connection with him and working under his guidance is undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for you. You cannot let it slip away. However, Li Onping recalled the situation with the department head visiting his home yesterday and felt that the assistant position was already out of reach. But what? Please elaborate on the situation, and I can offer some advice, Zhou Xinping urged anxiously. With someone as influential as Professor Qiu nearby, there was no time for hesitation. Previously, when Li Onping spoke vaguely about his mother's actions, he felt embarrassed and believed he had to rely on Lin Jingwen and the department head to advance his interests, which left him feeling frustrated. Now, seeing Zhou Xinping so invested in his assistant opportunity warmed his heart, prompting him to clarify the entire situation regarding the assistant position. Zhou Xinping listened, her brow furrowed deeper, and she could not help but complain, "Your mother is such a hindrance, completely oblivious to the gravity of matters. I think you should keep some things from her in the future. Don't let her meddle blindly. It never ends well." Li Onping nodded, agreeing that Zhou Xinping had a point. His mother had truly caused him significant trouble this time. Chapter 33. The Obedient Man. Onping, after hearing your account, I'm convinced that the assistant opportunity still lies with Lin Jingwen. Zhou Xinping remarked, if all else fails, I will speak to her and try to persuade her to let go of any grudges and reconcile with you. We can't even find her right now. We have no way to communicate. Li Onping looked at Zhou Xinping and suggested, now that we know Professor Qiu lives here, wouldn't it be better to try to get close to him instead? What do you think? How do we get close to him? He wouldn't care for any gifts we might offer, Zhou Xinping retorted, rolling her eyes at Li Onping for his lack of savvy in networking with important figures. Li Onping glanced at Professor Qiu's car and fell silent. It was indeed true. No matter what he offered, it seemed unlikely that Professor Qiu would even take notice. However, knowing that Professor Qiu lived nearby was not without its advantages. Zhou Xinping smiled and continued, building relationships relies on interactions. It doesn't matter if our gifts are disregarded. As a neighbor, you can approach him and offer to assist with small tasks or errands. He will remember your kindness. Then shall we go and introduce ourselves now? Li Onping pondered. He thought it would not be embarrassing to curry favor with someone like Professor Qiu. After all, others were also trying to get close to him without even knowing he lived here. And they lacked this opportunity. What introduction? Look at what you're wearing, and then look at me. It's far too shabby. Zhou Xinping frowned and said, let us wait until tomorrow evening, and we will bring a small gift and pay him a visit together. Xinping, you truly are adept at navigating these situations. All right, I'll follow your lead, Li Onping complimented her with a smile, then added with considerable disdain, Lin Jingwen is just a dullard, a closed book. She hardly expresses herself and is utterly incompetent in social matters. Previously, Zhou Xinping would have been pleased to hear such words, but now, she felt somewhat disheartened. For she believed that while Lin Jingwen might lack finesse, she possessed good fortune and was quite popular with the elderly. One could even say she was lucky in marriage. Since Li Onping married her, his journey through university and tenure as a teacher had been remarkably smooth sailing. Even the allocation of housing and the assistant position relied heavily on Lin Jingwen's connections. Despite their inner disdain for her, they were still compelled to find ways to seek her favor, which was utterly frustrating. Qiu Zhe returned home from school, opened the door, and was greeted by the sight of a clean and orderly home, which brought him considerable comfort. Upon noticing a bouquet of yellow flowers on the table, his eyes brightened, for it transformed the living room into a much more vibrant space. Approaching the display, he touched the flowers, realizing they were plastic, yet they were truly quite attractive. Undoubtedly, Lin Jingwen had placed them there, having a spare key to his home. Returning to find such pleasant changes filled him with surprise. Qiu Zhe changed out of his coat into loungewear just as there was a knock at the door. Opening it, he found Lin Jingwen standing there, and he smiled slightly. Ms. Lin, the flowers on the table are lovely. Lin Jingwen had come to inform him about dinner plans of soup dumplings, but upon receiving his compliment, she beamed and explained, as long as you don't think I overstepped, I saw these artificial flowers while shopping and bought some. With the new year approaching, I thought it would be nice to have some flowers around for a festive touch. It's wonderful. Feel free to make any changes to the decor as you see fit. Qiu Zhe replied, stepping aside to let her enter. while inquiring, "What are we having for dinner?" "Soup dumplings, accompanied by cold shredded potatoes and pickled radish." Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. She had prepared meat gelatin in advance, which would enhance the soup's richness when added to the filling. The meat mixture was simple to prepare after Li Dama's departure, and she set it out on the balcony to cool before wrapping. Upon hearing soup dumplings, Qiu Zhe's eyes lit up. "I can't wait. Do you need any help?" "No need." Lin Jingwen declined directly, believing his involvement would only complicate things. "Please wait an hour and we can eat. I must get back to work now." "All right," Qiu Zhe nodded, watching her leave. An hour later, Lin Jingwen returned with a steaming basket of soup dumplings. She had specially purchased the steamer, as the right tools were essential for making such delicacies. Qiu Zhe nodded approvingly at the professional-looking steamer, which made the meal feel akin to dining out. Taking a bite of the dumpling, he nearly burned his mouth on the hot broth, but it was incredibly delicious. Unable to speak with the dumpling in his mouth, he simply gave Lin Jingwen a thumbs up to express his admiration for her culinary skills. "Delicious." Seeing his gesture, Lin Jingwen laughed. "I'm glad you like it. Pairing it with these side dishes helps cut the richness." Qiu Zhe nodded, swallowing the dumpling before saying, "The soup dumplings you made are exceptional. Even better than any I've had before. If you enjoy them, I can make them for you again next time." Lin Jingwen replied, pleased by his enthusiasm. "If it's too much trouble, I can just eat at your workplace instead," Qiu Zhe suggested. "Making them at home during my days off isn't too much of a hassle. However, dining at your restaurant offers a variety of flavors, which is also a great option." Lin Jingwen responded with a smile. Qiu Zhe nodded in agreement. "Are 12 dumplings enough?" Lin Jingwen asked. The steamer she bought was slightly larger, containing 12 dumplings. "I could manage a few more. I hardly ate anything for lunch," Qiu Zhe remarked, adding, "The cafeteria food is dreadful." Lin Jingwen couldn't help but offer a piece of advice. "Eating irregularly and overeating is bad for your stomach." Qiu Zhe paused in his actions and then replied, "In that case, I'll just eat these and refrain from further indulgence. I must exercise some restraint." Lin Jingwen chuckled, finding this side of Qiu Zhe endearingly obedient, resembling a well-behaved child who genuinely took her words to heart. It was her first time encountering such an agreeable man. After finishing dinner and tidying up, Lin Jingwen glanced at the clock, 7 o'clock, and prepared to visit elderly Lady Yang. Dressed in her down jacket, as she rummaged through her trousers, she opted for the newly purchased suit pants, allowing her to wear her thermal leggings underneath. Venturing out on a chilly night in just autumn pants would be far too cold, especially since her knee pads were yet to be prepared. After donning a scarf and gloves, she immediately felt warmer. Just as she was about to close the door and leave, she heard Mr. Chio's door open as well. Mr. Chio was also heading out. Lin Jingwen noticed he had put on his overcoat and greeted him with a smile. "I left some documents at school and need to retrieve them," Qiu Zhe remarked, looking at her. "Would you like a ride? I'm heading to the family quarters near the university, which is on my way." "When will you be back, Mr. Chio? If you can only take me there and not bring me back." "I might as well ride my bicycle," Lin Jingwen replied candidly, stating her requirements without hesitation. "I should be done in about half an hour," Qiu Zhe said. "I can also keep it within half an hour." Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. "Then I won't hold back. I'll gladly take advantage of Mr. Chio's kindness. Riding a bicycle at night is indeed quite cold and no need to be polite," Qiu Zhe replied with a slight smile. The two descended the stairs and entered the car. Once Qiu Zhe drove out of the community, he turned on the heater, and the interior gradually warmed up, prompting Lin Jingwen to exhale a comfortable sigh. She found herself contemplating whether she would ever be able to afford a car in her lifetime. Cars were indeed far more expensive than houses nowadays, perhaps in a decade or so. As domestic cars became more prevalent, they might not seem as costly. Yet, relatively speaking, they would still be out of reach for an ordinary person. Lin Jingwen mused that if she could live healthily into her 50s, she might be able to afford a car, becoming a lady with her own vehicle. The thought made her chuckle softly, drawing Qiu Zhe's attention. "What are you laughing about?" he inquired. "I was thinking about becoming an elderly lady in the future." Lin Jingwen replied with a smile, "And hopefully a wealthy one, with my own house and enough money to buy a car, so I wouldn't have to endure the cold while cycling in winter." Upon hearing this, Qiu Zhe fell silent for a considerable time. Lin Jingwen thought it natural for him not to respond and prepared to avoid any awkward conversation. However, Qiu Zhe eventually spoke, methodically laying out a financial assessment for her. Given her current salary, factoring in future increments and deducting daily expenses, He calculated that she would not be able to amass wealth. However, by the time she reached retirement at 50, with over a decade of savings, she could afford a house and a car, provided she saved 50% of her salary each month. Ultimately, Chiozé offered her a suggestion. If she wished to become wealthy, she should quit her current job and start her own business, as her culinary skills would ensure success and rapid wealth accumulation. Really? Lin Jingwen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled wryly. I know that being self-employed is more profitable, but I don't have the funds right now. Maybe in a year, after I've saved some money, I could become your investor and share in the profits, but I have one condition, Chiozé proposed. What condition? Lin Jingwen asked, finding their conversation increasingly peculiar. Chapter 34. The stunning transformation of Lin Jingwen. Please reserve a separate table for me at the restaurant near Jiqing School for my meals, Chiozé stated. Lin Jingwen was utterly speechless. Mr. Chiu, are you serious? Chiozé nodded, his cool voice imbued with seriousness. Absolutely. I want to resolve my lunchtime dining dilemma. The stark contrast in food quality is quite displeasing. Eating subpar meals at noon only to indulge in delicious food at night, sometimes not even getting that, was rather unsatisfactory for him. If money could solve his problems, Chiozé refused to compromise. Lin Jingwen realized that due to the unpalatable food in the school cafeteria, he wanted to invest in her, enabling her to open a small eatery at the school gate, thus allowing him to avoid dining at the school altogether. This was true financial freedom. Lin Jingwen felt enlightened, even tempted. If Mr. Chiu intended to invest in her, it meant she would still be working for him. Even if the restaurant wasn't hers, working for such a financially secure boss would undoubtedly yield more than her current job at the state-run restaurant. Furthermore, operating a small eatery, serving only lunch and dinner without breakfast, and employing a couple of assistants would grant her relatively more free time. However, she had only just joined the Liberation Bridge location. Leaving abruptly would feel inappropriate. Moreover, Supervisor Zhao had entrusted her with significant responsibilities, tasking her with preparing special dumplings for the Spring Festival. If she were to leave now, it could lead to resentment, and she felt it necessary to see through this period before considering any change. Eventually, they arrived at their destination. As Lin Jingwen pondered various thoughts, Chiozé had already parked the car at the entrance of the family quarters. Can we discuss the restaurant business after the new year? Lin Jingwen asked before exiting the vehicle, proposing a solution. If Mr. Chiu dislikes the school meals so much, I could prepare lunchboxes for you, essentially bento. Thank you. A monthly meal allowance plus 200 yuan would suffice. Chiozé replied with a smile. Ms. Lin, I appreciate your assistance. Lin Jingwen smiled, expressing that as long as the payment was adequate, it was neither hard nor troublesome. Working for a financially stable boss felt absolutely delightful. After exiting the car, Lin Jingwen walked into the family quarters and arrived at Director Yang's home, knocking on the door. Oh, it's Jingwen. The door was opened by Qi Fong. Upon seeing Lin Jingwen dressed in her down jacket and tailored trousers, Qi Fong failed to recognize her at first. Only after a closer look did she realize it was indeed Lin Jingwen. You look absolutely stunning. Honestly, I didn't recognize you at first. You've become so much more beautiful, Qi Fong exclaimed as she invited her in, scrutinizing her appearance with growing admiration. Sister Fong, you flatter me. I just bought myself a down jacket. They say clothes make the person, and it certainly seems to hold true. Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. No, it's not just the jacket. You've transformed entirely. You possess a certain elegance now, and your confidence has grown immensely, Qi Fong remarked, gazing at her intently. Leaving that scoundrel's family made me feel liberated. Lin Jingwen replied with a smile, handing Qi Fong a hairpin she had seen while shopping that day. This is for you. Sister Fong, I thought it was lovely. Thank you. This hairpin is beautiful, Qi Fong exclaimed, instantly captivated. This hairpin was not inexpensive, costing 5 yuan, adorned with sequins. She had seen it at the mall but had hesitated to purchase it, as 5 yuan seemed extravagant for a mere hairpin. Her husband would surely scold her for being wasteful. Noticing that Lin Jingwen was also wearing a similar hairpin, Qi Fong couldn't help but feel that Lin Jingwen was now so different, so willing to spend on herself. You really are extravagant, Qi Fong remarked. Lin Jingwen laughed and replied, I used to refrain from spending on myself. During 8 years of marriage, I barely acquired new clothes, let alone these little adornments. But now, I'm in a position where I can afford to indulge myself, so I enjoy treating myself well. Qi Fong listened, feeling envious. Although she hadn't encountered many divorced women, her impression was that they lived miserable, pitiful lives, feeling self-conscious and looked down upon, often struggling to make ends meet. Yet, the increasingly beautiful and confident Lin Jingwen before her shattered her previous perceptions, revealing that for some women, divorce could bring about a sense of liberation and joy, allowing them to thrive. Sister Fong, I'll go check on the old lady now. We can chat later, Lin Jingwen said with a smile. Oh, certainly. The old lady has been asking about you, Chi Fong happily replied, watching her go to her mother-in-law's room while marveling at Lin Jingwen's transformation. It had only been a week since they last met, yet Lin Jingwen seemed utterly rejuvenated. Just then, Director Yang emerged from his study, heading straight to the bathroom to prepare hot water, instructing Lin Jingwen to help wash the old lady's hair. I've been waiting for this day all week. Jingwen, is that a new outfit? Yang Laotai exclaimed, immediately complimenting her. It looks wonderful, quite stylish. Previously, you dressed worse than me, an old lady, and I didn't even want to mention it. Lin Jingwen took no offense, smiling as she replied, You are absolutely right. Auntie, I used to dress like a beggar. Now that I have a bit of money, I've decided to spend it on myself. That's the spirit. It's about time. Yang Laotai supported her. Seeing you looking so vibrant and beautiful makes me feel relieved that you haven't endured the same kind of suffocating circumstances I faced in my youth. Yang Laotai's husband had run off with a vixen, taking all their money, and she often reflected that if it weren't for having to raise a pair of children, she would have lived a more carefree life. It's never too late to live freely, Lin Jingwen remarked, pulling out the red sweater she had knitted for the old lady from her bag. Here, Auntie, try this on and see if it fits. Oh my, your knitting skills are truly remarkable. This sweater is lovely, Yang Laotai exclaimed as she received the wine-red sweater. I see this color a bit too bright for an old woman like me. It suits you perfectly. The hue is versatile, suitable for individuals of any age. Lin Jingwen smiled as she helped her change out of the gray sweater she was wearing, dressing her in a new one, and guiding her to the mirror. It looks splendid. Even this old woman feels a bit more sprightly, remarked old lady Yang, gazing at her reflection with a smile. Just then, Director Yang entered, carrying hot water. Upon seeing his mother in the new sweater, he exclaimed, Mom, that sweater makes you look vibrant and festive, far better than anything from the market. I agreed. It's all thanks to Jingwen's skillful hands. Her knitted sweaters are lovely. Your wife? Mom, Jingwen's here. Why not let her help you wash your hair? Look, I've already prepared hot water for you. Director Yang quickly interrupted, sensing his mother was about to criticize his wife again. Every time Jingwen visits, you have her wash my oily hair. What do you give her in return? Old Lady Yang frowned, looking displeased at her son. You only care for your wife, she huffed. Washing her hair is naturally the daughter-in-law's duty. No need for any rewards. Director Yang has been of tremendous help to me regarding the housing matter. I was already planning to visit Annie once a week, and washing her hair is just a part of it. Lin Jingwen quickly chimed in with a smile. That's not how it works. One thing must not be confused with another. The housing issue is a favor you owed me for taking care of me before. Old Lady Yang stated. Mom, I understand that perfectly, Director Yang replied. This is a small matter. Jingwen has helped me a lot, and I must thank her properly. Jingwen, if you have any requests, feel free to mention them. I'll do my best to accommodate. Lin Jingwen thought for a moment and, smiling, said, Well, I do have one request. After the new year, I plan to open a small restaurant near the school. Since you're knowledgeable about real estate, could you help me scout for suitable places nearby that are for sale? I'm looking to take over one. What size restaurant are you thinking of? Director Yang inquired. Nothing too large. Around 100 square meters will suffice. And not exceeding 150, Lin Jingwen replied. She lacked experience in running a business, having previously sold goods at a stall. Starting with a small eatery seemed appropriate, as anything larger would be beyond her capabilities. She aimed to accumulate some experience in operating a store first. Based on what you said, to secure a place like that for your restaurant, you'll likely need around 100,000 yuan. Do you have that much? Director Yang asked. Of course not. My boss does, as I'm merely an employee, Lin Jingwen chuckled. However, my boss only provides the funds and leaves all decisions to me. I must navigate this venture on my own, stepping cautiously like crossing a river by feeling the stones. The first hurdle of finding a shop already presents a challenge, which is why I thought to consult someone experienced like you. Hearing this, Director Yang couldn't help but smile, feeling satisfied and not questioning who Lin Jingwen's boss was. All right, I'll keep an eye out for you. Thank you, Director Yang. I truly appreciate it. There's no rush regarding the shop. As long as I can finalize something by March or April next year, that's sufficient. I still have half a year. Lin Jingwen then added, my boss isn't short on funds. If the location is good, we can accept a higher price. Director Yang agreed with a smile and proceeded to prepare the hot water and towels before stepping out. Jiang Guan, encountering a boss who only provides money without involvement is indeed a rare blessing, one that's hard to come by. Even with a lantern, don't be foolishly distressed. This is a wonderful opportunity for you to gain experience, Old Lady Yang advised earnestly. Once you have experience and money, you can become your own boss. Especially since the country encourages this now. You speak so well, Auntie. Truly, having an elder at home is like possessing a treasure, Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. Only you would praise me like this. My son and daughter-in-law, and people outside say I'm difficult, as if they're merely waiting to call me old and troublesome. Old Lady Yang remarked, pouting slightly. That must be because their actions have caused you displeasure. When you're upset, it's hard for you to speak calmly. If you're not angry with me, we can have this warm and pleasant conversation, Lin Jingwen said gently while massaging her hair. Upon hearing this, Old Lady Yang felt emotional. You're such a sweet child. Your words are truly comforting and touch my heart. This is why I like you. Lin Jingwen chuckled and continued chatting about other topics. It is indeed challenging to mediate family affairs, particularly between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, as their expectations often do not align, leading to tensions in their relationships. After washing Old Lady Yang's hair and chatting for a while, Lin Jingwen noticed that nearly half an hour had passed, so she bid farewell, promising to visit again next week. Qi Fong escorted her out and remarked, Jiang Guan, the scarf and gloves you gave me last time were admired by my colleagues. They love them and wanted to know how much you sell them for. I sell the scarves and gloves for 14 yuan each, but for your colleagues, I can offer them at 12. Lin Jingwen smiled. If your colleagues are sure they want to buy, I can bring them over in a few days. I have to work, and I knit slowly, so I don't have many finished products. Hence, she didn't mind teaching others her knitting techniques, as creating these items doesn't generate competition. One must be proficient. Using her complex knitting methods, even working tirelessly for a day, one could hardly complete a scarf and gloves. After a week, she had only managed to knit 3 long scarves, 1 short one, and 5 pairs of gloves. Her speed was remarkably quick. 1 long scarf was given to Qi Fong, another sold to Aunt Li, and she kept the last one for herself. 12 each? That sounds good. Prepare 3 pairs for me. I'm sure they'll buy them once I mention the price. They sell for 15 in the market, and yours look much better. Qi Fong immediately replied. All right, I'll try to finish them quickly and bring them to you. Lin Jingwen agreed with a smile before leaving Director Yang's house. Chapter 35. The ex-husband is infuriated again. Upon exiting the family compound, Lin Jingwen spotted Mr. Chiu's car waiting outside. I'm sorry, Mr. Chiu, for keeping you waiting, Lin Jingwen hurriedly said as she opened the car door and sat down, apologizing to Chiu Zhe. It's no trouble. I just arrived, Chiu Zhe replied as he started the engine. Mr. Chiu, is your investment in my restaurant venture genuine? Lin Jingwen sought confirmation, especially since she had already asked Director Yang to help her scout for a shop. Yes, I will invest the money, and you will handle the operations. We will split the profits 50-50, Chiu Zhe stated. That's not right. I won't contribute a single yuan. I'm just working for you. Just pay me a higher salary, Lin Jingwen countered. Your culinary skills are your capital. You are contributing your expertise. Furthermore, you will be responsible for the daily operations, and in the end, the profits will be split evenly. Truthfully, it is still a favorable arrangement for you, Chiu Zhe explained seriously, maintaining a cool demeanor. Lin Jingwen. Technical equity? It was her first time hearing such a term. It echoed the phrase. I haven't read much. Don't deceive me, she pondered over Chiu Zhe's words. Given her current knowledge level, she felt she was still benefiting from the arrangement with Chiu Zhe, and of course, if the small restaurant doesn't perform well and the profits are minimal, she would prefer a stable, higher salary, thus avoiding the risks of poor management, albeit sacrificing the potential for higher profit shares. Nevertheless, Lin Jingwen was confident in managing a small restaurant and was willing to opt for profit sharing. As individual businesses are just beginning to emerge, few engage in the small restaurant trade. If one dares to open and operate with good taste and sufficient foot traffic, they are bound to succeed. This was a reliable conclusion drawn from Lin Jingwen's previous experiences. All right, Mr. Chiu wouldn't deceive me. After saying this, Lin Jingwen updated him on the first progress regarding their restaurant venture. The search for a suitable shop had commenced. Chiu Zhe nodded and added, Although I want to be involved in the daily operations of the restaurant, if you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to consult me, and we can work through them together. Lin Jingwen smiled and nodded again. She genuinely enjoyed communicating with Mr. Chiu. They discussed matters straightforwardly, with stable emotions. He not only refrained from belittling her, but often offered compliments. Meanwhile, back at the mechanical factory's family compound, Li Onping returned home to find out that his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and brother-in-law had come to visit. "Mom, what did they say?" Li Onping inquired. "What could they possibly say? They don't want you to divorce Jingwen." Zhang Lanxiang replied irritably. Initially, she thought her words would provoke her son, but to her surprise, he responded calmly, saying, "All right, I understand that a matter as significant as divorce can't just be decided by the two of us. Even if you don't persuade us, we still need a letter of introduction from the neighborhood committee to proceed with the divorce. They must persuade us first, and only if that fails will they issue the letter. Even with the letter, the staff at the divorce registration office will also try to dissuade us. It's quite distressing to think about. Let us just leave it for now." Li Onping's explanation left Zhang Lanxiang perplexed. "So, what is the current situation? Do you no longer wish to part ways? Then quickly call Lin Jingwen back." "Mother, she is currently hiding, and we cannot find her. How can we call her back? Let us leave her be for now." Li Onping, having been calmed by Zhou Xinping's words, has become more composed and patiently advises Zhang Lanxiang, "Mother, could we not invite Lin Jingwen back? The crux of this matter truly lies in our attitudes. When dealing with outsiders, please refrain from being irritable. Should anyone inquire, simply say that you have been eagerly awaiting her return and that you will treat her well in the future. This way, the outside world will assist you in persuading Lin Jingwen to come back. If she does not return, she will be scolded by everyone for her mischief, and she will be criticized for her lack of awareness. However, if you open your mouth to berate her, as you did in front of my department head yesterday, people will merely say that it is natural for Lin Jingwen not to want to return, and they will claim that you are the one who drove her away. The villain will then be you, not her. Think about it, isn't that the case?" Zhang Lanxiang certainly understands this logic, yet she is enraged, feeling wronged, believing that this would mean bowing down to Lin Jingwen. "Mother, if you still wish for my well-being and hope for me to become a teaching assistant, please endure a little and put on a fade for the outside world." Li Onping earnestly continued. "Very well, Mother understands. If it is merely a fade, I can manage that," Zhang Lanxiang replied. The following evening on the weekend, Li Onping changed into his finest wool coat from the wardrobe, bringing along the gifts he had prepared, and went to meet Zhou Xinping. Upon their encounter, Zhou Xinping surveyed his attire, nodding in satisfaction. However, when he was asked to remove his wool coat, upon seeing the state of his sweater and the wrinkled collar of his shirt, Zhou Xinping could not help but frown. "Look at your sweater, it's dirty, and your shirt collar is all crumpled. Lin Jingwen isn't here. How could I wash and iron clothes?" Hearing her tone of disdain, Li Onping retorted with some irritation. Fine, this will do. We probably want to be sitting down for a lengthy chat, just delivering the gifts and exchanging a few pleasantries." Zhou Xinping quickly added that she would later iron his shirt and wash his sweater, urging him not to be upset. Only then did Li Onping calm down and inquire if Zhou Xinping knew which floor Professor Chiu resided on. "He lives on the 4th floor. That's easy to find out. Professor Chiu drives a small car. Everyone knows him." Zhou Xinping chuckled. Li Onping agreed. For someone like Professor Chiu, who is both affluent and influential, it would be impossible to remain unnoticed. Knock, knock, knock. Li Onping and Zhou Xinping arrived at the 4th floor, carrying their items, and nervously knocked on the door, pondering how to establish rapport. However, once the door swung open, Li Onping was immediately taken aback, his mind momentarily blank. He stared, wide-eyed, at the familiar woman who stood before him, doubting the clarity of his vision. Lin Jingwen? How could it possibly be Lin Jingwen? What on earth is she doing here? Isn't this Professor Chiu's residence? Li Onping was genuinely bewildered, gaping at Lin Jingwen, rendered speechless. Yet, Zhou Xinping did not recognize Lin Jingwen, having never seen her before. Thus, upon observing Lin Jingwen in her apron, dressed casually yet adorned with an expensive watch, she exuded an air of grace and composure, clearly embodying the role of Professor Chiu's wife. Therefore, Zhou Xinping smiled and inquired, "Hello, Mrs. Chiu. We are here to see Professor Chiu. Is he at home?" Lin Jingwen, taken aback, responded, "What did you just call me?" Li Onping, startled back to reality, sharply shouted at Zhou Xinping, "What are you shouting about? She is Lin Jingwen, not Mrs. Chiu. This time, Zhou Xinping's mind went blank. Lin what? Lin Jingwen, isn't she Lianping's wife? The woman before her is Lin Jingwen? She couldn't believe it. The three stood in stunned silence, the atmosphere growing exceedingly awkward. Lin Jingwen, why are you here? After a moment, Lianping nearly ground his teeth, demanding, why are you in Professor Chiu's home? Lianping could not comprehend, his mind nearly exploding. If it were any other man, he would suspect Lin Jingwen of infidelity, thinking she was here with some lover. But this man was not just any man. He was the wealthy and influential genius Professor Chiu Zhe. To suggest that Chiu Zhe and Lin Jingwen were involved would be akin to telling him that feces were delicious. I can go wherever I please. It's none of your business, Lin Jingwen replied, her expression devoid of emotion, unwilling to offer any explanation. When she saw Lianping and Zhou Xinping here, she was not particularly surprised. For she had spotted them in the neighborhood just yesterday. It was entirely normal for Lianping, seeking a teaching assistant position, to bring gifts to curry favor with Professor Chiu. She simply hadn't expected to encounter them so soon, which was rather irritating. Zhou Xinping glanced at Lianping, then at Lin Jingwen, her self-proclaimed social skills faltering, wishing she could turn and leave immediately. She not only felt utterly outmatched but also harbored a desire to slap Lianping twice. He had completely deceived her. He claimed Lin Jingwen was a bumpkin, a plain woman, a middle-aged matron, utterly clueless. Yet, the Lin Jingwen before her, while not ostentatiously glamorous, radiated confidence and grace, lacking any trace of earthiness. She was far from the plain woman he had described. Standing before her, Zhou Xinping felt no sense of superiority. In fact, due to the disparity in status, with Lin Jingwen being the legitimate wife, she, as a mere extramarital affair, felt her posture falter, unable to speak with any authority. Anping, let us leave. Zhou Xinping gently tugged at Lianping's arm, whispering, this is Professor Chiu's doorstep. Let us discuss this elsewhere. You are coming with us, Lianping insisted, aware that they could not make a scene here. His voice lowered as he glared at Lin Jingwen. Lin Jingwen dismissed him completely, offering not even a glance, and firmly shut the door at Lianping. He was furious. Aside from the previous incident at the state-run restaurant, Lianping had never endured such humiliation at Lin Jingwen's hands. How could he bear it? His rationality was gone, replaced solely by anger, prompting him to pound on the door without a second thought. Are you insane? Zhou Xinping quickly grasped his arm, urging, let us go. This is the place for a ruckus. However, it was too late. The door opened again. This time, it was Chiu Zhe who appeared. Upon seeing him, Lianping's furious expression froze, and he quickly forced a smile, explaining, Professor Chiu, I apologize for the disturbance. That Lin Jingwen is my wife. I didn't expect to see her here, and my emotions got the better of me. She didn't inform me she was here. What was she doing here? Lianping had no idea. He simply wanted to understand why Lin Jingwen was dressed this way in Professor Chiu's home. Chiu Zhe regarded Lianping with a slight frown, recognizing him as a fellow member of the physics department with whom he had attended meetings. Though they had rarely spoken, Ms. Lin's ex-husband is Teacher Li, Chiu Zhe noted, somewhat surprised. The world seemed to be quite small. Yet, hearing Lianping's words, he assumed Lin Jingwen was still his wife. Hence, who was the lady accompanying him? Mr. Chiu, I apologize for the inconvenience. We have yet to finalize our divorce, and I didn't inform him of my presence here. It was a coincidence that we crossed paths. And he lost control of his emotions, Lin Jingwen succinctly explained. I have nothing more to discuss with him. He has come to see you, so I'll continue tidying up. Lin Jingwen concluded, heading to the balcony to gather the laundry. Chiu Zhe understood Lin Jingwen's stance and recognized how to approach Lianping, strictly professional, without personal sentiment. If Ms. Lin still regarded her husband favorably, he would be somewhat courteous for her sake. Teacher Li, is there something you wish to discuss? Chiu Zhe inquired. Lianping's mind was in disarray, unable to articulate any formalities, and losing interest in the teaching assistant matter, he stammered. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Professor Chiu, I just want to know what your relationship with Lin Jingwen is. I am her employer. She is my housekeeper. Chiu Zhe replied. Ms. Lin possesses exceptional skills and manages my household impeccably. I am fortunate to have encountered such an outstanding individual. Lianping's face was a canvas of confusion. He believed he understood Professor Chiu's words, yet it also felt as though he hadn't grasped them at all. Lin Jingwen was indeed working as Professor Chio's housekeeper, essentially acting as a nanny, which he comprehended. However, what did he mean by exceptional skills and fortunate to have met such an outstanding individual? Was he referring to Lin Jingwen, who merely handled cleaning and cooking? If one only heard the latter part, they might assume Professor Chio was speaking of a highly accomplished scholar. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Lin Jingwen had found new employment and was residing with Professor Chio as his housekeeper, which granted her the confidence to pursue a divorce, as long as he could dismiss Lin Jingwen from her position as a housekeeper. She would lose her financial independence and her place to stay, and she would naturally return home obediently. Thus, with this thought, Li Anping confidently stated, Professor Chio, Lin Jingwen and I have recently experienced a misunderstanding. She claims her intent to divorce is not sincere, merely a tantrum. I apologize. I intend to take her home immediately. She can no longer serve as Mr. Chio's housekeeper, and I hope you will understand. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingwen within the house couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Li Anping's face has certainly grown larger, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he took it upon himself to dictate her resignation from her job, doing so with an air of utmost certainty. This is due to his perception of himself as her master, believing she should be subject to his whims, unworthy of her own thoughts or career aspirations. Lin Jingwen hastily approached the door, wanting to slap Li Anping, to knock some sense into his thick-skinned demeanor and render him speechless. However, at that moment, Qiu Zhe interjected, his expression grim and his tone frigid as he said, Teacher Li, you lack the authority to dictate Ms. Lin's resignation from her position here. I hope you can respect her wishes. Thank you, Mr. Qiu, Lin Jingwen replied, her heart warming at his words as she smiled and added, having encountered such a wonderful employer as you, I certainly will not resign. I am, however, determined to divorce him. Mr. Qiu, as you are my employer and a colleague of Li Anping, it is necessary for me to express my stance and clarify the situation. The woman beside me is his first love and currently his extramarital affair. Li Anping brought her here to curry favor with you, presumably to secure a position as your teaching assistant. He has completely reduced her to the status of a wife. If I were to even consider forgiving him instead of contemplating divorce, I might as well be dead. Chapter 37. Today, I have lost all face. Qiu Zhe nodded in agreement, fully endorsing her remarks and supporting her choice to divorce. Sister Lin, you are gravely mistaken. Anping and I have no relationship at present, especially regarding the housing situation at the school. Zhou Xinping, who had been left out of the conversation, quickly interjected to defend herself. However, Lin Jingwen raised a hand to interrupt her, coldly stating, Zhou Xinping, you need not explain, and I am entirely unconcerned with whether you and Li Anping have any ambiguity or clarity in your relationship. Even without you, I intend to divorce Li Anping. I have had enough. I no longer wish to serve his entire family, receiving no compensation while being insulted daily. Li Anping, have I made myself clear? I am not throwing a tantrum. I want a divorce. Li Anping clenched his fists, breathing heavily in anger, yet insisted, come out and return home with me. We need to discuss this. I fail to comprehend why you insist on divorce. If you cannot understand human speech, then leave at once. Do not waste my time. Lin Jingwen rolled her eyes, genuinely not wanting to say another word. That moment, Qiu Zhe spoke up, Teacher Li, allow me to add that Ms. Lin's stance is quite clear, and her reasoning is equally evident. Should you continue to persist, I may begin to question your intelligence. I have little patience for incompetent assistants, and even less for those with whom I cannot communicate. Li Anping stared at Qiu Zhe, incredulous, feeling utterly humiliated. How could Professor Qiu side with Lin Jingwen, subtly threatening him regarding the position of assistant? He thought to himself, what right does she have? I apologize. Professor Qiu, I truly did not mean to disturb you today. Anping is simply too concerned about Sister Lin, which is why he is so agitated. Zhou Xinping quickly tugged at Li Anping's sleeve, forcing a smile as she said, we shall take our leave for now. With that, Zhou Xinping exerted effort to pull Li Anping away. They left their belongings at the entrance, and once Lin Jingwen saw the two loathsome individuals finally depart, she brought the items inside. People are people and belongings are belongings. No matter how angry one might be, one cannot take it out on money. Upon returning to their rented apartment, Zhou Xinping could no longer contain her pent-up frustration and unleashed it upon Li Anping. Li Anping? How can you be so foolish? After 8 years, you still do not recognize the person beside you. What do you truly know? Zhou Xinping felt utterly deceived. Today had been a disgrace. It would be difficult to regain her composure in front of Lin Jingwen in the future. Lin Jingwen had not always been like this, Li Onping retorted angrily. She truly is not like this. She used to be a closed-off person, perpetually with her head down, knowing only how to work, utterly oblivious to everything else. Enough. If she truly understood nothing, would Professor Chiu have praised her so highly and defended her so ardently? Zhou Xinping did not believe Li Onping's words at all. She trusted her own judgment. Seeing is believing. Lin Jingwen was no ordinary woman, nor a mere housewife. Li Onping fell silent at Zhou Xinping's assertion. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed heavily. Today, I made a fool of myself in front of Professor Chiu. Lin Jingwen is now constantly berating me, and who knows what she is saying about me to him. My hopes for the assistant position are entirely dashed. Because of Lin Jingwen, the department head's impression of me has also soured. So now, not only is the assistant position out of reach, but my days at the school will also become increasingly difficult. Everything from proctoring exams to grading papers, to evaluations for advanced teacher status, and even future housing allocations. Surely I will be excluded. The more he spoke, the clearer his losses became, and the more pain he felt in his heart, a sense of regret emerging for the first time. Had he known that Lin Jingwen would threaten divorce over the housing situation and that the repercussions would be so severe, he would never have suggested that Zhou Xinping move into the house. He had always thought of Lin Jingwen as dispensable, merely a workhorse at home, someone he could easily cast aside, believing she was the one insisting on staying married. But the reality was Li Onping clenched his fists. Seething with impotent rage, if Lin Jingwen wants a divorce, then let her have it. I want to see if she can truly fare better on her own. Zhou Xinping, upon hearing his words, rolled her eyes in disdain. Her gaze filled with disappointment towards Li Onping, accumulating even more. Previously, she had considered marrying him, thinking he could be a decent support, a university teacher with an independent apartment, a promising future. But after witnessing his reluctance to buy her a down jacket while he splurged on clothes for his son, he had become less appealing. Now, with Lin Jingwen's unexpected capabilities, Zhou Xinping's desire to marry Li Onping had almost entirely evaporated. However, she lacked better options. As a woman with a child, life was tough without a man's support, so she thought it prudent to keep tethering herself to Li Onping, hoping to extract something from him. Thus, she did not want to see him collapse entirely. Otherwise, she would be unable to squeeze a single cent from him. Lin Jingwen is currently working as a caretaker for Professor Chiu, and her salary is undoubtedly superior to yours. Professor Chiu praised her for her competence, her culinary skills, and her professional cleaning abilities, referring to her as a housekeeper rather than a mere caretaker. And have you seen the watch she wears? An international brand. Who do you think gifted it to her? It must be Professor Chiu. Lin Jingwen will thrive after divorcing you, free from the burdens of your family, living quite well. You need to face reality? Zhou Xinping mocked with a smirk, mercilessly unveiling his attempts to hide the truth. Li Onping, stung by her ridicule, lost his temper and retorted, Xinping, have you lost your mind? Whose side are you on? I am certainly on your side, but I must first wake you up to see Lin Jingwen's true nature and capabilities. I also want you to recognize a crucial fact. Without Lin Jingwen, your family will be in disarray, your career will falter, and you will be unable to manage anything. But you have seen Lin Jingwen's stance. She is insistent on divorce. Continuing to prolong this serves no purpose. It is better to end it quickly. Li Onping acknowledged that Zhou Xinping was correct, which only fueled his frustration. Not only was delaying unproductive, but he also found himself begging Lin Jingwen to return home like a coward, feeling utterly stifled. Chapter 38. I have wronged you. If you divorce her, you will gain nothing, and your reputation as an unfaithful man will be solidified, tarnishing my reputation as well. Zhou Xinping suppressed her lingering anger and disdain, patiently explaining, the immediate priority is for you to clear your name, to present yourself before your department head and Professor Chiu with a posture of remorse and regret, while showering Lin Jingwen with kindness to win her back. Men only need to turn back, to acknowledge their faults, and everyone will rally behind you to persuade Lin Jingwen to forgive you and to avoid divorce. If your mother also demonstrates a willingness to treat Lin Jingwen well and be a good mother-in-law, then everyone will stand by your side. If Lin Jingwen continues to insist on a divorce, it will undoubtedly be seen as her fault, an excessive act, and everyone will condemn her. Sympathizing with you, Li Onping nodded vigorously, fully agreeing, You are absolutely right. He had urged his mother to adopt this approach just yesterday, but he never anticipated the shock Lin Jingwen would deliver today. Her adamant stance on divorce had enraged him, and being reprimanded by Professor Chiu had led him to consider divorce in a fit of anger. Listening to Zhou Xinping, he realized that pursuing divorce under these circumstances would yield no benefits. Even if he could not coax Lin Jingwen back, he needed to make an effort to clear his name. He absolutely could not carry the reputation of an unfaithful man. Xinping, that would truly be too much of a burden for you. Lianping remarked once more. If we were to proceed as you suggest, I must maintain my distance from you and feign a complete severance of our ties. To be candid, he was somewhat taken aback by Zhou Xinping's extravagant spending the previous day. Furthermore, his son, Song Wonsong, persistently rejected him, dismissing him with a curt get lost upon their encounters, which left him quite discontented. Consequently, Li Anping temporarily abandoned any thoughts of marrying Zhou Xinping. Anping, I can endure a bit of hardship. I cannot allow you to jeopardize your future. Whenever you find the time, do come visit us quietly once a month, Zhou Xinping offered with a faade of deep concern. Li Anping, visibly touched, embraced her and quickly made a promise. Xinping, you are truly wonderful, rest assured. Once my work stabilizes and Lin Jingwen ceases her antics, I will make it a point to visit you and our son more frequently. Zhou Xinping pretended to be moved as she replied, urging Li Anping to return home without lingering too long, lest someone see him. Xinping, please take this 100 yuan for now. I might not be able to come by for a while. Li Anping said, feeling a sense of guilt for her kindness. He willingly handed her the bill as a form of compensation. Zhou Xinping accepted it without protest and proceeded to offer him numerous suggestions on how to win Lin Jingwen back. After considering her advice, although parting with 100 yuan pained him somewhat, he left with a sense of elation. On the other side, after Li Anping and the others had departed, Lin Jingwen once again apologized to Chiu Zhe. I am truly sorry, Mr. Chiu, for the disturbance caused today. It is not your fault. There is no need for apologies, Chiu Zhe replied. From what I gathered, Teacher Li's demeanor suggests he may not easily proceed with the divorce. I anticipated as much, Lin Jingwen responded nonchalantly, smiling. Let him make a scene. I am indifferent and unperturbed. Should he resort to coercive measures, I will not hesitate to involve the authorities. Chiu Zhe, observing her resolute and carefree attitude, couldn't help but smile, slightly awed by her fearless spirit, his gaze tinged with admiration. In his homeland, encounters with such magnanimous and independent women were rare. Most of the women he knew prioritized family and revered men as their everything. Their marriages, fraught with trivial disputes, held them captive in a relentless cycle. Chiu Zhe could not fathom this, which caused him to shy away from the institution of marriage. Ms. Lin, you are remarkable, he complimented, adding, if you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Professor Chiu has already helped me immensely today, Lin Jingwen replied gratefully. You defended me in front of Li Anping and praised me. I truly appreciate it. I merely spoke the truth. Chiu Zhe stated earnestly. Lin Jingwen found his words amusing, and after sharing a laugh, she cheerfully bid him farewell. Mr. Chiu, I have tidied the room. I shall take my leave now. Tomorrow, I work the evening shift and will prepare breakfast and lunch for you. Dinner may not be possible, but I can provide a late-night snack. Very well, thank you. Chiu Zhe smiled, watching her as she opened the door to depart, calling out for her to take the items Li Anping had brought. They were nothing of great value, 2 boxes of canned fruit and 2 boxes of honey sweets. Lin Jingwen felt these gifts were rather meager for Mr. Chiu, reflecting Li Anping's consistent stinginess. Moreover, Mr. Chiu did not enjoy sweets and entirely avoided such confections. Especially the honey sweets. She found them excessively sugary and cloying, hardly able to eat more than 1 piece. Thank you, Mr. Chiu. I will take them, Lin Jingwen said without hesitation, smiling as she carried the items back to her rented room. Once she placed the items aside, Lin Jingwen promptly began knitting a scarf, determined to complete 3 sets of scarves and gloves for Sister Qifeng within 3 days. If customers had to wait too long, they would surely complain, putting Sister Feng in a difficult position. Since she didn't need to wake up early for her evening shift, Lin Jingwen knitted until 1 in the morning, finally finishing 1 scarf. As she yawned, setting down the scarf and yarn, she rubbed her sore arms and neck, pondering the arduousness of earning money in this manner. A single scarf earned her merely 4 yuan, yet required over 10 hours of labor to create, an exhausting endeavor. Compared to the earnings from cleaning for Mr. Chiu and preparing meals, It was hardly worth the effort, of course. Mr. Chio's job was rather extraordinary, with a salary that was astonishingly high, requiring minimal effort on his part. If she were to pursue knitting scarves for sale full-time, while also considering her health, she could manage a maximum of 10 hours a day, likely completing one scarf and a pair of gloves in 2 days. Selling a scarf and gloves together for 12 yuan would yield approximately 8 yuan in profit, totaling around 120 yuan a month, provided they sold. This was a viable means of supporting herself. However, with her current job as a pastry chef and as Mr. Chio's caregiver, she had little desire to continue knitting scarves and gloves. The reasoning remained the same. Once pressed for time, after kneading dough all day, the thought of knitting for several additional hours was simply too exhausting. Now that she wasn't in dire need of money, there was no reason to overburden herself. Chapter 39. Jealousy. Lin Jiangwen lay in bed, fatigued to the point where she could hardly lift her arms, and she came to a realization. There was no need for this. Once she finished these projects, she would cease selling. Yet, she still had plenty of yarn left to knit. Gift them? She hesitated, reluctant to part with what she had purchased herself. After giving it some thought, an idea struck her. She could teach others how to knit, providing them with yarn, and upon completion, she could pay them 2 to 3 yuan for each scarf they knitted, allowing her to profit an additional 2 yuan or so from each sale. Although the earnings would be less, she would not need to invest labor, merely verbal guidance. Lin Jingwen contemplated this further. If she hired more female knitters, she would essentially become a small workshop owner. She would supply the yarn and skills, while those women would handle the knitting, and she would manage sales. Her focus would shift from monotonous knitting to overseeing operations and marketing, allowing her to profit from controlling yarn costs and increasing sale prices. As she mulled this over, excitement bubbled within her, dispelling her weariness. Was it possible for her to pursue this path? However, the initial concern arose. Where would she find a venue? Finding a place to rent would incur expenses. Moreover, securing skilled female knitters was no easy task. While many women could knit, finding those with strong learning abilities was challenging, even if she found a location and skilled knitters. She would also need to source yarn supplies and establish extensive sales channels, issues that could not be resolved merely by asking friends for a few scarves. If her products failed to sell, her losses could be substantial, potentially amounting to thousands in costs. The thought of these subsequent challenges doused her earlier enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Lin Jingwen's fervor waned. Engaging in business was far from simple, with countless factors to consider. Furthermore, she was reminded of her impending partnership with Mr. Chio to open a small restaurant, which added to her stress. Entering the restaurant business would require a wealth of knowledge, and instead of exhausting herself with knitting, it would be more beneficial to focus on learning about running a restaurant. For instance, during work hours, she could engage with her supervisors, gleaning insights from their vast experiences. With such invaluable mentors in the industry, she could not afford to squander the opportunity. Upon returning home, Li Onping summoned his family to discuss Lin Jingwen's situation. What did you say? Lin Jingwen is now working as a caregiver for that genius. Professor Chio, living in his home? Zhang Lanxiang gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. How much does that Professor Chio pay her each month? She quickly inquired. I have no idea. I didn't have the chance to ask. At the very least, it must be 100 yuan, possibly even 200. After all, Professor Chio drives a car to work. Li Onping suggested, deliberately inflating the figure. He aimed for his mother to recognize that Lin Jingwen had changed significantly and to alter her perception of her. However, as he spoke, Li Onping began to genuinely believe it could be 200 yuan, given Professor Chio's high regard for Lin Jingwen, referring to her not as a caregiver but as a housekeeper. During Lin Jingwen's absence, Li Onping observed the disarray in the house and realized that not every woman possessed Lin Jingwen's ability to maintain a tidy home and neatly organized laundry. Lin Jingwen indeed had a knack for household chores. Yet, that was her only skill. Aside from washing clothes, cooking, and cleaning, what else could she do? She was merely an uneducated, ordinary woman. It was simply her fortune that she had helped the department head's elderly father, earning the department head's gratitude, which led her to become Professor Chio's caregiver and gain a voice in his household. Truly, apart from these circumstances, what value did she hold? He had no desire to associate with her. This marriage was stifling, whether they divorced or stayed together. What nonsense! Earning 200 as a caregiver. Third brother, you must be joking. How could it possibly be that high? Zhang Lanxiang's voice rose, infused with disbelief yet tinged with excitement. Huang Wan and Gao Qin exchanged glances, both skeptical and unconvinced. Being a nanny, earning a month's salary that surpasses theirs for 3 months. If that were true, they would be consumed with envy, of course. It is true. I am referring to the assistant's salary, which is a mere 200 yuan a month, and this amount is provided by Professor Chiu. Not the school. Li Anping's assertions grew increasingly convincing, and he felt more and more certain that this was indeed the case. He even cited that the small car owned by Professor Chiu costs at least 200,000 yuan. Not to mention that he gifted Lin Jingwen a watch worth several hundred. My goodness, 200,000. Just for commuting to and from work? Zhang Lanxiang and the others were utterly stunned by the mention of such a substantial sum, and they could not help but believe that the 200 yuan nanny salary was indeed true. The youngest daughter-in-law has struck it rich, living in the professor's home, enjoying fine food and comforts, and earning such a high salary. If I were in her shoes, I wouldn't want to return either. Gao Qin's eyes glistened with envy, her lips pursed in frustration, wishing she could take Lin Jingwen's place as a nanny in a wealthy household. To earn such a fortune is nothing to be ashamed of. It would be the talk of the town. Huang Wan also felt envious, even more troubled, casting a glare at Li Dongle, the unfortunate child who would have been better off following Lin Jingwen. Now, living with him, their lives had become even more strained than before. Li Jiangguo no longer dared to gamble, fearing losses. However, this had led to frequent outbursts of anger at home, and he had started to resort to violence even without alcohol. Huang Wan thought that he might as well return to gambling. At least that way, he could vent some of his frustrations and spare her from enduring his wrath. Upon hearing the second daughter-in-law's words, Zhang Lanxiang shot her a fierce glare, exclaiming, "What are you talking about? If she doesn't come back, what does it matter that she resides in the professor's home? Isn't she afraid of being scolded? A nanny in a wealthy household lives with her employer and is considered fortunate if she returns home once a week. That man is a brilliant professor, and he is quite affluent. Could it be that he would take a fancy to Lin Jingwen? What kind of relationship could they possibly have?" Gao Qin immediately retorted, silencing Zhang Lanxiang. "Enough. Stop arguing. The point I want to make is that we need to change our attitude towards Lin Jingwen. When we encounter her, we should pamper her, shower her with compliments, and express our desire for her return. We need to convey our regret for how we previously treated her, which caused her distress. That way, others will help persuade her to come back." Li Anping chimed in, "I should treat her like a deity." Zhang Lanxiang responded irritably, "Mother, you are absolutely right. That is precisely how it should be." Li Anping clapped the table in agreement. "Just think about it. A few kind words from you could lead to Lin Jingwen returning. When she comes back, she'll spend money on you and cook for you. What could be better?" Zhang Lanxiang frowned, refraining from voicing any further objections, clearly somewhat swayed. "But what about the house? Are we just going to let that go?" she asked, her anger resurfacing. "Mother, what good is it to bring that up now? The house is already gone. If you are kind to her and win her over, next time we divide the properties, it could be our turn. If you fail to charm her, we will have nothing." Li Anping leaned forward, looking at Zhang Lanxiang, his right hand patting his left palm, earnestly attempting to persuade her. Zhang Lanxiang recognized the validity of her son's words, yet she still felt wronged and distressed. For 8 years, she had endured her daughter-in-law's presence, and now she was expected to flatter her. How could anyone withstand such a situation? "Enough, mother. Please don't make yourself miserable ahead of time," Gao Qin interjected sarcastically. "Even if you try to charm her or plead on your knees, do you really think she would want to return? Isn't she happier earning her own money and spending it as she pleases? Why would she come back to serve you, to fetch your chamber pot?" Zhang Lanxiang, infuriated by the second daughter-in-law's remarks, raised her hand as if to strike her, launching into a tirade. Gao Qin immediately stood up and retreated to her room. Zhang Lanxiang chased after her, continuing to berate her and demanding she come out, insisting on giving her a good beating. "Mother, enough. Can't you change your temper? Stop yelling at everyone. It's unbearable," Li Anping interjected, pulling Zhang Lanxiang aside. His brow furrowed in anger. Zhang Lanxiang, despite her fierce reprimands towards her daughter-in-law, favored the youngest son the most, and seeing him upset, she ceased her tirade, retreating to her room in frustration. Back in her own room, Gao Qin, who was buried in her homework, looked up at her mother with a furrowed brow and asked, "Mom, why is there fighting in the house every day? Grandma is always yelling. and it's making it impossible for me to study. When can we move? What are you in such a hurry for? Moving requires money. Your father hasn't he sent any money for months. Who knows if he's dead out there? Gao Qin retorted angrily. Li Shuheng, reprimanded by his mother, felt a wave of indignation wash over him, especially at the notion that his father might be dead. He dared not ask again, lowering his head in silence, tears welling in his eyes as he continued his homework. After scolding her son, Gao Qin felt a pang of guilt and regret. She had been especially harsh with her mother-in-law today, her envy for Lin Jingwen intensifying, particularly because today was supposed to be the day her husband sent money from the south. Yet, she had not received the remittance slip. This was the third month without any funds. When she called, it was not her husband who answered, but a co-worker. The co-worker informed her that her husband had a mistress outside, but Gao Qin refused to believe it. Even after 3 months without support, she was unwilling to accept the reality. Yet, a voice in her heart whispered that it was true. Her husband had indeed taken a mistress. Just like the youngest son, Li Anping. Gao Qin felt a mix of panic and anger, unsure of what to do. She thought of Lin Jingwen, who was embroiled in a divorce, but upon glancing at her son at the desk, she shook her head. Lin Jingwen could abandon Li Dongle because he was not her biological child, but this was her own son. She could never forsake him. After the divorce, living alone with her son, she had no place to stay and limited income. How could she muster the courage to divorce? The following morning at 7:30, Lin Jingwen awoke with dark circles under her eyes, yawning as she got out of bed. She had only fallen asleep after 2 in the morning, lost in thoughts of her money-making plans. Additionally, her arm felt sore from overexertion, indicating she hadn't truly rested. After preparing breakfast, Lin Jingwen went to knock on Mr. Chio's door to deliver it. Ms. Lin, those dark circles under your eyes are quite pronounced. Chose remarked as he opened the door and accepted the breakfast. It's still due to insomnia over the divorce? It's not because of the divorce that a customer wants to buy a scarf I knitted, so I stayed up late to finish it, Lin Jingwen replied, yawning again. Mr. Chio, please enjoy your meal. I will go back to eat and come over to clean later. I apologize for the trouble, Chose replied, then inquired, why are you working so hard on multiple tasks? Is it because money is tight? This is work I had taken on previously, but now that I've met you, my finances are sufficient. Once I finish these few pieces, I will stop knitting, Lin Jingwen said with a smile. Chose nodded, recognizing her perspective and choosing not to comment further. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Lin Jingwen had just changed into her chef's uniform and apron when Supervisor Zhao rushed her, saying, Chef Lin, you've finally arrived. Hurry and teach them. They are all still struggling. This morning, a customer specifically came to buy animal-shaped buns. But their attempts were clumsy and unappealing, leaving the customer dissatisfied and frustrated. Hearing this, Lin Jingwen turned to look at Chef Bao and the others, noticing Bao's shifty demeanor, which confirmed that he was responsible for the mishap. However, Supervisor Zhao couldn't single out Bao for criticism, so he addressed the entire group, applying pressure to them all. Supervisor, please don't be too upset. If that customer returns, we can make it up to them and showcase our excellent service to mitigate any negative impressions. Lin Jingwen suggested in the past, state-run restaurants had lacked a service mindset, but now reforms were underway, and such awareness was beginning to take root. Additionally, their establishment was a high-end restaurant catering to foreign guests, and the leadership had started to prioritize service. Zhao's expression softened upon hearing Lin Jingwen's words, a smile breaking through as he said, Chef Lin, you really are sharp-minded and possess a sense of service. All right, you go ahead and teach them. Let us finish the lunch rush without any more mishaps. Lin Jingwen smiled in agreement. After the busy lunch period, Lin Jingwen felt even more fatigued and sore in her arms. She quickly ate some staff meals before seeking out Supervisor Zhao in his office. Chef Lin, you're here, Zhao greeted her with a smile, inviting her to sit down and pouring her a cup of tea. So, how are the others progressing with their dough making? Chefs Qian and Zhong are doing quite well, while Chef Bao's work is somewhat lacking in finesse. He can handle other dough tasks though, Lin Jingwen reported with a smile. However, some people excel in certain areas while others do not. We should allocate tasks according to strengths and weaknesses. We can't just focus on their shortcomings, right? Supervisor, your broad-mindedness is commendable. Even with Chef Bao's bias against you, you can still express such sentiments. It's remarkable, Zhao praised her, giving Lin Jingwen a thumbs up. It's better to avoid unnecessary conflict. We're all co-workers. If our relationship becomes tense, it will only trouble you as the leader. Lin Jingwen responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Supervisor Zhao's joy intensified, and feeling quite at ease, he inquired with a cheerful demeanor, "What brings you to see me?" Chapter 41. Has the scoundrel ex-husband truly regretted? Leader, I would like to request a shift change to the evening shift for this week. Lin Jingwen stated, I have some matters at home that require my attention. It was indeed a rare occurrence for her to seek a schedule adjustment, simply to accommodate her late-night endeavors of knitting scarves. Although working the early shift would allow her to finish earlier and free up her evenings, the pressure of waking at 4 in the morning was overwhelming. The discomfort of the dark, deserted streets felt far less inviting than the comparatively bustling atmosphere of the evening hours. Thus, she found herself requesting a leave. Such a thing would have been unthinkable for Lin Jingwen in the past. However, her current principle was to prioritize her own comfort and convenience within the bounds of established rules. All right, I will arrange your schedule shortly. Supervisor Zhao responded promptly to the trivial request, adding with a smile, If you find it inconvenient, you need not work the early shift. After all, rising so early when it is still dark, with few pedestrians about, is quite different from the hustle and bustle of 8 or 9 in the evening. There's no need for special treatment, leader. A temporary adjustment is perfectly acceptable, but if I receive too much preferential consideration, others might raise objections, Lin Jingwen quickly replied. Supervisor Zhao chuckled in agreement. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Lin Jingwen seized the opportunity to inquire about business procurement matters. Zhao, treating her questions as mere small talk, shared some insights regarding procurement channels and operational issues. Lin Jingwen was a promising talent, and Supervisor Zhao saw no harm in nurturing her. She might one day ascend to a minor leadership position. After gleaning the necessary information, Lin Jingwen expressed her heartfelt gratitude and took her leave. Regarding her impending resignation after the new year, it was imperative that she kept this under wraps, both from her colleagues and Supervisor Zhao. Once the new year had passed and her departure date was confirmed, she would notify her leader a month in advance to allow for adequate preparations in finding a replacement. Meanwhile, on this Monday morning, Li Onping arrived at school early, engrossed in his professional readings. Projecting an image of diligence and ambition. Oh, Teacher Li, you're here so early. I heard that you didn't get the house because of the divorce drama with your wife. Is that true? It seems your wife is quite determined to part ways with you. Zhang Aigua burst into the office, his expression brimming with malicious delight upon spotting Li Onping. Although Li Onping had mentally prepared himself for such comments, hearing Zhang Aigua's words still ignited his anger. Suppressing his fury, he maintained a stiff expression and retorted, Teacher Zhang, the matter of the house is purely a rumor. It was never stated that I had a guaranteed share in the property. And there is no connection between the divorce and the housing issue. As for my marriage, I acknowledge that I have made mistakes which have understandably upset my wife to the point of contemplating divorce. However, I am resolutely committed to rectifying my wrongs and demonstrating my remorse. I kindly ask that you refrain from making light of such matters in the future. It is quite impolite. Li Onping's earnest and righteous declaration prompted several seasoned educators in the office to nod in agreement. Adding, what couple doesn't argue? Fighting over divorce and returning to one's parental home is hardly unusual. Teacher Li, as a man, is willing to humble himself and show a desire to reform. Such openness is commendable. With Teacher Li's attitude, your wife will likely forgive you and return from her parental home soon. Thank you all for your understanding. You may hold me accountable for my future actions and attitudes. Li Onping expressed, feeling the positive effects of his words. Zhang Aigua merely scoffed, dismissing him with a remark about putting on a facade, and did not pursue the matter further. After all, they were colleagues. And there were limits to how far one could push such discussions. Relieved that his colleagues had ceased to mock him regarding the housing issue, and that they were no longer ridiculing him over Lin Jingwen's divorce, Li Onping felt a surge of joy in the realm of marriage. It appeared that men were indeed granted considerable leniency. With this newfound confidence, he resolved to approach Lin Jingwen, determined to feign concern in an effort to win her forgiveness, abandoning any harsh or accusatory tones. However, the fact that Lin Jingwen was currently residing with Professor Chiu posed a challenge. He would need to navigate around Professor Chiu to coax Lin Jingwen back. Li Onping felt a lingering apprehension towards Professor Chiu, instinctively viewing him as an obstacle that would complicate his attempts to reconcile with Lin Jingwen. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that this situation also presented an opportunity to strengthen his relationship with Professor Chiu. By showcasing his commitment to improvement and sincere remorse, he he could potentially foster goodwill. Additionally, he needed to make a point to express his intentions to the department head, hoping to regain their favor. With this in mind, Li Anping could no longer remain idle and promptly sought out the department head. Director Hu, may I have a word? Teacher Li, is there something you need? Director Hu inquired, his brow furrowed and his expression somewhat grim. Director, regarding the incident last Friday evening, I sincerely apologize. I have had a thorough discussion with my mother, urging her to reassess her attitude towards my wife, Jingwen, recognizing the contributions she has made to our family. She must not take them for granted and ought to embrace the role of a loving and supportive mother-in-law. Li Anping spoke earnestly, filled with regret and sincerity that, of course, I must acknowledge my own shortcomings. As a husband, I have not shown sufficient care for Jingwen, nor have I communicated effectively, leading to significant misunderstandings. I am determined to make amends. Upon hearing his words, Director Hu's expression softened somewhat. While your acknowledgement is commendable, it is your wife, Lin Jingwen, to whom you should express these sentiments. She needs to see your genuine remorse and desire for reconciliation. You are correct, Director. After work, I will return with Professor Chiu and personally plead for Jingwen's forgiveness. Li Anping stated deliberately. What's the connection to Professor Chiu? Director Hu asked, perplexed. It's a matter of fate. Jingwen is currently serving as Professor Chiu's caretaker, managing his daily needs, and he has expressed nothing but praise for her capabilities. Li Anping replied with a smile. Director Hu exclaimed, goodness, what a coincidence. After a moment of contemplation, he regarded Li Anping and advised, given Professor Chiu's high regard for Lin Jingwen, it is evident how exceptional she is. Teacher Li, cherish what you have. Do not make a foolish mistake. Director, your admonition is well taken. I will not repeat my past errors. If Jingwen is willing to forgive me in return, I will ensure she is well cared for and spared any further grievances. Li Anping promptly reiterated his commitment, his sincerity palpable. Director Hu waved him off with a smile, clearly satisfied with Li Anping's display of remorse. Exiting Director Hu's office, Li Anping felt a sense of triumph. Reveling in the success of his performance, even feeling somewhat intoxicated by his own ability to feign sincerity. However, upon closing the door and turning around, he unexpectedly encountered Professor Chiu. Startled, Li Anping instinctively lowered his head. Feeling a rush of guilt, good day, Professor Chiu. Li Anping quickly lifted his gaze, forcing a smile. Professor Chiu nodded, offering no further conversation as he prepared to return to his office. Wait a moment, Professor Chiu. Li Anping called out, a look of genuine remorse etched across his face. I apologize for the disturbance yesterday. I have reflected on your advice. You were right. I must respect Jingwen's wishes. She wishes to divorce. And I now understand that I cannot place blame on her. It is indeed a consequence of my past failures. However, I do not wish to abandon our 8 years of marriage. As Li Anping spoke. Professor Chiu's furrowed brow deepened, and he raised his hand to interrupt. While it is commendable that you acknowledge your mistakes, there is no need to express your feelings regarding your marriage to me. Furthermore, it is clear that Ms. Lin does not wish to reconcile with you. While you may seek redemption, it is best not to pursue her excessively, as it may become quite bothersome. Li Anping was taken aback. But his method of repentance had proven effective with others. Why was it ineffective here? He realized that Professor Chiu was indeed a formidable barrier in his efforts to win Lin Jingwen back. Feeling indignant, he retorted, Professor Chiu, I have shared 8 years of affection with Jingwen. You cannot possibly know the intricacies of our relationship. How can you assert that she does not want to reconcile? Advising me to cease my pursuit is akin to encouraging our divorce. Have you never heard the saying, better to tear down 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage? Your stance is quite unreasonable. Professor Chiu narrowed his eyes in response, stating, Teacher Li, I do not share your perspective, nor do I wish to debate this personal matter. It is evident that our values differ and communication is lacking. You are not suited to be my assistant, and I will convey this to Director Hu. Without further ado, Professor Chiu entered Director Hu's office. Li Anping stood there, dumbfounded. Is this truly the end of my assistant opportunity? How can I possibly win Lin Jingwen back now? He wondered what Lin Jingwen had said to Professor Chiu to instill such a deep-seated bias against him, making him so readily believe her words. Li Anping found himself increasingly agitated, nearly unable to restrain his expressions, consumed by a desire to explode. He took deep breaths, striving to regain his composure before returning to his office seat. However, once he calmed down, He realized he needed to continue pacifying Lin Jingwen. If he could shift her attitude back to the way it was before, focused solely on his interests, the connections she had with Professor Chiu would once again become his network, ultimately providing him with advantages. Moreover, with Lin Jingwen's current financial success and her ability to manage the household and care for others, she was no longer the same person as before. For these reasons alone, he felt it necessary to win her back. Li Onping silently resolved that, with no classes the following morning, he would seek out Lin Jingwen for a private conversation. In the mechanical factory's residential complex, Zhang Lanxiang returned from grocery shopping and encountered some neighbors. After exchanging pleasantries, they couldn't help but inquire, "Sister, your third son's wife still hasn't returned, has she? It's been over 10 days now. Surely, she isn't really seeking a divorce?" "Indeed. I heard she came back a few nights ago, severed her adoptive relationship, and no longer wants Dongle. Is that true? She used to care for him so much. How could she be so heartless?" One neighbor remarked, "A woman intent on divorce wouldn't want children, especially not one that isn't her own. After years of raising him without a bond, it's only natural she would let go." The neighbors exchanged opinions, piecing together the situation, and Zhang Lanxiang realized it was impossible to keep anything hidden. Upon hearing their comments, she no longer lashed out at Lin Jingwen for being unable to bear children or accused her of causing trouble. Suppressing her anger, she offered praise for Lin Jingwen's capabilities, asserting that the household fell into disarray without her, and that both adults and children relied on her. Our Jingwen isn't refusing to return just because of a divorce. She's currently working as a nanny for a professor at my son's school, earning 200 yuan a month. She hardly comes home, at most once a month, and we have to make an effort to visit her. Zhang Lanxiang raised her voice, reveling in the attention. "What nonsense! How can she be a nanny earning 200 yuan a month, sister? You must be joking, right? Being a nanny pays more than a university professor? We don't believe it." The neighbors erupted into a flurry of disbelief. Observing their envious and skeptical expressions, Zhang Lanxiang felt a surge of pride and insisted, "Why would I lie to you? You all know Jingwen is exceptional at household chores. No one cooks as well as she does, nor folds clothes as neatly or cleans as thoroughly. That professor values her skills. He drives a car and surely pays her well for her talents. Indeed, Jingwen is undeniably skilled in managing her life." One neighbor chimed in, "But even the most capable woman is of no use if she cannot bear children," another added. The crowd was filled with various sentiments: envy, skepticism, and doubt. "Well, my son doesn't mind. He thinks Jingwen is wonderful, and I've come to terms with it," Zhang Lanxiang declared, slapping her thigh in a gesture of magnanimity. "As long as they both have money and are living well. The younger generation will surely be filial, hoping to gain some financial support from them. Wouldn't you agree?" "You're absolutely right, sister. Whether or not the adoption takes place, it's essentially the same." Instant agreement resonated among the crowd. "Isn't that's so? My son is a university teacher and may even become a professor. He doesn't care that she can't bear children. If they divorce, where would she find a man of such good standing?" Zhang Lanxiang could not help but sing her son's praises, feeling a sense of pride. It was essential to highlight Lin Jingwen, not just for her own sake, but to further amplify her son's merits, showcasing his excellence, depth of feeling, and contrition. The neighbors nodded, agreeing with Zhang Lanxiang's perspective, reinforcing the notion that with Li Onping's commendable attributes and his favorable treatment of Lin Jingwen, there was no valid reason for a divorce. After chatting with her neighbors, Zhang Lanxiang returned home, her spirits lifted by the notion that her daughter-in-law had secured such a commendable job. Nonetheless, she resolved to reprimand Lin Jingwen upon her return regarding the housing situation. Chapter 43. Of course, I moved. Lin Jingwen had spent the day working at the restaurant, completely unaware that the scoundrel Li Onping and his unsavory mother, Zhang Lanxiang, were engrossed in a performance of regret, thoroughly enjoying their roles. Even if she were to learn of it, Lin Jingwen would merely find it amusing, completely indifferent to their machinations. Did they think they could manipulate her through public opinion or moral coercion? Had she not endured a nightmare or savored her current good fortune, she might have succumbed to their words. Yet now, she was beyond such entanglements. Their theatrics would merely amuse her. After a long day, Lin Jingwen finally finished work around 8:30 in the evening. As she dressed to leave, Xiaowu caught up to her, asking, "Sister Lin, where do you live? If it's on my way or not too far, I could accompany you home. I live near Jingwei Road." Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. That works. It's not too far from my place. It's better to have company at night. Xiao Wu responded. All right, thank you. Lin Jingwen nodded, and they rode together toward her home. Throughout the journey, Xiao Wu engaged her in conversation, sharing insights about his family. He was the eldest at 25 years old, but had yet to marry. Primarily due to the financial constraints of supporting 3 younger siblings without a stable residence. He had previously been sent to the countryside for labor, but was among the last group of youth to do so. After a year, the policy changed, allowing him to return to the city, but he had struggled to find work, initially resorting to petty trade to scrape by. This year, his father managed to secure him an apprenticeship, earning 65 yuan a month, better than being unemployed. Lin Jingwen found Xiao Wu's story unremarkable, as many shared similar journeys. As they prepared to part ways, Xiao Wu remarked, Sister Lin, I truly admire you. You possess a drive that others lack, and I would love to learn from you. Consider me your apprentice. Lin Jingwen chuckled at his intentions. It seemed he had ulterior motives. The relationship between a master and apprentice would shift once established. I'll need to assess you for a while, she replied candidly. Let us make it a 3-month trial. If you perform well, I'll take you on as my apprentice. Regardless, I'll teach you some things even if you don't formally become my student. Lin Jingwen held a favorable impression of Xiao Wu. He was enthusiastic, articulate, diligent, and quick-witted. As she planned to open her own restaurant. She needed help and would observe him for about 3 months. If he proved to be a suitable candidate, she would gladly welcome him to join her once she left her current job. Having parted ways with Xiao Wu, Lin Jingwen was nearing her rental apartment when she unexpectedly slipped on a patch of ice. The result of someone having spilled water on the pavement. She fell, but fortunately, her thick clothing cushioned her fall, sparing her face. Nonetheless, she lamented the likely stains on her down jacket. Additionally, the bicycle had landed on her left calf, causing a sharp pain that made her wince. Thankfully, she was wearing knee pads. Otherwise, the pain would have been unbearable. After gathering herself, Lin Jingwen lifted her bicycle and stood, testing her leg. The pain was manageable, and she deemed it unnecessary to visit a hospital. Gritting her teeth, she pushed her bicycle toward her apartment, opting not to ride again for fear of another fall. Upon arriving at the ground floor, she secured her bicycle and ascended to the 4th floor, frowning as she entered her apartment to inspect her calf. A purplish bruise had formed, accompanied by slight bleeding, but it was not severe. She touched it gingerly, grimacing slightly. However, the injury did not warrant a hospital visit. She planned to apply some antiseptic, but she had yet to stock up on such basic supplies. She recalled seeing some at Professor Chio's place while cleaning. With that thought, Lin Jingwen stepped out and knocked on Xiaozhe's door. Ms. Lin, what happened to you? Did you fall? Xiaozhe asked, opening the door to find her clothes stained and her expression pained. Yes, I slipped on my way home, and the bicycle fell on my calf. I came to borrow some antiseptic, Lin Jingwen replied, frowning. Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Xiaozhe inquired, stepping aside to let her enter. No, it's not necessary. It's hardly an injury. I could manage without treatment, but I thought I might borrow some antiseptic to at least show I care for my well-being, Lin Jingwen said, waving her hand dismissively. His concern warmed her heart, and she smiled as she spoke. Had this occurred in the past, whether at her parental home, in the countryside, or at her in-laws, she would have deemed her minor injury unworthy of mention. Receiving no attention or concern from others, she would not have applied any ointment, instead enduring the pain and allowing the wound to heal gradually on its own, all while fulfilling her responsibilities without fail. Naturally, it would have been inconceivable for anyone to inquire if she required a trip to the hospital. Lin Jingwen once again felt that Mr. Chio was a remarkably warm and gentle individual. Despite his seemingly aloof demeanor and sparse conversation, Xiaozhe could not help but chuckle at her words, reaffirming that a person like her could never reconcile with Lianping. Consequently, Xiaozhe chose not to mention encountering Lianping at school, deeming it unnecessary since Ms. Lin appeared indifferent to the matter. He instructed her to sit and wait while he fetched the medicine for her. Thank you. I'll apply it myself and bring it back to you tomorrow, Lin Jingwen said as she stood up to take the medicine from his hands, intentionally avoiding any implication of impropriety. Xiaozhe nodded and then asked if she had an early or late shift the next day. I'll be on the late shift all week, Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. How about having scallion pancakes for breakfast tomorrow? That sounds good, Xiaozhe agreed, adding, Since your leg is injured and it's inconvenient for you to ride a bike, I can give you a ride to the restaurant. I'll return from school a bit later in the evening to bring you back. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingwen felt a flutter of excitement. However, she also felt a twinge of guilt about inconveniencing Mr. Chiu, especially since he was her employer. Yet, since Mr. Chiu had kindly offered, she was reluctant to turn down such a generous opportunity. Thus, she accepted with heartfelt gratitude, showering him with compliments and promises. Mr. Chiu, you are truly remarkable. You are the kindest and most considerate boss I have ever encountered. If you ever crave anything, please don't hesitate to ask, no matter how troublesome it may be. I will prepare it for you. Chiuze smiled and then made a request. How about some boiled fish slices? Absolutely no problem, Lin Jingwen readily replied, though she added, but you'll have to wait until the weekend. I am busy knitting a scarf and won't he have time in the next couple of days. Chiuze had no objections and even felt pleased that she did not outright refuse him. The following morning, Lin Jingwen struggled to rise from bed, not due to pain in her leg, but from sheer exhaustion. Although her leg ached, it did not hinder her mobility. She had stayed up until around 2 in the morning finishing her knitting and now felt so sleepy that she could barely keep her eyes open while getting ready. Her eyes dry and uncomfortable. She still had not completed the second scarf and would need to work extra hours during the day to finish it. Lin Jingwen planned to complete the remaining scarf before Thursday morning so she could deliver it to Sister Qifeng before work. She felt that finishing it early would alleviate her mind. Lin Jingwen believed that while rushing to complete tasks was not particularly arduous, the true challenge lay in persistently dedicating oneself to a single endeavor day after day. She quickly prepared breakfast, ensuring to set aside a portion for Mr. Chiu, and after eating, she made his lunch and packed it in a thermos. Once she finished these chores, Lin Jingwen went to Mr. Chiu's residence to complete her cleaning duties. You don't need to clean today. The floors are quite tidy. Since your leg is uncomfortable and you need to knit, you can wait until you're done with this scarf to clean, Chiuze told her. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingwen felt deeply touched by his thoughtfulness and immediately expressed her gratitude, accepting his kindness with a smile. Mr. Chiu, are you heading to school now? Just follow your own schedule. I don't mind arriving early at the restaurant and finding a spot to knit. Lin Jingwen spoke up. Chiuze glanced at the time, noting it was 8:35, and he had a meeting at 9. This was the perfect time to leave, and just as he was about to ask her, she preemptively offered her thoughts. All right, then you go change and gather your things. We'll head out now. Chiuze said, Okay, Mr. Chiu, just give me a couple of minutes. Lin Jingwen returned to change into jeans, donned her down jacket, packed her yarn, and quickly stepped out, taking only 2 minutes. This was her first time wearing the jeans since purchasing them. Aside from the day she brought them home, once she slipped them on, her legs appeared particularly attractive, long and straight, drawing attention. Chiuze couldn't help but glance at her legs before quickly averting his gaze. They descended the stairs together, making their way to where the car was parked. That moment, Li Anping rode his bicycle into the neighborhood and, from a distance, spotted Professor Chiu alongside a woman. The woman's silhouette seemed familiar to him. It was the same one he had encountered the previous Saturday, wearing that striking red down jacket and blue jeans, a fashionable and appealing sight. He observed her getting into the car with Professor Chiu. He speculated that she might be the professor's girlfriend, as he had heard that Professor Chiu was still unmarried. Watching the car start up, Li Anping thought it fortuitous that Professor Chiu was leaving, allowing him the opportunity to speak with Lin Jingwen privately. With Professor Chiu present, Lin Jingwen would have support in their conversation, making it difficult for him to persuade her to return. Meanwhile, Lin Jingwen was completely oblivious to Li Anping's presence. Once in the car, she immediately opened her bag to retrieve her scarf and yarn. She could knit for about 10 minutes during the ride. She would not let the time go to waste. Mr. Chiu, I'm rushing to finish the scarf. You don't mind, do you? Lin Jingwen asked him, making sure to check. Not at all, Chiuze chuckled, starting the car as he replied. You truly are making the most of every moment. I am trying to maximize my time now, so I can sleep more tonight, Lin Jingwen said, continuing her knitting without looking up, smiling as she spoke. Actually, I used to stay up late quite often, only getting 5 or 6 hours of sleep each night. But now, I find it agonizing to not get enough sleep at night. I long to comfortably rest for 8 hours before rising. That's because you've learned how to take care of yourself, Chiuze remarked seriously. Indeed, Lin Jingwen responded, smiling as she glanced up at him, nodding in agreement. It is easy to slip into luxury from frugality, but difficult to revert from luxury to frugality. I find myself in that situation. Having experienced the comforts of a solitary life, I can hardly bear to recall the distressing days of the past. Chiozé smiled once more and then noticed Lian Ping at the entrance of the neighborhood. There's Teacher Li ahead. He is probably here to see you. Should we stop? Chiozé asked Lin Jingwen. No, just ignore him, she replied, lifting her head to glance at Lian Ping before quickly turning away. All right, Chiozé acknowledged, truly ignoring Lian Ping as he drove away. Lin Jingwen did see Lian Ping, and he saw her too. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Jingwen in the car, blinking rapidly as if fearing he was mistaken. But there was no mistake. It was indeed Lin Jingwen. He had seen her twice before. And Zhou Xinping had expressed envy over her. He had found her to be fashionable and attractive, even suspecting she might be Professor Chiu's girlfriend. How could this woman be Lin Jingwen? Lian Ping was utterly bewildered. His mind in a tumult. The shock of seeing her in such a luxurious down jacket and appearing so alluring surpassed even the moment he had seen her at Professor Chiu's house. For at that time, seeing Lin Jingwen there had not breached his cognitive limits. She was merely a maid, not Professor Chiu's girlfriend. But now, the woman he had previously dismissed and looked down upon had donned such an expensive down jacket and displayed a figure that could captivate him, genuinely leaving him in awe. It was the kind of beauty that warranted admiration at every encounter. He had believed he was admiring an elegant, educated woman, but in reality, he was praising the very Lin Jingwen he had lived with for 8 years, whom he had grown weary of just by looking at. Who could understand such a jarring impact? Following this shock came profound anger and a sense of shame. He was furious that Lin Jingwen had become so extravagant. Wearing a down jacket, buying jeans, and sporting leather shoes, her entire ensemble likely costing around 150 yuan. Where did she get the money? Had Professor Chiu given her an advance on her wages? Or had he bought her these clothes? What kind of relationship could a mere maid have with Professor Chiu that warranted such generosity? If there were no hint of ambiguity, he would not believe it. But if one suggested an affair between Lin Jingwen and Professor Chiu, he would find that even less credible. Lian Ping took a deep breath, suppressing the rage that threatened to boil over, and mounted his bicycle, intent on pursuing Professor Chiu's car to confront Lin Jingwen for clarification. However, as he rode out, he discovered that the car was nowhere in sight, and the cold wind helped him regain his composure. He had come to coax Lin Jingwen back, not to confront her. His approach needed to change. No accusations, no insults. As long as he could persuade Lin Jingwen to return, her earnings would revert to him, and whatever gifts Professor Chiu had given her would ultimately belong to him. Yes, that was the way. The better Lin Jingwen lived and the more fashionable she became, the more he felt compelled to win her back. Moreover, the thought of Lin Jingwen possessing such an enviable figure made his desire to reconcile with her less resistant. If she returned, he would find himself interested in being intimate with her again, no longer treating her with indifference. After all, when a couple resolves their differences in bed, they tend not to argue. There is still one more chapter. It will be updated later. Chapter 45. Is there something between them? Lian Ping arrived at the school, only to discover that Professor Chiu's car had just pulled up to the office building. However, it was only Professor Chiu who emerged from the vehicle, and Lin Jingwen was nowhere to be seen. Lian Ping quickly parked his bicycle and hurriedly jogged a few steps to catch up with Chiozé. Even though he had previously admonished himself, Lian Ping could not help but voice his inquiries with a tone steeped in challenge. Professor Chiu, today I visited you to see Jingwen and found her seated in your car. May I inquire as to her destination? You saw me there. Why did you not stop? Professor Chiu looked at him and replied. It is Ms. Lin's private matter where she goes, and I have no authority to disclose such information to you. She instructed me not to stop, as she wished to avoid seeing you and did not wish to engage in conversation. Is that clear now? If you still insist on feigning ignorance, I must seriously question your intellectual capacity. How can one conduct research if unable to communicate normally? Lian Ping felt a surge of anger. Yet he dared not unleash it, feeling as though it might suffocate him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he nearly gritted his teeth as he declared, Professor Chiu, I am not yet divorced from Lin Jingwen. The underlying implication of his statement was a challenge to Professor Chiu's authority. Then may I ask, Mr. Li, when do you intend to finalize the divorce proceedings? Chiozé inquired. Lian Ping retorted, this matter is none of your concern. Mr. Li, your marital issues are now intruding upon my daily work life. Should you come to my home again, I will be compelled to involve the authorities, Jose coldly declared before striding into the office building. Li Anping was on the verge of exploding with frustration, glaring at Jose's retreating figure, panting like a furious bull. After work, Li Anping returned home, seething with pent-up rage. Upon arriving at the courtyard, he encountered neighbors and acquaintances who inquired about Lin Jingwen's return. Anping, I heard from your mother that Jingwen is now earning 200 yuan a month as a nanny. When will she return from her employer's home? We are all curious about what a 200 yuan nanny does. Indeed, your wife is quite capable. When she returns, she must share her experience with us and teach us how to manage household chores. Anping, your wife now earns more than you. Might your position in the household be jeopardized? This was said by his childhood friend, Niu Weihong, whose intention was to tease, albeit in a good-natured way. However, to Li Anping, it felt like a sharp barb. In response to their inquiries, he forced a smile and deflected their questions, hastily making his way home. Once inside, the pent-up rage erupted towards his mother, Zhang Lanxiang. Mother, we have yet to persuade Lin Jingwen to return. So why are you spreading tales about her earning 200 yuan? This is all conjecture. What are you babbling about? Now the entire compound is aware of it. If Lin Jingwen doesn't come back, what will become of our reputation? Zhang Lanxiang, taken aback by her son's frantic complaints, felt her own anger flare up. Am I to blame now? Everything I do is wrong. I am your mother, and ever since your wife left, you treat me like a scolded child. Am I to endure this life? Mother, please lower your voice. Others can hear, Li Anping urged, tugging at her sleeve to pull her back into the house, with her attitude hardening. He softened his approach, wearing a pained expression. Mother, I didn't mean, sigh. It's nothing. I went to see Lin Jingwen today, hoping to coax her back. Guess what happened? What happened? You were willing to sweet-talk her. And yet she still refuses to return? Zhang Lanxiang, momentarily forgetting her anger, pressed for details. I couldn't even secure a conversation with her. Li Anping recounted the events of the day, his frustration mounting. Zhang Lanxiang's eyes widened in shock. What? She was in Professor Chiu's car. How could a mere nanny warrant such attention? This doesn't seem right. Do you suppose she and Professor Chiu are involved? Mother, what nonsense are you spouting? Professor Chiu is a distinguished man, wealthy and powerful and far younger than Lin Jingwen. What sort of folly would lead him to pursue her? Li Anping vehemently countered. Moreover, our school has many young, attractive female teachers from affluent backgrounds who vie for Professor Chiu's attention, actively offering gifts and courting his favor. Zhang Lanxiang, upon hearing her son's words, began to see reason. Indeed, with Lin Jingwen's plain appearance, how could Professor Chiu possibly be interested in her? Perhaps I should visit her tomorrow and try to persuade her to return. Please, do not go, mother, Li Anping urgently protested. Your tendency to speak without discretion may inadvertently escalate the situation. If you see how Lin Jingwen is dressing now, and if she realizes she has begun to indulge in frivolities, it could lead to a much worse outcome. Xinping was right. Some matters should not be divulged entirely to his mother. What do you mean? Zhang Lanxiang felt the sting of her son's disdain and was ready to erupt in anger. I meant no offense, mother. I simply fear you may encounter hostility. Li Anping, weary from the exchange, hurried to placate her. As for Lin Jingwen, let us not push too hard. We must adopt a more gradual approach. We can maintain the faade of her being a nanny and that she won't return for the time being. With only a month and a half until the new year, we must bring her back before then. If she doesn't return for the new year, who will believe your words? Zhang Lanxiang remarked, furrowing her brow. Li Anping acknowledged her point with a sigh. I understand. I will handle it. By the way, perhaps your father-in-law and mother-in-law should also intervene to speak with Lin Jingwen. She is likely terrified of her father. If he intervenes, it should prove effective. Mother, at this stage, can you not see that Lin Jingwen has changed? She may not be as afraid of her father as before, Li Anping replied darkly, feeling somewhat defeated. Why mother-in-law has already approached her. But Lin Jingwen outright severed ties, claiming she no longer wishes to associate with us. What a resilient girl. Family bonds are of utmost importance. She cannot simply cut ties without her parents' consent, Zhang Lanxiang retorted. Your mother-in-law is merely good at scolding, lacking any wisdom. She was intimidated by Lin Jingwen's words. Only your father-in-law's authority will suffice. He is the head of the family, and his anger will command respect. Li Anping conceded that his mother had a point. Lin Jingwen had been raised under strict discipline. Her father's wrath would surely instill fear in her. If anyone could sway her, it would be her father. With his own method of contrition, he was confident they could make Lin Jingwen yield. All right, the day after tomorrow, I have no classes. I will visit my father-in-law and take him with me to see Lin Jingwen. Zhang Lanxiang nodded in agreement, then inquired, what about Zhou Xinping? Have you cut ties with her? And what of Congcong? He is your biological son. Just then, there was a noise at the door, and Zhang Lanxiang ceased her inquiry. Li Onping frowned and opened the door at Li Dongle, who had been eavesdropping, stumbled and fell, yelping in pain. Li Dongle, have you taken to eavesdropping? You learn the worst of behaviors. Li Onping scolded without concern for the boy's fall. The matter of Song Wansong being his biological son was known only to his mother. If Li Dongle blurted it out, it would bring him nothing but trouble. What did you hear? Li Onping inquired. His expression stern. I didn't hear anything. I was just leaning against the door, and you opened it, Li Dongle stammered, trembling in fear. He quickly scrambled to his feet and fled. Li Onping turned to his mother. Mother, please refrain from discussing Congcong at home. Fine, I understand, Zhang Lanxiang replied impatiently. This is becoming increasingly stifling. Outside, Li Dongle crouched in a corner, weeping softly. Why uncle has a son now, and he won't want me anymore. He is so harsh with me, and my aunt will not return to be my mother. Without his aunt to care for him, Li Dongle felt utterly miserable. He longed for the treats he used to enjoy, but even his own mother had neglected him while he was sick. Each day brought tears. Each day he wished for his mother to return, knowing he had erred, but woo-wooed, his mother would not return. Gao Qin, returning home on her bicycle, felt irritable after a long day when she spotted Li Dongle weeping in the corner. Despite her own troubles, she stopped, parked her bike, and walked over to pat Li Dongle on the shoulder, exasperatedly saying, Why are you crying out here in the cold? If you must cry, go home. You'll catch a cold like this. My second aunt. My uncle has a biological son now, and my second aunt won't come back to be my mother. Li Dongle sobbed. What? When did your uncle have a biological son? Gao Qin asked in astonishment. Grandma said so. I overheard it, Li Dongle replied, his voice quivering. Gao Qin, taken aback, inquired once more, Are you referring to Zhou Xinping's son? Li Dongle hesitated for a moment before nodding, as if recalling the name. The family had been mentioning it frequently of late. They claimed that San Auntie's mother had departed because of this woman. That wicked woman? Upon hearing this, Gao Qin's expression shifted several times. She then pulled out a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe away his tears and cautioned Li Dongle, Stop crying, and don't speak of this to anyone else. If your grandmother and San uncle hear about it, they will surely spank you. Li Dongle, frightened, immediately covered his backside and shook his head in terror. I want to say a word good. You're quite obedient. Here, have some candy as a reward for your good behavior. Gao Qin walked back to the bicycle and retrieved a few pieces of candy for Li Dongle. These sweets were meant to placate her son, who had been sulking since she had scolded him a couple of days prior. Seeing him upset filled her with guilt and sorrow, prompting her to buy some treats to cheer him up. I want to say anything. I'll be good. Li Dongle's face lit up upon seeing the candy. Auntie, you're so kind. My biological mother has been nothing but harsh with me, scolding and hitting me. Gao Qin thought to herself that he deserved it. After all, he was ungrateful for those who treated him well. However, she could not voice this sentiment openly and merely replied, Your mother has been under stress lately. Just be a little more obedient and don't provoke her. Li Dongle nodded eagerly, satisfied with the candy, caring little for anything else. During mealtime, Gao Qin revealed to the others that her husband, Li Aihua, had taken a mistress outside. Oh my, is that true? How do you know? Second daughter-in-law? Huang Wan asked, her voice tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Gao Qin shot her a glance, maintaining a serious demeanor as she continued. He sent money home in 3 months. When I called to inquire, he admitted it himself. Li Onping frowned but said nothing. Mother, say something. Are you going to address this issue? Gao Qin fixed her gaze on Zhang Lanxiang. The second son has been away for years. If he finds a woman to keep him company, it's just for someone to look after him. It's not like it's causing you any trouble. When he returns, he'll sever ties with that woman and continue living with you. Zhang Lanxiang replied nonchalantly after sipping some soup. She dismissed the matter as trivial, reasoning that it was inevitable for a man away from home for so long to stray. Mother, the second son is keeping a mistress, and you have this attitude? You want me to ignore it? Gao Qin raised her voice in anger. As long as he returns to you. What is the fuss about? Zhang Lanxiang retorted, slamming her palm on the table, her face fierce. What do you intend to do? Do you want to follow the example of the third daughter-in-law and create a scene for divorce? Gao Qin felt her vision blur with anger, panting in frustration, yet she found herself unable to utter the word divorce. The second daughter-in-law is right. What mother says does have merit. Once the second son returns from the south, he'll end it with that woman. Huang Wan interjected, standing by and offering her opinion without much thought. Gao Qin, unable to bear it any longer, abruptly stood and, dragging her bewildered son, stormed out of the house. Tears streaming down her face as she packed her belongings. She was heading back to her maternal home. Oh dear, the second daughter-in-law has taken the child back to her family. Huang Wan exclaimed hastily. Shouldn't we go after her? What is the point? Everyone has turned against the heavens. Let her stay at her family's for a while. It saves us the cost of buns. When the second son returns from the south at the end of the year, we'll call her back, Zhang Lanxiang replied indignantly. Mother, with the second son gone, their room will be vacant. I'll have the eldest and Dongle sleep there while the 3 children share our room. It is going to be too cramped? Huang Wan chimed in immediately. Gao Qin had barely left when she began to think about that empty room, even feeling somewhat pleased that Gao Qin was causing a stir over a divorce. It meant one less room to worry about, Zhang Lanxiang readily agreed. Before long, Thursday arrived. Lin Jingwen had stayed up for 2 consecutive nights and finally completed 3 scarves, which, along with the 3 pairs of gloves she had knitted earlier, were ready for delivery to Fangjia. Rising at 7, she did not rush to prepare breakfast but hopped on her bicycle instead. The injury on her leg had mostly healed, and after hitching a ride with Mr. Chiu for 2 days, Lin Jingwen felt that she could hardly bear to ride her bicycle anymore. Riding in a car during winter was simply too enjoyable. She wished she could always have such a luxury. Yet, that remained a mere fantasy for now, as she had no idea when she would be able to afford her own car. After cycling for 20 minutes, she arrived at Director Yang's home. It was still early, and Qi Fang was having breakfast, not yet at work. Lin Jingwen aimed to deliver the items before she left for the day. Qi Fang welcomed Lin Jingwen with surprise and delight, knowing she had come to deliver the scarves and gloves. Yesterday, they were asking me when I could provide them. Jingwen, your timing is perfect. I can finally assure them now. Lin Jingwen smiled at this, thinking that her late nights had not been in vain. Jingwen, your hands are truly skilled. The patterns are lovely. If I need more, I'll come to you again. Qi Fang glanced at the 3 sets of scarves and gloves she had brought. Pleased with her selection, Lin Jingwen quickly declined, explaining that she wouldn't be taking any more orders as she had no time to knit. What? You're not taking orders anymore? That is such a shame. They re so beautiful. Qi Fang expressed her disappointment upon hearing this and asked, is it because you find the pay unsatisfactory? I could add a bit more. Let us make it 14 instead of 12. Fangjia, it's not about the money that I've started a new job and have to work. I simply don't have the time to knit. Lin Jingwen clarified. Qi Fang understood but still felt regretful. Lin Jingwen did not linger in conversation, instead checking in on Grandma Yang for a brief chat, promising to visit her over the weekend before hurrying home. She needed to prepare breakfast, as she could not afford to neglect her high-paying nanny job. With such a wonderful employer as Mr. Chiu, she had to treat him with sincerity and diligence. If he were dissatisfied and dismissed her, she would find it challenging to secure another employer as generous. After breakfast, Lin Jingwen thoroughly cleaned the room, which had been neglected for the past couple of days. Once she finished, Chiozei offered to drive her to the restaurant, as it was only a slight detour and would not delay her. Lin Jingwen was tempted and agreed, finding it hard to refuse such an offer. Consequently, when Li Anping and Lin Dongliang arrived, they only caught a glimpse of the departing car, not even seeing Lin Jingwen. Li Anping thought to himself that Lin Jingwen couldn't possibly still be inside the car. Climbing to the 4th floor with Lin Dongliang, they knocked on the door repeatedly, yet no one responded. Are you sure Jingwen is working here as a nanny? Lin Dongliang asked, frowning that it's absolutely certain. Li Anping nodded. Then let us go knock on the neighbor's door and explain the situation. We need to stir things up so that Lin Jingwen cannot stay here, Lin Dongliang said in a low voice. Chapter 47. The scoundrel ex-husband is locked up. Upon hearing his father-in-law's words, Li Anping instinctively remarked, "Isn't that a bit much? You'd be ruining her nanny job, losing 200 yuan a month. While he wants Lin Jingwen to return home, he does not want her to lose her high income." Nor does he want her relationship with Professor Chiu to deteriorate, as he still hoped to benefit from that connection in the future. Did you hear her mention 200 yuan? There's no way such a high-paying job exists. Lin Dongliang stubbornly disagreed, chastising Li Anping. A woman with money will become wild. Without children, what can you use to keep her? If you had children, she could work, as she wouldn't leave for their sake. But now that she is not supporting Dongle, if you want her to stay home, you must make her jobless so she has to rely on you for money. Li Anping recognized the truth in this. But did that not mean he would be supporting a Lin Jingwen living off his idle means? This was not the outcome he desired. He wanted to return to the past, where Lin Jingwen worked and managed the household well, leaving him free from worry about the elderly and children, while he could save his salary for himself. Lin Dongliang glanced at his son-in-law, understanding his thoughts, and said, "First, bring her back home, then persuade her to listen to you again. Once she feels stable, you can try to let her work again." Li Anping found this reasoning sound. He thought that his father-in-law had a clearer perspective and better methods in this regard. His mother-in-law, along with her daughters and daughter-in-law, were all obediently disciplined by the father-in-law, following his every word. They knocked several times, but no one came to answer. Just as Li Anping and Lin Dongliang were preparing to leave after realizing no one was home, Li Dama and her husband, Grandpa's son, arrived. They had gone out that day to buy some dried goods, wood-ear mushrooms, silver fungus, vermicelli, and tofu skin. Passing by, they thought to check on Lin Jingwen and bring her some dried goods as well. Aware that she sometimes worked late shifts, they assumed she would be home at this hour. Of course, if she were working the early shift, it would not matter, as they had a key to her place, which Lin Jingwen had given them during a previous meal, just in case she lost her key. They thought if Jingwen was not home, they would leave the items on the table and leave a note. "Who are you looking for?" Li Dama asked, noticing Li Anping knocking persistently on the door. Li Dama wondered if it could be Lin Jingwen's husband, who was stirring up trouble over their divorce. "Is this your home, Mariam?" Li Anping asked immediately. "Yes, it's my house," Li Dama replied, then continued. "Who are you?" "Mariam, it's like this. Are you acquainted with Professor Chiu, who resides next door? My wife has taken a position as his caregiver." "Is your wife named Lin Jingwen?" Mrs. Li interjected directly. Yes, that's her." Li Anping nodded repeatedly, thinking that it was even better that she recognized her. "You see, dear lady, my wife has run away. She is working for Professor Chiu as a caregiver, a matter to which we vehemently object, as it reflects poorly for a solitary man and woman to reside together." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Li and Mr. Sun furrowed their brows. "So this is Jingwen's husband? He begins with a web of lies that tarnishes her reputation. Such a scoundrel must be swiftly divorced." Before I could speak, Lin Dongliang chimed in. "I am Lin Jingwen's father. My daughter is utterly thoughtless, creating a ruckus over trivial matters and disturbing both families, shamelessly running here to serve a young man and even cohabiting. Since you all live on the same floor and are neighbors, I do not wish for her actions to affect you. She refuses to return home with us, and if you neighbors could assist in driving her away, she would no longer be able to stay here." I could no longer contain her anger upon hearing this and retorted furiously at Lin Dongliang. "Are you certain you are Lin Jingwen's biological father and not her stepfather? I have never encountered such a disgraceful father, one who tarnishes his own daughter's name. You do not deserve to be called a father. Jingwen is a truly wonderful girl, and we all hold her in high regard. Although she works for Professor Chiu, she resides in our home, and there is absolutely no issue with her reputation as you claim. You should leave at once. We do not welcome you here. I will inform the security at the reception that if I see you again, you will be expelled." Mr. Sun also looked at Lin Dongliang, shaking his head, and spoke disdainfully. "You carry yourself as an old scholar, believing you possess knowledge and authority, yet your mind is deeply flawed, rotten to the core. It is a misfortune for Jingwen to have been born as your daughter." Lin Dongliang's face flushed with humiliation, feeling a shame he had never experienced before, especially confronted by these two, who appeared to be cultured and respectable individuals. Perhaps even retired officials, their status clearly superior to his, left Lin Dongliang feeling diminished and humiliated. "What are your identities to meddle in Lin Jingwen's affairs?" Lin Dongliang exclaimed angrily. "We are Jingwen's godparents. Should you dare to bully her again, we will not stand by idly." Mrs. Li responded sternly, urging them to leave immediately. "Dear lady, I had no idea that Lin Jingwen had godparents. You claim she resides in your home, which at most makes her a tenant. What business do you have meddling in her affairs? Li Onping added, irate at their interference and their defense of Lin Jingwen. He could not comprehend why Lin Jingwen had suddenly become the center of attention, with everyone rallying to protect her, while he was the one being threatened. Previously, she had never been well regarded. Whenever she was mentioned, people would scoff, expressing disdain, saying that marrying him was a stroke of luck for her. A life of ease. Go away immediately. There is nothing more to discuss with you scoundrels. Mrs. Li, having lost her composure, directly insulted them. Although we have only known Jingwen for a mere 10 days, we have already deemed her a good child and accepted her as our goddaughter. Witnessing you bully her and tarnish her name compels us to protect her. But what about you? As Jingwen's closest kin, you only think of harming her. How dare you call yourselves human? You are not even fit to be considered beasts. Dear lady, why are you still hurling insults? Li Onping's face flushed with anger. Insulting you is a mere understatement. If you don't leave, I shall strike you. Spare us your ramblings. Quickly finalize the divorce with Jingwen. Dragging this out will only harm you. Mrs. Li seized her cane from her husband and raised it as if to strike him. Li Onping hastily retreated a few steps, backing onto the stairs, while Li continued to brandish her cane to chase him away. Despite their anger, Li Onping and Lin Dongliang were rational enough to recognize they could not engage in a physical confrontation with Mrs. Li and thus could only retreat in disgrace. Father, what should we do now? Li Onping seethed with frustration. We shall wait here for her. I do not believe she will not return, Lin Dongliang echoed, equally furious. It's freezing out here. Why don't we head back for now? Li Onping was reluctant to leave. However, Lin Dongliang was resolute, insisting they wait at the door for Lin Jingwen, determined to confront her. He needed to vent the anger he had just endured, at the very least to slap her, and then compel her to return with him. They lingered in the cold wind, stamping their feet, their noses running, hands tucked into their sleeves. Father, shall we not return? It's far too cold to remain outside. Li Onping glanced at his watch, noting they had waited for over an hour and could no longer endure it. Let us wait until noon, Lin Dongliang grumbled. He was indeed cold, and used to such suffering. After a while, Lin Jingwen still had not returned. Meanwhile, Mrs. Li and Mr. Sun had rested for a while indoors and upon leaving, spotted the two waiting outside. Li frowned but chose not to engage with them, simply walking past. Father, look, they are heading out again. I sense something is amiss. Li Onping pointed at Li and Mr. Sun's retreating figures, stating, at this hour, they should be at home preparing a meal. Why are they out? Are they perhaps informing Lin Jingwen not to return home? Lin Dongliang nodded in agreement, contemplating, should we follow them? Li Onping immediately concurred. He had had enough of standing in the cold wind. Half an hour later, at the police station, you two, explain yourselves immediately. Why were you following Mr. Sun and Mrs. Li? The officer's stern voice echoed as he slammed his hand on the table, barking at Lin Dongliang and Li Onping. Oh dear, officer, you must believe us. We truly did not follow them. Li Onping was on the verge of tears, desperately attempting to explain, still denying it. I saw you both trailing behind Mr. Sun while on patrol just now. Mr. Sun stated that from the moment they left, you were right behind them. Mr. Sun is a retired military doctor. His counter-surveillance skills are not to be underestimated. Do not attempt to argue further. The officer's expression darkened, his voice rising. Upon hearing this, Li Onping could only admit they were indeed following Mr. Sun, but insisted it was to find his wife, Lin Jingwen, and not to harm Mr. Sun. The officer replied, regardless of your intent, following someone is a criminal offense. Given the current crackdown, you will be detained for 5 days and fined 30. Li Onping's world crumbled at this news, becoming utterly distraught. Meanwhile, Lin Dongliang, who had remained silent, felt as though the sky had fallen. It was over. He could not preserve his dignity any longer. Chapter 48. After the divorce, she will regret it. Officer, please consider if there is any possibility for reconciliation. We will apologize to the old gentleman and lady and offer compensation. Could we not avoid detention? Upon hearing he would be detained, Li Onping was frantic, nearly begging the officer to let him off. 5 days of detention. Even if he managed to keep his job, having a criminal record would ruin his prospects for promotions, housing benefits, and all the advantages that came with it. This would undoubtedly have a far greater impact on him than a divorce. Yes, divorce. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Anping's eyes lit up, and he immediately exclaimed, "Officer, please allow the old gentleman and lady to come in. I agree to the divorce with Lin Jingwen. I will no longer pursue her." "Do not detain us. It's all a misunderstanding." The officer, sensing the underlying drama of a divorce, had seen many such domestic disputes but remained uncertain about the genuineness of the divorce. Most couples embroiled in such conflicts, they would primarily aim to mediate and educate rather than advocate for separation, as no mother would willingly abandon her children for divorce. "Fine, wait here. I will inquire." The officer stated, in truth, such nonviolent following incidents, particularly those involving family disputes, usually result in a verbal warning rather than actual detention. However, due to Mr. Sun's strong stance earlier, stating that Li Anping intended to harm them or rob them, he was detained. Moreover, during this specific period, all crimes are dealt with severely, which is why the officer had mentioned a 5-day detention and a 30-unit fine, leaving Li Anping utterly terrified. "What? You intend to divorce Jingwen?" Once the officer departed, Lin Dongliang, who had been silent all along, widened his eyes in inquiry. Lin Dongliang, a man who projected authority and dominance before his wife and daughters, had shrunk in front of the officer. Unable to utter a word, crouching with his neck tucked in, appearing even more pitiful than Li Anping now, with the officer gone, he regained his bravado and began to question Li Anping, filled with rage towards this father-in-law. Thought if not for his insistence on waiting for Lin Jingwen, none of this would have happened. It was all his fault, and Lin Jingwen. The root of all this turmoil lay with Lin Jingwen. Li Anping felt that she had begun to bring misfortune upon him, and entangling himself with her brought no benefit whatsoever. Now, he was also facing detention. The previously contemplated benefits are now utterly unattainable. "I must divorce immediately." He has truly been bewitched, fixated solely on the advantages that Lin Jingwen might bring. However, in reality, in a year or two, once the repercussions of the divorce have subsided, as long as he excels in his work, his housing allocation, advancement, and professional title will remain unaffected. As a university lecturer, a respectable intellectual, why does he cling to a woman like Lin Jingwen, who is uneducated and unable to bear children? After the divorce, even if Zhou Xinping proves inept at managing a household and is unsuitable as a wife, he can surely find someone far more capable and obedient to care for him and bear his children. Indeed, such thoughts are justified. Having lost his home and assistant position, and with his life in disarray, he began to believe he could not survive without Lin Jingwen. Nonsense. He will only continue to thrive. With this realization, he adopted a much firmer stance towards Lin Dongliang, declaring without a hint of politeness, "Yes, I intend to divorce Lin Jingwen. I have been incredibly unfortunate to have encountered a woman like her. Although she cannot bear children, she previously managed the household well enough for me to tolerate her. But now, with her instigating a divorce, I have lost my home, my assistant position, and my prospects. I might even face detention and the risk of losing my job. If agreeing to the divorce means avoiding detention and erasing my criminal record, why would I not proceed with the divorce? Am I to endure the servitude of your daughter? She has already ceased to be of any use to me and has set her sights on Professor Chiu." Li Anping unleashed a torrent of accusations at Lin Dongliang, leaving him speechless, as he too recognized the injustice. "Very well. If your divorce from Jingwen can spare us both from detention, then go ahead and divorce." Lin Dongliang capitulated. The marriage of his daughter seemed inconsequential compared to his own dignity. As long as it meant avoiding detention, he supported the divorce, even though he genuinely believed that Lin Jingwen would suffer greatly post-divorce. Lin Jingwen's fervent insistence on divorce seemed irrational. Once divorced, she would surely come to regret it. When Lin Jingwen was summoned outside the restaurant by Aunt Li, she was utterly bewildered. Upon seeing Aunt Li, she felt a surge of joy, mistakenly believing she had come to dine, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Auntie, you're here for a meal? I'll bring you a dessert shortly. I just made some, and it tastes delightful." Aunt Li smiled at her words, gesturing that she wasn't there for food, and pulled Lin Jingwen aside to explain everything in detail. As Lin Jingwen listened, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She was not saddened by Lin Dongliang's attitude. She had long grown accustomed to her father's disdain and belittlement. Instead, she was deeply touched by Aunt Li and the others' unwavering support and assistance. How could they be so kind, so willing to help her? Even compelling the scoundrel to agree to the divorce? "Thank you, Thank you so much. Lin Jingwen grasped Aunt Lee's hand tightly, her voice choked with emotion. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Silly girl, we haven't done much. It's your ex-husband and father who have gone too far. Any person with a conscience could not bear to witness it, Aunt Lee said, her heart aching for her. We are fated to meet. I had mentioned to my husband that I wanted to adopt you as my goddaughter, not just idle talk. Since our last meal at your place, we have had this intention. If you agree, we can formally celebrate over a meal soon, and I will introduce you to our friends and family. How could I possibly refuse? To have you as my godfather and godmother is a blessing. Lin Jingwen replied eagerly. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lee smiled and said, Very well, we shall discuss the adoption later. Why not take a short leave this afternoon, gather your documents, and finalize the divorce? We wouldn't want your ex-husband to change his mind again. Yes, I will go ask for leave right away. Lin Jingwen nodded with a smile, adding, But I must return to fetch the marriage certificate and household registration. She had deliberately kept these documents with her when moving out of the scoundrel's home, just in case he attempted to withhold them to obstruct the divorce process, in Lin Jingwen's mind. Once Li Onping realized he had lost both the house and the assistant position, he would eventually relent and agree to the divorce. After all, she could not fathom why Li Onping would want to prolong their marriage, given his disdain for her and the presence of Zhou Xinping waiting to marry him. All right, I arrived on a tricycle. I will accompany you to retrieve the documents and then proceed with the divorce, Aunt Lee said with a smile. You go ahead and ask for leave first. Okay, Auntie, may I call you godmother now? Lin Jingwen asked with a smile. Of course, that is perfectly fine, Aunt Lee, or rather, Li Shuaying, nodded with a grin. Godmother, please wait here. I will return shortly, Lin Jingwen exclaimed joyfully as she dashed away. Since it was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon and the busiest meal times had passed. When Lin Jingwen requested leave to handle the divorce, Supervisor Zhao readily granted it upon hearing her intentions. Make sure to return for your shift. We will be short-staffed in the kitchen during dinner if you are absent. Supervisor Zhao reminded her, Of course, thank you, Supervisor. Lin Jingwen replied, her voice brimming with joy, her face radiant with smiles, as if she were illuminated with vibrant light. Supervisor Zhao observed her for a moment, realizing that Lin Jingwen was quite appealing, and remarked, I have never seen anyone so happy about getting a divorce. It seems you are eager to rid yourself of your ex-husband. Indeed, I thought I would have to wait longer, Lin Jingwen replied with a grin. Supervisor, I must take my leave now. Go ahead. Supervisor Zhao waved her off, watching her depart. Upon returning to her rented room to gather her documents, Lin Jingwen rode her tricycle with Aunt Lee to the police station, where old man's son had been waiting. In his youth, he had sustained injuries on the battlefield, and now his legs were not as agile. He required a cane to walk, thus, it was the sprightly Li Shuaying who busily attended to matters. Thank you, Godfather. Lin Jingwen bowed in gratitude upon seeing old man Sunday. Had it not been for his intervention, she might never have encountered such a favorable opportunity for divorce and would have continued to endure the scoundrel's harassment indefinitely, uncertain of how long it would take for him to finally wake up and agree to the divorce. Now that you call me godfather, we are family. There is no need for such grand gestures, Sun Dihao chided her. Lin Jingwen smiled, for she did not know how else to express her gratitude, vowing to honor them in the future. Her godfather and godmother were the benefactors she encountered as she sought to restart her life. When Li Onping and Lin Dongliang spotted Lin Jingwen approaching, their expressions were quite vivid, filled with malice, as if they wished to devour her. Yet, constrained by the presence of others in the police station, they suppressed their anger, wisely opting for silence while exchanging murderous glances. Lin Jingwen pretended not to notice, uninterested in exchanging any further words with them. The marriage certificate and household registration are with me. Let us first obtain a letter of introduction from the district office, and then proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce, Lin Jingwen stated matter-of-factly to Li Onping, not wasting a single word. Li Onping remained silent, merely nodding solemnly. However, upon hearing her mention that both the marriage certificate and household registration were with her, he understood that Lin Jingwen had meticulously planned this divorce, rather than acting impulsively. This realization only fueled his indignation, leaving him perplexed as to why Lin Jingwen would pursue the divorce with such determination. What gave her the audacity? Lin Jingwen, once we are truly divorced, do not regret it. He hissed under his breath, gritting his teeth. Lin Jingwen rolled her eyes, retorting, I will only regret not having divorced you sooner. Li Onping scoffed, still convinced that she was merely putting on a brave front, disbelieving that after their divorce, she could find a man of superior qualities. Chapter 49. The divorce at last. After nearly 3 hours of effort, Lin Jingwen finally obtained her divorce certificate. It was not due to long queues, but rather because she was constantly dissuaded from going through with the divorce. Initially, when they went to obtain the letter of introduction, Director Gao at the district office, recognizing them, exclaimed in surprise upon hearing their intention to secure a divorce. "Jiangwen, why would you want a divorce? Your mother-in-law mentioned just days ago that you were making a fortune working as a nanny and that you would soon return home." Lin Jingwen frowned at this remark. Glancing at Li Onping beside her, and coldly instructed, "Li Onping, you explained to Director Gao why we are divorcing, isn't it? Because you cannot bear children?" Li Onping retorted petulantly. Consumed by anger, he no longer felt the need to feign remorse and shifted the blame squarely onto Lin Jingwen. "It seems you intend to return to the." Lin Jingwen remained utterly unfazed, calmly threatening, "Li Onping, you better keep quiet." Li Onping quickly urged her to silence, then turned to Director Gao, stating, "Our marital relationship has irreparably broken down, and with no children, we do not wish to continue cohabiting. Director Gao, please expedite the issuance of our proof. Something feels off. Just 2 days ago, your mother stated she would be good to your wife, Jiangwen, and would no longer resent her inability to have children. She claimed your marriage was quite harmonious," Director Gao remarked, furrowing his brow, clearly irritated by their apparent mockery of their marriage. "Li Onping, how can I respond to that?" He thought to himself. Surely, he could not confess that it was all merely an act his mother had put on. "A couple of days ago, I was contemplating using this tactic to force Lin Jingwen to return. Who could have anticipated such a sudden turn of events, leading to our current predicament? Director Gao, since I moved out, my desire for divorce has remained unwavering." Lin Jingwen seized the opportunity to respond coldly, stating that they have consistently sought to bring me back, initially through threats that caused me to lose my job. When that failed to elicit a response, they even sought a more favorable caregiver position, attempting now a softer approach, speaking kindly. Their intention is to pressure me back through public opinion, much like the director's current inquiries regarding my reasons for divorce. Yet, in truth, their concern is merely superficial. They do not genuinely regret their actions, nor do they sincerely wish to treat me well. Their sole motivation lies in my lucrative salary, which they are reluctant to lose. Li Onping, could you relay this situation to the director? Are you interested in my salary, or do you truly care for my well-being? As Lin Jingwen spoke, her gaze turned towards Li Onping, her words laced with unspoken threats. Li Onping. He once again experienced the sensation of shooting oneself in the foot. Had he not performed that earlier act, he wouldn't now feel such embarrassment, appearing particularly petty. My mother indeed wished to coax Lin Jingwen back, which is why she spoke publicly in such a manner. However, the reality is that my relationship with Lin Jingwen has irreparably fractured, and it truly has nothing to do with money. Li Onping could only handle the situation vaguely, but the unmistakable look of disdain from Director Gao, coupled with that disapproving made his face flush instantly with heat. Li Onping, who has always valued his dignity, at that moment longed to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Director Gao, may we proceed with issuing the certificate now? Lin Jingwen inquired from the side. Director Gao sighed and gazed intently at Lin Jingwen for a while, sensing her resolute attitude and her positive transformation. He eventually nodded. "All right, I shall prepare the certificate for you." Since Lin Jingwen married into this neighborhood, she has served as the director here. Over the years, she has proven herself to be a diligent and dutiful individual, leaving no room for criticism. At tea times, witnessing her weariness and silence, and hearing her mother-in-law's frequent reproaches, one could not help but feel sympathy for her. However, the Lin Jingwen of today has undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. She has finally lifted her head, her eyes now sparkling with confidence, no longer the meek, laboring woman but rather a refined and educated woman of dignity. This transformation is a result of the divorce, and Director Gao believes that reconciliation should no longer be encouraged. She must not be compelled to return, lest he feels like an executioner, extinguishing the spirit of an upwardly mobile woman. "Thank you. Director Gao, you are a good person." "Thank you." Lin Jingwen expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Director Gao smiled at her, quickly drafting the certificate, and as he handed it to them, he remarked to Li Onping, "Without Jingwen as a good daughter-in-law, you shall come to regret this." Li Onping remained silent, yet inwardly scoffed at the notion. He did not share the same sentiment. It would be Lin Jingwen who would regret leaving him. Once he finds another diligent, capable, and obedient woman, that won't be an issue. He could still be with Xinping. Although Xinping spends extravagantly, aside from her profligacy, she is practically the ideal spouse, as long as he rectifies her wasteful habits and ensures she follows his lead. Marrying Xinping is entirely feasible. After successfully obtaining the certificate, Lin Jingwen and Li Anping proceeded to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Upon learning they were there for a divorce, the staff immediately inquired, "Are you certain about this decision? What about the child? Who will take care of the child? For the sake of the child, can't you endure a little longer?" These remarks were intended to dissuade them from their decision, encouraging mutual understanding. Moreover, opening with concerns for the child is an effective tactic that persuades 90% of divorcing women. "We do not have children," Lin Jingwen interjected. "There is no need to endure for the child. Can you please process our divorce certificate?" The staff glanced at Lin Jingwen, then at Li Anping, ultimately directing a contemptuous look at the visibly defeated Li Anping. It was clear to see that Li Anping was the problem. Observing the confident and forthright demeanor of the woman before them, it was evident that the fault did not lie with her. "What kind of look is that? It's not me who cannot have children. It's her," Li Anping retorted angrily. "Why are you shouting? Do you want everyone to know how capable you are? Should I help you advertise your prowess, making it easier for you to find someone else post-divorce?" The staff countered fiercely, slamming the table and glaring at Li Anping. Nowadays, staff members prioritize not tolerating any nonsense. Lin Jingwen chuckled at the scene. After being reprimanded, Li Anping immediately fell silent, retracting his neck and ceasing to speak. "Here is the divorce agreement. Your assets and division methods are clearly outlined. If anyone fails to adhere to what is written, the other party may take legal action. Additionally, issues regarding household registration must also be clearly stated." The staff handed them the divorce agreement, instructing them to fill it out carefully while informing them of all pertinent details. Upon seeing the section on assets, Li Anping furrowed his brow and said, "The house is not yours and we have no savings, so let's skip this section. It's unnecessary to fill it out." He certainly did not wish to part with his savings for Lin Jingwen. Lin Jingwen shot him a scornful glance, for she had never anticipated receiving money from him. Thus she felt no disappointment, merely disdainfully stating, "In our 8 years of marriage, I have hardly spent a single cent of yours. Everything you eat, wear, and use has been funded by my salary. You claim you have no money. Who are you trying to fool? However, seeking money from a scoundrel like you is akin to carving flesh from your body. In the end, I would be harassed by you and your mother over a trivial sum, which I find utterly unworthy. My only desire is to rid myself of you as swiftly as possible. I wish to sever all ties with you, and should we happen to cross paths in the future, I would prefer to act as if we are strangers. Hence, if you are unwilling to acknowledge your wealth, I am too disinterested to argue. Let us sign the papers quickly." Li Anping, exposed and met with the staff's derisive gaze, was immediately filled with embarrassment and indignation, stubbornly declaring, "What nonsense with your meager salary! How could you possibly cover expenses? I have always been the one supporting the household." Lin Jingwen merely smiled derisively, too weary to engage in further debate. After addressing the issue of household registration, she signed her name. She had already discussed with her godparents that her household registration could temporarily be placed at their residence until she purchased her own property and could establish herself as a homeowner. Li Anping hastily signed as well, submitting the divorce agreement to the staff. After a brief wait, Lin Jingwen received her divorce certificate. She examined the document repeatedly, a wave of emotions washing over her. In her dreams, she had caused a scene at the Civil Affairs Bureau over this very divorce certificate, berating Li Anping, scolding Zhou Xinping, and even chastising the staff. Yet now, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Finally liberated. Seeing the smile on her face, Li Anping found it unbearable, scoffing, "You will regret this." Lin Jingwen ignored him, placing the divorce certificate in her pocket and striding confidently away. She needed to return to work. Glancing at her watch, it was 4:40, and the busy dinner rush was approaching, leaving no room for further delay. Li Anping still wished to utter some harsh words to Lin Jingwen, but upon turning, he caught sight of her graceful departure, as if the mere thought of lingering any longer was intolerable. Clenching his fists, he took a deep breath to suppress his anger and frustration, and he too walked away. Half an hour later, What? You divorced Lin Jingwen? Third brother. What nonsense are you spouting? Did you not go with your father-in-law to find Lin Jingwen today? Zhang Lanxiang, upon hearing Li Anping's words, refused to believe it. Her eyes wide with disbelief, Li Anping recounted the day's events, nearly facing detention, leaving Zhang Lanxiang stunned, filled with shock and anger, and a sense of dread washed over her. Unable to contain herself, she cursed, "That shameless woman Lin Jingwen. I will not let her off easily. Now that you're divorced, just watch me go confront her." In reality, encountering a shameless family of scoundrels does not signify a complete end or escape from them. One must never cease the efforts of self-rescue in the pursuit of progress. Chapter 50. Being supported? Li Anping was already seething with anger, having just emerged from the police station after several hours of legal education. Hearing his mother's incendiary remarks ignited his fury, causing him to lash out, "Mom, can you stop stirring up trouble? What good will it do to confront her? Will it take a piece of flesh from her or cost her her job? Did you not hear me? She now has her godparents protecting her, and Professor Chiu is on her side. If you go to scold her, she will only retaliate against you. You will gain nothing and tarnish your reputation. Moreover, now that I am divorced from her, you are no longer her mother-in-law. If you create a scene, scold her, or even hit her, that will no longer be a family dispute. She could call the police, and they would lock you up." It must be said, the hours spent at the police station were not in vain. Li Anping's moral standards had risen several notches, fearing detention and a criminal record. He could not afford to jeopardize his respectable position as a university lecturer over a divorce and a woman like Lin Jingwen. Zhang Lanxiang, upon hearing her son's words, abandoned the idea of causing trouble. Equally fearful of arrest, however, this left her feeling immensely frustrated, her heart burning with suppressed anger. Was she to stifle all her grievances? Must she endure them in silence? The very thought of Lin Jingwen earning a substantial income and being shielded by such favorable guardians filled her with despair. She could not confront Lin Jingwen directly to scold her. Thus, she resorted to venting her frustrations at home, berating her in public, tarnishing her reputation to the extent that even the neighbors joined in the condemnation. Meanwhile, Lin Dongliang returned home and unleashed a tirade against Ma Xiaozui, exclaiming, "Look at the fine daughter you've raised. She doesn't even acknowledge me, her own father. All she thinks about is divorce, engaging in disreputable activities, and has taken to recognizing adoptive parents. It infuriates me. When she was born, I spent a fortune at the hospital. Had I known it would come to this, I would never have brought her into this world. Just look at her behavior. She is clearly not my flesh and blood. Oh dear, that cannot be true. I have never wronged you." Ma Xiaozui listened quietly to his tirade, but upon hearing the accusation regarding her fidelity, she quickly interjected. Lin Dongliang shot her an exasperated glare, irritated by her naivete. He was merely venting, yet she took him seriously. If Lin Jingwen was not his child, whose could she be? A rebellious daughter. A Bane father. Let us not concern ourselves with Jingwen's affairs anymore. What about the in-laws? What in-laws? That ungrateful daughter has already finalized her divorce with Anping. She is no longer married, Lin Dongliang shouted in fury. What? She is really divorced? Ma Xiaozui exclaimed in shock. Seeing her husband nod grimly, she sank onto a chair, slapping her thigh in anger. Oh, that wretched girl. Is she trying to drive us to our graves? With the new year approaching, when she returns to her family, what will our relatives think when they hear she is divorced? They will surely mock us behind our backs when she comes back for the new year. I shall break her legs, Lin Dongliang roared once more. Meanwhile, Song Xiangqin listened in astonishment to her in-law's conversation. Has the third sister truly divorced? Good heavens, she wasn't just throwing a tantrum. She really went through with it. Song Xiangqin mused, touching her own pregnant belly, unable to comprehend how her sister could muster the courage to divorce while being childless. Did she not fear the judgment of others? How would she survive outside? Who would support her? Wasn't it said that she was out of work? Who would hire a divorced woman? After finishing her shift, Lin Jingwen exited the restaurant to find Mr. Chiu's car waiting by the roadside. Mr. Chiu, I've divorced. The paperwork is all done, Lin Jingwen cheerfully announced as she entered the vehicle. Congratulations, Mr. Chiu responded, a hint of surprise in his voice. I had thought we would still be waiting a while given Teacher Li's attitude. Today was quite coincidental. Lin Jingwen recounted the day's events succinctly. I initially believed that Li Onping would take the initiative to seek a divorce in due time, but I never expected him to create such a fuss. Clinging to me, had I known. Never mind, entangling with him is a drain on my energy. It's done now. We are divorced. After the divorce, if he continues to harass you, just report him to the authorities. Mr. Chiu advised, do not indulge his persistent behavior. Otherwise, he will think he can manipulate you and will only escalate his actions. Understood. Lin Jingwen nodded emphatically. Previously, she had not considered reporting domestic disputes. In this day and age, women often endure domestic violence without seeking help, resolving issues within the family or through neighborhood mediation. However, the events of today had opened her eyes. It was clear that the best way to deal with a scoundrel was to ignore him, avoid engaging with him, and simultaneously utilize legal means to protect oneself. Upon returning to her apartment, the two ascended the stairs together. As they reached the door, Lin Jingwen, in high spirits, asked, Mr. Chiu, would you like a late-night snack? No, if I eat any more, I want to be able to control my weight, Mr. Chiu replied, shaking his head. Lin Jingwen paused for a moment, then chuckled. All right then, good night, Mr. Chiu. See you tomorrow. It was the first time she had heard a man express concern about controlling his weight. Women rarely spoke of such matters. Lin Jingwen found it puzzling, as there were no overweight individuals in her circle. In these times, delectable food was scarce, and most people did not suffer from overnutrition or obesity. Furthermore, everyone worked hard and relied on walking or cycling for transportation, ensuring ample physical activity. With the pressure of weaving scarves lifted, Lin Jingwen felt a wave of relief wash over her. With plenty of wool left, she planned to knit herself 2 new sweaters and a pair of woolen pants. There was no rush. She could take her time and ensure she rested well. When the weekend arrived, she intended to visit the market to purchase superior quality yarn, softer and warmer, to knit sweaters for her adoptive parents as well. Lin Jingwen turned on the television and found an English-speaking channel. After listening for a while, she understood a fraction while remaining largely confused. The English she had learned in middle school was mostly forgotten. Now that she had time, she could systematically study English. She recognized that in the coming years, not only the trend of studying abroad, but also the importance of English would continue to rise. Mastering the language might prove beneficial in her future endeavors. Acquiring knowledge and skills could never be detrimental. After all, she had ample time on her hands. The next day, while delivering breakfast to Mr. Chiu, Lin Jingwen inquired, Mr. Chiu, I wish to learn English and would like your opinion. Should I enroll in a night university, or would it be better to buy books and tapes to study independently? I studied a bit of English in middle school, but that was over a decade ago, and I have forgotten most of it. I suggest you buy a tape recorder, along with books and tapes, and practice listening and reading on your own. Attending night classes is not as beneficial. The teacher's role is merely to guide, and that guidance is limited, Mr. Chiu responded. He elaborated, English is a language. You simply need to memorize a substantial vocabulary and practice correct pronunciation. This requires consistent listening, memorization, and speaking practice. Thank you, Mr. Chiu. I will take note of that. Lin Jingwen resolved to purchase a tape recorder and a foundational English textbook set from Xinhua bookstore over the weekend. Then commence her studies. Having Mr. Chiu, a returnee from the U.S., a resource was invaluable. She would not waste such a great opportunity. Once she grasped the basics, she would seek his assistance to practice. Starting with daily conversations about meals, she asked, Mr. Chiu, how do you say having breakfast in English? Following his instructions, she repeated it twice, and Mr. Chiu patiently corrected her pronunciation, encouraging her with a smile. You're doing well. I have a tape recorder here. You can borrow it. When we have time this weekend, I can help you select a suitable English textbook for beginners. He offered that I plan to use the tape recorder daily, not just once or twice. I can't keep borrowing yours, Mr. Chiu. I have money and can buy my own. Lin Jingwen cheerfully declined. However, she appreciated his offer to help her choose the materials, as it would certainly be more beneficial than her attempting to navigate the process alone. Then this weekend, I'll prepare a big meal to express my gratitude, she declared. Mr. Chiu nodded with a smile, admiring her determination to better herself. It was rare for women of her age to actively seek new knowledge and elevate their cultural literacy. Most were mired in the demands of family life, caring for the elderly and children, and tirelessly attending to their husbands. They had little time left for personal growth. Mr. Chiu appreciated Lin Jingwen's ambition and, having benefited from her care, was more than willing to offer his assistance. Watching her gradually evolve brought him a sense of fulfillment, akin to mentoring a unique student. Today, Lin Jingwen again accepted Mr. Chio's offer of a ride to work, as he insisted it was no trouble. A trip to the Jifankyo restaurant only added 5 minutes to his journey. Given the choice between a 20-minute bike ride in the cold wind and a few minutes in a warm car, it was an obvious decision. During the drive, she took the opportunity to learn a few more phrases in English with Mr. Chio, such as how to say taking the bus, the weather is nice, and restaurant, all simple, everyday vocabulary. Repeating them several times helped her memorize the phrases, filling her with a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Learning something new every day and enhancing her capabilities felt immensely rewarding. While she hadn't truly mastered much, the joy it brought her was substantial, leading Lin Jingwen to feel she was continuously improving and brimming with anticipation for the future. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Lin Jingwen changed into her work attire and noticed it was almost 10 o'clock, signaling the start of her shift. Little Wu approached, whispering, "Sister Lin, I've noticed you've been taking a car to work every day this week. Your family must be quite wealthy to afford that." "It's not my family, yes. It's my neighbor's car. I fell the other day and have been hitching rides with them." Lin Jingwen explained with a smile. "To have such wealthy neighbors willing to give you rides is impressive," Little Wu exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. She continued, "While you were away, Chef Bao made some snide remarks, suggesting you've been involved with a rich person." "Involved? What does that even mean?" Lin Jingwen furrowed her brow, questioning the implication. "It appears that you have become someone's kept woman, claiming that you are seeking a divorce. Yet in reality, you have ensnared a wealthy patron, a coal magnate no less." Xiao Wu lowered his voice to provide her with this intelligence. "Lin Jingwen, rumors have spread throughout the restaurant that she is being kept. At her age and with her appearance, over 30 now, resembling an old matron, and working as a pastry chef in the kitchen. How could they possibly have made such a connection?" Lin Jingwen found it laughable in her anger, never expecting to be ensnared by such scandalous gossip. Chapter 51. The CAD claims to have been cuckolded. After the lunch rush, Lin Jingwen was summoned to the office by Supervisor Zhao. "Lin, please take a seat." Zhao gestured for her to sit down and then inquired, "Have your divorce papers been finalized?" "Yes, I completed them yesterday afternoon." Lin Jingwen nodded, her brow furrowed. "Supervisor, I have heard rumors circulating in the restaurant about me being kept by someone. I have no idea who would spread such outrageous tales, and I wonder if you plan to address this matter. If not, I shall have no choice but to report it to the police and request a formal statement." With the severity of the charges related to indecency these days, who knows how these rumors could spiral into accusations of promiscuity, leading to severe societal repercussions and perhaps even legal trouble for me. "That seems excessive, truly," Supervisor Zhao reassured her. Calm down, and I have indeed heard those rumors, but it's natural for others to envy you, given that you've been driving to work in a car these days. They may simply be making sour remarks out of jealousy," he quickly added. "I will investigate this matter expeditiously and ensure that those gossipmongers cease their idle chatter." "Thank you, Supervisor," Lin Jingwen replied, feeling a semblance of relief. With the supervisor's assurance, she softened, a smile breaking through her tension. "Please do not think me overly dramatic, but sometimes rumors can be utterly devastating for women, especially for someone like me who is divorced. If I do not take a firm stance now, who knows how much more slander I might endure." "I understand. Supervisor Zhao nodded repeatedly. Though they had not worked together for long, he had come to appreciate Lin Jingwen's strong and intelligent character. She was not the type to engage in frivolous affairs. With a grateful smile, Lin Jingwen inquired about the purpose of her summons. "Well, it seems that the desserts you prepared yesterday received quite a positive response from the customers. I noticed that the little steamed buns also garnered attention, so you may focus on desserts moving forward," Supervisor Zhao stated. Lin Jingwen nodded in agreement, expressing her readiness. Just then, the office door swung open, and a middle-aged man in a suit entered. "Good day, General Manager," Zhao greeted, quickly rising to welcome him. Lin Jingwen also stood to greet him. "Good day, General Manager. This is the female pastry chef you mentioned?" Qin Guangyao, the general manager, scrutinized Lin Jingwen with an appraising gaze. "Yes, indeed. This is Master Lin. Her pastry creations are innovative and diverse, and they have been quite popular. Since we introduced her new offerings, our restaurant's revenue has notably increased." Supervisor Zhao praised her enthusiastically. "Very well," Qin Guangyao nodded towards Lin Jingwen, speaking in a formal tone. Continue your good work, and should you achieve significant results, there will be a year-end bonus awaiting you. Thank you, General Manager. I will strive to do my best, Lin Jingwen replied with a smile, maintaining her composure. Master Lin, please attend to your duties. Supervisor Zhao waved her off, allowing her to leave and granting the general manager and himself some privacy for their discussion. Meanwhile, Li Onping arrived at the school office to overhear the teachers discussing the finalized assistant positions. Since Chiu Zhe had chosen teachers Niu and Lu from the office, their surnames together posed a challenge for anyone's Mandarin pronunciation. Mispronouncing their names was a possibility, and if both were present, it would be quite a spectacle. Over time, everyone had taken to addressing them by both their names. Teacher Niu was Niu Yiming, and Teacher Lu was Lu Qianjin. Lu was known for his taciturn nature, lacking charm and perceptiveness, yet he possessed impeccable professional skills. Niu Yiming, on the other hand, was articulate and engaging, making communication effortless, although his professional abilities were merely adequate. Li Onping entered the office, silencing the chatter, and all eyes turned to him. Sparkling with curiosity, Li Onping hesitated, feeling their stares acutely, which left him uncomfortable. Had they heard about his divorce? There were indeed teachers in the office who lived in his neighborhood, making it a possibility. Good news rarely travels, but bad news spreads like wildfire. In this day and age, even trivial matters could become the talk of the town. Before coming to school, Li Onping had steeled himself for this moment. Yet being the object of everyone's scrutiny was still disheartening. On Monday, he had fervently declared his intention to repent and win Lin Jingwen back, a promise still fresh in his mind. Just a few days had passed, and now it was Friday. He had already divorced. Li Onping felt a profound ache, both in his heart and his pride. The facade he had maintained was crumbling swiftly, the fallout from the divorce proving to be overwhelming. Li teacher, may I ask you something? I heard that your wife is now working as a housekeeper for M.Qiu. Is that true? Zhang Aigua, having taken a seat beside him, inquired with a gleam of gossip in his eyes. Who are you hearing this from? Li Onping frowned. Just something I overheard. Come on, spare us the details and just tell us if it's true, Zhang Aigua pressed. Lin Jingwen was indeed working for Professor Chiu? But Li Onping hesitated, still not having disclosed their divorce, when Zhang Aigua exclaimed, Wow, Li teacher, your wife is quite the catch. First Director Yang, and now Professor Chiu. She certainly knows how to network. Zhang Aigua's tone was a mix of envy and schadenfreude as he continued. If only you hadn't caused trouble and angered her, you would have had your share of the house and the assistant position, Li Onping. The remark struck a nerve. He felt a surge of anger and frustration. Inhaling deeply to suppress his rage. Zhang, this has nothing to do with you. Are you overstepping your bounds? We're colleagues. I'm merely showing concern. This assistant position isn't for you, is it? Are you two still not reconciled? Zhang Aigua asked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. We have divorced, Li Onping managed to force out through clenched teeth. What? Zhang Aigua was genuinely taken aback, his voice rising. Li teacher, you've divorced? How is that possible? Just on Monday, you vowed to change your ways and treat your wife well, and now you've divorced. Your change of heart is astonishing. The other teachers in the office turned their attention to Li Onping, each displaying varying degrees of surprise. Li Onping. He longed to find a crevice in the ground to hide. Confronted with the incredulous gazes of his colleagues, he wanted to shout, What business is it of yours? But he dared not. With a deep breath, he managed a forced, pained smile, attempting to retreat while advancing. I did try. I've spent the last few days thinking of ways to win her back. But Lin Jingwen is resolute in her decision to divorce. She no longer wishes to be with me. Her heart is elsewhere. Continuing to pursue her would be futile. It is better for us to part ways amicably. Are you implying that your ex-wife is seeing someone else and has chosen to abandon you? Zhang Aigua pressed eagerly. I never said that. Please don't jump to conclusions, Li Onping replied, avoiding a direct answer. And added, All right, this is work time. Let us refrain from discussing my personal matters. Seeing that he was unwilling to engage further, Zhang Aigua returned to his desk, though his gaze now held a hint of sympathy for Li Onping. Li teacher has been cuckolded. Li Onping sensed a shift in the way others regarded him, their expressions morphing from disdain for a cad to sympathy for a man who had been wronged. He was uncertain which perspective was more favorable. Perhaps being an unwitting victim was marginally better than being branded a scoundrel. This way, Lin Jingwen could be portrayed as a wayward woman, suffering her own share of misfortune. With this thought, Li Anping felt a wave of relief wash over him. His mind was indeed astute. Not only was he sharp, but his mother, Zhang Lanxiang, was on the same wavelength. Upon returning from the market, she eagerly spread the news of Lin Jingwen and her son's divorce among the neighbors. Her words insinuated that Lin Jingwen was morally loose, having found a new man and refusing to return. Chapter 52. I am not lacking in wealth. Zhang Lanxiang believed that by disparaging Lin Jingwen, she would incite the neighbors to collectively condemn her for her lack of decorum. However, the neighbors were more intrigued by the identity of Lin Jingwen's new partner. In fact, some felt that her absence was understandable, especially those who had received help from Lin Jingwen and had a good rapport with her. Given how you treated the third son's wife, always either hitting or scolding her, it is remarkable that she endured for 8 years. Exactly. I also heard that your third son never gave Jingwen a single penny of his earnings. If she didn't have a job, she would have starved in your household and faced daily beatings. Lin Jingwen even helped raise Donglu. She has every right to leave. You should be grateful. However, there were also 2 elderly women siding with Zhang Lanxiang, joining her in rebuking Lin Jingwen for her indiscretions, claiming she already had men outside. These 2 elderly ladies harbored resentment towards their daughter-in-law, who had previously been unfaithful, and while she had not divorced, their disdain for her was palpable, prompting them to join in the censure. Naturally, there were also some merely curious onlookers who, in a detached manner, remarked that when women accumulate wealth, they become just as wild-hearted as men, eager to seek out better partners, and they were particularly interested in the type of man Lin Jingwen had found. Despite the fervent support from these 2, the indifference of others infuriated Zhang Lanxiang. How could they not join her in denouncing Lin Jingwen? How could they consider it normal for Lin Jingwen to run away and get divorced? In a fit of rage, Zhang Lanxiang took to the streets, vociferously condemning Lin Jingwen, attracting a crowd of passers-by who gathered to witness her theatrical tirade. Upon seeing the throng captivated by her diatribe, Zhang Lanxiang felt a surge of satisfaction and, after venting her frustrations, returned home with her basket of groceries, already planning to come out and continue her tirade the following day. As evening fell, another event unfolded that filled Zhang Lanxiang with glee. Her second daughter-in-law, who had returned to her family home just 2 days prior, now came back, tail between her legs, with her child in tow. After only 2 days, how could she return so soon? Zhang Lanxiang had expected it would take considerable effort and multiple invitations to bring her back, yet here she was, returning of her own accord. Upon seeing her second daughter-in-law, Zhang Lanxiang unleashed a torrent of scorn, leaving Gao Qin feeling humiliated and indignant. Gao Qin had no desire to return. However, her family offered no accommodation, and during her brief stay, she had to share a bed with her son and 2 nephews, even resorting to huddling under a blanket on a bench to sleep. To make matters worse, her parents and siblings treated her with disdain, accusing her of being dramatic and disruptive, insisting she should wait for her husband to return from the south before causing a commotion. Once he was back, they reasoned, she could confront him and demand an apology, and life could carry on as usual. No one offered her support or comfort, instead scolding her for creating trouble and taking up space. Her son, bullied by his cousins, would sneak away to cry, longing to return home. Gao Qin could only wipe her tears, suppressing her anguish and return. She reminded herself to endure, to persevere, for the sake of her son. Thus, when her mother-in-law continued to berate her in a mocking tone, she refrained from retorting and went indoors to tidy up, intending to pick her son up from school soon. However, upon entering her room, she discovered it cluttered with others' belongings, and the bed was unmistakably occupied. Gao Qin was overwhelmed with despair. She had only been gone 2 days and already, her and her son's sanctuary had been usurped. She sank to the floor, weeping helplessly. Woe is me! There is no refuge for her and her son either at her family home or her in-laws. What are they to do? Why is it so difficult for her? Gao Qin yearned for a good cry, but her son was due to be dismissed from school shortly, unaware of her return, and she had to rush to the school gate to fetch him. So, she quickly got up, dabbed her tears, and stepped outside. Hardly having any time to mourn, as she walked down the street, she encountered her neighbors, who inquired about her swift return, asking if her father's health had improved. Gao Qin had fabricated the excuse of returning to care for her ailing father. Yes, she responded, forcing a strained smile. Did you hear that your third brother and his wife have divorced? Do you know what kind of man Jingwen is seeing? Another neighbor pressed. They divorced? When did that happen? I just got back and haven't heard about this. Gao Qin exclaimed in astonishment. The neighbor promptly shared the latest gossip, and Gao Qin listened, her thoughts swirling, yet she had little time to linger on it. Excuse me, I must go fetch my child from school. We shall discuss this later. The weekend arrived, granting Lin Jingwen a day off. Despite the respite, her schedule remained quite packed. She needed to shop at the mall, prepare a lavish meal, visit her godparents, and check in on Elder Yang. Additionally, she intended to see her mentor, Chef Kai, whom she hadn't encountered in over a week. He was unaware of her recent developments, and she wanted to inquire about his well-being. Although her day off was busy, it was fulfilling, as gathering with those who cared for her and engaging in conversation brought joy to her life. One cannot work incessantly, neglecting personal life. Today, Chiozei also had a day off. As they had previously agreed to purchase English textbooks together, after breakfast, they set out to shop. Their first stop was Xinhua Bookstore, where they not only selected Lin Jingwen's English textbooks, but also an array of books chosen by Chiozei for himself and some supplementary reading for Lin Jingwen. Grateful for his thoughtful selections, Lin Jingwen promised to read them diligently and write a reflection afterward. Chiozei replied, "Ah, a reflection?" Lin Jingwen froze momentarily, suddenly feeling as if she were back in a classroom. Under the thumb of a language teacher. Noticing her startled and anxious expression, Chiozei chuckled softly, patiently explaining the benefits of writing reflections. Do not shy away from this task. It aids in assimilating and internalizing the content, transforming others' ideas into your own understanding. Without this step, reading a book merely skims the surface, lacking depth and offering limited assistance. So that's how it is. Lin Jingwen nodded in understanding, although she couldn't help but reminisce. I remember during my school days, when the teacher assigned reflections, it was pure agony. I could never produce meaningful content, and even after racking my brain to write something, the teacher would dismiss it, leaving me feeling dismal. Reading and learning require life experience. At that time, you were merely 13 or 14, devoid of insights or revelations, which is entirely natural. Chiozei chuckled again at her recollections of childhood struggles and added, "Now that you've weathered many storms in life, revisiting books will evoke resonances of thought, inspiration, or emotions within you." Lin Jingwen nodded vigorously. She couldn't recall the last time she had completely read a book. Perhaps it was during her school days, or even earlier, as after marriage, she truly had no time for reading. Thus, she had never experienced the reading sensations Chiozei described, yet she felt confident that they must be valid. Moving forward, she resolved to read at least one book per month. Lin Jingwen silently committed to this new goal. After leaving the bookstore with an armful of books, Lin Jingwen expressed her intention to reimburse Chiozei for the cost of the books. Earlier, she had refrained from insisting on paying in front of others, deeming it unnecessary, and planned to settle the account later. "You are so diligent and ambitious. I admire that and consider you a student. There's no need for you to pay for the books," Chiozei remarked with a smile, adding a self-deprecating quip, "You know I'm not short on money." Lin Jingwen chuckled, dropping the matter of payment, and playfully suggested, "Should I address you as Teacher Chiu from now on? Or perhaps Professor Chiu, as everyone refers to you?" "Whatever you wish," Chiozei replied nonchalantly regarding the title. "Professor Chiu, shall we head to the mall now to purchase a tape recorder?" Lin Jingwen proposed. Upon arriving at the mall, Lin Jingwen found herself led by the affluent Professor Chiu to the section selling imported tape recorders. Upon seeing the prices, she was immediately dissuaded. An imported Sony tape recorder costs 2,800 yuan. Lin Jingwen. All the money in her pocket barely added up to 800. "Professor Chiu, I think we wandered into the wrong section. I need a domestic model. Something in the range of 1 or 200 yuan will suffice." Lin Jingwen quickly interjected. Chiozei glanced at her, then at the tape recorder, remarking that this model was of superior quality and sound. "I understand, but I cannot afford it." Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. "I can only accept a tape recorder that costs up to 300 yuan. Once I earn more money, I will buy a better one." Chiozei acquiesced, saying no more on the matter. Ultimately, Lin Jingwen spent 240 yuan on a tape recorder, which felt quite steep for her, but she believed it would motivate her to learn English diligently. She intended to use it extensively for listening to English tapes, determined not to let her money go to waste. After buying the tape recorder, Lin Jingwen also purchased high-quality wool yarn. The yarn was soft, warm, and rather expensive. She spent over 100 yuan on wool. estimating it would be enough to knit 2 adult sweaters and 2 hats. Why are you buying yarn again? Weren't you done with knitting scarves and gloves? Chiozei inquired. I plan to knit sweaters for my godparents as New Year gifts. Lin Jingwen replied. Chiozei nodded, then asked the attendant to fetch him some yarn as well. Lin Jingwen looked at him in confusion. I'll wait in line. After you finish knitting for your godparents, I'll pay you for your labor. Since your skills are exceptional, the fit will be just right, making it more comfortable to wear, Chiozei explained. Sure, in that case, let us buy some complementary colors. Solid colors are too monotonous, Lin Jingwen agreed. Thank you. You can choose the colors, Chiozei said. As the attendant listened to Lin Jingwen's suggestions while fetching the yarn, she couldn't help but glance at the two of them. Puzzled about their relationship, if they were a couple, they spoke so courteously that it seemed unlikely. However, if they were not a couple, their chemistry and rapport were undeniable. After completing her shopping at the mall, Lin Jingwen's savings were once again halved. The only reason she had any savings at all was due to Professor Chio's early salary payment. Next month, she would need to be frugal. Otherwise, even with a monthly income of several hundred, it would not suffice for her extravagant spending. The two of them made another trip to the vegetable market, purchasing fish, pork, as well as radishes and cabbage. Upon arriving at the residential complex, as she was carrying the items down from the car, Lin Jingwen spotted Zhou Xinping walking towards her. Chapter 53. Treating oneself. Lin Jia, Professor Chio, you went out for a big shopping spree, huh? So many items. Let me help you carry some upstairs. Zhou Xinping approached with a warm smile. No need, Lin Jingwen replied with a cool tone. Let's not get too familiar. I am younger than you, so it's inappropriate for you to call me sister. Zhou Xinping felt a bit awkward but quickly smiled again. I meant no offense. I live around here too. I just wanted to say hello. I have nothing to do with Lianping. I have already divorced him and completed the formalities. You marrying him is entirely your choice? Lin Jingwen interrupted her once more, smiling slightly as she spoke. Ah? Zhou Xinping was taken aback. Lin Jingwen chose to ignore her, turning away with her items and entering the building alongside Chiozei. Zhou Xinping watched their retreating figures, stunned for a moment before departing, her mind a whirlwind of exclamations. What on earth is Lianping doing? How could he have divorced so swiftly? Did he take all my words and toss them aside? What use is this useless man? I doubt I could squeeze much out of him in the future. And look at Lin Jingwen. She broke up with Lianping, got divorced, and is now riding in Professor Chio's car, walking hand in hand with him. Even if their relationship is merely that of employer and nanny, Lin Jingwen must have gained a great deal from Professor Chio. Zhou Xinping even felt that Lin Jingwen was quite formidable. Adept at manipulating men, she was envious, resentful, wondering why she had not encountered a high-quality man like Professor Chio to exploit for herself. Previously, she thought Lianping was quite decent, a university lecturer with a house and a promising future. They shared a certain emotional foundation, and he was relatively obedient and valued her. But now, all Zhou Xinping felt was disdain. Upon returning home, Lin Jingwen immediately put her tape recorder to USE.at the mall. She had also purchased several cassettes featuring songs sung by the currently popular stars from the harbor city, along with a couple of English song tapes. Time to indulge herself, as she listened to the music. Washed vegetables, chopped ingredients, and prepared fish and meat. Lin Jingwen found herself humming along, twirling with joy. She felt that the tape recorder was a splendid purchase. After over an hour of effort, she finally completed a sumptuous dinner. Having listened to one cassette twice, memorizing several lines from the songs. After all, she had heard them in her previous life, albeit not extensively, mostly while passing by audiovisual shops on the street in her previous life. She never had the leisure to enjoy music. In fact, her stepson, Li Dongle, had once scolded her for being unworthy of listening to music, claiming she knew nothing about it. Now, Lin Jingwen found these songs truly delightful, even believing her own singing was quite acceptable. Professor Chio, dinner is ready. Lin Jingwen arranged the dishes on the table and called for Professor Chio to join her. Earlier, Professor Chio had mentioned that it was unnecessary for her to serve him. As it was a hassle to keep passing the food back and forth, he could simply come over to eat. Since Professor Chio was indifferent to the arrangement, Lin Jingwen had no qualms. After all, she was divorced now, and with the formalities completed, no one could accuse her of any impropriety during her marriage. As Chiozei entered the room and heard the music playing, his eyes fell upon the table laden with fragrant dishes, and finally rested on her radiant demeanor. He couldn't help but smile and ask, cooking while listening to music, Isn't this a wonderful experience? Absolutely splendid. Lin Jingwen nodded enthusiastically, inviting him to take a seat while lowering the volume of the tape recorder, ensuring it did not interfere with their conversation. You possess a refined taste for life, Chiozei remarked. Really? Is this considered a refined taste? Lin Jingwen chuckled, responding, to me, it's merely about finding joy for oneself. Plus, without children around to create chaos, everything feels much lighter. Chiozei thought of his little nieces and nephews. With them around, there could never be a moment of peace, and he nodded in agreement. Children can indeed be quite noisy, robbing you of your personal time. Lin Jingwen deeply resonated with this sentiment. However, she chose not to delve further into discussions about children with Professor Chiu, as their relationship was not suited for such topics. Thus, they exchanged polite small talk, keeping it brief. After lunch, once everything was tidied up, Lin Jingwen began to study her English tapes. During their meal, she had briefly consulted Professor Chiu about how to study and what to pay attention to. And now it was time to put that knowledge into practice. The tape recorder could not be solely for listening to music. That would be unproductive. It was time to engage in serious study. Yet, once she began studying, Lin Jingwen realized that learning English was not as daunting as she had imagined. It was not that it was easy. Rather, it was simpler than she had anticipated, and she found it more comprehensible than during her middle school days. Moreover, as she viewed the words for an extended period, she began to discern some mnemonic patterns, even mocking the lack of aesthetic appeal in foreign words compared to the profundity of their Chinese counterparts. Reciting each word along with the tape, after over half an hour of study, Lin Jingwen retrieved some yarn, simultaneously knitting while reviewing the vocabulary. Whenever she felt uncertain about a word, she would glance back at the book to reinforce her memory, then repeatedly listen to the tape, comparing it with her recollections. After 3 or 4 rounds of this back and forth, she felt she had nearly memorized the 30 words she had just learned. Once Lin Jingwen felt confident, she decided to take a break from studying, switching to the music tape to reward herself. After all, one must balance work and rest. As the clock approached 4:30 in the afternoon, Lin Jingwen changed her clothes and headed out, purchasing some vegetables and meat before making her way to her godmother and godfather's home. The elderly couple lived not far from her new residence. It took merely 10 minutes by bicycle. Lin Jingwen had visited them on the day she finalized her divorce, so she was familiar with the route. Arriving at their doorstep, she knocked on the iron gate and called out, "Godmother, Godfather, it's Jingwen." "Jingwen is here. Come in." Li Shuang came out from inside, smiling as she opened the door. Noticing the items Lin Jingwen was carrying, she playfully chided, "Why did you bring so much? You work hard to earn your money. We have our pensions and don't lack for anything. Godmother, what you have is yours. I would feel guilty if I came empty-handed." Lin Jingwen replied with a grin. Li Shuang glanced at her and said no more. Leading her into the house, Lin Jingwen surveyed the yard, which was neatly organized, with many flowers and plants lining the walls. However, since it was winter, most of them had withered and dried up, with only a few pots still green. Additionally, there was a small table in the yard and a modest tree that, due to its bare branches, Lin Jingwen could not identify. Observing the yard, she thought that her godparents truly led a life filled with charm. Unlike her former self, who had been too preoccupied with the struggles of life to cultivate flowers and plants, Lin Jingwen now felt she had the time to nurture some greenery in her room. Rather than merely displaying artificial flowers, upon entering the house, Lin Jingwen greeted her godfather, who was seated on the sofa watching television, with a smile. "Sit down and have some tea," Sun Hao beckoned her. "There are sunflower seeds and peanuts, along with some candy. We can't really eat candy anymore, so you enjoy it," Li Shuang added, smiling as she offered her a variety of treats. Lin Jingwen had never experienced such treatment before. Her heart felt warm, and her eyes slightly misty. Though it was a common act for elders to offer their younger relatives abundant treats, this was Lin Jingwen's first encounter with such affection. "Thank you, godmother." Lin Jingwen quickly accepted the treats and tasted a peanut candy, which was sweet yet delightful. "Since your divorce, has your ex-husband been causing you any trouble?" Li Shuang asked with concern. "No," Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. Shaking her head, "I've learned from Godfather. If he dares to come back and scold me again, I'll call the police and have them teach him a lesson." "Good for you," Sun Hao praised her with a smile. "Exactly, stand your ground, and he will fear you." Li Shuang supported her with a grin, then added, "Let us reach out to some friends and relatives in the coming days. Next weekend, We'll take you to a restaurant to meet them and formally establish our relationship as godparent and child. Lin Jingwen had no objections and even suggested they hold the gathering at their restaurant, where they could reserve a private room. All right, you handle the arrangements, Li Shuang said with a smile. When we go out to eat, your colleagues will know you have support, and they will treat you with more respect. Hearing her godmother's thoughtful intentions for her, Lin Jingwen felt deeply moved. It felt wonderful to be cherished by elders who considered her well-being. At the same time, she felt a bit overwhelmed, pondering how she could repay the kindness of these two elderly people. We only have one biological son, and the little rascal has gone abroad. He acknowledges you as his goddaughter. Spending a meal together this weekend will surely bring joy to both of you. With Li Shuang discerned her gratitude and bewilderment, and with a smile, remarked, "Do not think you are taking advantage. My child, that I see in you a spirited determination and resilience. You will undoubtedly flourish in the future, and we shall be the ones to enjoy the fruits of your success." Lin Jingwen nodded earnestly and expressed, "Godmother, godfather, although our acquaintance is brief, I believe in mutual sincerity. You are closer to me than my own parents, and I wish to honor you wholeheartedly." Sun Hao chuckled from the side, saying, "Enough with the declarations. Your seriousness surpasses that of joining a party. If you continue, we may as well prepare for an oath." Instantly, the trio erupted in laughter, feeling their bond grow closer in that moment. Chapter 54. She doesn't have enough money. Lin Jingwen only departed from her godparents' home after enjoying dinner, which she had prepared herself, with her godmother assisting in the kitchen. As they busied themselves, laughter and chatter filled the air, and Lin Jingwen found this camaraderie particularly delightful, surpassing the joy of cooking alone while listening to music. Her godmother, having previously worked at the post office, regaled her with amusing anecdotes from her past, broadening Lin Jingwen's horizons. Moreover, her godmother suggested that she take up stamp collecting, asserting that stamps appreciate in value and can serve as an investment. If her finances allowed, she could purchase complete sheets of new stamps for her collection. Lin Jingwen was intrigued. She was aware that stamps could indeed appreciate, having heard whispers of it in dreams. However, she had never engaged with this hobby nor had any inclination towards it, thus it had slipped her mind. With her godmother's encouragement, she realized that not only could she collect stamps, but also paintings and calligraphy from renowned artists, which would likely appreciate in value in the future. Alas! She yearned to buy this and that, to save for a house, and even to purchase a car. Her funds were utterly insufficient. Lin Jingwen now felt a pressing desire to open her own small restaurant. Certain that she would earn significantly more than working in one, if she could find a suitable location before the year's end, renovate, and acquire equipment, she could resign and venture out on her own after the new year. Coincidentally, she planned to visit Director Yang's home to pay her respects to the elderly matriarch, strengthen their relationship, and discreetly inquire about the restaurant situation. Upon arriving at Director Yang's residence, it was he who opened the door. Qi Fang was not at home, having gone out for a visit. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Jingwen promptly engaged in the customary task of washing the elderly lady's hair. "Lin Jingwen, if you miss a week, I have no one to wash my hair," exclaimed the elderly matriarch after her hair was washed, deliberately loud enough for her son outside to hear. Urging him to manage his wife better, "As long as I'm not far away, I shall visit you weekly to wash your hair," Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. "You are truly a considerate daughter." The elderly lady beamed, grasping her hand with joy. That moment, Qi Fang returned home and immediately called out to Director Yang. "Old Yang, I just went out visiting and overheard some gossip. They say Lin Jingwen and Teacher Li are divorcing because Lin Jingwen is being indiscreet and has someone else." I was infuriated. She continued, "I told them it was Li Anping who had taken a mistress, and Lin Jingwen couldn't bear the humiliation, hence the divorce." "Which teacher is spreading such nonsense?" Director Yang interrupted, pointing towards his mother's room. "Perfect. I need to have a word with her about this." Qi Fang promptly entered her mother-in-law's room and recounted the gossip she had overheard to Lin Jingwen. Lin Jingwen frowned. Before she could voice her opinion, the elderly lady had already begun to angrily scold. That little turtle. He would rather wear a green hat than admit his own infidelity. What a cowardly, despicable creature, hiding behind a green shell. Lin Jingwen chuckled. "Auntie, you truly have a talent for cursing." "Ha ha ha. Mother, you are absolutely right. You have a knack for this." Qi Fang grinned and gave her a thumbs up. "Do you even know how to speak? Is that a compliment or an insult?" The elderly lady shot a disapproving glare at her troublesome daughter-in-law. Of course it's a compliment. Look at you. Can't you tell the difference between praise and criticism? Chi Fong retorted, directing the blame back at the elderly matriarch. Another day of being driven to frustration, the elderly lady sighed. Observing the brewing tension between the two women, Lin Jiangwen quickly interjected, "Thank you, Fong Jie, for standing up for me. The rumors must have originated from Li Anping himself. He cannot stand to see me prosper even slightly. After all, she initiated the divorce, stripping him of his house and perhaps even his teaching position. Now he has transformed into a rabid dog, repeatedly attempting to tarnish my reputation. Clearly, Li Anping believed she was easy prey and thus felt no restraint." Lin Jingwen furrowed her brows, contemplating how to retaliate and deliver a blow to her scoundrel ex-husband. Should she expose his affair with Zhou Xinping? It would require solid evidence to be compelling. Mere words would only lead to a futile exchange of insults without resolving anything. However, it was essential to speak out. Engaging in verbal sparring would at least garner belief and support. Yet, when it comes to infidelity, without witnessing them in the act or documenting it, there would always be room for dispute. But she had neither the energy nor the time to play detective. Having divorced, she truly wished to no longer waste time on a scoundrel. That time would be better spent thinking about how to earn money, memorizing more vocabulary, studying, or perhaps knitting. Lin Jingwen pondered further. Rather than wasting time on surveillance, it would be more effective to confront her ex-husband directly and threaten him into submission. "Auntie, this is simple. Tomorrow, I'll take a stroll and share the news about your turtle of an ex-husband keeping a mistress. I'm sure the other teachers in the compound will know the truth." "Thank you so much. Having you as a witness is far more effective than me explaining myself." Lin Jingwen expressed her gratitude immediately. "What is this? I relished dealing with such scoundrels when I was younger. I was too naive. My dead husband ran off with a vixen, and all I did was cry instead of scolding him." As she spoke, the elderly lady began to reminisce about the past. Seeing that the elderly lady was about to embark on yet another lengthy tale, Chi Fong quickly turned to Lin Jingwen and asked, "Lin Jingwen, my colleagues are particularly fond of the scarves and gloves you knit. They claim they are much more stylish than those sold in stores. They are eager to purchase more for their families, hence they come to me. I informed them that you are busy with work and cannot knit scarves. But they said there's no rush. They just wanted to know if you could take a few more orders before the new year. There's still a month until the new year. So I thought I'd ask you." "Fong Jie, I sincerely apologize. I currently have 3 sweaters and 2 hats on my hands and simply cannot take on any more scarf orders," Lin Jingwen replied with a look of regret. "Didn't you say you wanted to learn? I could teach you some patterns, and you could knit and sell them yourself." Chi Fong was momentarily tempted but quickly declined, shaking her head. "I know my capabilities. My hands aren't that dexterous. I might manage one pattern, but I wouldn't be able to create the desired effect. It would be a futile effort, earning nothing and incurring complaints." "You're not foolish. You know your limits." The elderly lady teased her daughter-in-law, then turned to Lin Jingwen. "You may not be able to profit from this, but don't let it go to waste. Your crochet techniques are akin to those intricate shoe designs. You could sell them to small workshops that make scarves. They might be interested. Regardless of the outcome, it's worth inquiring." Lin Jingwen's eyes brightened at this suggestion. It seemed worth a try. "Oh mother, that's a splendid idea. I never expected you, aside from your penchant for scolding, would possess such business acumen. How come none of us thought of this?" Chi Fong immediately joined in, praising her while slyly taking a jab at the elderly lady. "Get lost. If I were devoid of wit, do you think I could have raised your husband after that deadbeat ran away?" The elderly lady was exasperated with her daughter-in-law and urged her to refrain from taking jabs at her. "Indeed, you are quite impressive, not only raising my husband but also nurturing him into a fine individual. Thanks to you, he found such a wonderful daughter-in-law. His current position as director is largely due to your efforts." After delivering this compliment, Chi Fong strutted away with satisfaction. Lin Jingwen listened to the banter between the two women, stifling her laughter. In truth, she envied Chi Fong. Were it not for her strong family background, she would not be nearly as assertive in her marital home. Director Yang was indeed quite filial, but with such a formidable family backing him, he couldn't dominate his wife completely, lest he anger her. Consequently, he found himself caught in a bind, attempting to appease both his wife and mother. Even the simple task of washing the elderly lady's hair was beyond his capabilities, leaving him reliant on Lin Jingwen as an external aid. underscoring her low standing in the household. The rather unremarkable Director Yang, upon overhearing a quarrel between his mother and wife that also involved his father-in-law, hurried over to mediate, echoing the words of the elderly matriarch. He said, "Mother, you mentioned earlier that selling the knitting patterns to textile or garment factories is a splendid idea. However, those large factories primarily utilize machines for weaving, making it difficult for them to incorporate designs on short notice. Furthermore, they have their own designers who may not be inclined to make purchases. It might be wise to approach those family-run workshops that engage in hand knitting. They are likely in greater need of innovative patterns to enhance their offerings and fetch a good price, thus increasing the likelihood of a sale. I know a small business owner who operates such a knitting workshop, with about 10 employees under his wing. We could inquire with him. I can also write a letter of introduction for Shaolin, which would facilitate the conversation." "Look at that. My son is quite capable," exclaimed the elderly matriarch, her happiness evident as she raised her voice. "He possesses genuine talent. If he lacked ability, no amount of assistance would be of any use. Haven't you heard the saying, you can't help a wallow in mud?" Lin Jingwen. This perpetual conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law shows no signs of abating. Director Yang, I cannot thank you enough. With your guidance, even if this endeavor does not materialize, I will have made the acquaintance of a small business owner, opening up further avenues for me. Who knows, if I tire of being a chef, I might venture into knitting instead. Lin Jingwen quickly expressed her gratitude to Director Yang. Should the venture prove successful, she resolved to prepare a generous red envelope or a grand gift for him. Chapter 55. The master comes to share good news before Lin Jingwen could inquire. Director Yang spoke again about the storefront situation. The 100-square-meter restaurant space you desire is not on the market, but there is a 200-plus-square-meter two-story storefront available. The owner's son is going abroad, prompting him to sell the property. The location is excellent, directly opposite the school's east gate, which is the busiest entrance. The price is a bit steep at 500 yuan per square meter. If you wish to secure it, you could negotiate. I believe around 100,000 yuan should suffice. The total area is over 210 square meters. Lin Jingwen, familiar with the vicinity of the school, immediately recognized the location. Director Yang described. It indeed boasts high foot traffic and is bound to become increasingly vibrant. However, the size exceeds her expectations. Nevertheless, having 2 floors presents advantages. The ground floor can cater to dining, while the upper floor can accommodate private rooms, which university students often prefer for gatherings. Currently, there are no such dining venues near the university, and establishing one could prove profitable. Furthermore, Professor Chio's condition for a comfortable dining environment aligns perfectly with her plan to design a quiet room on the 2nd floor, which would likely please him more than a bustling dining area. A larger space means greater capacity, which translates to higher earnings. The only concern is whether the primary investor is willing to part with this sum. However, given the current scarcity of options and lack of competition, Lin Jingwen remains confident in her ability to launch a restaurant at the school entrance. After some contemplation, she decisively stated, "Director, I am interested in purchasing that storefront. Should I simply visit the owner tomorrow?" She had an early shift the next day and would finish by 4 in the afternoon, providing ample time to invite Professor Chio to view the property. Most importantly, securing his financial backing. Indeed, the owner is eager to sell. Although 100,000 yuan is not a trifling amount, there are wealthy individuals out there. If you hesitate, someone else may snatch it up. Director Yang advised. Lin Jingwen nodded in understanding, resolute to take action the following afternoon. Upon leaving Director Yang's residence, Lin Jingwen first stopped by a grocery store to purchase some snacks and canned goods for the children, along with a box of malt extract, before heading to her master's home. She had visited 3 establishments in one day, busier than during the festive season, yet she felt no burden. This was not an everyday occurrence, at most. She would check in once a week. Her adoptive parents, the Yang family, and her master were all exceptionally kind to her, treating her not merely as a relative but as family, even without emotional ties. She recognized that they were knowledgeable and capable individuals, and associating with them could only enhance her own growth. By treating them well, they would remember her kindness and be more inclined to assist her and pave the way for her endeavors. In stark contrast, her ex-husband's family and her birth family only sought to belittle her, berate her, and incessantly demand from her, treating her as a mere beast of burden. Regarding them, Lin Jingwen adhered to a singular principle: to keep her distance as much as possible. And should they come knocking, she would not hold back. Arriving at her master's home, Lin Jingwen called out from outside the courtyard, and soon, Qin Shuame appeared to open the door out. Oh, it's Jingwen. You've changed quite a bit. You're dressed so stylishly now, and you look much more attractive. I barely recognized you. Qin Shuame remarked, her voice filled with surprise as she examined Lin Jingwen in the dim light. Her previous impression of Lin Jingwen, which had lingered for the past 2 months, was of someone dressed in a frumpy manner, appearing dowdy and rarely speaking. Now, seeing her transformed appearance, she was genuinely taken aback. That down jacket looked so fashionable. Far better than the bulky cotton coats we wear. Qin Shuame thought, enviously, wondering how a woman in the midst of divorce could be thriving so well. Having left her ex-husband's family, all her earnings were now hers. And she was finally willing to invest in herself. Ha ha, it's wonderful, coming quickly. Your master just returned from the restaurant after his evening shift. Qin Shuame welcomed her. Sister Shuame, I feel quite remorseful about what happened with Kong Kong and Huan Huan last time. I truly did not anticipate that 2 chocolate bars would lead to both children facing punishment. I apologize, Lin Jingwen said as she walked into the house. Oh, it's not your fault. That child, Li Dongle, was led astray by his mother. I've heard from Teacher Wang about how she helped you dissolve the adoption agreement. When I listened to Teacher Wang recount it, I was infuriated. That mischievous child is simply unbearable. Qin Shuame replied, leading Lin Jingwen into the house while sharing the latest updates about Li Dongle's behavior at school. He had been neglecting his homework, sleeping during class, and frequently punished to stand. When reprimanded, he would resort to fighting. Teacher Wang was thoroughly exasperated with him, requesting that his parents be contacted. Huang Wan went, but rather than heed Teacher Wang's guidance, she rebuked him, claiming he was incapable of managing children and only called upon the parents. This infuriated Teacher Wang to the point that he no longer wished to deal with Li Dongle. Lin Jingwen listened with indifference. She recognized that Li Dongle was not an academically inclined child and lacked discernment between right and wrong. Easily influenced by others. Of course, in her previous life, she too struggled to establish authority. Despite her desire to discipline Li Dongle, she was looked down upon, causing him to dismiss her as a mother. He merely sought money and good things from her, devoid of any gratitude. Regarding Li Dongle, Lin Jingwen felt no inclination to guide him anymore. All emotional investment had been exhausted, and since his biological parents were indifferent, why should she, as an outsider, concern herself? As they conversed, they entered the house where Chef Kai, overhearing his daughter-in-law's incessant chatter, frowned and interjected, "All right, Jingwen has made up her mind to divorce Li Anping. Don't burden her with the troubles of the Li family. It only serves to distress her. Father, that's not right. The Li family is in utter chaos without Jingwen. Hearing how miserable they are brings me a sense of satisfaction," Qin Shuame exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Lin Jingwen couldn't help but smile at this comment, yet she replied, "It's simply that they have lost someone who toiled for them, and thus they find themselves unaccustomed. Can you really go through with this divorce?" Qin Shuame asked. "I've already divorced. The paperwork was finalized last Thursday," Lin Jingwen said with a smile. "This is a momentous occasion for me, and I have come to share the good news with my master." "Oh, splendid. I thought they would drag it out indefinitely and refuse to let you go." Chef Kai rejoiced upon hearing that Lin Jingwen had completed the divorce process. "Tomorrow, I have an early shift. What about you? If you can make it in the morning, come over for dinner. We can prepare a feast and celebrate your newfound freedom." Lin Jingwen beamed but expressed a hint of concern. Saying, "Master, I do have an early shift tomorrow, but I must attend to some matters afterward. I cannot guarantee when I will be free. Your master simply wants to drink. Jangwen, tend to your affairs. Whenever you have time, feel free to drop by." Chef Kai's wife, Miao Xianglian, emerged from the inner room, shooting a glare at her husband before smiling at Lin Jingwen. "All right, mistress, I will heed your advice. I shall bring a good bottle of wine for master to indulge in once I have the chance." Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. Just some ergotu would suffice to make him ecstatic and no need for anything extravagant. Now that you are divorced, life will be more challenging. It's wise to save a little money and avoid unnecessary expenditures. Miao Xianglian cautioned, glancing at Lin Jingwen's stylish attire, refraining from criticizing her for shopping excessively. Lin Jingwen smiled and agreed, understanding that it was merely the goodwill of her elders. Even if she disagreed, there was no need to counter their sentiments directly. "Has your household registration been transferred yet?" Chef Kai inquired. "Concerned about practical matters, I plan to handle the transfer on Monday," Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. "My registration is with my godparents, so there's no need to trouble you, master." Unbeknownst to her master, she shared the story of her quick divorce. Haha, that's splendid, my dear child. After enduring hardship for so long, you have finally encountered fortune. Leaving behind your scoundrel of an ex-husband, you have swiftly met benefactors. Chef Kai was genuinely delighted for Lin Jingwen and added, next week, when you go to formalize your kinship, I will accompany you for support. It wouldn't do for you to face a whole family alone without a relative by your side. As your master, I can speak on your behalf if necessary. Master, had you not volunteered, I would have insisted on inviting you to lend your presence. Lin Jingwen chuckled. The thought of suddenly meeting so many people without an elder by my side makes me quite anxious. This was something she intended to discuss, but her master anticipated her need, demonstrating his care for her, for which she felt immense gratitude. There was another matter she wished to discuss with her master, her plans to open a restaurant after the new year. She hoped to invite him to be the head chef, promising a salary that would certainly exceed what he currently earned. However, her master was nearing retirement in 2 years at the state-run restaurant. She wondered if resigning now would affect his pension. She was determined to open the restaurant within the next 2 months, leaving little to conceal. Moreover, such a significant decision as inviting her master to be the head chef required prior consultation, not only with him but also with his family. Chapter 56. Wealth brings audacity. Upon hearing Lin Jingwen's plans to open a restaurant, Chef Kai was taken aback. Even though she would not have to spend a dime, her wealthy employer would cover all expenses. Her role would merely involve running errands and working. Although Chef Kai was fond of Lin Jingwen, he believed that a woman should have a stable job with a reliable monthly salary. Having such security placed her above many women. The idea of leaving a secure position to venture into self-employment and to open a restaurant spanning over 200 square meters across 2 floors was beyond his comprehension. He feared that Lin Jingwen might struggle or fail, worrying about her being judged and criticized for her ambition. He dreaded the possibility of her losing money and being unable to repay her employer, jeopardizing her well-being. Upon hearing of her restaurant plans, his immediate reaction was to deem it unwise and to advise her against it, suggesting she maintain her stable job. His wife, Miao Xianglian, shared similar sentiments, viewing it as too risky. What if she incurred losses? Moreover, self-employment often bore a negative connotation, viewed with disdain by others. However, their eldest son, Kai Jianbing, and his wife, Qin Shuimei, saw the prospect of opening a restaurant positively, reflecting the perspectives of the younger generation that the times had changed. Running a restaurant was not akin to peddling goods from a tricycle. It was a respectable endeavor that would inspire envy as one became their own boss. They didn't need much encouragement from Lin Jingwen. They readily urged Chef Kai to support her. They cited numerous examples of their acquaintances who thrived in self-employment, emphasizing the wealth it could generate. They were envious of the opportunity Lin Jingwen had. Had they possessed culinary skills, they would have ventured into it themselves. Furthermore, they reasoned that Chef Kai's pension was hardly substantial, contingent on the company and his years of service, rather than a uniform national social security payment. With Chef Kai approaching retirement, taking a leave of absence or retiring early to make space for others might even please his superiors. Ultimately, the reduction in years of service would result in a negligible decrease in his pension, perhaps less than 2 yuan a month. Chef Kai, swayed by his son and daughter-in-law's arguments and Lin Jingwen's insistence that she needed his support to stabilize her restaurant, began to waver. Your restaurant won't open until after the new year, so I'll think it over, he said. In a rush, Lin Jingwen nodded enthusiastically, cautioning his family not to divulge their plans, as the restaurant's location had yet to be secured. And many details remained unfinalized. We all have jobs now, and if word gets out before the new year, it could affect us. Even if we finalize everything, discussions about resigning will have to wait until after the holidays. That is certainly the case, Chef Kai agreed, also cautioning his children to keep it confidential. Rest assured, Dad, we know how to keep our mouths shut, Kai Jianbing responded. Exactly, we're not that foolish, Qin Shuimei added with a smile. With matters settled, Lin Jingwen glanced at her watch, 9:30 p.m., and quickly stood to take her leave. Master, mistress, it's getting late. I must be off. I'll return in a couple of days for further discussions. It's unsafe for you to ride your bicycle home at this hour. Jianbing, see your sister home, Chef Kai instructed his son. Kai Jianbing complied and escorted Lin Jingwen back to her rented apartment, chatting all the while about her promising future and how he wished to learn from her. Sister, once your restaurant takes off, I might quit my job to join you, Kai Jianbing said. Sure, but don't complain about being overworked. Lin Jingwen laughed. As long as you pay me well, I'll gladly work like a mule. he retorted, bowing in jest. Enough of that. Just head home and be careful on the way back, she waved as he rode off, then turned to ascend the building stairs. Upon arriving home, Lin Jingwen changed her clothes, poured herself a cup of hot water, and settled quietly on the sofa, reflecting on her day. She felt immense joy and fulfillment. Having learned a wealth of knowledge and insights from Professor Chiu, as well as acquiring 30 new English words and mastering 10 common phrases, this academic progress left her feeling grounded and assured, marking a gradual improvement in herself. Yet, her most profound realizations arose from her interactions with her godparents, particularly the warmth she received from Kai Jianbing upon returning from his home. In her past life and in her previous experiences, he had shown her little regard, even disdain. Previously, she had been meek, enduring the scorn of her ex-husband's family. After her divorce, she lost her job and was left with nowhere to turn, spending a time living with her master's family. Regardless of her efforts to win their favor, she received little warmth, save for her master and his wife, while others remained cold and judgmental. Now, however, due to her newfound strength and ability to earn, she found herself regarded with enthusiasm by Kai Jianbing, who now sought to curry favor with her. Thus, Lin Jingwen came to a profound realization. The demeanor of those around you is not dictated by how well you treat them, but rather by your strength or weakness. When you are weak, no matter how kind you are, others may disregard you. Yet, when you gain strength, status, and influence, even if you maintain a cold demeanor, people will flock to you. This principle applies not only in external relationships, but also within the family dynamic. Having experienced two vastly different lives and the contrast in attitudes towards her, Lin Jingwen felt this lesson deeply. Previously, she had merely aspired to live without feeling oppressed, to love herself, to spend on herself, to avoid brooding, and to maintain her health. During her free time, she would engage in self-improvement, studying, and reading. However, now she felt a fervent desire to grow stronger and more formidable. She realized that only by continuously improving herself could she live without feeling oppressed and truly love herself. Therefore, instead of heading straight to bed after her evening routine, she took out her English book and practiced 10 words along with the accompanying audio until she was confident she could pronounce them correctly. Even as she lay in bed, closing her eyes to cultivate sleep, she mentally recounted the new English words and phrases to reinforce her memory. The following morning, as she prepared for her early shift, Lin Jingwen awoke at 4:30 a.m., promptly turning on her tape recorder to listen to music while she washed up. Living alone was delightful. She no longer had to tiptoe around, fearing she might disturb someone else, and she could play music softly as she refreshed herself. This thought filled her with joy, promising another happy day ahead. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she began to dress and gather her belongings, simultaneously reciting her English vocabulary. Excellent. After a good night's sleep, I still remember everything. I haven't forgotten. Lin Jingwen felt proud of her efforts. If only she had had the time and energy to study during the college entrance exam restoration, perhaps she too could have attended university. She shook her head at the thought, recognizing it was impossible. At that time, she was already married, and Zhang Lanxiang would never have allowed her the time to study, nor did she possess the awareness to prioritize it. She chose not to dwell on past grievances, grateful that her current efforts were not too late. In the afternoon, after finishing her shift, Lin Jingwen hurried home, her mind set on purchasing a shop. Upon reaching the 4th floor, she paused at the door, first knocking on Professor Chiu's door to confirm his presence. When Chiu Zhe opened the door, his first words were, "Ms. Lin, you're back from work. Could you possibly make me a bowl of noodles now?" Lin Jingwen was taken aback, furrowing her brow in response. "Professor Chiu, have you been home all day? Did you skip lunch?" Having brewed some oatmeal to drink and consumed a morsel of bread, which was rather unpalatable, Chiu Zhe wore an expression of profound disdain. Lin Jingwen, once again. Fortunately, you possess wealth, allowing for a certain capriciousness. However, Lin Jingwen also felt a twinge of unprofessionalism, as her employer, who generously compensated her monthly, was left to endure hunger. All right, 10 minutes. Lin Jingwen decided against further idle chatter, turning to return to her rented room to hastily prepare him some noodles. Chiu Zhe, closing his own door, trailed behind her like a devoted shadow, eagerly awaiting her nourishment. Upon entering her abode, Lin Jingwen first offered him some jerky she had prepared the previous day for him to nibble on. As she cooked the noodles, she recounted details about the shop, explaining that approximately 100,000 yuan would be required. Professor Chiu, once you finish your meal, shall we go take a look? If it meets your approval, we can purchase it. What do you think? After outlining the shop's basic situation, she inquired further, no problem. Chiu Zhe replied affirmatively. Hearing his agreement, Lin Jingwen felt a slight relief. Although she understood that Professor Chiu was financially secure, she worried he might consider the sum of 100,000 yuan excessive for a single purchase or deem the space too expansive for a modest eatery. After relishing a bowl of delectable noodle soup, Chiu Zhe inquired, if we were to purchase the shop today, when could we open? I estimate sometime after the new year, Lin Jingwen responded. Do you have any objections, Professor Chiu? The sooner, the better, Chiu Zhe stated, expressing his desire to enjoy delicious meals daily. All right. Lin Jingwen discerned the unspoken implication in his words and smiled in agreement. Driving, Chiu Zhe brought Lin Jingwen to the storefront at the east gate of the school. Upon seeing Chiu Zhe arrive by car and intending to buy the shop to open a restaurant, the owner immediately consented without hesitation. However, the owner harbored intentions to take advantage of the situation, demanding a price of 110,000 yuan. Naturally, Lin Jingwen objected, stepping forward to negotiate vigorously. Ultimately, they settled on 100,000 yuan, and both parties signed the sales contract. They agreed to handle the payment the following morning at the bank, a task Chiu Zhe would manage as Lin Jingwen had to attend to her job. After securing the purchase contract, Lin Jingwen retrieved the address of the knitting workshop and requested Professor Chiu to accompany her on another errand. The distance was not insignificant, as it would take half an hour by car. If she were to go alone, she would have to rely on public transport and walking, which would be far less comfortable. As she began to rely on Professor Chiu more, she felt increasingly at ease in her demands. Upon arriving at the destination, Lin Jingwen sought out Master Hu, the owner of the workshop, presenting him with the introduction letter from Director Yang. Ah, it was Director Yang who referred you. Please, come in, Master Hu exclaimed, glancing at Lin Jingwen's scarf. Master Hu's workshop was located within his expansive courtyard, where a large room was heated by a stove, making it quite warm, and about a dozen female workers were busy knitting. After ushering them into his office and pouring tea, he quickly got to the point. Master Hu, you have seen the introduction letter and understand my purpose for visiting. Please take a look at the style of this scarf. There are 2 knitting techniques here that I believe your workers may not possess. Are you interested in purchasing the rights? As she spoke, Lin Jingwen removed the scarf to show him. Master Hu examined it closely, confirming that the colors and crochet techniques were indeed unfamiliar to his workers. How much do you wish to sell it for? What is your selling method? He inquired. Lin Jingwen had never sold a technique before and was initially unsure, but during the journey, she had consulted Professor Chiu on the matter. He had informed her that before selling a technique, one should apply for a patent, though this aspect was still underdeveloped domestically, rendering it somewhat irrelevant. There are typically 2 methods of profiting from a technical patent: a one-time buyout, which provides a substantial sum upfront without further worries, or a base payment plus royalties. The latter involves receiving an initial fee, with an additional 5 to 10% of profits from the buyer's subsequent earnings, a percentage that is negotiable. The advantage of this method lies in the potential for higher earnings if the buyer profits significantly, though the downside is the lengthy and uncertain timeline for realizing those profits. After careful consideration, Lin Jingwen opted for a one-time buyout, given that the knitting technique could easily be learned once revealed. She was uncertain of Master Hu's capabilities and the scale of his business. Rather than risk complications or potential disagreements over profit sharing later, it seemed prudent to secure a sum upfront. Thus, when Master Hu inquired, she replied directly, I wish to sell it to you for a lump sum. Master Hu, since you are acquainted with Director Yang, I feel hesitant to ask for more than 500 yuan. What do you think? Upon hearing this price, Master Hu was inclined to accept but, adhering to the customary practice of negotiation, sought to reduce the price by 50 yuan. Lin Jingwen, upon hearing this, smiled and calculated. Master Hu, I see you have 15 female workers. Each can produce at least 1 scarf in a day. With my knitting technique, you could raise the price by 2 yuan per scarf, and they would still sell. By my calculations, the amount I am requesting is less than the profit you would make in a month, making it quite a bargain. Master Hu, hearing her reasoning, chuckled. All right, you are quite astute, Comrade Lin. Let it be 500 yuan. But you must ensure to teach them diligently, and you cannot sell this technique to anyone else, of course. Lin Jingwen nodded with a smile. I will start teaching them the knitting technique right away. Thank you, Comrade Lin. Master Hu replied repeatedly. Professor Chiu, I must trouble you to wait for me for half an hour, Lin Jingwen said, feeling a bit embarrassed. No problem, Chiozei replied. I will wait in the car. I will be quick, Lin Jingwen assured him. No need to rush. Just ensure you complete the handover and sign the necessary documents, Chiozei advised. Comrade Lin, since you are working together, if you wish to save time, focus on teaching, and I will handle the financial matters and agreements with this gentleman, Master Hu suggested perceptively. Chiozei nodded in agreement, indicating no objections. Lin Jingwen expressed her gratitude to both of them, feeling entirely at ease leaving the contractual negotiations and payment in Professor Chiu's capable hands, knowing he was far more knowledgeable and meticulous than she. The employees at Master Hu's workshop were skilled workers, well-versed in knitting. Upon Lin Jingwen's brief explanation of the crochet technique, they quickly grasped it. She demonstrated various patterns, and 4 young women picked it up swiftly, showcasing their agility and learning in just over half an hour. All 15 workers had mastered the basic crochet techniques. The complexity of the patterns they could create would depend on their individual understanding. Once Master Hu had finalized the financial and contractual matters, he came to check on Lin Jingwen's progress. Seeing that his employees had all grasped the techniques, he smiled and said, Thank you, Comrade Lin. You clearly possess a knack for this. If you have any new ideas in the future, you are always welcome to return. Lin Jingwen smiled in response. That gentleman who accompanied you, you referred to him as Professor Qiu. Is he truly a professor? As Lin Jingwen prepared to take her leave, Master Hu inquired. Indeed, he is a brilliant professor in the physics department at Jiqing University and also my employer. Extremely impressive, Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. No wonder. He is indeed remarkable, Master Hu acknowledged, giving a thumbs up. With such a capable boss supporting you, you are bound to thrive. What do you mean, Master Hu? Lin Jingwen asked, puzzled. We agreed on a price of 500 yuan, but your boss raised it to 800. I, old Hu, am more than willing to pay that amount, considering it a gesture of friendship, and I hope we can collaborate again in the future, Master Hu stated with a smile. Lin Jingwen, slightly dazed, agreed. Thanks to Professor Chiu's intervention, she had just earned an additional 300 yuan in a short period. Truly, education holds power. She resolved to learn more from Professor Chiu in the future. Upon returning to the car, Lin Jingwen eagerly asked Chiozei how he managed to persuade Master Hu to increase the price and by such a significant margin. She wished to learn from him, so that next time she could employ similar tactics, not to deceive, but to persuade others effectively. I told him that with the introduction of new techniques, to maximize profits, it is crucial to seize the opportunity to scale production during the winter. Scarves, sweaters, and gloves are seasonal items. Once winter passes, they become less relevant. It is vital to produce swiftly and launch them into the market. Additionally, hiring more female knitters without paying them fixed salaries, but rather compensating them per piece, can reduce overhead while increasing output, consequently raising profits. I also shared some strategies for reducing procurement costs and broadening sales channels, essentially providing him with a lesson, Chiozei explained while driving, effectively giving Lin Jingwen a practical business lesson. Only by genuinely providing buyers with strategies to boost their profits will they willingly purchase your products and even pay more, thereby fostering a continued partnership. After listening to his insightful advice, Lin Jingwen was initially taken aback, feeling a mix of confusion and admiration for his brilliance. Once she expressed her gratitude and awe, she began to reflect deeply on Professor Chiu's words. The concepts of expanding reproduction, maximizing profits, and hastily entering the market are all quite comprehensible. The reasoning is clear upon first hearing. However, I find myself at a loss for thoughts on these matters. Professor Chiu, if I wish to delve into this field of knowledge, what books should I consider? Our restaurant is set to open after the new year, and since you do not plan to manage it, I believe I must educate myself further, Lin Jingwen inquired of Chiozei. I will make a trip to the bookstore now and see if there are any suitable options. I'll buy you a couple of books, Chiozei replied. Professor Chiu, are you not from the physics department? How come you are so well-versed in the business realm? Lin Jingwen asked curiously. I have read books on business management and possess my own entrepreneurial ventures, Chiozei briefly explained. Lin Jingwen decided not to press further. It suffices to learn from Professor Chiu without unnecessary inquiries. On the other side, it was the weekend, and Li Anping, not having to work, went to find Zhou Xinping. Upon seeing him, Zhou Xinping forced a smile and pretended not to know he was divorced. Playfully chiding, what brings you here? It would be troublesome if Lin Jingwen saw you. It would be even harder to win her back. Forget it. I have already divorced her, Li Onping waved his hand in frustration. Zhou Xinping immediately asked in surprise, "What happened? Why the sudden divorce? Did she offer you something in return? Did you become a teaching assistant?" Zhou Xinping was genuinely perplexed, unable to comprehend the sudden change. Li Onping, feeling a lump in his throat from her questioning, reluctantly recounted the incident where he nearly faced detention. Zhou Xinping, she could hardly suppress the urge to roll her eyes and express her indignation. How could a man, especially a university professor, be so ineffectual? Li Onping was entirely oblivious to her disdain and confidently remarked, "Xinping, my divorce isn't a bad thing. Now I can provide a home for you and our son. We could get our marriage certificate before the new year and live harmoniously as a family of 3, making Lin Jingwen envious and regretting her choice." Zhou Xinping still remained unsure who would truly regret. Moreover, she had no desire to marry him now as there were no tangible benefits. "There's no rush regarding our situation. Song Song has yet to accept you. If we marry, it would complicate matters with your family, and he would be even more resistant." Though Zhou Xinping opposed the idea, she did not wish to confront Li Onping directly. Instead, she spoke with a touch of empathy. "I'm currently unemployed, and your mother would surely look down on me. Once I find stable employment, it would be easier for your mother to accept me and our son." "Xinping, you truly think of others," Li Onping said, touched, and added nonchalantly, "Your lack of work for a short while is no issue. I can support you. Just be frugal. My salary is sufficient. You should vacate this place. The rent alone is 18 a month, plus utilities. It amounts to over 20. Come live with me, and you'll save over 20 a month. Also, you and the child should refrain from frivolous spending on clothes. If you must buy, opt for those priced at only a few dollars." Chapter 58. Revelations and Madness. Li Onping rambled on for a considerable time. Initially, Zhou Xinping could tolerate it, but as he continued, her irritation grew, and she struggled to suppress her urge to tell him to leave. Just then, her son, Song Wenchong, returned from shopping. "What are you doing here again?" he exclaimed in disgust upon seeing Li Onping. "Get out of my house. Hey, you little brat, I'm your father. Who do you think you're talking to?" Li Onping retorted angrily, pointing at Song Wenchong. "If you dare to tell me to leave again, I'll give you a beating, Onping. The child is still young. Don't stoop to his level." Zhou Xinping quickly intervened, urging her son to retreat to his room. She then pulled Li Onping outside, coaxing him to return home. "Onping, don't lose your temper. The child already harbors resentment towards you, and your aggression only makes it harder for him to accept you." Zhou Xinping was also suppressing her anger, advising Li Onping, and subsequently elaborating on the difficulties she and her son faced, subtly implying that she needed more financial support from him. Li Onping recognized her insinuation but was unwilling to comply. Just last week, he had given her 100. He earned just over 100 a month. He couldn't afford to give money every time they met. Moreover, he had begun to view Zhou Xinping as a wife and no longer wished to woo her as before. Instead, he intended to manage her like a spouse. He wanted her to stop renting and move back with him. He expected her to contribute financially, economize, and cook for him. He even wanted their son to obediently call him dad. If Zhou Xinping failed to meet any of these expectations, he would express dissatisfaction and blame her. Zhou Xinping, feeling slighted by his refusal to provide money, became increasingly resentful, her smile fading, and her demeanor grew cold as she urged him to leave. Li Onping sensed her attitude, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Be why this time? They had reached the ground floor and were about to exit the community when he turned and spotted Lin Jingwen and Qiu Zhe emerging from the building together. Heading toward a car before getting it was nearly dinner time. Where could they be going? Zhou Xinping observed the scene and couldn't help but comment. The dynamic between Lin Jingwen and Professor Qiu doesn't resemble that of a maid and employer at all. It appears more like that of a couple. Li Onping's face twisted in anger as he spat. That shameless woman. I knew she wouldn't behave herself. Zhou Xinping turned to Li Onping, speechless, before teasingly saying, "Oh, Lin Jingwen truly managed to entice Professor Qiu. You should feel proud, after all. You've always held her in disdain, which indicates your taste exceeds that of Professor Qiu." Li Onping's face contorted. Struggling to suppress his irritation as he gritted his teeth, the Lin Jingwen from before was nothing like this. She was a frumpy old woman, annoying to anyone who encountered her. How could she be like this now? Looking all polished and refined, Li Onping refused to acknowledge that this new version of Lin Jingwen held any allure for him. Why hadn't she been like this when they were together? As he contemplated this, He grew resentful towards Lin Jingwen, feeling she had deliberately acted unattractively during their time together to irritate him and deter intimacy. Now that she was free from him, she presented herself as alluring and vivacious. Was this not a direct affront to him? It only underscored the issue. When she was with him, she was reduced to a mere shadow of herself. But once apart, she blossomed. Had he never considered that the problem lay within himself? With his meager earnings, expecting his wife to live in a dilapidated flat, daily cooking and cleaning while foregoing personal care and grooming, was unreasonable. Had he married her, he too would have become a drudge within half a month. Zhou Xinping, who had been thoroughly incensed by his earlier tirade, seized the opportunity to speak her mind. Having vented, she felt a sense of relief. However, Li Onping was now completely enraged, shouting at Zhou Xinping, what do you mean by this? Do you not wish to marry me? I can marry you. But I refuse to become a housemaid after our wedding, Zhou Xinping retorted coldly. Once you secure a house, I will marry you. I will not live in a flat and share a household with your mother and family. Absolutely not. If it takes you 1 or 2 years to get a house, so be it. I can wait. Li Onping was taken aback by her words, his anger rendering him speechless. I in the bitter wind. He glared at her retreating figure, seething with rage. Li Onping pedaled home on his bicycle, his heart ablaze with fury. As he approached his yard, having just turned into the alley, he overheard his mother loudly berating his sister-in-law, Gao Qin, for using hot water to wash the dishes, thereby wasting coal and depleting their hot water supply. Li Onping furrowed his brow. It was always the same trivial matters that sparked endless quarrels. His sister-in-law truly was unreasonable. Why insist on using hot water to wash dishes? His mother had scolded her several times already. She could simply wash them with cold water. Yet, in reality, Li Onping himself had begun washing his own clothes. And after one wash with cold water, he found he had to mix in hot water every subsequent time, consuming more than anyone else. Still, he saw no fault in his actions. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Onping addressed Gao Qin with a tone of reproach. Second sister-in-law, why can't you heed our mother's advice? Do not wash the dishes with hot water, lest you provoke her wrath. Gao Qin had been simmering with indignation after being scolded by Zhang Lanxiang, especially since she held the title of daughter-in-law. However, to her, Li Onping, this younger brother, was of little consequence, merely a disloyal man. Much like his elder brother, how dare he impose his will upon her, demanding she heed their mother's words? The pent-up anger of several days, coupled with a sense of despair regarding their future, erupted within Gao Qin as a result of Li Onping's accusation. She exploded in fury, pointing at him and hurling insults with a sharper tone. Li Onping, do take a moment to reflect on yourself. I am your sister-in-law. By what right do you attempt to govern my actions? You dare criticize my use of hot water when you consume more than anyone else, day in and day out. You find fault with this and that, believing yourself to be superior, yet you are the most despicable of all. If it weren't for your dalliance with your first love and your intention to offer her a place in our home, Lin Jingwen would not be in a dispute with you, and our household would not be in such disarray. Spit. It's not just you. Neither you nor your mother have any decency. You drove Lin Jingwen away. And now that she is divorced, you accuse her of being immoral and consorting with other men. There no shame in you. You lack a conscience. Your entire family is devoid of humanity. Why are you going mad? Li Onping, his secrets laid bare, trembled with rage, pointing at Gao Qin as he shouted, It is my elder brother who has strayed. You harbor resentment towards him, and since you cannot confront him, you unleash your fury upon me. How am I to blame? Is it wrong for me to express concern for our mother's feelings? I care for her, and what fault is that? As tensions escalated, both parties began to unearth each other's shortcomings, hurling accusations like soiled pots. The neighboring residents, drawn by the sensational unfolding drama, leaned over the wall to witness the spectacle, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Zhang Lanxiang, driven to the brink of madness, seized a stick from the corner and aimed it at Gao Qin, shouting, I will not tolerate your nonsense. Speak again, and I shall break your mouth. Gao Qin, realizing the futility of standing still to be struck, hastily fled, shouting back, If you strike me down, you shall pay for it with your life. Go ahead, you may not allow me peace, but I will not grant you any either. Alas, what madness is this? Second daughter-in-law, Have you lost your senses, speaking to an outsider in such a manner? Huang Wan, having heard the commotion from within, rushed out to mediate, clearly siding with her mother-in-law and younger brother. Gao Qin's disdain for this opportunistic sister-in-law deepened. In just 2 days since she returned to her maternal home, Huang Wan had already seized Gao Qin's room, demonstrating her lack of goodwill. Apart from the children, the household was thoroughly rotten. Thus, Gao Qin shouted at Huang Wan, eldest sister-in-law, perhaps you should awaken to reality. The third son has severed his ties and no longer wants Li Dongle. Do you think this is all Lin Jingwen's doing? Spit. It is not. It is because he now has a biological son, and thus, he will no longer support Li Dongle. What biological son? When did the third son have a biological son? Huang Wan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. The child brought back by his first love is indeed his biological son. Otherwise, he would not contemplate letting them reside in our home, Gao Qin retorted, her tone dripping with scorn. You still hope to take advantage of the third son, yet you are not even worthy of a scrap. Huang Wan, incensed by the insult, felt her chest rise and fall with fury. Observing the onlookers from the courtyard and the wall, she turned and retreated indoors. She could not handle this. The gossip outside surged. Oh dear, it turns out the reason for Jingwen's divorce is that Li Onping has a biological son. How can they continue living like this? Indeed. One who cannot bear children, toiling endlessly for a family, only to have her husband's first love return with a child. If it were me, I could not endure it. Such fabrications. It is all the second daughter-in-law's wild imagination. Zhang Lanxiang was on the verge of a breakdown, her anger reaching a boiling point, intent on exacting revenge on Gao Qin. Gao Qin dashed out of the courtyard to seek help from the local authorities. Claiming her mother-in-law threatened her life, Zhang Lanxiang pursued her but was quickly restrained by Li Jianguo and Li Onping. Enough, mother. If you continue this charade, everyone will know, and you will have lost face. Li Jianguo exclaimed, his face ashen. Everyone knows now. Zhang Lanxiang shouted in a fit of rage. I must teach her a lesson. Mother, the second daughter-in-law is mad due to the third brother's infidelity. She is deliberately trying to besmirch my reputation. Let us not stoop to her level. The innocent shall clear their name, Li Onping shouted, even as his heart seethed with anger, feigning composure to salvage his dignity. After much pulling and persuading, Zhang Lanxiang was led back inside by her 2 sons. Returning home, unable to release her pent-up fury, she stormed into Gao Qin's room and struck her grandson. Li Shuheng twice, scolding him, Your mother is nothing but a venomous creature. She seeks to drive me to my grave. She wishes to tear this family apart. Mommy is not be it, Li Shuheng cried, trembling, overwhelmed with fear. His body quaking as he sobbed. Cease your wailing, cry again, and I shall throw you out. Zhang Lanxiang kicked him but refrained from striking again. What are you doing, mother? Li Onping shot her a cold glance before pulling Zhang Lanxiang away. If you strike the child, she will only return to confront you. I dare her. Zhang Lanxiang shouted in fury. Moments later, Gao Qin returned, and upon seeing her son beaten and quaking in tears, her anger boiled over. With reddened eyes, she charged at Zhang Lanxiang, pinning her to the ground and unleashing a barrage of blows. Li Onping and Li Jianguo rushed to intervene, but they were powerless against a woman driven to the brink of madness. As she screamed and cursed, she broke free from their grasp, rushing outside to retrieve a kitchen knife, intent on ending their lives. The onlookers, realizing the potential for tragedy, hesitated to intervene, fearing Gao Qin's knife-wielding fury. Thus, they shouted at her to consider her child, to calm down, and to put down the weapon. Li Onping and the others, now fearful, lifted Li Shuheng and brought him before Gao Qin, urging him to plead with his mother to relinquish the knife. Mommy, I'm scared. Please put down the knife. You still have me. Let us leave. I will listen to you and help you. Don't do this. Chapter 59. A disruption of joy. Gao Qin, knife in hand, listening to her son's pleas, was overcome with tears. In that moment, she had truly contemplated death, an end to her suffering, even taking her cruel mother-in-law with her. Yet, she could not bear the thought of leaving her son. With a sudden clatter, she dropped the knife to the ground, her fury spent, her spirit deflated as she collapsed to her knees. Li Shuheng broke free from Li Onping's grasp, rushing to embrace her. Sobbing, Mommy, let us go, we can rent a place outside, just like third aunt. All right, Gao Qin wept, holding her son tightly. For his sake, she resolved to divorce and escape these wretched people, to flee this mire of despair. Even if life after divorce would be difficult, fraught with judgment and scorn, she feared far more the day she might be driven to madness, truly harming them. Such a fate was not worth her life. Having just escaped from a tempest of madness, with so many witnesses present, she was determined to leave with her son. None dared to stop her. Zhang Lanxiang, now utterly silenced, felt the pain of her injuries. Even her old teeth felt loose from the blows. Gao Qin gathered her son and began packing, filling 2 large bags and 2 smaller ones, taking all the money and savings she could carry. Li Shuheng struggled to lift a smaller bag, balancing it alongside his school backpack. With his mother by his side, he felt emboldened. Leaving this place filled him with newfound strength. At this late hour. Where do you intend to go with your child? You've vented your anger and made your point. They won't dare provoke you again, the other family members observed, watching passively. Ultimately, it was Huang Wan who stepped forward, gently grasping Gao Qin's arm, urging her in a low voice, "You cannot remain in this household. Your husband has betrayed you, and your mother-in-law is indeed wicked, striking even her grandson. It is a cruel reality. I cannot endure this any longer. I shall seek refuge in a guest house," Gao Qin replied through gritted teeth. "I have borne my grievances, but I cannot abide my son being struck," shaking off Huang Wan's grip. Gao Qin led her son out the door, securing their bags to the bicycle's rear seat, attaching the smaller bag to the handlebars, and seating her son in front before wobbling away into the night. The following day dawned, a Monday, and Lin Jingwen prepared to continue her early shift. Today, she needed to go to the police station's residency office to process her household registration transfer. After finishing her midday meal, she informed her supervisor that she would be leaving an hour early at 3 o'clock. In order to relocate her household registration, one must first apply for a certificate of transfer approval. Lin Jingwen intends to move under the household of her godparents. Previously, she had mentioned this and even obtained a letter of confirmation. However, the police station does not recognize the godparent relationship and has stated that she cannot register there. Nevertheless, should she have employment and a job transfer letter, she could initially register at a collective household nearby. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingwen had no choice but to hurry back to the restaurant to request a work verification letter from her supervisor. Although she plans to resign after the new year, securing her collective household registration in the meantime seems prudent. "I've prepared the work verification letter for you, but you'll need to get General Manager Qin's stamp on it," Supervisor Zhao informed Lin Jingwen. "Thank you, leader. I apologize for the inconvenience," Lin Jingwen said, rising to express her gratitude. "It's no trouble at all. It's merely a small matter," Supervisor Zhao replied with a smile. "You are currently a valuable asset to our restaurant, and I must facilitate your needs, lest you become dissatisfied and cease your contributions." Lin Jingwen felt a pang of guilt at his words, fearing that her intention to resign was no longer a secret. In truth, the supervisor was deliberately flattering her, hoping to motivate her to continue working diligently. Flattering words can sometimes suffice, and if they inspire unwavering dedication, then the effort is well worth it. Lin Jingwen recognized that there was much she could learn from Supervisor Zhao, particularly in employee management. He possessed the ability to both uplift and admonish, earning the respect of all. With Supervisor Zhao's verification letter in hand, Lin Jingwen sought out General Manager Qin.as. She approached the office. She overheard laughter and flirtatious banter from within, which immediately struck her as inappropriate. If she were to knock now, it would surely ruin whatever clandestine affair was transpiring, incurring the wrath of those inside. Not only would General Manager Qin bear her in mind, but the woman whose laughter was laced with seduction would likely harbor resentment towards her, perhaps even seeking petty revenge. No one wishes for their less than honorable moments to be exposed. Lin Jingwen turned away and leaned against the stairwell, glancing at her watch as she waited. Such moments of infidelity are rarely prolonged, especially in an office setting, as opposed to a hotel or private residence. Yet, before she could even wait a minute, a young waitress clumsily knocked on the door and, without waiting for a response, entered. Moments later, 2 shrill screams echoed from within, followed by the flustered waitress rushing out. Her cheeks flushed. After a brief interval, another waitress emerged. Lin Jingwen recognized her as Dong Wei, a rather attractive young woman of about 24 or 25, who, as rumor had it, was already married. As Dong Wei glanced in her direction, Lin Jingwen discreetly averted her gaze and descended the stairs, avoiding detection. After a few minutes, she returned to General Manager Qin's office. She knocked on the door and, upon receiving permission from within, stepped inside, greeting him politely with a smile and clarifying her identity and purpose. "Good day, General Manager. I am Lin, the pastry chef, and I would like to request your stamp on my work verification letter, which I will need for my household registration transfer." With that, Lin Jingwen stepped forward and presented the letter with both hands. "I know you, Chef Lin. Please, have a seat," General Manager Qin replied, accepting the letter and gesturing for her to sit. He appeared composed and entirely unaffected by the earlier incident, and had Lin Jingwen not stumbled upon that particular scene, one would have never suspected anything untoward had occurred. "Thank you, General Manager, but I am content to stand while I wait." Lin Jingwen replied with a slight smile, declining the offer. Her refusal to sit was an unspoken demand for him to expedite the stamping process so she could leave quickly. She wished to avoid any further interaction with such a morally questionable superior. General Manager Qin retrieved a stamp from his desk drawer, affixed it to her letter, and signed his name before handing it back to her. "Thank you, General Manager." Lin Jingwen hurriedly accepted the letter, but he held on to it a moment longer. Lin Jingwen's heart raced as she lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, inquiring, "General Manager, do you have further matters to discuss?" Chapter 60. A slap for the scoundrel ex-husband. "The last time I saw Chef Lin, you struck me as familiar, as if we had crossed paths before. Upon this second encounter, I feel an even stronger sense of recognition," Qin Guangyao remarked, finally releasing his hold on the letter. "I possess an ordinary appearance. It is not surprising that you find me familiar. I am often mistaken for someone else while walking down the street. I find it rather amusing," Lin Jingwen replied with a light-hearted smile, deftly deflecting the comment. Had she not possessed a clear understanding of her own appearance and age, Lin Jingwen might have felt that General Manager Qin was overstepping boundaries. Qin Guangyao chuckled at her response, choosing not to pursue the topic further and waved her off. However, as Lin Jingwen departed, he found himself pondering the peculiar sense of familiarity she evoked. Lin Jingwen hurried back to the police station, submitting her application materials just before closing time, eagerly anticipating the issuance of her transfer approval certificate in a few days. Only upon receiving this certificate could she proceed to her original domicile to obtain the necessary transfer documentation and subsequently establish her new residence here. It was no small hassle. Nevertheless, once completed, she would no longer require the household registration book, which she could return to Lianping. Checking the time, Lin Jingwen deduced that Lianping had likely not yet finished work, and she resolved to visit the school to clarify the unfounded rumors regarding her supposed indiscretions and relationships. She planned to open a restaurant at the school entrance after the new year, making it essential to address these allegations. In today's world, reputation holds significant sway, especially for someone in the restaurant business. Should people hear of her tarnished reputation, they might assume her restaurant lacks integrity and refrain from patronizing it. Furthermore, she could not publicly declare that the restaurant owner was Professor Chiu, as current regulations prohibit civil servants or public employees from engaging in business ventures. Were it otherwise, with Professor Chiu's esteemed reputation at the university, the restaurant would surely thrive. Arriving at the school, Lin Jingwen expertly navigated her way to the office building of the Department of Physics and Chemical Engineering, immediately spotting Professor Chiu's distinctive vehicle parked nearby, an unmistakable sight. After securing her bicycle, she entered the office building, where she encountered He Shangjin, who was preparing to leave for the day. "Sister Lin, what brings you here? Is there something you need? I'm happy to help." He greeted her warmly. "I'm here to find Lianping. After finalizing our divorce, I took the household registration book with me, and now I am returning it to him," Lin Jingwen explained with a smile. Upon hearing her words, He Shangjin excitedly began to chatter. "Sister Lin, I've heard about your divorce. Initially, there were whispers and harsh criticisms about your character, but today, everyone has changed their tune. They are now denouncing Teacher Li as a philandering scoundrel, and even claiming he has a biological son with his first love. Everyone believes you made the right choice in leaving him. You are quite brave." Lin Jingwen was taken aback by the swift turn of events. Pondering whether Aunt Yang's intervention had proven so effective in dispelling the rumors, reversing public opinion within a mere day. "Sister Lin, do you know why everyone's attitude has shifted?" He Shangjin inquired. "Why is that?" Lin Jingwen feigned ignorance, eager to learn more. "Apparently, yesterday, there was a near tragedy at Teacher Li's home. His sister-in-law went mad upon discovering his infidelities, unleashing a torrent of harsh truths, and even threatened to stab your former mother-in-law. Lin Jingwen was left speechless, astonished by Gao Qin's newfound courage, which had been absent in her dreams. She recalled that during the past New Year, when Li Aihua returned, despite some conflict between Gao Qin and him over his extramarital affairs, it had ultimately been a fleeting dispute with no serious talk of divorce. After the holiday, Li Aihua returned to work in the south, and Lin Jingwen had later heard rumors of him remarrying and starting a family there. Yet, throughout it all, Gao Qin seemingly never sought a divorce, though they often had their disagreements. The last time Lin Jingwen encountered Gao Qin in her dreams, she had heard her lamenting her regret for not leaving sooner, believing she had burdened her son, Xiao Heng. Back then, Lin Jingwen had still been naive about the significance of divorce, retorting that one could still live poorly post-divorce. However, if she were to meet Gao Qin again, her counsel would undoubtedly be to flee as swiftly as possible. Gao Qin's revelations had unexpectedly cleared her name, a development Lin Jingwen had not anticipated. However, Gao Qin's motivations were likely rooted in a desire to retaliate against Zhang Lanxiang and Li Anping. Lin Jingwen ascended to the second-floor office alongside He Shangjin, and as they approached the office door, they encountered Qiu Zhe and Director Hu. Ms. Lin, here to see me. Qiu Zhe greeted her, his tone cordial. Professor Qiu, I am here to return the household registration book to Li Anping, Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. Would you like a ride home? Qiu Zhe asked. No, thank you. I arrived by bicycle. Lin Jingwen quickly declined. What time will you be home to prepare dinner? He inquired further. Once I deliver the items and exchange a few words, I will leave. It takes about 20 minutes to ride home, Lin Jingwen explained. Once Qiu Zhe confirmed the dinner hour, he ceased further inquiries. Meanwhile, Director Hu and He Shangjin exchanged glances, uncertain of how to interpret the interaction. While they understood the nature of their employer-employee relationship, an outsider might easily misinterpret their casual exchange as that of a married couple. Are you Comrade Lin Jingwen? Director Hu asked, shaking off any inappropriate thoughts and smiling as he addressed her. Yes, may I ask what you need? Lin Jingwen responded with a friendly demeanor. Comrade Lin, do you recall saving an elderly gentleman named Hu? He is my father, and I intended to personally express my gratitude last week. Regrettably, you were not present, Director Hu stated. That visit was truly a harrowing experience to reflect upon. Upon learning that Lin Jingwen had divorced, Director Hu deemed it a blessing, as her mother-in-law was indeed a source of great disdain. My apologies, I was unaware of your visit to express gratitude. I recall old man Hu. How is his health these days? Lin Jingwen was somewhat taken aback but managed to greet him with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Director Hu accompanied Qiu Zhe to his office to discuss pressing matters. Sister Lin, I've noticed you possess an intriguing air of mystery. Your acquaintances are all high-ranking officials. That individual just now was the department head, a pivotal figure in the institution, He Shangjin exclaimed, giving Lin Jingwen a thumbs up, his face brimming with admiration. Realizing Director Hu's esteemed position, Lin Jingwen felt a sudden clarity. So, it was through connections that Li Anping could become Professor Qiu's assistant. As she recalled Li Anping's disdainful and deceitful attitude after securing the assistant role, she came to a sobering realization. This man was even more despicable than she had imagined. Devoid of humanity, moreover, in Lin Jingwen's long-standing perception, Li Anping had loathed her to such an extent that he should have been overjoyed at their divorce, erasing her from his existence, in her nightmares. He had never pursued her, instead avoiding her with an expression of disgust. Yet, unexpectedly, he now clung to her like a persistent leech, utterly revolting. Such thoughts were best left unexamined, for they only stoked her anger. Fueled by this rage, Lin Jingwen entered the teacher's office, approached Li Anping's desk, and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The sharp crack echoed, and as she gazed at the imprint left on his cheek, her earlier fury dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief. Lin Jingwen, have you lost your mind? Li Anping bellowed, rising abruptly, ready to retaliate. He Shangjin quickly stepped forward, interposing himself between them. Li Laosher, let us discuss this amicably. No need for violence, Li Anping, nearly fainting with indignation after being struck by Lin Jingwen, seethed. You truly have remarkable self-restraint, willing to wear a green hat just to sully my name. Lin Jingwen regarded him with contempt. Retorting, I had intended to spare you some dignity by not publicly disclosing the reason for our divorce, that you reconciled with your first love, who bore you a son. It was this revelation that compelled me to end our marriage. Little did I know that my moment of compassion would be met not with your gratitude, but with your slander. Had I not heard it from others, I would remain oblivious to the tarnishing of my own reputation. Fortunately, fate has ensured you do not enjoy an easy life. Gao Qin's outburst revealed the truth to all. She is not speaking the truth. She is merely venting her frustrations and attempting to defame me. Li Anping insisted vehemently. Lin Jingwen, with a sardonic smile, calmly challenged him. Are you brave enough to confront your first love in front of everyone? Just yesterday, I encountered your biological son. Perhaps I should bring him along to inquire if he refers to you as fathered. Li Anping's face turned a shade of deep crimson. Panic etched on his features as he stammered, the child knows nothing. Do not involve him in this. At 10 years old, he certainly knows who his true father is. Lin Jingwen replied, fully intending to intimidate Li Anping rather than truly confront the child. Li Anping glared at her, contemplating whether this woman intended to push him to the brink of losing his job. Vowing that he would not let her off lightly, Li Anping, if you refuse to acknowledge the truth, so be it, I have divorced you. You are free to marry your first love and reunite with your family. However, you must not cast aspersions upon me. With that, Lin Jingwen stepped back, issuing a final warning. If this happens again, I will not merely come to discuss matters with you. I will enlist the help of the authorities to investigate. He Shangjin, overhearing this, couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Impressive, my sister. Chapter 61. Taking decisive action, Li Anping clenched his fists, his chest heaving with rage, nostrils flaring, and his eyes blazing with fury, as if he were on the verge of explosion. Having said all he needed, Lin Jingwen placed the household register down and turned to leave. At that moment, the other teachers in the office seemed to awaken from their stupor. Regarding Lin Jingwen with a mix of astonishment, disbelief, and a hint of reverence. This woman was not to be trifled with. Wait, Li Laoshi, did you not have a wife before? I have seen your ex-wife Lin Jingwen. She is entirely transformed, Zhang Aigua exclaimed, utterly astonished after processing the revelation. Other teachers who had previously encountered Lin Jingwen nodded in agreement, their curiosity piqued by the stark contrast in her demeanor. Li Anping faced their inquiries with a bitter smile. If she had not changed, if she had not stood her ground, she would never have divorced me, I assure you. I did not betray her. My first love did return from Hong Kong City, but I did not reunite with her, and the child is not mine. It is all a misunderstanding on Lin Jingwen's part. Li Anping was determined to maintain this facade, unwilling to concede at this juncture. After all, Zhou Xinping had already stated she would not marry him. What did he have to fear? The truth was, he no longer desired to marry Zhou Xinping. Following her words from yesterday, Li Anping sensed he could not control her, nor could he compel her to obey him. A woman who does not heed his words and is unproductive is hardly worth marrying. As for Song Wanchao, that little brat treated him like an enemy, completely disregarding him as a father. Such an ungrateful son was better off unacknowledged. As long as he distanced himself from both of them, time would eventually vindicate his innocence. If all else fails, he could quickly find another woman to marry, thus proving he had no ties to Zhou Xinping. Moreover, living without a woman to tend to his household chores was truly burdensome. He had grown weary of washing clothes, and the filthy shoes were left uncleaned, while the bedding needed changing, yet he had no desire to do it. Indeed, upon returning home today, he would seek a matchmaker to find a suitable partner. If need be, he would settle for a young woman from the countryside, in her 20s, diligent and capable, eager to move to the city. With his current status as a university lecturer, he could easily attract a pretty village flower. Once she married him, she would not need to work outside. Her only duty would be to manage the household and care for him and his mother. He would provide her with a modest living allowance. Perhaps 50, no, 30 per month would suffice. Too much money in a woman's hands could lead to disobedience, much like Lin Jingwen, who was particularly infuriating. Li Anping returned home, seething with suppressed anger. Upon arrival, he found several children from his sister-in-law's family already back from school, chattering away in the yard. Third uncle, Grandma seems to be ill. She's been lying in bed and hasn't cooked, Li Chunqing said as she noticed Li Anping's return, abandoning her play. What do you mean, seems? What did Grandma say? Where does it hurt? Li Anping inquired, setting down his bicycle as he walked inside. We were scared of being scolded by Grandma, so we didn't dare go in to check on her while she was sleeping. We have no idea how she is, Li Chunqing explained, her tone filled with a sense of grievance. After witnessing the commotion yesterday, it was clear to her that Grandma was just like her father. When angry, she would resort to striking them. Li Chunqing was reluctant to approach her grandmother in this household. She had once favored her third aunt, but with her absence, and now her second aunt gone with Shuheng, Li Chunqing struggled to comprehend their departures, yet she vaguely understood. Sometimes, when scolded by her father or hit by her mother, she too yearned to escape. She had tried once, but staying away for too long left her cold and hungry, risking dog bites, forcing her to return, even if no one came looking for her. Listening to his niece, Li Onping hastened into the house, pushing the door open while calling out, "Mom, Mom, how are you?" Zhang Lanxiang, lying on the bed, did not respond. Alarmed, Li Onping rushed forward, shaking her gently while urgently calling, "Mom, Mom." Zhang Lanxiang stirred awake, groaning, "Third, I have a fever. My whole body aches. Could you fetch me some medicine?" Li Onping felt her forehead and found it genuinely hot. A wave of concern washing over him as he furrowed his brow. "Mom, your fever seems severe. I think we should take you to the hospital." "Why go to the hospital for a fever?" "I'm just angry, no, beaten by your second brother's wife. I caught a chill last night, and now my whole body aches. I feel terrible." Zhang Lanxiang lamented, turning over, only to wince in pain. "Mom, we really should go to the hospital. This is not just a simple fever. You might have sustained internal injuries from Gao Qin's beating yesterday. We need to get it checked." Li Onping immediately supported her to sit up. "It hurts." Zhang Lanxiang cried out as she struggled to rise, fear creeping in as she reluctantly agreed to go to the hospital, simultaneously hurling curses at Gao Qin, spewing every unpleasant word she could muster. "Third, you go find her. She should pay for my medical expenses and come over to take care of me. I'm in agony." Zhang Lanxiang grumbled, grimacing in pain as she moved forward, unable to suppress her anger. Li Onping fell into a brief silence before speaking. "Mother, do not concern yourself with the medical expenses for now. We shall address that when the opportunity arises. And as for summoning Gao Qin to attend to you, are you not afraid she might strike you again, jab you with needles, spit in your food, or even introduce filth into your meals, deliberately tormenting you and preventing you from resting properly to heal?" Zhang Lanxiang shivered at his words, realizing the possibility he mentioned, and immediately ceased her complaints. "Tell me, how is it that your wife, no, Lin Jingwen, along with the second brother's wife, were once obedient, yet have suddenly transformed into this?" Zhang Lanxiang felt a mixture of anger and confusion, reminiscing about the humiliations she had endured over the past month and the chaotic state of her household, leading her to long for the comfort of the past. Li Onping remained silent, acknowledging that the root of the issue lay in both he and his second brother having women outside their marriages, which had led to their wives' discontent. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Lanxiang continued, "If it weren't for Zhou Xinping's return, would we have encountered such troubles? I believe she is a harbinger of misfortune, bringing you nothing but loss. Do you still wish to marry her?" "Mother, you are right. I no longer wish to marry her." Li Onping readily agreed. "I am contemplating finding a rural wife, submissive, capable, and able to care for you. Zhou Xinping is simply not that kind of person. What rural woman could possibly be worthy of you?" Zhang Lanxiang objected to the idea of a rural match. "What about Songcong? Are you willing to abandon your own son? That child is not close to me. He tells me to leave whenever he sees me. It infuriates me. I do not wish to acknowledge such an ungrateful son," Li Onping retorted. "But if you forsake Songcong, then we will truly have no children." Zhang Lanxiang's words faltered as she noticed someone nearby, prompting her to fall silent. "What use is an unfilial son who won't support me in my old age? As long as the 3 sons of the eldest brother take care of me in my twilight years, that will suffice," Li Onping remarked. He intended to save some money for himself in old age. With money in his pocket, would he still fear not finding someone to care for him, even without a son? He could find a woman to tend to him. Zhang Lanxiang found some merit in his words, but believed they should seek a woman from the city, as a rural girl would not suit her son. Li Onping rode his bicycle, taking Zhang Lanxiang to a nearby hospital. Upon examination, the doctor informed them that Zhang Lanxiang had internal injuries and was running a high fever. Due to her age, they advised hospitalization for close observation to prevent any unforeseen complications. After settling the hospital admission and paying the fees, Li Onping returned home to summon his sister-in-law to care for his mother. As a man, it was inconvenient for him to attend to his mother's bodily needs. "What? Hospitalized? Is it that serious? Huang Wan was distressed to hear about her mother-in-law's hospitalization and the need for her to personally care for her. Why do these family troubles keep surfacing without a moment's respite? However, as the daughter-in-law, and the only one among the 3 daughters-in-law left to step up, she felt she had no choice but to go. Though she was reluctant to serve, she understood that failing to do so would lead to Li Jiangwo's ire, and the neighbors would scold her for being unfilial. I haven't finished cooking yet. Let me prepare some food first, and then I'll bring some to mother, Huang Wan said. Li Yanping had no objections. As the two conversed, Li Jiangwo returned home. Upon learning of his mother's hospitalization and the diagnosis of internal injuries, he was immediately filled with rage. It's all the second brother's wife's doing. That crazy woman. I truly want to give her a good thrashing. With the new year approaching, I will call the second brother and demand he return at once. Return for what? To deal with his wife, Gao Qin. Of course, before they knew it, Saturday had arrived. Today, Lin Jingwen had the day off, and she was to dine with her godmother and godfather, a mere formality for the official recognition of their relationship. Rising early, Lin Jingwen prepared breakfast and shared a meal with Professor Chiu before tidying herself up for the outing. Tidying up merely entailed arranging her hair neatly and donning a new sweater and clothing. No makeup was involved. Lin Jingwen had never applied makeup before, and although she had contemplated it, the thought of painting her lips red and applying powder made her hesitate. She felt that wearing makeup would render her appearance too extravagant, not aligning with her current self. After examining her reflection closely, she noted that her complexion had indeed improved significantly. Thanks to the warmth of her heated home this winter, her face was no longer the frostbitten mess it had been in previous winters. Daily use of skincare products had brightened her skin, making it smoother, and her hands had also seen considerable improvement, with cracks and roughness greatly diminished. Lin Jingwen felt content with her current appearance, fresh, clean, and poised. She believed this would not embarrass her godparents. After all, excessive makeup might appear overly done in the presence of elders. She worried, however, that her lack of status and influence, her perceived weakness and lack of wealth, contributed to her apprehension. With a soft sigh, she clenched her fists to encourage herself, reminding herself to remain patient and not to rush. Yet, as she rode her bicycle towards her godparents' home, she continued to recite and review the English and other new knowledge she had learned over the past few days. She aimed to maximize every moment to enhance her cultural knowledge, hastening her personal growth and understanding. Lin Jingwen had come to realize that simply advising oneself against anxiety when dissatisfied with one's circumstances proved ineffective. The urgency persisted, burning within her like an unquenchable fire. Only through tangible action, genuinely learning new things and accomplishing tasks, could she alleviate her anxiety. Chapter 62. Lin Jingwen meets her godfamily. The relatives invited by Li Shuaying and Sun Dihao were all quite close. Li Shuaying was the eldest sister in her family with 6 siblings. Present were her second brother and youngest sister, along with her 2 nephews and 2 nieces, all without children, on Sun Dihao's side. He had 5 brothers, being the third in line. His second brother's family and his fourth sister's family attended, bringing along their children, totaling 10 individuals. Li Shuaying and Sun Dihao had only one son, who had gone abroad and, therefore, could not attend. The siblings gathered first at the family home to catch up, drink tea, and await the arrival of everyone before heading to the restaurant for dinner. Lin Jingwen also arrived early to familiarize herself with everyone and recognize their faces before proceeding to the restaurant with them. Dihao, what made you suddenly think of recognizing a goddaughter? Who is she? What is her family like? Sun Dihao's second brother, Sun Defa, inquired upon arriving. That brat Mingqing has gone abroad, and Shuaying and I hardly have a chance to converse. Recently, we came across Jingwen, who was looking for a place to rent, and ended up renting her our house. She is divorced, has no children, and lives alone in our place, keeping it clean and presentable, Sun Dihao explained with a smile. We have interacted with her a few times. And she resonates with us. She treats us well, so we decided to formally recognize her as our goddaughter. Divorced? How old is she? What was the reason for the divorce? Is it because she cannot have children? Li Shuaying's younger sister, Li Ailian, immediately expressed interest. Li Shuaying shot her a glare, scolding her. Just because she has no children does not mean she cannot have them. You always jump to wild conclusions and assume the worst about others. What other reason could there be for a woman to divorce? It must be because the man is unworthy, neglecting his family and caring for another woman. Sister, I was merely asking a question. There was no need to be so harsh, Li Ailian replied, feeling wronged that of course, I will defend my goddaughter. When she arrives, be warm and welcoming. No sour faces or inappropriate questions. Li Shuang instructed, sister-in-law, do not be upset. Please share more about your goddaughter's situation so we avoid any inappropriate inquiries that might irritate you. Sun Dihao's fourth sister, Sun Muchio, gently suggested, offering her half of an orange to help ease her temper. Li Shuang appreciated the kind nature of her fourth sister-in-law, accepting the orange and smiling as she said, Jingwen is skilled and capable. The scarf Xiao Yin is wearing was knitted by her, which you also found lovely and wanted for yourself. It truly is beautiful, unlike anything sold outside. Sun Muchio nodded in agreement. She currently works at the VIP hotel near Jiefeng Bridge as a senior pastry chef, earning quite a decent salary, over 170 a month. Li Shuang continued with a smile. Her cooking is exceptionally good. Although she is quite busy at work, she came over the other day to prepare dinner for us. And we all enjoyed it together. Isn't a pastry chef just someone who makes steamed buns and fried dough sticks? Can they really earn such a high salary? The others were surprised by this revelation. She is not just any pastry chef, she is a senior one. Of course, her salary is higher. She can make not only buns and dumplings but also desserts and cakes. Li Shuang praised Lin Jingwen, leaving a favorable impression on everyone. The high salary spoke volumes. Earning 170 a month indicated her capabilities. Previously, Sun Defa had viewed Lin Jingwen's approach as an attempt to take advantage of his family's third son. But learning that she could earn such a substantial income changed his perspective. Regardless of the era, when relatives gathered, they would inevitably inquire about the younger generation's occupations and earnings. High earnings indicated ability, while low earnings suggested a lack of talent. What about her family? Will they be joining us today? Sun Muchio inquired further. This unfortunate young lady endures a difficult fate. Her father exhibits a pronounced preference for sons, showing her little affection. She herself has confessed to this, stating that she rarely interacts with her maternal family. Li Shuang recounted the incident of encountering Lin Dongyang that day, sharing some stories from the past that Lin Jingwen had told them, how she was coerced into relinquishing her job for her brother, and how, upon returning to the city, she was promptly married off. Indeed, she is a girl of lamentable fortune. The others, upon hearing this, nodded in acknowledgement, each harboring a measure of sympathy and compassion. My goddaughter knows gratitude. You should have seen her when she first visited. She brought a bounty of delightful gifts. When we offered her some sunflower seeds and candy, her eyes glistened with tears of appreciation, constantly expressing her gratitude. Li Shuang added with a tender heart. Listening to San Sa's words, it was evident that she was a good child who, having endured hardship, would cherish sweetness even more. Sun Muchio smiled gently, remarking, you treat this girl well, and she shall surely repay your kindness with filial piety. Just then, a knock resounded from outside, accompanied by Lin Jingwen's cheerful voice, Godmother, Godfather, I'm here. It was Jingwen's arrival. Li Shuang immediately rose with a smile and hurried to the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by Lin Jingwen, and her eyes sparkled with delight as she praised, that woolen coat looks splendid on you, far better than the down jacket you wore before. It makes you appear quite spirited and fashionable. I just bought it yesterday, thinking I shouldn't embarrass you too when meeting relatives today, so I wanted to present myself well, Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. If I had more time, I would have liked to curl my hair, as it's quite the trend now. Li Shuang chuckled and complimented. My dear, even without curls, you look stunning. You are quite the beauty. Lin Jingwen smiled, carrying her belongings as she entered the house alongside her godmother. Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces in the room, she felt a twinge of nervousness. Yet Li Shuang quickly took her hand and began introducing her to everyone. Jingwen, come, let me introduce you. This is your godfather's second elder brother. You should address him as second uncle. Hello, second uncle, Lin Jingwen greeted warmly, her smile radiant and poised. Sun Defa nodded approvingly, taking a liking to Lin Jingwen and offering his goodwill. Consider us family. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to speak up. Thank you, second uncle, Lin Jingwen replied with a smile of gratitude. And this is your fourth aunt. She is the editor-in-chief at the publishing house and a master storyteller. Li Shuang continued, introducing Sun Muchio. Hello, fourth aunt, Lin Jingwen greeted her. Sun Muchio initially nodded with a smile but then gazed intently at her, unable to contain herself. Jingwen, the moment I laid eyes on you, you seemed familiar. Upon reflection, you bear a striking resemblance to my old friend Qian Rue in her youth. Lin Jingwen was taken aback, thinking it remarkable that in just a week, She had encountered a second person who found her familiar. How astonishingly coincidental! Sun Muchio's observation prompted her family to chime in, sharing their thoughts on the resemblance. Had you not mentioned it, we wouldn't have noticed. But now that you point it out, it is indeed quite striking. Absolutely, they agreed. In fact, you resembled Qian Ai's younger son even more. You look like siblings. Lin Jingwen was left momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Nearby, Li Shuang interjected, "Why are you all making such wild comparisons? She has no relation to the family you've mentioned." Sun Muchio chuckled, taking Lin Jingwen's hand. "I merely made an observation. Please don't take offense. Sometimes, it is not unusual to bear a resemblance. You seem like a very outstanding and ambitious young lady. Your eyes radiate a fierce determination." Lin Jingwen waved her hands repeatedly, indicating that she bore no offense, and expressed her gratitude for Sun Muchio's kind words. After greeting the elders, she was introduced to the younger generation. The younger ones, all younger than Lin Jingwen, were required to address her as sister. They had already heard quite a bit about her and found her impressive. Upon meeting her, they felt she was poised and capable. Thus they greeted her warmly. Among them were 3 small children, aged around 5 or 6. Lin Jingwen had come prepared, pulling chocolate from her pocket to share with them. This chocolate was the remainder of the box Professor Chiu had given her. With 6 pieces left, which he had stashed in her pocket. With 3 children, she distributed 2 pieces each. "This chocolate is delicious, thank you, Auntie," the youngest girl, named Xiao Lele, exclaimed sweetly after finishing her treat. "Such a good girl." Lin Jingwen smiled, gently patting her little head. "Later, when we arrive at the restaurant, Auntie will make you a beautiful and tasty little cake." "All right, really?" Xiao Lele's eyes sparkled with joy. "I love little cakes. You are such a little foodie." Loving everything, her mother teased, "Look at your chubby little face. But there are so many delicious things." "I can't help it," Xiao Lele pouted, her expression one of feigned indignation. Everyone chuckled at her adorable demeanor. Reassuring her, "Our little Lele isn't chubby at all. You can eat a bit more. Eat as much as you like. That way, you'll grow taller." Lin Jingwen observed this scene. Her heart warmed, realizing that girls, too, could be cherished like treasures by their families. How wonderful it was to leave behind the scoundrel's family, to part with her original home, and to meet her godmother and godfather, surrounded by such delightful experiences. After chatting at home for a while, noticing it was past 11, Lin Jingwen led everyone to the restaurant. She arranged for them to be seated in a private room. Seeing that the chef had yet to arrive, Lin Jingwen decided to go to the kitchen herself to make a cake for the children. "Sister Lin, you're here." Xiao Wu greeted her with a smile upon noticing her. "Aren't you off today?" "I'm not here for work. I'm here to eat. I booked a private room, and since there are children, I came to make a cake," Lin Jingwen replied cheerfully. "Then I'll help you. It'll be quicker that way," Xiao Wu immediately offered. "Thank you." Lin Jingwen smiled in appreciation. She was quite pleased with Xiao Wu. He was diligent and perceptive, proving to be very helpful, though this was likely due to his desire to impress her as he wished to learn from her. As for his true character, only time would reveal it. Just like that man, who was entirely different before marriage, after marriage, and even after she bore children. Given the number of guests, Lin Jingwen made an 8-inch cake, completing it in 20 minutes. She carried it from the kitchen to the private room. As she passed through the lobby, she encountered Chef Kai. "Chef, you look quite spirited today." Lin Jingwen approached him with a smile. Chef Kai beamed in response. "I can't let you down, can I? Your godmother's relatives have arrived." "Yes, they just got here not long ago. They're in the private room." "Let us head over together," Lin Jingwen said. Upon reaching the private room, Lin Jingwen noticed that General Manager Qin Guangyao was also present, appearing quite familiar with Fourth Aunt, as they were engaged in conversation. "Jiangwen, you've returned," Li Shuang exclaimed upon seeing her, immediately inquiring, "Is this your mentor?" "Yes, this is my mentor, Mr. Kai," Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. "He has taught me a wealth of culinary skills and treated me with great kindness, much like my father." "Please, have a seat." Chef Kai, Sun Hao quickly gestured to the seat beside him. Chef Kai graciously accepted, smiling as he settled beside Sun Hao. "Good day, General Manager." Lin Jingwen greeted Qin Guangyao as she placed the cake down, finally having the opportunity to acknowledge him. "Chef Lin, today's meal is on me. When it's time to settle the bill, just let them know to charge it to my account," Qin Guangyao announced. "General Manager, today I am treating my godmother and godfather to a meal so that our 2 families may get to know each other." It would be inappropriate for you to pay. Lin Jingwen felt a surge of frustration. She had no idea why General Manager Qin felt the need to intervene, yet she smiled and waved her hand, granting him the courtesy of saying, I understand your generosity and care for your employees, but you cannot rob me of my opportunity to express filial piety, nor can you deprive me of the chance to contribute to our restaurant's revenue. Upon hearing her eloquent words, Qin Guangyao chuckled, casting a surprised glance at Lin Jingwen, finding her quite different from the other women he knew. Unlike others who, upon hearing his offer, would shyly accept, Lin Jingwen firmly declined. Her words so pleasant that he found himself at a loss for words. The others, hearing Lin Jingwen's graceful speech, laughed along, and her godfather's son Dihao and son Muqiu regarded her with admiration. With the conversation reaching this point, Qin Guangyao simply wished everyone to enjoy their meal and took his leave. Auntie, can we have cake now? At that moment, Xiao Lei, having been eagerly watching the beautiful cake, piped up, her eyes wide with anticipation. Having endured the adults' conversation, she could no longer contain herself. Of course. Lin Jingwen's spirits lifted instantly at the sight of the adorable Xiao Lei, and she replied with a smile. Auntie will cut it for you right now. Chapter 63. The scoundrel seeks a new bride. The meal was delightful, leaving all guests in high spirits and drawing them closer together. During the feast, Chef Kai noticed the pastries served, recognizing them as Lin Jingwen's creative designs that she had taught to others, and he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Indeed, you have surpassed expectations, demonstrating culinary skills that rival my own, Chef Kai remarked with a smile, praising Lin Jingwen. It is for this reason that he believes Jingwen's venture into the restaurant business will undoubtedly succeed. And as her mentor, he feels compelled to offer her assistance, which, in turn, benefits him as well. Should she establish a prosperous restaurant, the profits would far exceed his salary at the state-run establishment, and both his son and daughter-in-law wish for him to continue shining in his twilight years. After finishing their meal, as the clock approached 2, Lin Jingwen bid farewell to her godmother and mentor, hurrying home. There awaited an employer in need of sustenance. Before departing that morning, she had specifically inquired with Professor Chiu, who assured her that he had enjoyed a late breakfast and was in no rush for lunch, thus he could wait for her return to prepare a meal. Upon her arrival, Lin Jingwen made a simple bowl of noodles for Professor Chiu, who, appreciating the flavor, was content with just that. Observing his modest meal, Lin Jingwen reflected on her own earnings and felt a twinge of guilt, quickly assuring him that she would prepare a grand dinner for him that evening. Professor Chiu responded with a smile, and as she finished cleaning the dishes, he resumed his reading of an English book, noting how she never seemed to find a moment's respite. Balance work and rest. Do not overexert yourself, he advised her. I truly do not feel fatigued, Lin Jingwen replied, lifting her gaze from her studies to meet Qiu Zhe's eyes with a smile that in comparison to before, my current life is incredibly leisurely. Back then, I was so occupied that I could hardly stand upright, feeling particularly vexed with no end in sight. Although I am busy now, I am genuinely happy, making progress and learning new things each day. Who could possibly dislike a diligent and ambitious student? Qiu Zhe found himself increasingly admiring this quality in Lin Jingwen. Thus, whenever she was not preoccupied with her tasks, he took great pleasure in acting as her teacher, supervising her academic progress and addressing her questions. They spent a cumulative hour, or even more, practicing English conversation together. Lin Jingwen remained blissfully unaware of how fortunate her circumstances were, having a one-on-one English tutor available for her learning and guidance. Coupled with her own diligence, her improvement in English was remarkable. At this pace, within a month or two, she would likely manage simple daily conversations in English without issue. Tackling English exercises, however, was another matter entirely. Moreover, Lin Jingwen showed no hesitation in expressing her ignorance and thirst for knowledge, directly asking Qiu Zhe whenever she encountered something she did not understand, unafraid of being ridiculed. Consequently, her horizons and knowledge expanded in all aspects. Hearing a wise word is worth more than a decade of study. Encountering a knowledgeable and perceptive teacher, combined with her own efforts, undoubtedly led to exponential growth in her learning. Lin Jingwen resembled a withering flower tree. On the brink of demise, after shedding the entangling vines and weeds, she absorbed nutrients and gathered energy, preparing to bloom anew, astonishing all who beheld her. Meanwhile, Li Anping and Huang Wan found themselves in a far less favorable situation. Zhang Lanqiang's hospitalization had taken a toll on the entire family, exhausting them all. With no one else to prepare meals, Huang Wan had to shuttle between home and the hospital, caring for both her children and her mother-in-law. In just 3 or 4 days, her face had grown gaunt. Due to lack of rest and the burden of tending to her demanding mother-in-law, her temperament had soured, and her irritability escalated. A single misstep in conversation could provoke her wrath. Zhang Lanxiang, suffering from pain, also berated Huang Wan for her perceived lack of attentiveness, casting dark glances and unleashing her ire at the slightest provocation. The two women had clashed in the hospital on more than one occasion. To the nurses and doctors' exasperation, who had intervened multiple times. Were it not for Zhang Lanxiang's persistent fever, the doctors would have insisted on her discharge for home recuperation. Li Anping's situation was equally dire. With household chores piling up, he and his elder brother had to shoulder the burden. The younger boys refused to help, leaving only the 8-year-old Li Chunqing to sweep the floor and wash dishes, while other tasks, such as laundering adult clothing and tending the stove, were beyond her capabilities. Huang Wan was equally unhelpful, too fatigued from merely cooking meals. With her temper flaring, even Li Jianguo found it impossible to manage her, let alone raise a hand against her. Should he do so, she would surely return to her family, leaving their home devoid of a woman's touch. In addition to household chores, Li Anping also had to visit the hospital to endure his mother's tirades, which weighed heavily on his heart. With chaos reigning at home and myriad worries clouding his mind, he returned to school to face new teaching responsibilities, alongside the mockery and disdain from his colleagues. The cumulative strain left him utterly drained. In just a few days, he had grown unkempt, appearing a year or two older than before. Previously, Li Anping had been indifferent to domestic matters, enjoying the care Lin Jingwen provided, living a carefree and comfortable life, even flirting with female students. But now he had become the archetype of a disheveled middle-aged man. The glances his female students cast upon him had shifted. Once filled with admiration, many now whispered that he deserved his current misfortune, given the rumors of his divorce. As the weekend approached, Li Anping could no longer endure this wretched existence. He resolved to find a woman to marry without delay, to liberate himself from the burdens of housework and escape his mother's clutches. Ignoring his mother's objections, he sought out a matchmaker, expressing his desire for a rural bride, ideally marrying before the new year, with a simple celebration to welcome her into his home. Oh dear, Teacher Li, you are quite hasty. It's already late in the lunar month, and the new year is less than a month away. Are you seeking a wife or a housekeeper? The matchmaker, recognizing his circumstances, couldn't help but comment on his eagerness. Taken aback, Li Anping's expression soured. What do you mean? Of course, I am seeking a wife. My standards are not high. Considering I am looking for a rural girl, he insisted that she need only manage the household, keep the place tidy, and prepare delicious meals. If you expect me to find a new wife who meets the same standards as your ex-wife, Lin Jingwen, I fear I may struggle, the matchmaker retorted, adding a hint of sarcasm. Otherwise, how could she earn 200 yuan? Li Anping, indignant, declared, what does that mean? I cannot find a woman better than Lin Jingwen? He refused to believe it. I will offer 500 yuan in bride price. Find me a young, beautiful, and capable girl from the countryside, he demanded. When he married Lin Jingwen, he had only offered 50 yuan. Now, he was willing to pay 10 times that amount, convinced he could find a good girl. All right. The matchmaker, amused by his offer, assured him she would find a suitable match, promising, I will ensure she bears you a healthy son within the first year of marriage. Hearing this, Li Anping wore a smile, albeit a forced one. Chapter 64. Lin Jingwen. Mind your own business. The restaurant had been secured, but the renovation was a substantial undertaking. Last week, Lin Jingwen, accompanied by Professor Chiu, contacted a renovation company. In these times, there were not many firms dedicated to renovations, and finding a reputable one with solid qualifications was even more challenging. The company had numerous ongoing projects, and after signing a contract, they requested a week to provide a design plan based on Lin Jingwen's specifications. Lacking knowledge in this area, she feared that her inability to comprehend the blueprints would leave her vulnerable to being misled by the company, thus failing to realize her vision. Consequently, on Tuesday, before her evening shift, she insisted on accompanying Professor Chiu to review the blueprints at the company. The designer assumed they were novices and, upon handing over the plans, stated, just follow my design. Let me know when you wish to commence work so we can arrange the construction team. We would like to review the blueprints first, Lin Jingwen replied with a slight smile. The designer scoffed, dismissing their capability to understand. However, he was soon given an unexpected lesson by Professor Chiu. Armed with a drawing pin, Professor Chiu meticulously pointed out discrepancies on the blueprints, articulating in a cool, stern tone how their requirements were unmet and outlining the necessary modifications. Initially, the designer had been quite arrogant, but soon he found himself blushing with embarrassment, ultimately addressing Professor Chiu as teacher. You may call him Professor Chiu. He truly is a professor, quite knowledgeable, Lin Jingwen thought to herself, feeling somewhat lost amidst the exchange. Rather than dwell on her confusion, she cheerfully reminded the designer of his errors. The designer, realizing he deserved the reprimand, shed his arrogance and began to seek guidance, promptly making corrections. Ultimately, he felt too embarrassed to accept the design fee. Nonetheless, Professor Chiu insisted on compensating him, for creating the blueprints was indeed laborious work deserving of remuneration. With only a month until the new year, will the renovations be completed in time? Lin Jingwen inquired. Although she had not grasped the blueprints, she had noted Professor Chiu's numerous new requests, which the designer appeared to find overwhelming, leading her to believe that the renovation project might prove challenging and time-consuming. No problem, the designer replied, albeit reluctantly. That's good to hear. Thank you for your assistance, Lin Jingwen expressed gratefully. Once they left the renovation company, she turned to Professor Chiu. Professor Chiu, how are you so adept with architectural blueprints? I took a few architecture courses, he replied. However, I found them too simplistic and lost interest, so I stopped studying. Lin Jingwen did not perceive Chiu Zhe as merely boasting. Rather, she nodded in agreement with a sense of inevitability, even giving him a thumbs up. After exiting the renovation company, it was already past 9 o'clock, and Chiu Zhe escorted Lin Jingwen to her workplace at the restaurant, promising to return later that evening to take her home. Upon arriving in the kitchen of the restaurant, Lin Jingwen had just changed into her uniform when Xiao Wu approached her, saying, Sister Lin, the general manager was here just now and mentioned that you should find him once you start your shift. Lin Jingwen acknowledged this and made her way out of the kitchen toward the office area on the third floor. As she walked halfway, she overheard a woman reprimanding another around the corner, accompanied by the soft sound of a woman weeping. Leaning out slightly, she caught a quick glimpse and recognized the two individuals. One was Dong Wei, who had been frolicking with Qin Guangyao in the office the other day, and the other was the unfortunate waitress who had interrupted them. Lin Jingwen felt no surprise at this scene. Dong Wei, having ingratiated herself with Qin Guangyao, although not a supervisor, wielded her influence over the other waitstaff with more authority than even a team leader. In truth, she treated everyone with an air of superiority, her words often laced with rudeness. The chefs in the kitchen had also faced her unkind remarks, particularly regarding the speed of their dishes. Everyone was aware of her relationship with Qin Guangyao. They simply chose to maintain a tacit understanding, avoiding any direct confrontation. Yet, Dong Wei remained blissfully unaware of how her arrogance alienated those around her, likely leading her to an inevitable downfall. Master Lin, the general manager is looking for you. You should hurry, someone else called out, having spotted her. All right, thank you, Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. Hearing this commotion, Dong Wei ceased her reprimands and released the waitress, who had been reduced to tears. She then emerged from her corner to regard Lin Jingwen. As Lin Jingwen passed by, she glanced at her briefly and offered a curt nod as a form of greeting, not even bestowing a smile before continuing on her way. With her experiences from a previous life, Lin Jingwen had witnessed many similar situations, leading her to believe that Dong Wei would not remain unscathed for long. As the year drew to a close, with rumors swirling and tensions high, it was precisely the time when wives confronted their husbands' mistresses, and Dong Wei's brazen demeanor made her an obvious target for reckoning. Dong Wei furrowed her brow, watching Lin Jingwen's retreating figure, feeling somewhat foolish for perceiving her as a potential rival. While Lin Jingwen was tall and slender, with striking legs that were well displayed in her attire, she was merely pleasing to the eye. Moreover, her hands were rough from daily kneading dough, and she lacked any finesse in makeup or grooming. The most telling factor was her age. She was already in her 30s. In contrast, Dong Wei was a decade younger. The notion that the general manager's interest was anything more than professional was absurd. He had merely expressed a passing fondness for Lin Jingwen. When the general manager had mentioned her positively, it had been accompanied by a tone that hinted at a man's appreciation for a woman, which Dong Wei had keenly perceived. Biting her lip, she decided against returning to work, opting instead to wait for Lin Jingwen's return. Intent on inquiring about the nature of the general manager's summons and warning her against harboring any delusions of grandeur. Lin Jingwen found Xiao Guangyao's behavior utterly perplexing. He summoned her to his office not to discuss work-related matters, but rather to inquire about her family situation and pry into her personal affairs. He asked whether she was indeed divorced, whether her ex-husband continued to harass her, and even inquired about her current living arrangements and whether she desired to remarry, all while subtly probing into who was driving her to and from work. Such an overt display of concern far exceeded the typical interest a general manager would have for an employee. Lin Jingwen felt an overwhelming urge to retort with a blunt, "Why does it concern you?" However, recognizing his position of authority and her own lack of intention to resign at that moment, she refrained from causing a scene. Instead, she forced a polite smile and countered his inquiries with her own, asking, "General Manager, are these questions motivated by concerns that my personal issues might affect my work? Or perhaps they stem from the persistent rumors regarding my relationships with affluent men?" She continued, "I certainly do not wish for my private matters to interfere with my professional responsibilities, nor do I wish to become the subject of gossip. I have never initiated discussions about my personal life. All speculation arises from others." She concluded, "General Manager, the backbiting and slander I face are quite distressing, and if this situation does not improve, I may have no choice but to resign." Lin Jingwen's barrage of questions culminated in an assertive declaration of her own intentions. Resigning was an option she considered, as she planned to open her own restaurant after the new year, and leaving a month early would not be a significant loss. However, she was reluctant to act impulsively, especially considering the support she had received from Supervisor Zhao, who had recruited her and provided a generous salary. Zhao needed her to innovate and secure strong sales figures as the year came to a close, and it would be irresponsible to abandon her obligations. Yet, should Xiao Guangyao dismiss her or force her out due to rumors, that would be an entirely different matter. Xiao Guangyao, upon hearing Lin Jingwen's words, widened his eyes in astonishment, momentarily taken aback. He had peppered her with questions, only to receive no answers in return and to be met with a challenge, even a veiled threat. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Whenever he expressed concern for female employees, he typically found them eager to share their grievances, and he would respond with kindness and benefits. Yet with Lin Jingwen, he continually faced resistance, igniting a competitive spark within him. Some men are drawn to the thrill of the chase. When rebuffed, they find it all the more enticing and challenging, escalating their interest exponentially. Xiao Guangyao was precisely such a man. Thus, he smiled and adopted a more intimate tone as he addressed Lin Jingwen. "Master Lin, please do not be upset. I will speak to the staff about the rumors circulating in the restaurant and ensure they cease. We live in a new society. What does it matter if a woman is divorced? It has no bearing on your ability to work here." "Thank you, General Manager," Lin Jingwen replied, feigning gratitude as she stood up. "It is quite late, and I must hurry to the kitchen to prepare the pastries for lunch." "You truly are a caring leader." She deliberately lavished him with praise, signaling that she wished to keep their relationship strictly professional. "Very well, you may go," Xiao Guangyao conceded, waving her off. After a considerable wait, Dong Wei finally spotted Lin Jingwen and quickly called out, "Master Lin, please hold on a moment." "What is it?" Lin Jingwen asked, furrowing her brow as she turned to face her. "What did the general manager want with you?" Dong Wei inquired. "None of your business," Lin Jingwen retorted, throwing the words she had long held back at her. You. Dong Wei, unaccustomed to such disrespect, felt her face flush with humiliation as she angrily pointed at Lin Jingwen, hissing, "Have you looked in the mirror lately, old woman? Stop deluding yourself." Lin Jingwen couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. What delusions was she harboring? If you're mentally unwell, seek treatment. Don't act like a rabid dog here, snapping at everyone. With that, Lin Jingwen turned on her heel and walked away, refusing to engage further. Arguing with someone who could not comprehend reason was futile, and it was best to distance herself before she got bitten. Chapter 65. Lin Jingwen confronts the philanderer and the harlot. Though it seemed unbelievable and incomprehensible, Lin Jingwen felt genuinely harassed by Qin Guangyao. After being summoned to his office twice, she was not oblivious. She understood his intentions. He sought to seduce her, to take her on as one of his mistresses. Lin Jingwen found herself lamenting her misfortune at having such a lecherous superior. Even if she had no plans to open her own restaurant after the new year, She could no longer endure this work environment. Dragging her feet, she sighed at the thought of these troubles. "What's wrong? You've sighed 3 times now," Chiozé remarked as he emerged from his study to pour himself a drink, having overheard her. Lin Jingwen shared her predicament with Chiozé, seeking his advice on whether there was something she should learn from the experience. After hearing her out, Chiozé frowned and said, "He is sexually harassing you. You need to warn him that if it continues, you will report him. He has some influence. Otherwise, he wouldn't hold the position of general manager. I am afraid that if I report him, he might retaliate, and nothing has actually happened that would warrant taking such drastic measures. I don't want to create unnecessary trouble for myself," Lin Jingwen replied, shaking her head in dismay. Chiozé's expression tightened, revealing his discomfort with the situation. Reporting him would be less effective than confronting his wife, he suggested. If she makes a scene, he might be compelled to behave himself, allowing me to endure until I resign after the new year. Lin Jingwen pondered for a moment before formulating another idea. If his wife can keep him in check, why is he behaving this way? Chiozé asked, puzzled. She must be aware of his unscrupulous behavior, but unless it directly impacts her, she likely turns a blind eye. Most marriages operate this way, Lin Jingwen explained. If his wife were to discover he had a mistress who was pregnant, she would undoubtedly take action. Drawing from her own experience, Lin Jingwen knew that Li Onping had his own affairs. But she chose to overlook them, well aware that he would never divorce her. He was merely indulging in infidelity, after all, and had not crossed any lines with her. She harbored no genuine feelings for Li Onping. Rather, she had been indoctrinated by her family and societal norms to believe that she could not afford to lose her marriage. Without it, she feared being scorned, looked down upon, and unable to exist independently in society. To put it plainly, many women bear the heavy shackles of marriage and motherhood, yet the reality is far different. Having broken free from these chains, without a marriage or children, Lin Jingwen felt she was living splendidly, experiencing a vibrancy she had never known and embracing limitless possibilities for the future. That said, aside from Qin Guangyao, there was also that madwoman Dong Wei, who constantly sought to trouble her at the restaurant. Lin Jingwen contemplated delivering a grand gesture, orchestrating a confrontation between Qin Guangyao's wife and Dong Wei, achieving 2 objectives with one stroke. However, she needed to inquire about the identity and workplace of Qin Guangyao's wife and find someone to inform her of Dong Wei's antics. She could not confront the matter herself. Upon hearing Lin Jingwen's words, Chiozé shook his head, declaring marriage to be a graveyard, a truly terrifying concept. He had witnessed numerous women transform from communicative individuals into unmanageable beings post-marriage, driven to despair and even suicide. Thus, he held no interest in entering matrimony. Lin Jingwen nodded vigorously in agreement, partially endorsing his sentiment. Marriage, indeed, resembled a tomb for women, while for most men, it felt akin to ascending to paradise. Leading a life of leisure that a man marries, and he finds someone to wash his clothes, prepare meals, warm his bed, bear children, and even tend to his parents, while he may chastise his wife without consequence. Often, he may not even earn a living, relying on his wife to support the family. In the past, women held even less status, sometimes akin to livestock, and even today, the situation remains similar for many. A man pays a modest bride price, which goes to the bride's parents, and then treats her as a capable servant or a beast of burden, locking her away and forcing her into servitude. Ingalls wrote in his book that marriage is an exploitative institution for women, and indeed, it is so. Chiozé remarked, "This great thinker articulated such truths long ago. He truly deserves the title of a great man." Lin Jingwen exclaimed, feeling compelled to read more works by such eminent figures, believing it far superior to her own futile musings. Yes, delving into these texts will benefit you, granting you a clearer understanding of the world and elucidating fundamental issues such as governance, systems, and economics. As you aspire to venture into business, this knowledge will be advantageous. Chiozé smiled, for the first time sensing a connection of thought in his dialogue with Lin Jingwen, transcending the typical teacher-student dynamic. Within less than a month, he observed her rapid improvement. She was genuinely attentive and contemplative regarding the knowledge and principles he imparted. Her reading notes grew increasingly profound, reflective, and insightful. Consequently, Chiozé devoted more effort to guiding Lin Jingwen, explaining what constitutes virtuous actions and the logic of the elite. Do not perceive the theories of these great individuals as distant. Once you begin to engage with higher echelons of society and converse with them, You will discover their eagerness to discuss such matters. Familiarity with these texts and the underlying principles will render you wise, logical, and cultured, thereby elevating others' perceptions of you and instilling confidence in your capabilities. This will serve as your stepping stone. Lin Jingwen was profoundly impacted by Qiu Zhe's words, feeling as though she had opened a new door, gaining a fresh perspective. Professor Qiu, shall we go book shopping again this weekend? I have nearly finished all the books I previously purchased, Lin Jingwen said eagerly. During her free time at work, she would read, and even while knitting, she could manage to read, allowing her to complete a book every 2 to 3 days. Now, apart from working, cooking, and sleeping, she was engrossed in reading and studying. With the desire to grow stronger, she remained in a diligent state, feeling she had made significant progress. You need not purchase this section of books. I have several in my study, Qiu Zhe said, leading her to his study, selecting a few volumes for her to read and summarize. Thank you, Lin Jingwen replied, cherishing the books as treasures, adding with a smile. I shall return them once I finish. Consider them a gift. Such books merit frequent perusal. Initially, their content may seem obscure and challenging, but with repeated reading and contemplation, understanding will ensue, Qiu Zhe advised. I understand. It is akin to the saying that reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning, Lin Jingwen promptly responded. A teachable spirit indeed. Qiu Zhe praised her warmly. As for dealing with Qin Guangyao, it would require the intervention of Chef Kai, much like the last time he assisted her in confronting the scoundrel Li Anping. The chef had some connections in this area. Thus, when her shift ended on Thursday, Lin Jingwen arrived at his home bearing fine wines and delicacies. She knew Chef Kai was also working the morning shift and would prepare a few dishes that evening to accompany the drinks. Upon her arrival, she was greeted with warm hospitality. Why bring so much from home? Chef Kai chided upon seeing her bounty. Master, one must bring something when visiting one's own home. These are tokens of respect for you and madam. These snacks are for Kong Kong and Huan Huan, Lin Jingwen explained, handing the items to Madame Miao Xianglian, smiling as she did so. You've spent too much again. Next time, just bring your master a bottle of ergua too. Miao Xianglian remarked, feeling both concerned about her expenditure and warmed by her filial piety. Lin Jingwen responded with repeated affirmations, though they did not genuinely penetrate her heart. When Qin Xuemei returned from picking up the children, she greeted Lin Jingwen with equal enthusiasm. The two children, Kai Kongkong and Kai Huanhuan, upon sighting the delightful treats Lin Jingwen had brought, joyfully surrounded her, calling her auntie. They also shared gossip about Li Dongle, revealing that he had been punished by the teacher and now refused to wash himself, stinking to high heaven, making it unbearable for his deskmate to sit beside him, and even for them, as they could smell him from behind. Qin Shumei continued the gossip. I heard your ex-mother-in-law was hospitalized after being beaten. She might be getting on in years, and it seems the beating was quite severe. As she has been in the hospital for half a month and has yet to be discharged, Li Dongle's mother has been attending to her, leaving no time for the child. I saw Li Dongle today. His clothes, sleeves, face, and hair made him look like a little beggar. Remember how well he looked when you cared for him? He is completely different now, regardless of how well I cared for him. It was futile. He was happier with his biological mother, Lin Jingwen replied nonchalantly, adding, it no longer concerns me. Let us not speak of him. All right, let us not, Qin Shumei quickly agreed, thinking Lin Jingwen still harbored feelings for Li Dongle and felt disheartened by his current plight. In truth, Lin Jingwen now despised Li Dongle the most. Her ability to ignore him was the greatest act of tolerance she could muster. Lin Jingwen discreetly informed Chef Kai about Qin Guangyao's situation, deeming it inappropriate to make it public due to its disgraceful nature. That scoundrel! Chef Kai cursed upon hearing her words, adding, I sensed something was amiss during our last meal together. Lo and behold, he has indeed brought trouble upon himself. I know his wife. You needn't concern yourself with this matter. I'll notify her, and rest assured she will confront him at the restaurant, bringing him to heel. Lin Jingwen gave her mentor a thumbs up and cautioned him to exercise caution. A couple of days later, during her afternoon break, Lin Jingwen heard a commotion outside. Little Wu rushed to investigate the gossip and returned shortly afterward. Excitement written all over his face as he exclaimed, Sister Lin, it's turned into a brawl. Dong Wei was soundly beaten by the general manager's wife. Lin Jingwen chose not to witness the skirmish. Yet many gathered to watch, and Little Wu relayed the unfolding events. Sister, Dong Wei was bloodied. People say she might have miscarried. She was taken straight to the hospital. Lin Jingwen paused, stunned by the news that Dong Wei was truly pregnant. She furrowed her brow, suppressing a flicker of guilt. Even if Dong Wei were not to suffer a miscarriage, the child could not be born. After all, Dong Wei had a family, and Qin Guangyao would never divorce for her sake, nor would he safeguard the illegitimate child in her womb. According to Little Wu, when Qin Guangyao's wife assaulted Dong Wei, he was present yet did nothing to intervene, only calling for a halt when Dong Wei was bleeding. Such a scoundrel. It was unknown how many women had suffered miscarriages for him. He would likely feel no remorse. Sister, Dong Wei will definitely lose her job. Honestly, she brought this upon herself. She has offended everyone at our restaurant and has consistently targeted you. Little Wu lamented. I heard her husband is an accomplished engineer, treating her well. What was she seeking through her infidelity? If her husband finds out, he will surely divorce her. Her life is effectively over. Lin Jingwen found no words to offer in response to Little Wu's observations. While Dong Wei's life might not be entirely over in the short term, she would find herself ostracized and condemned by all. Yet what of Qin Guangyao? Not only did he escape physical reprimand, but few voiced their disdain for him. Most directed their ire at Dong Wei, labeling her a seductress. Qin Guangyao's wife delivered quite the spirited reprimand to Dong Wei. Yet she didn't so much as raise a finger against Qin Guangyao, instead calling him home for dinner. Lin Jingwen could only listen on, reduced to a mere spectator. True to Lin Jingwen's expectations, after the commotion, Qin Guangyao became subdued, no longer summoning her to his office every few days. Thus, she enjoyed a week of peaceful solitude. As the 15th day of the 12th lunar month approached. With just half a month until the new year, Lin Jingwen took advantage of her day off to visit the restaurant and assess the progress of the renovations. After 2 weeks of work, the main structure was complete, and the overall layout was becoming apparent, with no issues regarding construction quality. Aware that Lin Jingwen and Xiao Zhe were not easily deceived, and with the designer frequently on-site to supervise, everyone worked diligently. The construction foreman mentioned that in another 10 days, they would be finished. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingwen felt even more satisfied, gazing at the 2-story restaurant filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Zhang Lanxiang had been discharged from the hospital for a week, yet she remained unable to do anything, spending her days lying in bed, relying on others for meals and even personal hygiene. It wasn't that she was genuinely incapacitated. Rather, her temperament had grown increasingly capricious and difficult, taking her discomfort out on others. Her mouth was never idle, hurling insults that could damn someone's ancestors for generations. Huang Wan could no longer tolerate it. She slammed down the bowl, leaving without even taking the children, declaring she would return to her maternal home, berating Zhang Lanxiang in front of the neighbors. You old hag, whoever wants to serve you can do so. I can't bear it any longer. Oh dear, as a daughter-in-law, can't you endure a little longer? It will pass, but your mother-in-law is truly unbearable. The neighbors, well aware of Zhang Lanxiang's current disposition, offered words of persuasion rather than reproach to Huang Wan. Even Li Jianguo, her son, found it intolerable. Huang Wan's refusal to continue caring for her mother-in-law, coupled with her scathing remarks, left him speechless. Instead, he grasped her arm, preventing her from leaving. If his wife departed, the household would be utterly ruined. He couldn't manage the children, nor could he handle the household chores or attend to his mother. Moreover, the new year was fast approaching. They had yet to prepare any festive goods, the house remained uncleaned. And if his wife left, who would cook steamed buns or fry dishes? His mother, in her current state, was clearly incapable of doing anything in any case. If his wife departed, celebrating the new year would be impossible. After a decade of marriage, Li Jianguo found himself humbling himself for the first time, speaking gently to persuade her not to leave, and Huang Wan agreed to stay. Regardless of her troublesome mother-in-law, she still had to care for several children. Returning to her mother's home for the new year would only lead to disdain, and she had no place to go. Her outburst was merely a plea for Li Jianguo's attention. Seeing him relent and appease her brought her some relief. She had successfully maneuvered him. Not only were Li Jianguo and Huang Wan exasperated by Zhang Lanxiang, but her youngest son, Li Anping, who was favored, also found her intolerable. Mother, the doctor has assured you that you are fine. You shouldn't lie in bed all day. Come down and move around a bit. Do you smell the stench in this room? It's unbearable. As he entered her room, he instinctively frowned and held his breath. The odor was overwhelming, reeking of excrement and urine. mingled with the scent of traditional Chinese medicine. "Let me suffocate," he lamented. "I asked your sister-in-law to wash my bedding, and she was reluctant. I scolded her, and she felt wronged." Zhang Lanxiang immediately seized the opportunity to complain. "Do you remember how well your wife took care of your father when he was nearing his end? There wasn't a hint of odor, and the bedding was changed every 4 to 5 days. Just look at me now." "Mother, Lin Jingwen is no longer my wife. Refrain from mentioning her," Li Yonping interrupted. His brow furrowed. "Wait a few days. Once I find a new wife, she will take care of you. Rural girls know how to serve." In recent days, she had frequently reminisced about how comfortable life was when Lin Jingwen was around. How clean the house was. Listening to her was infuriating. He had divorced Lin Jingwen. What was the point of such discussions now? "Has the matchmaker found a suitable girl?" Zhang Lanxiang inquired. "You expect her to come before the new year?" "She won't be inclined," he replied. "I've offered 500 as a bride price." 500? Zhang Lanxiang exclaimed, her irritation flaring. "With that much, you could easily find a city girl. A village girl would be content with 100 at most." "Mother, 500 is certainly to find a young, beautiful, and capable one. If you offer too little, the family will be dissatisfied, leading to back-and-forth negotiations, and it will be embarrassing. We mustn't let them look down on us." Li Yonping urged. "If the payment is substantial, the benefits will be plentiful. At this juncture, don't be stingy. I want to see what kind of good fortune you can bring home." Zhang Lanxiang huffed, displeasure evident in her tone. "You will absolutely be satisfied," Li Yonping assured her. A couple of days later, on the 18th day of the 12th lunar month, the matchmaker visited, announcing that she had found a suitable match for Li Yonping. The girl was just 19, quite attractive, and capable in both domestic and external chores. The matchmaker shared the girl's conditions with a smile and emphasized, "You can accompany me to the countryside to meet her. If you are satisfied, you can meet her parents directly. Then, you can take her home, obtain a marriage certificate, and later arrange a banquet after the new year." "All right, I will go see her tomorrow," Li Yonping decided. With school on winter break, he had plenty of free time to finalize the marriage arrangements. After bidding farewell to the matchmaker, he told his mother, "Mother, get up. Let my sister-in-law tidy up your room. As a mother-in-law, you shouldn't be looked down upon by the new daughter-in-law." Upon hearing that a new daughter-in-law would soon arrive, Zhang Lanxiang agreed with her son's reasoning and finally got up. "What about the second one? Haven't I called him? When will he return? He needs to give that wife of his a good beating," Zhang Lanxiang said, feeling the pain in her body, her anger resurfacing. "The second brother won't be back until the factory closes for the new year. It won't be long now. He should return by the 27th or 28th at the latest," Li Yonping, also frustrated by his mother's injury, continued. "When the second brother returns, let him deal with Gao Qin and bring her back to take care of you." Zhang Lanxiang nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, that is how it should be." The following day, Li Yonping accompanied the matchmaker to the countryside early in the morning, and by that evening, he returned with a young bride. The neighbors were astonished to see the young woman accompanying him home. "Wow, Teacher Li, that was quick. You found a new wife already?" "I had to hurry. There are rumors that I was unfaithful and I feel wronged," Li Yonping replied with a smile. "Indeed. It seems Teacher Li was wronged after all. This girl clearly hails from the countryside, and she couldn't possibly be your high school sweetheart returning from the city." "I was falsely accused," Li Yonping proclaimed with increasing confidence. "Where is this new bride from? She looks quite young. How old is she? You haven't distributed the wedding candies yet. You must make up for that," teased a neighbor. "She's from Jintuan town. She'll turn 21 after the new year, and we will certainly distribute candies tomorrow." Li Yonping chuckled, deliberately exaggerating the girl's age, a young maiden. "You're certainly moving up in the world. Even an old cow can graze on tender grass now." Another neighbor joked. Li Yonping smiled, his demeanor reflecting a newfound sense of pride, as if he had regained his dignity. The young bride beside him kept her head lowered, appearing obedient and docile, remaining silent despite the teasing. Chapter 67. Incessantly comparing with Lin Jing when the young bride, named Xia Chao, was indeed quite attractive and appeared quite earnest. She was the youngest in her family, with 2 older brothers and 2 older sisters who were quite doting, thus she had not been burdened with excessive labor. Her hands remained relatively delicate. The moment Li Yonping saw Xia Chao, he was captivated by her large eyes, small mouth, and pointed chin, deeming her a petite beauty that met his standards. Although her face was slightly flushed from the cold, She was not unattractive. Her bashful demeanor as she glanced at Li Anping stirred his heart. He promptly decided he wanted Xia Chao, and then went to meet her parents. Upon meeting Li Anping, Xia Chao's parents, though aware he was slightly older, found him quite handsome, a city dweller and a university teacher, an excellent match. They readily agreed for their daughter to follow him back to the city, obtain a marriage certificate, and spend the new year with him, planning a banquet after the holiday to notify relatives and friends. Though it was Xia Chao's first marriage, it was Li Anping's second. He preferred a simple ceremony, and her parents acquiesced. If they didn't marry her off soon, she might run off with a poor boy from the village, which was unacceptable. The 500 in bride price would also allow them to arrange a good match for their fourth child. Zhang Lanxiang scrutinized Xia Chao, her brows furrowed tightly. She wasn't entirely satisfied but refrained from openly criticizing her. Huang Wan glanced at Xia Chao and couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. She was far too young for her to consider the prospect of being sisters-in-law with Xia Chao, which struck her as quite awkward. The third brother, with his audacity, had somehow managed to find such a beautiful young woman to be his wife. Did he think he was in his first marriage? When Xia Chao first arrived, dinner was rather unremarkable, as it had not been specially prepared for her. Merely an extra fried egg was added to the meal. The scant meat in the dishes had already been snatched away by the children. Xia Chao buried herself in her steamed bun and soup, remaining silent and rarely reaching for the dishes, only accepting a piece of egg that Li Anping offered her. After dinner, Xia Chao followed Huang Wan to wash the dishes. Huang Wan assigned most of the dishwashing to Xia Chao, easing her own burden. Not only did Xia Chao wash the dishes, but she also swept the floor, and after sweeping, Huang Wan insisted that she wash the clothes too. Sister-in-law, what time is it? You should ease up a bit. Xia Chao has just arrived at our home, and you're already making her work so hard without even a hint of courtesy. Li Anping interjected. Are you feeling sorry for the new bride? Fine, fine. She wants to wash them now. We'll do it tomorrow, Huang Wan replied sarcastically. Xia Chao remained silent, much like a mute gourd. She resembles Lin Jingwen when she first got married. I wonder how long she can keep this up. Huang Wan couldn't help but remark. Sister-in-law, why do you compare her to Lin Jingwen? Xia Chao is far younger and more beautiful. She is in no way comparable. Li Anping replied with a hint of irritation. Huang Wan pouted and fell silent. She scrutinized Xia Chao, who spoke little but had large, expressive eyes that seemed to communicate eloquently and exuded an air of innocence that could easily captivate a man's heart. Such a girl indeed draws men's sympathy. Huang Wan glanced at Xia Chao's youthful, tender face and touched her own weathered skin, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. With a huff, she hurried back inside. Zhang Lanxiang had been observing Xia Chao as well, noticing her quiet demeanor and willingness to work. Though not as deft and tidy as Lin Jingwen, she still bore a semblance to Lin Jingwen's earlier diligence. Satisfied, Zhang Lanxiang nodded in approval. When it was time for bed, Xia Chao brought a basin of water for Li Anping to soak his feet. Li Anping relaxed with a contented sigh. He felt that his good days had returned. He became increasingly pleased with himself, convinced that his decision to marry a rural girl had been exceptionally wise. Moreover, Xia Chao was indeed quite beautiful. After they finished washing up, Li Anping and Xia Chao went to bed. Being newlyweds, he relished Xia Chao's youthful innocence, embracing her and proclaiming what he thought was a heartfelt sentiment. Xia Chao, by being with me, you will enjoy the good life of city dwellers, Xia Chao shyly replied, yet inwardly, she was unconvinced. The life of city dwellers wasn't all that different. The food was quite similar to what she had at home. And at home, she wouldn't even have to wash the dishes, as her mother and sister-in-law would take care of that. However, as a newcomer to her in-laws' house, Xia Chao refrained from voicing her thoughts, choosing instead to listen. Feeling uncomfortable with Li Anping's advances, she huffed and nudged him, hoping he would let her be. Li Anping told her to endure it, and Xia Chao bit her lip, reluctantly tolerating the situation. The walls of the room were not soundproof, so even the slightest noise could be heard from the adjacent rooms. The children were fast asleep, which was a relief, but Li Jiangguo and Huang Wan could still discern the commotion. Let us hope you can get out of bed tomorrow, Huang Wan muttered under her breath. Li Jiangguo, feeling agitated, was aware that their child was sleeping beside them, and when he thought of his wife's plump waist and her face, he lost any desire. Yet, when he thought of Xia Chao's appearance, he cursed himself for being a brute, rolled over, and forced himself to sleep. Lin Jingwen glanced at the calendar, noting that it was already December 23rd, the eve of the little new year. She turned to Chiozei and asked, Professor Chio, it's the eve of the little new year. Besides dumplings and candied gourds, what else would you like to eat? Braised radish with pork ribs. Chiozei pondered for a moment before responding, and let us make some spicy fried chicken cubes. All right, no problem. Lin Jingwen nodded and then inquired, Professor Chio, when will you be going home for the new year? You mentioned wanting those animal-shaped steamed buns, right? I'll ensure to prepare them for you. As the new year approached, the preparations for the festivities increased, and many items at their restaurant were selling out, especially her uniquely designed steamed buns and pastries that were particularly popular. The workload for Lin Jingwen in kneading dough had skyrocketed, and her arms were beginning to ache. I'll be heading back on the 28th. Chiozei replied, and once I return home, there will be no peace. Lin Jingwen smiled, understanding his sentiment. The new year was always the loudest, and returning home meant facing an onslaught of unwanted attention and inquiries from relatives, which could be quite exhausting. This year, she planned to celebrate the New Year's Eve with her godparents, happily watching the Spring Festival Gala together. There would be no scolding, nor would there be endless chores. Just thinking about it brought her joy. Afterward, she would visit Elder Yang and her master to extend New Year greetings, and then she could enjoy her Spring Festival holiday. When do you all get your holidays? Chiozei asked her. We break for the holiday on the afternoon of the 29th and return to work on the 5th day of the new year, Lin Jingwen replied, smiling. The restaurant is giving us an extra 2 days off. It is quite generous. Chiozei nodded and then asked, how is the renovation of our restaurant coming along? It's basically finished. The sign has been hung up, and there are just a few minor repairs left to be done. It should be wrapping up tomorrow, and after I finish work, we can go check it out together, Lin Jingwen said with a smile. Their restaurant was named Ju Wei Xian, a name with a hint of antiquity that matched their decor style quite well. Chiozei preferred a more elegant decor style, while Lin Jingwen was indifferent. She left that to him since he was the one funding the venture. Although the restaurant's environment was important, it ultimately depended on culinary skills and flavors to attract and retain customers. The following afternoon, Chiozei and Lin Jingwen went to inspect the restaurant. By the time they arrived, the construction crew had already cleared away most of the large debris, making the place look much cleaner and more inviting. Lin Jingwen ran up and down the stairs several times, growing more and more satisfied, her lips stretching into a smile as she found nothing to critique. However, Chiozei was different. He inspected every corner from the first to the second floor, identifying 5 or 6 areas that did not meet his standards. His observations were reasonable, prompting the construction workers to smile wryly as they hurried to make corrections. After 2 hours of inspection, Chiozei finally declared it acceptable, signing off to allow them to leave, indicating that the final payment would be settled the next day. The construction workers left with a sigh of relief, muttering that they never wanted to take on such demanding clients again. Dealing with a perfectionist like Professor Chio had forced them to elevate their standards, which was quite a challenge. Once I'm on holiday, I'll make sure to give this place a thorough cleaning, put up Spring Festival couplets and decorations, and after the new year, I'll arrange the furniture and equipment, then choose an auspicious date to open, Lin Jingwen said cheerfully as she locked the door. With such a large space, you could hire someone to help with the cleaning, Chiozei remarked. It's only a bit over 200 square meters. It's not that big, and I can manage it myself in just half a day, Lin Jingwen replied, cheerfully patting her chest in assurance. Professor Chio, you forget. Cleaning is my specialty. Chiozei glanced at her, amused by her self-praise and radiant smile, and chuckled, teasing her. Indeed, I almost forgot. You seem more like my student now than a housekeeper, considering how you constantly chase me with various questions about your studies and hand me your reading notes. Cooking and cleaning have become mere afterthoughts. Lin Jingwen realized this was true, and due to her busy work schedule, she often could only manage 1 meal a day, and even that was somewhat perfunctory. Feeling a bit sheepish, she said to him, Professor Chio, don't pay me the housekeeping fee next month. You're now my teacher, and it's only right for me to clean the house and cook for you. She felt embarrassed to accept the fee, as she was no longer an illiterate, just that Chiozei was her all-subject teacher. Considering the English lessons he provided, attending a class elsewhere would cost her a significant sum, far surpassing the quality of instruction she received from him. After a month and a half of English study, she had managed to memorize around 40 words or phrases daily, amassing a vocabulary of approximately 2,000 words. Engaging in casual conversation with foreigners had become effortless. Chiozei shook his head with a smile. I was just joking. I'm not short on money, so you don't need to worry about that. Well, when our restaurant opens, I'll definitely think of ways to earn more money to give to my teacher, Lin Jingwen immediately replied, making him chuckle. So you'll earn more money for yourself too? Haha, exactly, Lin Jingwen laughed, feeling her confidence grow, sensing a budding entrepreneurial spirit within her. On the 28th of the year, Lin Jingwen showcased her English skills, impressing several foreign customers. Not only did these customers continuously praise her culinary skills, but they also astonished Supervisor Zhao and her colleagues. Lin Jingwen actually speaks English, and so well. They realized that while she seemed to be reading all the time, she was genuinely knowledgeable. In the 1980s, being proficient in English was quite rare, so those who could speak it were often held in higher regard. Lin Jingwen is quite the character. Her English pronunciation is commendable, and her unreserved demeanor when conversing with foreigners garners genuine admiration from the restaurant staff. Perhaps her previous label was that of a divorced woman known for her culinary skills yet possessing a formidable personality. However, now an additional label is to be affixed. She speaks English, which is now regarded as her foremost attribute. Master Lin, you have certainly brought us pride. On the eve of the New Year's holiday, Supervisor Zhao summoned her to the office, complimenting her with a warm smile and presenting her with a red envelope. This year, your exquisite dumpling artistry has significantly boosted our restaurant's revenue, doubling it compared to last month. The higher-ups are pleased and have decided to reward you. Thank you, Supervisor, Lin Jingwen replied, accepting the envelope with a smile. She then added, Supervisor, I have something to discuss as well. I intend to resign and will be unable to continue working here after the new year. Her restaurant had completed renovations, and she had numerous tasks ahead, such as purchasing equipment. Thus, Lin Jingwen proactively announced her resignation to her supervisor. If the supervisor preferred that she not return after the new year, that would suit her well, allowing her to focus on her own establishment, which would open on the 16th day of the Lunar New Year. If the supervisor felt it necessary for her to stay a bit longer to facilitate a smooth transition, she was open to that as well. What? You wish to resign? Why? Haven't you been doing well for over a month? What are your grievances? We can discuss this further, Supervisor Zhao exclaimed in astonishment. Supervisor, my decision to resign post-New Year is not due to any dissatisfaction with the restaurant. It is purely for personal reasons, and I sincerely apologize, Lin Jingwen explained. Zhao still struggled to comprehend her reasoning and pressed for clarification on her personal circumstances. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Jingwen disclosed that a friend had invited her to work as a chef at their private restaurant, to which she had agreed. How can a private establishment offer the same security as our state-run restaurant? Supervisor Zhao countered, rapping his fingers on the table. Master Lin, your salary is already quite substantial, and you have a year-end bonus awaiting you. Such a thing would have been impossible in the past. If it were not for your undeniable talent in elevating the restaurant's performance, I would not be making such an effort to retain you. Supervisor, I understand, but it is a personal obligation that is difficult to decline, Lin Jingwen replied with a hint of embarrassment. In fact, this friend has been inviting me since I first joined the restaurant, but I declined, believing I should fulfill my duties until the end of the year, to honor your trust in me. After over a month, the other chefs have learned nearly everything from me, and I have not let your faith in me go to waste. I wanted to inform you in advance, so you can plan for hiring someone new after the new year. If you require my assistance for a few days post-New Year, I am willing to return. Supervisor Zhao sighed heavily, realizing her mind was made up and that he could not dissuade her any further. Your resignation comes as quite a surprise to me. Very well, come back for a few days after the new year, and we can arrange the transition. With the holiday approaching, everyone's thoughts are already drifting away from work. Thank you for your care during this time, Supervisor, Lin Jingwen said with a smile. Supervisor Zhao offered a rueful smile, feeling regretful, yet acknowledging that with changing policies and increasing freedom, talented individuals are always at risk of leaving. Upon returning to her rented apartment, Lin Jingwen took a moment to inspect the contents of the red envelope her supervisor had given her. 300 yuan, nearly 2 months' salary, was quite a generous sum. She smiled, pleased to see her little savings account grow. However, her expenses had also increased significantly as she treated herself to various items and indulged in social obligations. Thus, despite her substantial earnings, she had not managed to save much, excluding the newly acquired 300 yuan. Her savings hovered around 500 yuan, including the 800 yuan from selling crochet hooks. Moreover, with the New Year's Eve fast approaching, she could not arrive empty-handed at her godparents' home. In addition to the sweaters and hats she had knitted for them, Lin Jingwen planned to purchase a few more items from the mall to bring along. She also needed to prepare gifts for her master and the elderly Ms. Yang for the new year. Seizing the opportunity before the mall closed, she set out to shop. After spending over 100 yuan, she returned home laden with various bags, her hands aching from the weight in this day and age. Avoiding imported goods and expensive clothing allows one to procure quite a bit for just over 100 yuan. Yet, once an item bears the mark of import, its price skyrockets to levels unattainable for the average person. Professor Chiu had already gone home for the new year, leaving Lin Jingwen to dine alone that evening. Feeling too lazy to cook, she merely boiled some noodles for herself. After clearing her dishes, she settled down with a book, alternating between reading, writing, and listening to music, unwittingly letting the hours slip away in a tranquil and fulfilling solitude. Meanwhile, 3 days after Xia Chao entered the household, she and Li Anping acquired their marriage certificate. In the days that followed, Xia Chao exhibited a noticeable change. While not entirely lazy, she had ceased to take the initiative in her chores, resembling a stubborn donkey that only moves when prodded. The end of the year was the busiest time for the household, with steaming buns, frying snacks, and cleaning tasks all vying for attention. The women in the household, diligent in their duties, would rise with the dawn, working tirelessly until late into the night, only to repeat the cycle the next day. Huang Wan, observing Xia Chao's lack of diligence so soon after her arrival, grew irate and frequently scolded her. Xia Chao did not retaliate. Instead, she merely shed tears, looking pitiful. Li Anping, protective of Xia Chao, would defend her, chastising Huang Wan for her unfair treatment, asserting that Xia Chao had not neglected her responsibilities. Xia Chao had indeed completed all her assigned tasks, such as washing his clothes, scrubbing his shoes, and tidying the bed, even joining him for evening exercises. Li Anping's defense of her was entirely reasonable. Even more surprising, Li Jiangguo occasionally intervened on Xia Chao's behalf, urging Huang Wan to treat her with more kindness, reasoning that Xia Chao was still young and that it was only fitting for the elder sister-in-law to shoulder a greater share of the work. This, of course, infuriated Huang Wan. What does it mean for your husband to protect his sister-in-law? She thought. Huang Wan was incensed, contemplating a confrontation, while Li Jiangguo felt embarrassed, insisting that she was simply looking for trouble. His mere words made her think that he was siding with his sister-in-law, which, if spread, would be a source of mockery and shame. Reluctantly, Huang Wan let the matter rest, recognizing that her husband had a point. In such a confined space, with so many people, it was impossible to hide anything. Even the slightest disturbance would be noticed. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that Xia Chao posed a threat. Those large, expressive eyes of hers were disarming, and her perpetually pitiful demeanor charmed every man. Ever since Xia Chao joined the household, Huang Wan had found her domestic life increasingly uncomfortable. As for Zhang Lanxiang, her dissatisfaction with Xia Chao's newfound laziness led to renewed scolding. Whenever she scolded Xia Chao, the latter would simply avoid her, prompting Zhang Lanxiang to escalate her tirade. On the 25th day of the Lunar New Year, she scolded Xia Chao so fiercely that the latter returned to her parental home. Li Anping eventually brought Xia Chao back, sternly reprimanding Zhang Lanxiang to reconsider her abrasive temperament. Zhang Lanxiang simmered with resentment, feeling that she had been wronged by her daughter-in-law, especially since her son had sided with Xia Chao this time. This left her utterly infuriated. However, in the following days, whether due to her health or other reasons, Zhang Lanxiang found herself sleeping more than usual, lacking energy and often complaining of fatigue, leading to a noticeable decline in her scolding. Li Anping suggested she visit the hospital for a checkup, but she firmly refused, reluctant to spend any money after her previous hospitalization and treatment had already cost her 40 yuan. Where is the second son? Why hasn't he returned yet? It's already the 29th. Zhang Lanxiang inquired early in the morning, eagerly anticipating her second son's return. The day before, he had called to say he would arrive on the train at 5 in the afternoon, to which Li Anping confirmed. Zhang Lanxiang nodded in delight, but after breakfast, fatigue overcame her, and she returned to her bed. Has our mother been sleeping excessively these past few days? Is everything all right? Li Jiangguo asked Li Anping. She might just need some recovery time. I believe she will be fine. If she continues like this in a few days, we should take her for another checkup, Li Anping replied. That evening, the second son, Li Aihua, returned, and not only did he arrive, but he also brought along a heavily pregnant woman. This revelation rendered the entire family speechless. Stop your chatter. Gao Qin has mistreated our mother. I absolutely cannot keep her. Li Aihua asserted emphatically. This is Chen Xiaoyun, the kindest and most capable woman. I will find our mother a compliant daughter-in-law, and she is pregnant with a grandchild. Surely that will bring her joy. Zhang Lanxiang, with a sullen expression, remained silent, as this was not what she had anticipated. She had never imagined her second son would divorce and bring home a woman from outside, particularly one who was pregnant. Previously, she had confidently criticized Gao Qin, accusing her of being troublesome and demanding an apology from her, yet now, her self-assuredness had dissipated. If Gao Qin's family were to intervene, given Li Aihua's actions, they could easily wreak havoc during the New Year celebrations. It appears this family does not welcome me. I might as well find a hotel to stay in, Chen Xiaoyun declared with confidence, believing her pregnancy granted her a protective advantage. Why go to a hotel? That would just waste money. Zhang Lanxiang spoke up, addressing the eldest son's wife, instructing her to tidy up the room previously occupied by the second child, making it available for their two to reside. Are you not leaving after the New Year? Will you still be going south for work? Huang Wan inquired, furrowing her brow. If you don't leave, housing will become even more cramped, and with the addition of a newborn crying every day, it is simply unbearable to contemplate. Comparatively, she yearned for Gao Qin and Li Shuheng to return. At least Li Shuheng, being older, could assist with some chores. Xiaoyun is already 7 months along, without any support in the south for childbirth. We're not leaving. We'll have the baby and decide what to do once the child is a bit older, Li Aihua asserted resolutely. Mother, this is Xiaoyun's first child. She knows nothing, as her mother-in-law. You should take extra care. Zhang Lanxiang wore a stern expression, remaining silent. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Li Aihua quickly changed the subject, cheerfully opening her bag and announcing, Look, I brought back quite a few fresh items from the south that we don't have here. This electronic watch is for you, the third child. It's quite fashionable, Dado. Where's your wife? And who is this young lady? I divorced Lin Jingwen. This is Xiaocao, my newly married wife, Li Aihua replied. She paused, recalling Lin Jingwen's haggard appearance, and then glanced at Xiaocao, thinking how fortunate the third child was to have found such a youthful and vibrant partner. When it came time for dinner, Li Aihua's mood soured again upon seeing the meager spread on the table. During the new year, if we don't have a feast, at least we should have something decent. Look at these dishes, cabbage and tofu, stewed radish, salted vegetables with scrambled eggs, and soybeans. There's only one dish of fried crispy meat and some fried dough leaves. And this cabbage and tofu is utterly tasteless. How can that fried meat be so unpalatable? I remember our New Year's Eve dinners used to be abundant and delicious. How has life regressed so? It's because the third aunt has left, Li Chunqing interjected. Without her, the food is bound to be less appetizing and lacking meat. The atmosphere at the table seemed to freeze at her words. You can't say anything right while eating, Huang Wan scolded her daughter. Chapter 69. The happy Lin Jingwen. After dinner, Huang Wan and Xiaocao began to clear the dishes, while Chen Xiaoyun, relying on her pregnancy, opted not to help. Just because you're pregnant doesn't make you special at Ha. What woman hasn't given birth? What is so extraordinary about that? Huang Wan murmured to herself, disapproving of the young mistress Chen Xiaoyun. Moreover, being a southerner, although she spoke Mandarin, her accent was peculiar, which made Huang Wan uncomfortable and dislike her even more. Its sister-in-law. Why did Omping divorce his ex-wife? Xiaocao asked for the first time, having heard various accounts over the past few days but unable to discern the truth. Huang Wan chuckled at the question, reveling in her schadenfreude. What else could it be? Omping has a woman and a son outside. Lin Jingwen couldn't bear it and left. Be careful not to get too close. He might rekindle his relationship with his first love, who also has a son. You have nothing. Xiaocao's eyes widened in astonishment. The truth was indeed shocking, leading her to ponder her husband Li Onping's character. It seemed city dwellers, even university professors, were no different when it came to matters of love and fidelity. Second brother, you shouldn't have brought this woman home. Having her here means your divorce from Gao Qin is indefensible. Li Onping frowned and turned to Li Aihua. And what about Shuheng? Are you willing to forsake your son? Chen Xiaoyun was crying incessantly, threatening self-harm, leaving him with little choice. Honestly, I didn't want to bring her back. Li Aihua understood well the implications. Bringing a woman from outside home could only spark family conflict with no benefit. He was compelled to return with her after Gao Qin assaulted their mother and due to Chen Xiaoyun's relentless distress. Upon arriving home and seeing the chaotic state of affairs, his frustration mounted. You shouldn't have divorced Lin Jingwen. Why not? Xiaocao retorted. She is much better off than me. I should have divorced much earlier. Li Yonping immediately interrupted, dissatisfied. He had little desire to be with Lin Jingwen but found Xiaocao refreshing. Every evening was a new experience with her youthful charm. For that alone, he felt it was worthwhile, especially since Xiaocao was willing to do household chores, albeit not as well as Lin Jingwen. He was currently quite content, even imagining Lin Jingwen regretting his choice of a younger wife. Li Aihua merely shrugged, saying nothing. He could see that Xiaocao was not the type to settle down. He had seen many such women in the workforce, swapping partners quicker than their male counterparts. When Li Yonping inevitably found himself wearing a green hat, he would surely regret his decision on New Year's Eve. Lin Jingwen awoke early, cleaned her and Professor Chio's room after breakfast, read for a while, and by 10 o'clock, set off with gifts to visit her godparents. Jingwen's here, Li Shuang exclaimed upon seeing her. I was just about to prepare the dumpling filling. Your godfather said to chop the meat, and I thought you could add the seasoning. You're much better at it than I am. Is the meat filling ready? If not, I can help. Getting the meat to the right consistency is quite a task, Lin Jingwen smiled. Should we make a few different flavors? Cabbage and pork? Carrot and meat? Chive and egg? I saw fresh chives at the market and brought some dado. Those chives aren't cheap. They're quite a rarity in winter, Li Shuang remarked, admiring the vibrant green bunch Lin Jingwen had brought. They are a bit pricey, but we want to eat much, so it's not a big expense, Lin Jingwen replied. Godmother, what are we having for lunch? Should I fry some crispy meat or fish for the afternoon? It will be handy for guests after the new year. Look, this fish I bought yesterday is marinated and ready to fry. Hearing her detailed plans, Li Shuang gave her a thumbs up, grinning. Ha ha, we'll do as you say. You direct, and I'll help. Neither of us is very skilled at this, but thanks to you, we're enjoying ourselves this year. Lin Jingwen smiled, feeling a warm sense of accomplishment from her efforts being recognized. However, after setting things down, she took out the sweaters and hats she had knitted for her elderly godparents, inviting them to try them on. This is wool, isn't it? So soft. You've spent too much? Li Shuang remarked as she felt the fabric, recognizing its quality. It's warm, Lin Jingwen said with a smile. New Year gifts come once a year. Quality matters most, and it's worth spending a little more. I see you are becoming more confident in your speech, Sun Hao noted, observing her spirit and nodding approvingly. Have you made progress at work? Received any accolades? Godfather, you're quite perceptive. You've seen through me at once. Lin Jingwen laughed, genuinely impressed. She then shared her recent success communicating in English with several foreign guests and receiving praise, as well as her year-end bonus. Jingwen, you're remarkable. You're diligent, intelligent, and hardworking, and your progress is commendable. Every time we see you, we notice the positive changes, Li Shuang exclaimed, beaming with pride and suggesting a reward for her efforts. Indeed, indeed, Sun Hao added, giving Lin Jingwen another thumbs up. If you can maintain this momentum for 5 or 6 years, your future is limitless. Ha, Godfather, it's not difficult. I'm currently engaged in activities that bring me joy. It's not merely about persistence. It's about enjoyment, Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. After enduring an oppressive marriage for 8 years and spending another 8 in the countryside, where she faced even darker times in her dreams, she found studying and reading to be the most fulfilling endeavors. Look at Jingwen's attitude. Just listening to her makes me feel younger. Li Shuang remarked with a smile, and Sun Hao nodded in agreement. Lin Jingwen felt that this New Year's Eve was the warmest she had ever experienced. By in the afternoon, she chatted with her godparents while making dumplings. After enjoying a delightful dinner of dumplings, they watched the Spring Festival Gala, eating sunflower seeds and chatting happily until midnight. Her godparents gifted her a substantial red envelope containing 100 yuan as New Year's money, saying it was to make up for her previous allowances. Lin Jingwen was touched, feeling that the warmth and love she had longed for were now being fulfilled by her godparents. On the afternoon of the first day of the new year, Lin Jingwen visited her master to pay her respects and distributed red envelopes to the children. After a joyful dinner, she returned to her rental apartment. As for young Lao Tai, she planned to visit after dinner on the 3rd day of the new year. Knowing the relationship wasn't very close, and an early visit might not be well received on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, it is customary for daughters who have married to return to their parental home. Accompanied by their husbands, Mei Xiaocui and Lin Dongliang had been eagerly awaiting Lin Jingwen's return since the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, during the minor New Year celebrations, in anticipation of giving her a piece of their minds. However, As New Year's Eve approached, her absence only fueled their frustration, leading them to scold Lin Jingwen countless times. Now, with the second day of the new year upon them, they looked on as their eldest and second daughters returned home. Yet Lin Jingwen remained elusive. It finally dawned upon them that Lin Jingwen truly would not be coming back. Eldest, second, go find her and see what she's become, Lin Dongliang said sternly to his two daughters. Discover her circumstances, what sort of work she is engaged in, and the nature of her relationship with that adoptive mother and father. How much money does she possess that gives her the audacity to stay away from home? Chapter 70. Pressured into arranged marriages. Lin Jingwen's eldest sister is named Lin Shumi, her second sister is Lin Shiyu, and her younger brother is Lin Shuetao. It must be noted that during the era of their births in the 1950s, Lin Dongliang's choice of names for his children was an indication of his desire to showcase his literacy. However, due to his extreme preference for sons, he treated his three daughters with equal disdain. Lin Shumi and Lin Shiyu, indoctrinated by Lin Dongliang, were perfect adherents of the traditional virtues of obedience and propriety, adhering to the hierarchy of father, husband, and, eventually, son. Thus, when Lin Dongliang issued a command, the two sisters complied without question. Upon learning Lin Jingwen's current address, they set off to find her on the third day of the new year. When Lin Jingwen saw them arrive, she was not surprised nor did she display a cold demeanor. Instead, she greeted them with a smile. Lin Jingwen had always maintained a good relationship with her elder and second sisters. Throughout their lives, whether during their rural upbringing or after their marriages, the three of them had shared a comforting bond. Life had not been easy for her elder and second sisters, as each family faced its own struggles, and they too were financially constrained. However, during her forced divorce and subsequent job loss, both sisters had offered her some monetary support, albeit modest, which she appreciated and vowed to remember. Yet, over a month had passed since Lin Jingwen awakened from her dream, and she had not once initiated contact with her sisters. She understood that they would not comprehend her decision to divorce, nor would they support it. They would only urge her to endure and refrain from leaving. Thus, Lin Jingwen chose to maintain a respectful distance from relatives who, while well-meaning, could only drag her down due to their limited understanding. Even if her elder and second sisters did not heed their father's words and came to visit her, she planned to pay them a brief visit in return, delivering a New Year's gift and exchanging a few words before departing. Now that they were here, she would not send them away but welcomed them with a smile, offering a delightful meal to treat them. Jingwen, Lin Shumi, her eldest sister, asked uncertainly upon seeing the woman at the door. It appeared to be the third sister, Jingwen, yet she seemed so different. Jingwen had never been this beautiful, nor had she ever smiled so radiantly, exuding the aura of a cultured individual. Lin Shiyu, her second sister, looked at Lin Jingwen in disbelief. Is that really you, Jingwen? Do you recognize us, dear elder and second sisters? Have you truly forgotten me? Come in, please. Lin Jingwen chuckled at their reaction. Had her transformation been so drastic? The responses of those around her had not been so exaggerated. Upon hearing her speak, Lin Shumi and Lin Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, it was indeed their third sister, however, looking at her current appearance and demeanor. The changes were remarkable. If they were to encounter Lin Jingwen on the street, they certainly would not recognize her. The two sisters entered the warm and inviting home, a comforting atmosphere enveloping them as they exhaled contentedly. Observing the furnishings of the house, Lin Shumi remarked, "This is wonderful, almost like the home of a wealthy family. Father mentioned that this is your rented apartment. The landlords are an elderly couple, yet you have taken them as your adoptive parents. Don't they live with you?" "Ah, my adoptive mother and father reside in their old home. I live here alone," Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. Why didn't you bring the children along?" "We feared you might send us away," Lin Shiyu interjected. "It has been said that you have severed ties with your family and wish to cut off all connections. I have distanced myself from them. But that does not mean I wish to sever ties with you." Lin Jingwen poured them each a cup of warm water to warm their hands, continuing with a smile. "As long as you refrain from urging me to return home or remarry, we can still be good sisters, enjoying a meal and chatting together." Lin Shumi and Lin Shiyu were momentarily taken aback by her words, increasingly aware that she had indeed changed. The former Jingwen would have only responded minimally to 10 remarks, whereas now, a single statement had effectively blocked their intentions for this visit. "How have you transformed so completely?" Lin Shumi asked in astonishment. "No wonder father claims you have become quite difficult." because I have realized that being too honest leads to being bullied, resulting in poor nourishment, inadequate clothing, and an overall miserable existence, Lin Jingwen explained. Elder sister, second sister, you two should cultivate a tougher demeanor, keep your finances close to your chest, and ignore father's sentiments. He must not be allowed to feel like the sovereign of the household. Dictating every action, Lin Shumi and Lin Shiyu gasped. How can that be? Lin Jingwen sighed. Very well. If our views do not align, then perhaps we should leave it at that. Some beliefs are deeply ingrained, and it is not something a few words can easily change. Why transformation stems from having truly experienced death. After enduring over a decade of hardship, I have been compelled to change. Initially, Lin Jingwen had intended to invite her sisters to stay for dinner. But in order to avoid discomfort for either party, she handed each of them 30 yuan and offered them 2 boxes of pastries to take home. 5 yuan was designated as New Year's money for the children, while the remainder served as festive gifts for her 2 sisters. Though her sisters initially protested, insisting they did not want her money, Lin Jingwen insisted they accept it, emphasizing that they should keep it secret as their own private savings. Should any emergencies arise in the future, they would have funds at hand. This money was her way of expressing gratitude to her sisters for their assistance during her trying times. Now that she had gained some financial stability, she could afford to give back, albeit modestly. In the future, when she has achieved a higher status and influence, perhaps her sisters will recognize her accomplishments without her needing to speak, understanding that her words hold more validity than their father's or those of their husbands. The authority of one's voice is intrinsically linked to one's status and financial power. Professor Chiu returned on the morning of the 4th day of the new year. Professor Chiu, why are you back from home so early? Lin Jingwen asked upon hearing the door open and seeing Chiuze return. I've been pressured into arranged marriages at home. It's quite bothersome. Chiuze replied, then inquired, could you assist me in organizing my suitcase? Of course, that falls within my scope of work, Lin Jingwen responded cheerfully, following him inside. Curiosity piqued, she asked, Professor Chiu, with your excellent circumstances and not being particularly young, why are you reluctant to marry? Having witnessed numerous failed marriages, I do not believe I possess the capability to manage a marriage successfully, hence my avoidance of it, Chiuze replied with self-awareness. I tend to be overly critical and seek perfection, which makes it difficult for others to tolerate my temperament. They often perceive me as nitpicking. Lin Jingwen looked at him, puzzled. But I don't find you difficult to get along with at all. You are quite complimentary. I often feel flattered by your praises. That is because you excel in your endeavors, be it your cleaning skills, culinary talents, or your academic attitude. I find it hard to critique you. And thus praise comes naturally, Chiuze said, glancing at her momentarily before averting his gaze. I need to take a shower first. Please tidy up those 2 suitcases. All right, for lunch, how about minced meat tofu? Spicy radish strips, crispy meat, and rice? Lin Jingwen called after his retreating figure. Sounds perfect. Chiuze turned back, a smile breaking across his face. Those are all my favorites. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingwen could not help but mentally scoff, noting that there was nothing he did not enjoy. After all, he praised everything she cooked, always savoring it immensely. On the 5th day of the new year, Lin Jingwen returned to work. Upon her arrival, Supervisor Zhao informed everyone of her imminent resignation, urging others to learn from her while arranging their current tasks. Lin Jie, you're resigning? Xiaowu felt as though the sky was falling. He had hoped to apprentice under her, having dedicated the past month to demonstrating his diligence and eagerness to work. Yet now, with Lin Jie preparing to leave, all his efforts seemed futile. Xiaowu, if you wish to join me in starting a private restaurant, I can take you on as my apprentice, offering you a higher starting salary, 120 yuan a month, which is 30 to 40 yuan more than you currently earn. Once the restaurant thrives, I will certainly increase your pay. Huh. Xiaowu was taken aback. Is that even possible? However, the current job is indeed a secure position, one that his father painstakingly helped him obtain through connections. If he were to resign, he genuinely fears his father's wrath. Yet, the conditions proposed by Sister Lin are undeniably tempting. A monthly salary of 120, significantly more than what he currently earns, with the promise of future increases. Given Sister Lin's exceptional skills and her relentless drive, success seems assured, and moreover, she is willing to take him on as her apprentice. Becoming her apprentice would undoubtedly alter their relationship for the better. Xiaowu wrestled with his thoughts for quite some time, unable to reach a decision. Sister Lin, may I take some time to consider this? It won't take long. I'll let you know before the end of the workday. Lin Jingwen, of course, had no objections. Noticing his inner turmoil, she refrained from persuading him, allowing him to make his own choice. Chapter 71. Lin Jingwen. Have I gained another mother? Before the workday ended, Xiaowu informed Lin Jingwen of his desire to join her in running the restaurant. If you're willing to give up your secure job to follow me, I assure you that I won't lead you astray. I will teach you diligently and help you grow swiftly. With a smile, Lin Jingwen patted Xiaowu on the shoulder. Don't keep this from your family. Discuss it with them thoroughly. Perhaps you could sell your current position or recommend it to someone else. Either way, it would yield some income. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu realized that Sister Lin genuinely had his best interests at heart, and he nodded vigorously. Initially, he had considered keeping it a secret from his family for a while, but now he understood that it would be impossible to hide the truth. If he were to come clean later on, it was possible that Sister Lin's restaurant would already be flourishing by then. When you resign, I will advance you your first month's salary. This way, your family might be more receptive and won't think I'm merely making empty promises, Lin Jingwen continued. Currently, the wave of layoffs had not yet begun, and there had not been a significant rise in individual businesses. A stable job remained the aspiration for many. Hence, Lin Jingwen understood the difficulty of Xiao Wu's decision and anticipated the objections from his family. By advancing him a month's salary, she aimed to alleviate some of his burdens and, with this small gesture, subtly win over Xiao Wu. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Xiao Wu felt profoundly moved and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Lin Jingwen, appreciating how much she cared for him. Even before he had begun his new journey, he was already receiving a month's salary. Sister Lin was truly kind and warm-hearted. With such a benevolent mentor, he was certain to thrive. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Lin Jingwen was summoned to the office by Qin Guangyao. Master Lin, I've heard you intend to resign. Is there something unsatisfactory about your role here? Lin Jingwen thought to herself, my dissatisfaction is primarily with you. But outwardly she could only respond with a polite smile. Not at all, it's simply that out of personal obligation, I have accepted a position at a friend's restaurant, which necessitates my resignation. Which friend? Qin Guangyao inquired, his expression suggesting a hint of jealousy. Lin Jingwen's demeanor darkened slightly as she replied tersely, General Manager, that's my friend, and you wouldn't know them. Moreover, this is unrelated to work, so I see no need to report it to you. Qin Guangyao was taken aback by her brusqueness, his expression souring, yet he couldn't help but feel a certain itch of curiosity as he observed Lin Jingwen. It seemed that in the short span of a month, she had become even more beautiful, her aura more captivating, her eyes sparkling with vibrancy that drew attention. Master Lin, you know. Just as Qin Guangyao was about to utter some overly familiar remarks, the door swung open abruptly. His wife, Kong Fian, entered, her high heels clicking on the floor, a designer bag in hand, dressed in an elegant wool coat, her makeup impeccably refined. Upon seeing her, Qin Guangyao's face flickered with annoyance as he frowned. What brings you here? I came to have dinner with Mom and a few of her friends, Kong Fian replied, her gaze landing on Lin Jingwen, scrutinizing her with an unmistakably judgmental air. Although she said nothing, her demeanor suggested she suspected Lin Jingwen of being an unseemly woman attempting to seduce her husband. Fian, this is Master Linda. Do you find her familiar? I think she bears quite a resemblance to your mother. Qin Guangyao remarked with a smile. Kong Fian's brows knitted together instantly, her gaze intensifying as she scrutinized Lin Jingwen, her demeanor now even more disdainful. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Lin Jingwen felt irked, silently cursing them for their arrogance. They wielded their wealth and power like a sword, their condescending looks akin to appraising merchandise. In essence, she felt she was reduced to an unworthy being in their presence. General Manager, please refrain from commenting on my appearance. It is a gift from my parents, not something I can control. There is nothing more to discuss. I shall return to work, Lin Jingwen stated coldly, ignoring Kong Fian and attempting to leave. Wait a moment, Kong Fian called out, Mrs. Qin. Is there something you need? Lin Jingwen turned, her tone cool and detached. What is your name? Kong Fian inquired of Mrs. Qin. You may simply call me Master Lin. Lin Jingwen smiled as she replied, individuals of your esteemed stature, like Mrs. Qin and General Manager Qin, are not ones I can aspire to associate with. We won't have any personal interactions, so there is no need for you to know my name. Besides, I have already resigned. After completing my handover, I will leave the day after tomorrow, and there will be no future opportunities for us to meet here, so you needn't trouble yourself with my affairs. Upon hearing of her resignation, Kong Fian was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise, feeling that this was not what she had anticipated. Lin Jingwen turned to leave once more, this time without being called back. Kong Fian glared at Lin Jingwen's retreating figure. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked Qin Guangyao, what is her background? She seems rather self-assured. She has no notable background, Qin Guangyao replied, just a divorced woman. Divorced? Kong Fian gasped in astonishment. She doesn't seem old at all. She is quite attractive and possesses a decent aura, far more appealing than that shameless fox, Dong Wei. Are you complimenting my mother? Qin Guangyao chuckled, diverting the topic. Mom and her friends are here for dinner. I should go down and join them. Kong Fian shot him a glare, huffing in annoyance, choosing not to revisit the subject of Dong Wei as she linked her arm through his, asserting her claim as they exited the office. After descending to the third-floor office area, Lin Jingwen made a brief stop at the restroom. Upon exiting, she encountered a familiar-looking lady. Lin Jingwen observed her for a moment before glancing at her reflection in the mirror, suddenly realizing why she felt a sense of familiarity. This must be the mother-in-law Qin Guangyao had mentioned. Indeed, she bore a striking resemblance to her, but the woman's attire and demeanor clearly indicated her affluent status, which had no bearing on Lin Jingwen whatsoever. Lin Jingwen offered the lady a warm smile before taking her leave. Qian Rui watched Lin Jingwen depart, momentarily dazed, feeling a sense of familiarity and warmth towards her. However, before Qian Rui could call out to her, Lin Jingwen had already walked away. With no other choice, Qian Rui left as well, feeling a lingering emptiness in her heart. Kong Fian led Qin Guangyao to a private dining room. Upon finding her mother absent, she inquired, "Where did Mom go?" "She went to the restroom," someone replied cheerfully, warmly welcoming Qin Guangyao and praising his restaurant for its growing popularity. "Please bring us some of the recently famous pastries and desserts. We would love to try them." "Absolutely. I'll arrange that right away and have Master Lin prepare them personally," Qin Guangyao replied with a smile. "Is it really necessary for her to do it herself?" Kong Fian frowned, dissatisfied, assuming Qin Guangyao was intentionally giving Lin Jingwen undue credit. "Who else would make them? Those pastries and desserts are crafted by her leadership," Qin Guangyao retorted, his tone growing curt. Kong Fian's expression soured at that. Her lips pressed together in silence. Thankfully, at that moment, Qian Rui returned, and the atmosphere lightened as they shared laughter, allowing the tension to dissipate. After the meal, when dessert was served, everyone raved about its deliciousness. "Guangyao, your chef skills are truly exceptional. I must return for these desserts again," Mrs. Zhang remarked with a smile. "Women, regardless of age, can never resist sweet treats," she added. "Zhang auntie, that might not be possible. Master Lin is about to resign and move to another restaurant. So you won't be able to enjoy her desserts here anymore," Qin Guangyao said with a shrug, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "What? Really?" Mrs. Zhang exclaimed in surprise, quickly adding, "Then you must call her over. I'd like to ask where she is going, so I can find her later." "Certainly, Auntie Zhang, I'll fetch her right away," Qin Guangyao agreed. "Just for one dessert? You're so keen for her to make it?" Kong Fian frowned. "I've had desserts from Shi Yulai, and they were quite good as well. The desserts there are overly sweet and cloying. They don't have this aromatic quality." Mrs. Zhang waved her hand dismissively, smiling as she continued, "When you encounter a skilled pastry chef, you cannot let the chance slip away. It's a source of joy for me." The group laughed at her remark, and upon observing her plump figure, it was evident that Mrs. Zhang truly relished sweet treats. As laughter filled the room, Kong Fian felt compelled to maintain a smile, though her heart was heavy with discontent, and she instinctively wished to prevent any interaction between her mother and Lin Jingwen. However, in the presence of these elders, she, as a younger generation, had little say and could only wait with a smile for Lin Jingwen to arrive. After a while, Lin Jingwen came, beaming with a smile, graciously greeting everyone. Upon seeing her, Qian Rui's eyes instantly lit up. She thought to herself, "So this is Master Lin. Oh my, Mrs. Qian, isn't that your daughter? You two really resemble each other," exclaimed Mrs. Zhang as soon as she spotted Lin Jingwen. Others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the striking resemblance and the coincidence. Lin Jingwen looked at Qian Rui with a warm smile, thinking, "I had no idea fate was waiting for me here. I should prepare a special dessert for Mrs. Qian to express my gratitude." Qian Rui nodded with a smile, increasingly drawn to Lin Jingwen, feeling a strong affinity towards her. The others chuckled, and Mrs. Zhang, being the most vivacious, immediately chimed in, Master Lin, you mustn't play favorites. I, too, am your fated admirer. I absolutely adore your desserts. I heard you're going to start your own venture. Where will it be? I'll come to support you. Lin Jingwen was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded with a smile. The restaurant has just been renovated and hasn't opened yet. It will officially launch after the 15th. Its right across from the east gate of Jiqing University, called Juakshuan. Good, good. I'll remember that. Mrs. Zhang replied cheerfully. I'll come too, Qian Rure added with a smile. Thank you, ladies, for your support. Why don't you wait a moment? I'll treat you all to a dessert. I'll make it myself, and it won't take long. How can I let you pay, Master Lin? I insist on treating you today. You mustn't take that from me. Please go and prepare it. Qin Guangyao interjected with a laugh. Lin Jingwen could only smile, aware that he was referencing the day she had refused to let him pay during their family reunion. All right then, our general manager is generous and considerate. I want to compete with you. Lin Jingwen replied with a smile before hurriedly exiting the private room. As Kong Fian watched Lin Jingwen enter, the attention of everyone immediately shifted to her, causing her face to contort with anger. Observing her husband conversing with Lin Jingwen, it was evident there was a hint of flirtation, which only intensified her ire. As Lin Jingwen turned to leave, she shot a fierce glare at her departing figure. After preparing the desserts, Lin Jingwen personally delivered them, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then departed. She could distinctly sense Kong Fian's hostility, realizing that a woman's intuition regarding her partner's infidelity is indeed formidable, rivaling that of a detective. Even a mere conversation between Qin Guangyao and her could provoke Kong Fian to cast daggers of disdain in her direction. Lin Jingwen inwardly chastised the couple, considering her encounter with them to be unfortunate. Fortunately, she was about to resign, and such meetings would soon be a thing of the past. As for the lady who bore a slight resemblance to her, Mrs. Qian, Lin Jingwen dismissed the matter from her mind. After all, it was not uncommon for unrelated individuals to share similar features. As a child, having felt unloved by her parents, she had often fantasized about having different ones, perhaps ones who would cherish her. Yet, perhaps she had outgrown such dreams, no longer hoping for a savior to descend from the heavens, and she had ceased to think that way. Moreover, she was now quite content with her life and even wished for no significant upheavals. Regarding the affluent lady's promises of support, she believed only Mrs. Zhang was sincere, as she genuinely appreciated Lin Jingwen's desserts. The others merely engaged in polite banter. It was all superficial, if she took their words to heart and awaited their presence, only to be met with disappointment that would be utterly unnecessary. Thus, after a couple of days, Lin Jingwen completed her resignation procedures and settled her wages, fully immersing herself in her restaurant. For the establishment, she enlisted her master and Kai Jianbing to assist in procuring equipment, tables, and chairs. She knew that approaching alone would likely lead to being undervalued or even taken advantage of. Having her master and Kai Jianbing with her would certainly make the process smoother. In the 1980s, women's status was still quite low, and it was still commonly believed that they were fit only for household duties and child-rearing. Of course, there were exceptional women, but they were rare exceptions, not the norm. After selecting the necessary equipment and furnishings, waiting for delivery and installation, 3 more days slipped by. Before she knew it, the 10th day of the month had arrived. Now, with all equipment ready at the restaurant, the only thing lacking was staff. The establishment spanned 2 floors, with the second floor divided into 6 private rooms, 2 larger ones and 4 smaller ones, along with a modest space for Professor Chiu. The first floor boasted 13 tables, making it quite a sizable operation, thus requiring a substantial number of employees. First and foremost, there was a need for waitstaff to cover both floors. Taking orders, serving food, cleaning tables, and washing dishes required at least 8 to 10 people to ensure smooth operation during peak hours. As for the kitchen, it currently consisted of her master, and Xiao Wu, but they needed to hire 1 more head chef and a kitchen assistant to manage the workload. After all, as the owner, she would also need to handle various issues. Moreover, her specialty was in making pastries and desserts. At least 2 head chefs were necessary for hot dishes, with Xiao Wu serving as a flexible resource. And having a kitchen assistant was essential. Lastly, they would need a dishwasher, starting with 1, but they could hire 2 more if necessary. Additionally, the cashier and procurement roles required trustworthy and capable individuals, as not everyone could fulfill these responsibilities. Lin Jingwen meticulously calculated the required staff and projected salaries, compiling a list that revealed a significant expense for manpower that month. The average wage for waitstaff, kitchen assistants, and dishwashers was around 65, totaling 600 for 10 individuals. Chef Kai's salary was tentatively set at 200, reflecting her personal inclination to provide some preferential treatment. When hiring a head chef, she would assess their capabilities. With a maximum salary of 180, Xiao Wu's wage was promised at 120, and including the cashier and procurement roles, each at 100, that brought the total to around 800. With the restaurant up and running, the monthly personnel cost would easily reach approximately 1,500. Upon calculating this figure, Lin Jingwen couldn't help but exclaim, "That's quite a lot." Without Professor Chio's backing, she felt it would have been impossible to manage such a large restaurant on her own. She would have only been able to run a small breakfast shop, scraping by. In addition to labor costs, there were also utilities to consider, which she would have clearer insight into after a month of operation. Regarding hiring, there was no standardized recruitment market. Most positions were filled through personal connections or at fixed locations that tended to attract temporary workers. Lin Jingwen preferred to recruit acquaintances, while she didn't have close friends. She had reliable classmates and fellow youths whom she had shared experiences with during their time in rural service. She felt she could discern their character better due to her past experiences. Knowing who was honest, hardworking, and good at communication, she had been pondering potential candidates and had some suitable options in mind. However, she wanted to consult Professor Chio regarding staffing decisions first. "Professor Chio, do you have any acquaintances to recommend?" Lin Jingwen inquired. Professor Chio shook his head. "I don't know anyone suitable." Lin Jingwen understood very well, as the professor's friends and acquaintances were not typical blue-collar workers. She would need to source candidates herself. "I have some people in mind. Tomorrow, I'll visit them one by one," Lin Jingwen stated. "Once we finalize the staff, we can train them for a couple of days and then open. Have you procured uniforms?" Professor Chio asked her. "Is it necessary? We're just a small restaurant. Do we really need uniforms for the waitstaff?" Lin Jingwen hadn't factored that in. Uniforms would project professionalism, leaving a lasting impression and fostering trust with customers. Professor Chio explained, "This expenditure need not be scrimped on." "All right, I'll follow the boss's advice," Lin Jingwen noted down. She planned to choose simple white shirts and black trousers, a classic combination that conveys cleanliness and professionalism. The best part was that such clothing could be readily purchased without the need for custom orders. Lin Jingwen was aware that it would be ideal to have uniforms made with the restaurant's name embroidered. But time was of the essence. Improvements could be made once the business was established. "Should we print some promotional materials?" Lin Jingwen asked Professor Chio. "There's no need. On opening day, we can set off firecrackers and display some floral arrangements. The commotion will draw attention, and there are no competitors nearby," Professor Chio replied. Lin Jingwen considered this and agreed. Compared to the bustling shops she envisioned in her dreams, the current surroundings were quite tranquil. Moreover, with not much novelty around, a grand opening with firecrackers and decorations would surely attract many people, including students, teachers, and nearby residents. They could operate for a few days, gauge the response, and then decide whether to employ more extravagant advertising strategies. Advertising could incur significant costs, so it was prudent to avoid unnecessary expenditures. Beyond these considerations, the most crucial aspect of running a restaurant was ensuring the quality and safety of the food. For procuring ingredients, they would need a larger three-wheeled vehicle for transporting supplies. However, that vehicle had yet to be purchased, representing another considerable expense. Lin Jingwen intends to assign Kai Jianbing to this task, while also pairing him with an experienced mentor who can select vegetables and meats. Kai Jianbing is spirited and will primarily be responsible for finding reliable procurement channels, negotiating prices, and setting costs. While the mentor will ensure the quality of the ingredients, such mentors can simply be retired chefs. They are often idle and willing to work for a bit of money, provided they are in good health. It is commonly said that procurement is a lucrative field, and by entrusting this responsibility to Kai Jianbing, Lin Jingwen demonstrates her faith in his character, especially with a mentor overseeing him, which should deter any initial attempts at deceit. Moreover, with the mentor acting as a supervisor, it is crucial for Lin Jingwen to ensure that the mentor's loyalty lies solely with her, preventing any collusion with Kai Jianbing, thus maintaining the effectiveness of the oversight. Consequently, she deliberates extensively over the choice of this mentor and ultimately identifies a suitable candidate to keep in reserve. Following this, she begins to compile a list of names for servers, kitchen assistants, and dishwashers. As she nears completion, Lin Jingwen feels an overwhelming mental fatigue. as the task proves to be quite taxing. She gazes at the list, hoping that these individuals will agree to work at her restaurant. Otherwise, she will need to seek out new hires. Finding suitable employees is truly exhausting, and Lin Jingwen considers it the greatest challenge she has encountered in her journey to establish a restaurant. In the following 3 days, Lin Jingwen cycles around to visit all the individuals on her list. It is likely that no other business owners exert as much effort into recruiting as she does. What is merely a task of hiring servers or kitchen assistants for her feels akin to Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatch cottage to invite Zhuge Liang. Yet, Lin Jingwen finds immense value in her efforts, for she is not only recruiting employees but also reconnecting with her past networks and forging new relationships. She gains insights into whom to approach for future collaborations and who should be kept at a distance. The intricacies of human relationships are indeed a profound lesson. Through her relentless visits, Lin Jingwen not only deepens her understanding of social dynamics but also successfully fills her staffing needs. Furthermore, due to her sincerity, the compensation she offers, and the promising prospects she shares, Lin Jingwen garners immense gratitude and motivation from her new hires. In the short term, these women exhibit exceptional enthusiasm for their work, aligning their thoughts with her vision. Indeed, apart from Chef Kai and Kai Jianbing, as well as the procurement mentor Jiang, the rest of the employees Lin Jingwen hires are all women, roughly around her age of 35. All of them bear familial responsibilities, and due to their current unemployment, they face financial constraints and lack authority within their households. Thus, upon learning that they could earn 60 to 70 a month, they immediately agree to join her. Even if their families initially oppose their working outside, for example, due to concerns over household chores and childcare, these issues are not insurmountable. Tasks typically assigned to women can also be managed by men. Provided they are willing to, as long as one can earn a living, it is only natural that someone will step in to handle domestic responsibilities. With the hiring process completed and all relevant business licenses secured, Lin Jingwen only needs to purchase some items for the grand opening. Consulting the calendar, she deems the 18th day of the first lunar month to be an auspicious date for the official launch. On the Lantern Festival, Lin Jingwen visits her godparents to celebrate, cheerfully informing them that she has been preoccupied with restaurant matters and has only now found the time to visit. She even prepares a batch of tang yuan, filled with peanut and black sesame paste, which are not overly sweet, to cook and enjoy together. There's no need for you to come over constantly. You can focus on your own affairs. She tells them. Li Shuang smiles and inquires, have you set a date? When will you open? I should inform my family so they can come and support you. Yes, we're opening on the 18th. Lin Jingwen replies with a smile. You should bring your family to celebrate. I'll reserve a large private room for you. Hurry and save it. I fear your restaurant will be too popular. And if we wait too long, we may not find a place to eat. Li Shuang adds with a laugh. Lin Jingwen chuckles at her godmother's words. Thank you for your good wishes, Sun Haod. Overhearing their conversation, interjects, one private room may not suffice. I'm planning to invite some old comrades too, so please reserve another of course. No problem at all. We'll set aside 2 large private rooms for our family. Lin Jingwen responds enthusiastically. With only 6 private rooms available, reserving 2 at once feels like a blessed advantage of having family support. Last time, Old Lady Yang also expressed her intention to come and support the opening. Requesting a reservation as well, Lin Jingwen feels her confidence swell, buoyed by the support of friends and family. Chapter 73. The Jealous Ex-Husband. After the Lantern Festival, the university resumes classes on the 16th day of the lunar month. Upon returning, the teachers and students immediately notice the newly renovated Ju Weixian, prominently featuring a banner announcing its grand opening on the 18th. It stands out remarkably amidst a sea of dilapidated structures. Adorned with red lanterns and silk drapery, exuding a festive aura that is hard to ignore, Li Onping cycles through the east gate of the school. He can't help but admire Ju Weixian, expressing his envy with a click of his tongue. Who is the affluent owner behind this restaurant? The decor is stunning, enticing enough to draw people in and sample the dishes. However, such lavish design gives off an air of exclusivity, suggesting that it may not be affordable for the average person. As he rides, he ponders that if the prices are exorbitant, a single visit for the experience would suffice, but if the costs are reasonable, he would invite Xia Chao to join him and indulge in the culinary delights. It must be said that Li Onping is quite pleased with Xia Chao. On the first day back to work after the winter break, he brings a generous supply of wedding candies to share with his colleagues, announcing his remarriage and dispelling rumors of his previous infidelity. Yet, he fails to consider that remarrying so soon raises questions about his character. Therefore, when his colleagues receive the wedding candies, they are genuinely surprised, with many internally questioning whether he views his new wife merely as a caretaker. Nevertheless, out of politeness, they extend their congratulations with remarks such as, "Mr. Dottley, your speed is impressive. Wishing you joy in your new marriage and a swift arrival of children. And I hope your new bride is capable of bearing children. I wish you a plump baby soon, so we can celebrate with a feast." Zhang Aigua accepts the candies with a smile, while also taking the opportunity to tease him. Li Onping manages a strained smile in response, "Thank you for your well wishes." After distributing the candies to his colleagues in the office, Li Onping intentionally waits outside, pretending to accidentally bump into Qiu Zhe, handing him a few candies and emphasizing, "Professor Qiu, I've just gotten married. Here are some wedding candies for you to take back to Lin Jingwen, so she can share in the joy and hopefully find a man to marry soon." Qiu Zhe looks at the candies in his hand and replies, "Congratulations, Mr. Li. Your desire to marry is your own choice. However, Ms. Lin does not share your enthusiasm. She views marriage as a grave. Therefore, your recent well wishes may come across as a curse to her, so please refrain from such comments in the future. You need not share these candies with her either." With that, Qiu Zhe departs. Li Onping is left bewildered and infuriated. What? Marriage is a grave? Did Qiu Zhe just insult me without uttering a single curse word? He finds humor in the situation, realizing that Professor Qiu has quite a way with words. Zhang Aigua, having witnessed the exchange, bursts into laughter, saying, "Wow, your ex-wife Lin Jingwen can boldly claim that marriage is a grave." She's quite articulate that Li Onping shoots Zhang Aigua a glare but says nothing more as he returns to the office. Inside, two teachers discuss the Zhu Weixian restaurant, eagerly anticipating its opening in 2 days to sample the dishes. "If the food is good and the price is reasonable, I will definitely return often. The school cafeteria is simply unbearable," one remarks. "Given the decor, it can't be cheap. The cafeteria is still more affordable, so don't expect to eat out every day." The other replies, "Don't be so stingy. Treat yourself well. Even if you go once a week, it won't break the bank." Just then, Niu Yiming enters with an excited expression, glancing at Li Onping before announcing, "Guess who the owner of Zhu Weixian is? Someone you all know, so take your best guesses." The teachers, surprised, widen their eyes and shake their heads in disbelief, insisting it cannot be true. They mention that public servants are not allowed to engage in business. Ruling out any teachers or leaders as potential owners, a few names are suggested, but none hit the mark. The group urges Niu Yiming to reveal the answer. "Hee, it's someone you all know but would never expect." Niu Yiming grins, looking directly at Li Onping. "It's your ex-wife, Lin Jingwen. She is the owner of Zhu Weixian. Impossible." Li Onping immediately retorts, feeling as if he has heard the most absurd tale. This is preposterous. How could Lin Jingwen possibly have the means to open Zhu Weixian? What a ridiculous notion. Others, though not as vehemently as Li Onping, share his shock and disbelief. Why goodness, just a single winter break has passed, and the world has transformed into something entirely unrecognizable to them. Although Li Onping's rapid remarriage surprises them, it remains within the realm of reason. However, Lin Jingwen is the proprietress of Juexuan, and this news is utterly beyond the norm. It is simply astonishing. How did she manage it? Alas, Teacher Li, do not be so agitated. Niu Yiming chuckled as he spoke to him, saying, "Regardless of how she managed to open this restaurant, she is divorced from you. So it has nothing to do with you, Li Onping. Yes, he is divorced from Lin Jingwen, and it does not concern him. Yet, the turmoil in his heart was unbearable. Lin Jingwen could not possibly have the means to open a restaurant. So the next question arises, who provided her the funds? Professor Qiu? Or perhaps her foster parents, or someone else? Regardless of who it may be, Lin Jingwen's restaurant is already in operation. She has even become the proprietress." Li Onping felt as if he suddenly struggled to breathe, as if the air was being squeezed from his lungs. At that moment, Zhang Aigua entered from outside, and upon hearing that Lin Jingwen was indeed the proprietress of Juexuan, he was taken aback and rushed toward Li Onping, asking, "Oh dear, Teacher Li, do you regret it? Your ex-wife has left you, and it's as if she has been enchanted. She not only looks more beautiful but is also wealthy enough to open such a large restaurant. I am utterly curious. How on earth did she manage it? When she was with you, she was merely an ordinary woman, not remarkable in the slightest. Li Onping gasped with anger, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth as he cursed. How do you think she did it? Obviously, she has latched onto a wealthy patron. Previously, she accused me of infidelity, as you all witnessed. If she hadn't found a rich benefactor, how could she possibly afford to open a restaurant? Teacher Li, be cautious with your words, as you have no proof. Otherwise, your ex-wife might just come back and slap you, or worse, report you to the authorities for defamation and slander. Zhang Igua seemed to know precisely how to push Li Onping's buttons. And with each jab, Li Onping's rage was close to boiling over. Indeed, Teacher Li, you are divorced now. It would be wise to refrain from speaking ill of her. Who knows, she might have unexpectedly inherited a fortune. Hey, that is indeed possible. I heard just the other day of an elderly man with no children who left all his wealth to the caregiver who looked after him after his death. Oh, if that were the case, I would be even more regretful. If I had not divorced, wouldn't I have had a share of such a large sum? Li Onping. Could this truly be the truth? Lin Jingwen had the audacity to divorce him because she unexpectedly came into a large fortune. It's not entirely impossible. After all, Li Onping could no longer remain seated. He stood up and walked out directly. He needed to confront Lin Jingwen to ascertain whether she had indeed inherited a substantial amount of money. If so, he would certainly demand his rightful share. Chapter 74. The scorned ex-husband begins to fear Lin Jingwen. Li Onping hurriedly exited the office, descended the stairs, and hopped onto his bicycle, rushing outside without even recalling that he had a class to teach shortly. At this moment, he could think of nothing but money, money, money. How Lin Jingwen had deceived him, and how her divorce was a ploy to avoid sharing her wealth. As he pedaled his bicycle and exited through the east gate, he glanced over at the Zhuaixuan across the street and immediately spotted Lin Jingwen bustling about at the entrance. Of course, it wasn't just Lin Jingwen. There were several employees from the restaurant as well. However, Li Onping could see no one but Lin Jingwen, who, in his eyes, had transformed from a person into a mere walking money bag. After crossing the road, he set his bicycle down and approached Lin Jingwen with a scowl, shouting angrily before he was even close. Lin Jingwen? Lin Jingwen turned around, and upon seeing Li Onping, felt no surprise. Knowing his despicable nature, she anticipated that it would be a surprise if he did not come to trouble her about her restaurant. Fang Qiuxia and the others sensed something was amiss at the sound of his voice and noticed Li Onping's furious expression, prompting them to stop their work and gather around Lin Jingwen to protect her. Jingwen, who is this man? He looks like he is here to cause trouble. Jingwen, is this your ex-husband? I've seen him before. What does he want? Is he here to stir up trouble? He must have come to make a scene since he saw Jingwen opening a restaurant. I've heard Jingwen say he is quite the scoundrel. Before Lin Jingwen could speak, her friends began berating Li Onping, some rolling up their sleeves, ready to confront him if he dared to cause trouble. Lin Jingwen felt a warmth in her heart at this display. She hadn't anticipated that summoning them would result in such protection, which delighted her. Who are you people? I just want to have a word with Lin Jingwen. What does it have to do with you? Li Onping found himself surrounded by 7 or 8 fierce middle-aged women, feeling intimidated and fearful that they might strike him. Outnumbered, he knew he could not win, and the embarrassment was unbearable. Jingwen is my old classmate, and now she is my boss. If you bully her, it certainly concerns me. Exactly, not just Jingwen but this restaurant too. It's our livelihood. If you come here to create a disturbance, you'll be jeopardizing our jobs. And we won't stand for it. Each woman chimed in with threats, causing Li Onping's fury to dissipate by half, and his mind cleared considerably. You think I opened a restaurant to come and demand money from you? Lin Jingwen asked, her voice icy and laced with mockery. Where did you get the funds to open a restaurant? Don't forget, any money you earned during our marriage, you must share half with me. Li Onping paused, then pointed at Lin Jingwen, indignantly declaring, How shameless can you be? Lin Jingwen laughed in anger, looking at him as she spoke. Li Onping, I was married to you for 8 years. In the early years. When you were in university, your stipend was insufficient, and you relied on my salary. After you became a teacher, you hoarded your salary without giving me a single cent. When we divorced, your savings were at least 2,000 or 3,000. Yet you never offered me a dime. How do you have the gall to say such things? Li Onping, you relentlessly astonish me with your lack of shame. I feel utterly disgusted thinking about how I spent so many years with a creature like you. Oh dear! A university teacher, yet so utterly despicable, damn it. He is even worse than the one in my family. Let us go to the school and scold him. If he is this shameless, why should we fear him? Yes, sisters, if he dares to disrupt our restaurant, we'll go to the school and ruin his job. Li Onping's face paled as he was berated, and he barely managed to hold himself together. Gritting his teeth and asking, Lin Jingwen, don't try to divert the topic. Even if I have 2,000 in savings, how could that compare to the money you used to open the restaurant? Where did all your money come from? You better explain. The funds to open the restaurant were borrowed. I took out 80,000 from the credit union and also borrowed 50,000 from loan sharks. All of which I invested, Lin Jingwen replied. What? 80,000? A credit union loan? Are you trying to fool me? The credit union would never lend you that much. Li Onping frowned, utterly unconvinced. You borrowed 50,000 from loan sharks? Who would dare lend you that much money? He was neither illiterate nor foolish. He knew that obtaining a credit union loan required proof of income, collateral, and guarantees. There was no way they would approve such a large amount for a woman without a job like Lin Jingwen. Additionally, she was bold enough to mention loan sharks. Just wait here. Lin Jingwen turned and entered the restaurant, soon re-emerging with 2 loan documents, tossing them in Li Onping's face. These loan documents were initially intended for her parents. As Lin Jingwen was acutely aware that once she opened the restaurant, her family would inevitably come to extract their share. Even if they verbally claimed to sever ties, familial bonds cannot be so easily discarded. Faced with greedy and shameless relatives, the only options are to flee to a place where they cannot easily find her, or to remain entangled with them. This loan document was meant to prove to them that she had no blood for them to drain. She was already in debt. Especially with the money owed to loan sharks, should they come to disrupt her business, she would have them help repay her debts and face the creditors at her home. The credit union was willing to lend me money because Professor Chiu and my godparents guaranteed it for me, Lin Jingwen stated. This money was borrowed before we finalized our divorce, and if I truly wanted to hold you accountable, I could make you bear half the debt. Do you believe me? Li Onping took a large step back, frightened by her words, and stubbornly retorted, Lin Jingwen, I knew nothing of the loans. We are already divorced. So don't think you can pin this on me? Then do you dare to try? Lin Jingwen coldly asked as she gazed at him. Li Onping retreated another step, completely intimidated by Lin Jingwen's calm and confident demeanor. He was now genuinely afraid of being taken advantage of by her. Lin Jingwen had truly lost her mind. Did she even realize how much 130,000 was? That was his entire salary for over a decade. She had already invested it all into this restaurant. What if the restaurant failed to turn a profit? Did she still wish to live? All right, I understand now where your money has come from. We have already divorced. Do not think you can cling to me any longer. With those words, Li Onping prepared to leave. Li Onping, listen to me. Lin Jingwen called out to him, her voice cold as she warned. If you dare to cause trouble again, I will truly tarnish your job. Lin Jingwen refrained from causing a scene at school or ruining the scoundrel's employment, as she did not want to be completely entangled with a despicable person. Li Onping had a job, and with it came his bottom line. He feared being reported, feared detention. However, once he lost that job, he would have no line to cross, and he would then pursue her relentlessly. If she called the police, they might apprehend him and give him a stern warning, but he would return. Eventually, he might find himself living like a wretched creature, devoid of hope, contemplating whether to end his own existence, or possibly even kill her first. Lin Jingwen did not wish to push a vile man to the brink of desperation, for she feared that she might endanger her own life in the process. She had heard of instances where women were murdered by their scoundrel ex-husbands, not just one, and even witnessed such horrors in her dreams. Right beside her, Li Onping looked at Lin Jingwen, a chill running down his spine. He glanced at the women around him who were glaring at him and realized that Lin Jingwen was no longer someone he could bully at will. She had not only grown resolute, but also surrounded herself with allies who stood by her side. No longer just the abusive family she once had. Lin Jingwen was truly not to be trifled with. I wasn't causing trouble. I merely came to inquire about the source of the funds for your restaurant. Li Onping desperately attempted to salvage a semblance of dignity, pulling out a few wedding candies from his pocket to present to Lin Jingwen, boasting, "These are my wedding candies. I've found a new bride. 20 years old, young and beautiful, capable too. May you share in the joy." Li Onping was attempting to regain his footing. He hoped to see astonishment, jealousy, or even envy on Lin Jingwen's face, as for what Professor Chiu had said. How could that be taken seriously? Although Lin Jingwen was somewhat surprised that he had not married Zhou Xinping, it was of no concern to her. You can keep the wedding candies for someone else. I see no joy in marriage, only misfortune, Lin Jingwen replied. Lin Jingwen, how can your words echo those of Professor Chiu? Are you two in sync? Or have you been sharing the same bed? Li Onping's face twisted in rage as he turned to leave. But his ears were not deaf. As soon as he turned, he heard a chorus of insults directed at him. Jingwen, is your ex-husband insane? How did he become a university lecturer? He must be a terrible influence on the students. Such a miserly tightwad. The moment he hears about debt, he bolts faster than anyone else, at his age, seeking a young bride. He'll surely end up wearing a green hat. Li Onping, furious. He hopped on his bicycle and hastily departed. Choosing to remain oblivious to the cacophony behind him, he now hoped fervently that Lin Jingwen's restaurant would falter, leaving her drowning in insurmountable debt, living worse than a beggar. At that point, he would certainly relish mocking her and toss her a bun as if feeding a stray dog. Chapter 75. As you wish. During lunchtime, Chiozé arrived for a meal. Although the restaurant had yet to officially open, the kitchen was operational, and preparations for various dishes were underway. This had been the routine for the past few days. Lin Jingwen made pastries while Chef Kai oversaw the cooking. After eating, they would tidy up and continue training in preparation for the grand opening. Chiozé had designed a small private room for himself that was quite comfortable, even requesting the renovation company to implement soundproofing. After dining, he would not leave immediately. Instead, he would read for a while, taking a moment to rest. When Chiozé was not present, this small room also served as Lin Jingwen's study area. Thus, 3 walls were lined with shelves for books, and the furnishings were more suited for study than for dining. Therefore, rather than being merely a dining space, it was more akin to a cozy study. Lin Jingwen particularly cherished this small room. During quieter times at the restaurant, she could escape there to read, a most delightful retreat. Professor Chiu, should we have a grand opening ceremony and cut a ribbon like others do? Make it a bit more festive? Lin Jingwen inquired as she entered, collecting his dishes. As you wish, Chiozé replied indifferently. I thought it over and feel our restaurant deserves a more elaborate opening. I will arrange a ribbon-cutting ceremony for the day after tomorrow at 11. Will you be available to attend? Lin Jingwen asked again, mainly hoping for Chiozé's presence to lend some weight to the occasion, as she had no connections to invite any significant figures. Near the school, Professor Chiu's stature was considerable. Perhaps she could also invite Director Yang, though she was uncertain of his willingness, being a public servant. Alternatively, she might consult her godfather to see if Aunt Sun Muchio could attend, as she was the editor-in-chief of a publishing house and held a respectable position. Lin Jingwen considered the few influential connections she could reach out to and found them rather limited. Oh, there's also Director Hu. Due to my previous assistance to his father, I could establish contact, though we aren't too well acquainted. I have a conference call that day, but I will ask Director Hu if he is free to come. Chiozé offered. I will personally invite Director Hu. I'll return to the office with you shortly, Lin Jingwen insisted. It felt too impolite to have Professor Chiu simply inform Director Hu. Regardless of their relationship, her connection with Director Hu had not reached that level. She felt she had to go herself to avoid awkwardness when facing him the next day. Chiozé accepted her arrangement without objection. When Director Hu heard of Lin Jingwen's invitation to the ribbon-cutting ceremony, he readily agreed, smiling. Every time Professor Chiu eats at the school cafeteria, his demeanor turns frosty. Now that you've opened this restaurant, he will undoubtedly be a regular patron, Director Hu remarked with a grin. That is certainly the case. Professor Chiu is my employer, so it is only natural for him to dine at my establishment. Lin Jingwen replied with a smile. Little did Director Hu realize that the impetus behind the restaurant's opening was Professor Chiu's desire for delicious meals. Director Hu chuckled, pleased. That's excellent. Now Professor Chiu need not worry about his dining options. Our restaurant warmly welcomes Director Hu to visit often. While we can't offer you a complete waiver, that would be improper, we will discount your meals and drinks by half, Lin Jingwen added with a smile. Very well, when I crave some delicacies, I shall certainly pay you a visit, Director Hu responded with delight. After confirming the details of the ribbon-cutting ceremony with Director Hu, Lin Jingwen took her leave, not wishing to impose too much on his time. Just as she exited the office, she encountered Li Onping once more. Li Onping glanced at Lin Jingwen, then at the office of the department head behind her. Feeling a mix of shock and anger, he assumed Lin Jingwen had come to report him to the department head, and in his agitation, he felt a wave of fear. Lin Jingwen, what brings you to see Director Hu? He asked, suppressing his voice. What do you think? I was concerned you might not comprehend human language, so I came to the school to have your supervisor keep an eye on you, Lin Jingwen retorted sarcastically. Li Anping, a jolt of alarm coursed through him as he glared at her, lowering his voice in a threatening manner. Lin Jingwen, if you dare to disrupt my job, I will not spare you. Nor will you have it easy. Li Anping, think for a moment. You have been the one persistently entangled with me, seeking trouble. Lin Jingwen exclaimed, exasperated, wishing she could open up his head and insert some sense. No, Li Anping's deficiency was not of intellect but of conscience. With that, she turned and left, unwilling to engage him further. Li Anping watched her retreating figure for a moment before returning to his office. After work, upon arriving home, Li Anping was accosted by his sister-in-law, Huang Wan, who asked, I heard Lin Jingwen has opened a restaurant at your school, a 2-story establishment that looks quite appealing. Is it true? Sister-in-law, where did you hear this? Li Anping frowned, puzzled. In truth, he had not intended to discuss the matter at home, knowing it would surely lead to complications. I heard it from Dong Lu. He said it was from the Kai brothers, Kai Kong Kong and Kai Huan Huan. The child spoke with such conviction that I couldn't help but believe it, yet it seemed too absurd. Huang Wan replied, chuckling at the thought. Lin Jingwen opening a restaurant? How could that be? If she were to set up a breakfast stall or a small snack stand with a tricycle, I would certainly believe it, but a 2-story restaurant? That is preposterous. Such a place would require at least 100,000 to establish. Seeing the disdain in his sister-in-law's expression, Li Anping knew she was skeptical, so he spoke up. Yes, Lin Jingwen has indeed opened a restaurant. She mentioned she borrowed 80,000 from the credit union and 50,000 from a loan shark. Huang Wan was taken aback by the revelation of Lin Jingwen borrowing money, her shock surpassing her disbelief in her restaurant opening. You're serious? 13,000? She stammered. Of course, it's true. I personally saw the loan documents and the promissory note she showed me. Li Anping replied. You may think some people appear to live splendidly on the surface, yet they may be burdened with immense debt, unable to repay, and at risk of being harmed by loan sharks. Upon hearing this, Huang Wan shivered slightly, nodding vigorously while muttering to herself that Lin Jingwen had truly lost her mind. Such a monumental folly soon became common knowledge among the entire family. Zhang Lanxiang was the first to react, a look of dread on her face as she remarked how fortunate it was that the third son had divorced her. Had they remained wed? Her debts to unscrupulous lenders would have surely led to their home being demolished. Li Jiangwo nodded in agreement, echoing that he had sensed something was amiss during Lin Jingwen's last visit to sever ties. She had appeared wildly unhinged, as if possessed, suddenly borrowing an exorbitant sum to open a restaurant. Was that not madness incarnate? Xia Chao listened, her expression one of shock and disbelief, though she remained silent. In contrast, Li Aihua harbored a different perspective. He did not perceive Lin Jingwen's actions as insanity, but rather as audacious brilliance. Having worked in the South, he had heard numerous tales of entrepreneurs securing loans to establish factories and restaurants, and thus did not regard borrowing as a particularly fearsome endeavor. After all, which business owner was entirely debt-free? This sentiment was frequently echoed in conversations about proprietors he had overheard in the South. Li Aihua expressed his envy, stating his desire to take out a loan for a business venture himself, but lamented his lack of collateral and guarantees, which rendered him ineligible for credit. How could Lin Jingwen manage to borrow such a substantial amount? He mused. Upon hearing his ambition, the household erupted in disapproval. Zhang Lanxiang pointed a finger at Li Aihua, chastising him for his habitual mischief and threatening to sever their familial ties should he dare to conceal such financial aspirations from them. Li Aihua, feeling stifled, swallowed his frustration, but the resentment brewed within him at that moment. Chun Xiaoyun gently interjected, Aihua, I understand your entrepreneurial spirit. However, the risks associated with loans are indeed perilous. Should the business fail and debts accumulate, our family would face dire straits. Perhaps we should assess our financial standing and consider a modest venture, such as selling socks or hairpins, which could still yield a profit. Her suggestion garnered agreement from the others. But we have no capital. Li Aihua frowned, dissatisfied. He had earned more in the South, yet had previously sent most of his earnings to Gaoqin, retaining little for himself. Since being with Chun Xiaoyun, whose penchant for luxury had significantly increased their expenses, he had ceased sending money to Gao Qin, leaving him with scant savings. Why not ask Gao Qin for our savings? Surely she has a portion that belongs to you. Chen Xiaoyun suggested, her ulterior motive evident. The notion of business was merely a pretext. She aimed to reclaim Li Ai Hua's funds from Gao Qin. Li Ai Hua had previously approached Gao Qin with civility, largely due to their son, and although he had contemplated a confrontation, he had ultimately refrained. Chen Xiaoyun suspected that they had rekindled their intimacy, and with her own pregnancy, Li Ai Hua sought satisfaction elsewhere. His visits to Gao Qin seemed to leave him in good spirits, and the absence of any mention of divorce indicated to Chen Xiaoyun that something was amiss. Upon reflecting on Chen Xiaoyun's words, Li Ai Hua furrowed his brow, then nodded in agreement. All right, I will go retrieve what is mine. In another instance, Lin Jingwen made her way to the publishing house once more to inquire if her aunt Sun Muchio could attend the grand opening ceremony of her restaurant. Sun Muchio readily agreed, having already been informed by the third brother and eager to support Lin Jingwen's venture. Lin Jingwen beamed, praising her aunt. Auntie, your participation in the ribbon-cutting ceremony will undoubtedly bring us great honor. Sun Muchio smiled and inquired, by the way, did you happen to encounter Qian Rui recently? The one who bears a striking resemblance to you. Yes, it was either on the 5th or 6th of the month. Mrs. Qian dined at the restaurant with her friends, and we shared a few surprised words, Lin Jingwen recounted, puzzled by her aunt's curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. I had dinner with her yesterday, and she mentioned you, expressing a favorable impression of you. She was intrigued to learn about our acquaintance, even jesting about wanting to adopt you as a goddaughter. Sun Muchio chuckled. Lin Jingwen, taken aback, thought to herself that such a notion was entirely unnecessary. The circumstances surrounding Mrs. Qian were vastly different from those of her own godparents, and the mere thought of her biological daughter and son-in-law sent her fleeing from any association. She recognized that her relationship with her godparents was built on mutual respect and support, a comfortable equality that she cherished. However, the Qian family was of a different caliber, with connections to power that she did not wish to pursue. Despite her aspirations for self-improvement, Lin Jingwen had no ambitions to ascend to great heights or wield substantial power. She was acutely aware of the pitfalls of such associations. Thus, with a gracious smile, she replied, Auntie, while Mrs. Qian's suggestion is amusing, I must decline such an overture, as it would be inappropriate. Seeing her sincerity, Sun Muchio chuckled, playfully teasing, do you realize what monumental fortune you are rejecting? Auntie, I truly do not. Please enlighten me, so I may lament my lost opportunity. Lin Jingwen responded with feigned sorrow, clutching her chest dramatically. Amused, Sun Muchio shared the background of Mrs. Qian, whose father was a retired military official and whose husband currently held a high-ranking position. Though the state prohibited public servants from engaging in business, it was evident that those in power often had business connections. Lin Jingwen feigned admiration, inwardly resolving to maintain her distance. That evening, Lin Jingwen visited Director Yang to invite him to her restaurant's ribbon-cutting ceremony. He initially declined, feeling that as a university official, attending such a commercial event was inappropriate. However, upon learning that director who would be present, he reconsidered, agreeing to attend. Lin Jingwen, I have coordinated with several families to support your restaurant. Please ensure the opening ceremony is lively, Yang Laodai stated with a smile. Absolutely, Lin Jingwen replied, her face alight with joy. Oh dear, I must work that day and may not make it in time. I will have to visit another day to sample your culinary delights. Qi Feng lamented, you're always welcome, Sister Feng, Lin Jingwen assured her. With the support of family and friends, Lin Jingwen felt confident that her restaurant's opening would be a resounding success. Meanwhile, Kong Fian sought information about Lin Jingwen's restaurant opening. Upon learning it was on the 18th, she brought it up to Qin Guangyao that evening, that Master Lin's restaurant opens the day after tomorrow. Are you planning to send a flower basket? As a competitor, she found it beneath her to send flowers to someone who had poached her business. Qin Guangyao waved dismissively, adopting an air of superiority, clearly dismissing Lin Jingwen. Kong Fian chuckled, her spirits lifted. Yet her words remained sharp. I thought you held her in higher regard. When you dined with my mother, you certainly praised her. That was mere politeness, nothing to take seriously. Even if she runs her own restaurant, she's still just a cook. What significance does she hold? Qin Guangyao scoffed, glancing at Kong Fian with a patronizing grin. You, the pampered daughter of a wealthy family, usually look down on others. How is it that you now regard Lin Jingwen? He teased, knowing her background afforded her a certain status. Kong Fian felt her mood brighten, playfully shoving him away while leaning in closer. "Oh, I'm not looking down on anyone. I'm merely following your lead. Outdoors, you flirt with flowers and grasses, today with a little Hong, tomorrow with a little Wei, and now an older Lin Jingwen has emerged. All right, enough said. I am utterly exhausted. I shall turn off the lights and retire for the night." Qin Guangyao, disliking her chatter, impatiently pushed her away, turned off the bedside lamp, and turned his back to sleep, exuding an air of indifference as if to say no one should disturb him. Kong Fian furrowed her brow, glaring angrily at his back, biting her lip before turning to sleep as well. However, she found herself unable to drift off, her mind occupied solely with thoughts of Lin Jingwen. One moment, she contemplated her husband's concern for Lin Jingwen, and the next, her mother's fondness for her, along with their striking resemblance, which could easily be mistaken for that of mother and daughter. A wave of panic clawed at her heart, and she found herself bewildered by the source of this unease. Before she knew it, the 18th day had arrived. Last night, Lin Jingwen had been so excited about today's opening that she struggled to sleep, eventually dozing off while memorizing English vocabulary. Yet, upon awakening at 5:30 in the morning, sleep eluded her. She rose from her bed, not feeling hungry. It was far too early to prepare breakfast. Instead, she took out a piece of paper and meticulously listed the tasks for the day. Along with precautions and potential emergencies, on the first day of business, numerous friends and family would come to offer their congratulations, creating a bustling and chaotic atmosphere. She could not afford to linger in the kitchen for too long. She needed to greet her guests at the front. Would this lead to delays in serving dishes? Should she perhaps hire a chef for the day? If there were too many guests and they had to queue, they hadn't arranged a waiting area. Should she designate one? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she became increasingly anxious, feeling that there were still many issues left unaddressed. The excitement she initially felt about opening her restaurant had transformed into anxiety and tension, fearing a significant mishap that could tarnish the establishment's reputation. Recognizing her excessive worry, Lin Jingwen quickly halted her spiraling thoughts, taking several deep breaths to calm herself. Then, she rationally analyzed her concerns one by one, devising solutions and reflecting on the root of her anxiety. In essence, she feared a shortage of staff in both the kitchen and service areas on the opening day, and a lack of security personnel. Apprehensive that chaos might ensue without anyone to maintain order. Once she pinpointed the core issues, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, realizing they were easily solvable. Tio addressed the kitchen staff shortage. She planned to find 2 more individuals to assist her, as having more hands was better than having too few. Regarding security, she would ask Professor Chiu to recruit a few strong and capable university students to help maintain order. Furthermore, a quick call to the nearby police station would ensure that law enforcement could increase their patrols around the restaurant. Should any disturbances arise, the police would be on hand to manage the situation. After reviewing everything and feeling reassured that there were no major problems, Lin Jingwen checked the time. It was already 7 o'clock, so she set about preparing breakfast. After finishing, she knocked on Professor Chiu's door, bringing him his breakfast and mentioning her concerns about security. This can be easily resolved. I'll help you recruit a few people to maintain order. With so many guests, it could indeed get crowded. Professor Chiu replied, "Yes, that's exactly what I'm worried about." Lin Jingwen responded with a smile, "I also need to find 2 chefs to avoid a staffing shortage, so I want to accompany you to the school." "All right," Professor Chiu nodded, offering her encouragement. "You've done exceptionally well in your preparations for the opening. There's no need to feel anxious. If any issues arise, we can tackle them together." Lin Jingwen felt warmth